16 nations from around the world have descended on Seoul, South Korea here as they look to pursue becoming a world champion for their respective region. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the analysis desk. My name is Kyle Aris, your desk host here for the Nations Cup. And to my left-hand side, joining me to get things going, I have Froz, I have Avenger, and I have Hypok. Gentlemen, I am very excited to be here. It's some of your guys' first time in South Korea, so I'm sure you're pretty excited too.
I'm super excited. I mean, this is the first all-star event we're having here with the Nations Cup. It's going to be amazing to see all these teams here.
I'm absolutely ecstatic. I think that's the best way to describe it.
I mean, being here in Korea, some of these rosters are absolutely stacked. We've got an exciting weekend ahead of us.
Yeah, we definitely do, of course. And looking at how things do formulate as a whole, with our 16 teams representing some of the strongest regions from around the world, some of the strongest countries as a whole, it is very exciting to see a lot of the clashes that we don't normally get to see, other than, say, a global final towards the end of the year or something like that. So that's going to create an interesting dynamic. Not only that, but also mixed teams from all of the regions.
Oh yeah, definitely with the mixed teams, I think it's really interesting because some of the players, they play against each other. They don't really like each other sometimes, but now they got to work together. I mean, they're playing for their nation here.
And also, I mean, we will have rivalries that will have to be put aside, and you have to play for a nation, because this is about pride as well.
Definitely so. I mean, Hypok, when it looks at a team like South Korea, for example, of course, we're not going to delve too much into it right now, but they're a team that, obviously, they're defending home turf here. They're a very proud nation. They normally don't like losing to foreigners, non-Koreans, when it comes to esports in general. So South Korea is going to be out for blood, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether or not we see a home advantage here, I'm not sure. But obviously, again, South Korea, one of the rosters where we pretty much have handpicked the superstars from the region. So it's going to be so exciting to watch.
Definitely. We'll take a coverage of that overall later on when we get to kind of have a little bit of a magnified view on some of the teams that are going to be representing here for the Nations Cup as a whole. You can already hear in the arena it is getting very exciting, not only for our Korean crowd, but also our Korean commentators as they're covering everything here from Jangjung Arena in Seoul, South Korea as a whole. So we've all been flown out here. We're all very, very excited. Let's take a look at the tournament overview as a whole, as we have 3 days worth of action coming at you throughout the next couple of days, and we will be getting things done on Miramar and also Erangel to finish things off. So obviously we have 15 games worth of games. We talk about this a lot, Froz, when it comes to PEL, when it comes to the leagues that are going on all over the world. Those are marathons. This is a bit more of a sprint.
This is a sprint. You got 15 games. You don't really know what the other teams are doing because every team is mix-ups, as we said before. So you don't know like where they're actually going to be dropping, what they're going to do, what's their game plan.
What to me is extremely exciting is that we have a lot of in-game leaders that are on their team. We have some of the teams that are 3 in-game leaders, but also considered some of the best players. So what route are they going to take? Who are they going to take? The top in-game leader on those teams, and some other teams is just 4 fraggers that are just purely focused on fragging. So I'm extremely excited to see what meta are we going to be playing, because there's no time to kind of devolve into more than that. You're going to have to perform from the start.
Yeah, and I think with this shorter series, we're going to see teams kind of look for a very explosive start. And actually with these rosters, like you've already said, we've got some of the best IGLs, but notably some of the best fraggers in the region. So I think teams are just going to be coming out slugging from the get-go.
And as always, Hypok, we're going to be doing things on that kind of super rule set. We're going to have the points distribution, how they are in the leagues around the world as well. And in general, Hypok, do you think that that's going to lend itself better at the very beginning to those heavy fraggers, where we get a lot of points from kills relative to those placement points? And here, in a volatile setting, frags could be king.
I mean, that's a good point to make, because kills, ultimately, it comes down to the kills at the end of the day. If we have a tiebreaker, it comes down to that. And that's the safer route as well. If you can go out, 5 or 6 kills a game, A, is going to build your confidence, you're going to build momentum, and actually, it adds a cushion as well to your gameplay.
Yeah, definitely so, Frost.
I want to see the teams being really aggressive from the start. Even if you lose a player or two, keep on being aggressive, because as soon as you go passive, you're not going to get those kills. You're going to have a very slow start. It's not going to work out in the long run.
So they've had a few scrims to kind of play against each other. It's the first time they all play against each other on this level. And through the scrims, the meta have kind of already set itself a little bit in. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see a very center-heavy meta, or we're going to see a very edge-heavy meta, because I think that's kind of the 2 routes. I don't think we're going to see like 8 teams do each, and it's going to be kind of in the middle. I think it's going to be either of those 2 that's going to be very heavy from the teams.
Yeah, actually, in the scrims, we didn't see an awful lot of scrappy fighting outside. It was a lot of teams center to center, getting compounds locked down.
Yeah.
Circle 2 crashing each other and going for terrain. So that's obviously the kind of gameplay we want to see out this weekend. And
did you see a lot of the teams kind of setting themselves up drop-wise? Of course, I'm sure a lot of people probably have that question. And whilst we're in the pre-show, it's the best time to probably address this, right? Because we expected maybe some conflict. Did we see some of that sort out in the script?
Well, no spoilers, but we did see some exciting conflicts, actually. As Picardo and Pachinki are going to be well, as always, the two spots to watch, but no spoilers of what we're going to see.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more, especially when we get into the games, of course. For now, let's take a focus on some of the teams here, and you can already hear in the background a little bit more excitement because we're talking about the South Korean team to start things off with. And this team, guys, for me, in my mind, is a team full of powerhouses. When you've got the top 3 teams from PKL represented from Phase 2 in this team, it's very, very strong, Avenger.
It's an absolutely, this is a superstar team, and I expect this team to do very well. I think they'll have kind of a buff from being the hometown heroes, I feel like. But I'm excited to see how these kind of guys can be able to play together. Obviously, we have 2 from the same teams, and I think there's a bit of an advantage to them. It's not a full mix completely, but how they're going to play, how they're going to, the play style, what are they going to adapt to?
To add to that as well, not only having 2 players from Gen.G itself, but you also have the coach for South Korea. He's actually watching you, which is the coach for the Gen.G team in normally.
I think honestly the Gen.G duo are going to be where the eyes lie, but it's going to be interesting to see how these other 2 players can actually slip in as not even a support role, but supporting them in actually adding pretty much exactly the same value. So this team here is, I mean, obviously it goes without saying it's one of the teams to watch, but it's a dangerous roster.
I mean, they know each other very well, seemingly from playing against one another. You've got a member from DPG as well as a player from Detonator as well. I think for a lot of people, maybe on the international scene, do you think they're kind of surprised there's no OP Gaming Rangers members in there, no kind of VSG members? They didn't do as well in Phase 2, and I think that's a big reason if people have not been watching PKL around the world.
Very true. To wrap the South Korean guys up as well, I know that they're extremely proud to be representing the nation, so they've been putting in a lot of hours and been playing a lot together prior to this event compared to some of our other teams here. But I just wanted to wrap South Korea up. Of course, some other teams we're going to be looking at, Argentina.
Yeah.
Indeed, let's take a look at them of course, because we're actually quite familiar with the members from these rosters, obviously, when you've got teams like Bitloft and Singularity in there as well.
I mean, yeah, we previously saw them at GLL Grand Slam. Bitloft did a little bit better than Singularity, but overall they know each other very well, so I feel like it could work out really good for them here.
I mean, actually, I was thoroughly impressed by Bitloft's performance at GLL, and I think that was one of the ones that maybe as an underdog from a region we haven't seen too much of on a global stage. To now be here with this roster, and actually, you know, two of the members from Singularity as well, which also at GLL, a bit more of a disappointing show, but this is one that I think we shouldn't overlook, by all means.
They're probably one of the underdogs, though,
They're
right?
definitely one of the kind of underdogs to look for. Silson is one of the best players coming out of the LATAM region. For me, he's definitely a guy that I'm going to be looking at. And for me, I honestly thought that he potentially could be picked up if his aim is good enough in some of the bigger regions because he's that good of a fragger.
No, definitely so. And let's move on here to Team Japan also. When it comes to a slight there for Bitloft, they were one of the teams that was able to draw their logo really well. It's very easy, but for most people, we're shockingly bad at doing that. So we'll move on for now. Team Japan, of course, here is full of names that we kind of are used to. Obviously, we saw Xanadu when it came to their PGI performance. We saw Sun Sister way back before. So this team is probably another underdog, I would say, for us.
Yeah, a little bit of an underdog, but I mean, still, we shouldn't underestimate anyone who is here. All these nations are really strong. They have the best players from their region here representing. In Japan, I mean, underdog or not, they can show up big.
Absolutely, and for me, Shinobi is definitely going to be the player to look out for in that team. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to adapt to the meta that I feel is going to be kind of evolving throughout here and how they're going to be playing and how they're... Because I feel like it's more center-heavy when we look at Japan as a PGS in the series. It's very center-heavy. See a lot of teams going into center-heavy compounds from Phase 2 on. Are they going to be able to adapt to this very heavy meta and very strong players that we're going to see here? I'm curious to see how that's going to work out.
Yeah, and I think they've got a massive wildcard factor on top of that. Yeah. And that's one that's going to throw other teams that maybe, you know, they see it in the kill feed and they're not going to read that situation the same they would with another nation. That could be an upset.
I think one of the coolest things for me when it comes to Japan competing here is that normally PC games are not as prevalent in Japan, but they've really taken to PUBG, which is something that is very cool. Let's move on, though, because we do have one of the big names to be talking about, and it is, of course, Team Finland, Team Suomi themselves. And guys, this is an all-star roster.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Terrifying.
Do we need to say anything more than Winland?
Well, you guys are a little bit biased, so I'll talk about them a little bit more than you guys laugh. And it's just that obviously the twins are there. Yeah. They've been playing together for a long time. Mexi have been playing with Jemti before in FaZe Clan, and they know each other so well. Tixu, they play with him when they're at home, when they're playing different, like when they're not playing in their league, they're playing scrims, they're playing for fun. They know each other extremely well.
Yeah, Tixu, I mean, Tixu's also right now, I'd say, on his peak.
Yes.
But he's not really peaking because he still has a way further to go.
He's potential.
Actually, respect where it's due. Actually, Tixu coming from arguably an underperforming roster in PEL.
Consistently consistent.
But Tixu was what borderline top 10 kills in the league. So to actually stand out that much on a roster that I don't want to say, holding him back, but he had a standout performance on an underperforming team.
Well, that is one of the things, right? If you look at the names there, Samti, Mexi, and Jemti, those are the guys that always get focused, always get highlights. Tixu was by far the standout performer when he came to Win Strike.
Yes, definitely. I just want to mention as well, Samti, he's the only one who's been on all major events. We saw him at PGI, we saw him at FaZe Global Summit, we saw JLL Grand Slam, and he got top 5 every one of those tournaments.
He's also one of the highest earner when it comes to PUBG overall from earnings globally. He's in, if it's not top 10, it's top 5. He has been here since the start and been on big rosters, and he's playing extremely well. He's probably going to be taking a IGL or co-IGL role here, and I'm extremely excited to see these guys play and how, I feel a lot of especially the European region, it has a little bit of bias, of course, but they're expecting big things from these guys.
So one of the favorites to win the tournament, Hypok.
Yes. I would absolutely agree with that. And one of the things, just coming back to Samti, when you've got potentially an IGL that can put out more damage than your fraggers. I mean, Jemti since they put into the Liquid roster, it hasn't been the FaZe Jemti we've seen, but Samti, solid, consistent the entire time through.
And of course, moving on now, we're going to take a look at Team Thailand. This is a team that, for me, isn't quite an underdog, more of a dark horse.
Yes.
Especially when you consider some of the power plays that we've been able to see them make on international stages for us.
Oh yeah, definitely. We saw Duckman at FaceIt and how he was performing over there. Second overall in kills, but also Duckman and Tanawa, they were both the most kills during their in the SCA.
Yeah. Yes. And on top of that, playing with Minoru, they know each other. These guys, they play a lot together. They play many scrims. Again, representing your country like this, I'm sure that they have been putting in a lot of hours together, playing together. I know they have, and I'm quite sure that we're going to be seeing that from these guys.
Especially, Avenger, from a region that is voracious about PUBG content.
Yes.
They can't get enough.
No.
The guys from their region come out in droves to watch their stars play. So there's going to be a lot of fans, I should say, behind Team Thailand, Avenger.
Yeah, and on top of that, to kind of finish off Thailand here, I'm extremely happy to see Minoru here. He's been kind of missing some of the bigger events, international events prior to this, so I'm happy to see him represented here. He's extremely popular in Thailand and the Southeast Asian region overall.
Yeah, and I think the play style is going to be the strength for this team. And like you've already said, they're going to have gone away, they're going to work on this, they're going to want to come into this and come out swinging. And this is one of the rosters that actually, on an international stage, you've seen them actually step up to the plate a number of times, which when you say, people look at it as an underdog, dark horse is more accurate because they've stepped up time and time again.
There is scary potential is definitely there. I think that striking towards the 5th and upward spots could definitely be a thing on the cards, even though there are so many strong regions here that we're covering. I mean, teams that we're not particularly truly focusing on just yet, but can easily talk about, are teams like Germany, of course, Avenger, when it comes to the overall power of their roster, because for a long time, we've seen that roster be a 4-man roster.
And obviously, the G2 roster in PL performed extremely well. We saw them perform extremely well at GLL when it comes to an international event. For me, these guys, I have a high hope to them, and I have a lot of respect for these guys. I'm quite sure they're going to be doing well. But to say kind of in the dark horse stories and everything, this event is going to be extremely close. I don't think that we're going to be seeing more than 2 or 3 teams that are maybe slagging a little bit behind, but the rest, they're going to be close. They're going to be fighting the whole 15 games out.
I mean, interestingly enough, actually, to have the same 4-man come in, there's a relative amount of pressure there to be coming in and playing against, arguably all-star teams, your fantasy picks of regional teams, but there's a lot of pressure to perform as a 4 because you say you're a team anyway, you guys should be stepping into a mixed lobby and
speaking of when it comes to kind of all-stars, one of the names that really does crop up when it comes to USA is a name like Zampa, of course, as he, for their team, he's been very, very prevalent for a long time in the region. And what do you think about Zampa? What do you think about Team USA in general?
I mean, Team USA is super strong. We can start there. They have 2 from Temple Storm, 2 from Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming is something Hypox is a little bit more familiar with, I'd say.
Oh, well, I mean, this entire roster is obviously half of it previous teammates, the other half, you know,
Previous rivals.
Previous rivals. So, I mean, yeah, Zampa's been a household name within North America for over 2 years now.
Are you trying to say you want them to do well, but not that well?
I have to pick carefully here because I'm being ousted towards the NA talent side of things. So actually, yeah, I really want USA to do well.
Oh,
great. Well,
convincing.
Let's move on.
I respect that. That's okay.
We previously alluded to Germany being one of the really strong teams here, and of course, It's Chris is one of the names that has stood out not only through the PEL but also to represent Germany here as well. We were debating whether or not he is the star player for us. I think him and Brexico really do stand out as the big duo there for Germany.
Yeah, I mean, It's Chris, super good player,
Yep.
but Brexico is also really good, and they are, as you're saying, a duo. And that duo,
For sure.
oh my god, I want to see them break.
It's a powerhouse in itself. But for me, obviously, It's Chris being the co-top fragger with Kemba in PL after 96 games.
Yeah.
We're expecting a lot from this guy. We've seen him single-handedly wipe out top teams in PL. Overall, he's a beast. He's a force to be reckoned with. But I'm curious to see how these guys are going to be starting because the area that they're looting, especially on their angle, is going to be highly contested by some of the other teams. And they're not used to being contested. So how are they going to come up from start when they're kind of going to be fighting off it? And I'm curious to see how that's going to work out.
I'm so happy they've listed the ESL Meisterschaft for the German teams. I'm just very happy to be able to say that word on broadcast every single time. Of course, let's move on here as we're going to take a look at Yuba here representing Team Russia. And it's interesting how this roster did work out. Yuba, of course, is one of those big, heavy fraggers, takes risks from time to time, but overall, very, very potent.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is another player that we've seen every single roster he's been on. It just instantly gets that uber boost. The uber boost.
I like it. I like it.
But yeah, I mean, time and time again, we see him come up in these, these solo plays that, 10, 15 seconds before it goes down, you think, what's he doing out there? And then all of a sudden he'll come up with a clutch 1v3 or something like that. And just time and time again, you see him slowly pick up these mid-game kills.
And he's going to be coming out with back-to-back wins from the league, from GL. He's going to be coming in with an amazing amount of momentum. So I'm 100% sure we're going to see a lot more too, but than just see this highlight here. He's going to be in the top 5 for damage or kills throughout the tournament. I'm quite sure.
And he always is. Every event, you always see his name, and it'll slip into the top 5 easily.
Just to add as well, if people don't know at home, he was known as PJ Minota before, and he played for Navi back at PGI, for example.
Yeah, and Groovy as well before that.
Oh, as far back as JOL Season 1.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll never forgive him for changing his name, all right?
No, it was an absolutely amazing name, I'll say.
All right, let's take a look at God V as well. This is one of the names, guys, that has been prevalent throughout Asian PUBG almost forever, I feel. We saw him back in PGI. We saw him back at 4 Angry Men trying to push forwards and do well. I think they were either first or second that year when it came to their Chinese region. Actually, maybe first. I think it was first. So overall, God V is somebody that has stood out and stood the test of time.
I mean, one of the biggest players from the Chinese region that we've seen from the start, and he's always been there, he's still here, and he's here to stay.
The amount of experience God V has throughout all these PUBG tournaments is absolutely insane. But before that as well, obviously being a professional player in other games, he has so much experience playing on stages like this.
Yeah.
And that experience is going to shine through and it's going to support his teammates immensely.
Yeah, and you see that at events with God V where he comes in, there's no jitters, there's no day one slip-ups or anything like that. God V is always operating at exactly the same tempo, which is insane.
I mean, China in general has been one of the teams that we've almost overlooked a little bit when it comes to international events, and then they turn up and then they just do well. We all think about back to PGI where they did do well themselves. Admittedly, it was a lot of OMG. But do you think they have high prospects here? What are your thoughts?
I'm quite sure we're going to see China in a top 5. You have to remember the amount of players they have in their pro league, the amount of players they have to pick from to make a superstar team just from the China region is going to be insane. I'm quite sure that the Chinese region.
We just had Caster Park go crazy once again because PO is showing up here. And this is a gentleman, of course, that has prevailed through the PKL, and I think he got himself MVP on Gen G when they were performing as well as they did during Phase 2. So big name here for Korea. They're looking for him to do well.
I mean, I think he's also the IGL for the team here for South Korea, and it's going to show big. Also, he's joined by his fellow mate, Loki, as we talked about before.
Yeah, and I mean, to have one of the strongest things this year is having a team, especially with a duo, two from the same team, where they're going to be able to kind of pick up the slack where other teams aren't going to have that, you know, those micro synergies that would come to fruition in a team fight or something like that. To have two players on a team as solid as Gen G representing Korea, none of that synergy is going to be an issue.
It kind of creates a foundation, right,
Yes.
Avenger?
For sure, for me, Pio here, we've seen him be able to perform in PKL, and him not being on the roster would be like it's not gonna happen. Like, he's been performing so well, and him taking the MVP obviously ensures that. So
nice, very cool. And of course, that is a lot of the teams and a lot of the focus on these players that we do want to talk about. Just in general, though, what are the other teams that kind of really stand out to you? Of course, we haven't really talked much about Great Britain. Us two boys, we're from there.
I mean, I'd
We've
love
been
to.
there for a
there
while.
should be some
I'd
bias,
love
right?
to.
But we will talk about that in just a few moments' time, of course, as we are now ready to head over to find out what else is going on here at the Nations Cup for PUBG.
네, 안녕하세요. PUBG 네이션스컵 서울 2019
Hello, welcome
현장에
to
나와 있는
PUBG Nation Seoul. It is
제가
Hyungkyung Lee
바로 이곳은요,
right outside the stadium. This is G Club with the translation.
전 세계 PUBG
We're gonna
선수들의
have
열기를
all the best
현장에서
players
느껴볼
all
수 있는데요.
from over the world.
찾아오신 많은
We have a
분들이
lot of fans
계십니다.
coming down at the venue
함께하고 있습니다.
in line, just waiting right before that.
관람객분들의 스태프 4개를 모으시면
And we have a stamp event going on. If you get that 4 stamps, you will be filled with the prizes gift coming down from the venue right here. We do have the photos on right behind me right here.
어떤 분들이 어떻게 즐기고 계신지 제가 한번
Let's check out all the fans, how they're enjoying the event right now. Hello. Are you enjoying the event right now?
너무 기대되시죠?
Are you excited for the prizes?
여기서 첫 번째 스탬프를 받아 가보실 수
This is your
있는데
first
혹시
place
찍으셨나요,
to get the
사진?
first stamp. Did you get
정말요?
to take the photo yet? No, not yet.
찍어도 될까요?
Would you like to take the photo together and then post it up on social media together?
제 옆으로 오시죠.
Okay, let's do it.
여기 보여야 되는데. 자, 갈게요.
Gotta look pretty.
하나, 둘, 셋.
1, 2, say cheese.
하나 더. 하나.
One more.
셋. 완벽하다, 완벽하다.
Perfect.
이 사진을 SNS에
And then post that on social media anywhere with the hashtag.
중요하잖아요.
And that's important. Hashtag. What's the hashtag?
정답.
PUBG Nations Cup. Correct.
정답. 또 배틀그라운드.
PUBG
정답.
Battlegrounds.
배틀그라운드. PNC 2019.
PNC 2019.
업로드
That's the hashtag you also need. Just
잘
post
나왔다,
that
잘
photo
나왔다.
up. That's a great photo.
PUBG.
That's a beautiful one. PUBG Nations
네.
Cup 2019.
그리고
Hashtag Battlegrounds. Hashtag.
또 PUBG PUBG PUBG
PUBG.
네, 그리고 해시태그 PNC
And hashtag PNC 2019.
2019까지 2019
2019.
업로드
There we go.
눌러주시죠. 확인.
Press that upload.
됐다.
Okay, we're done.
자, 이제 스탬프 받아가시면 돼요. 이제
Now you can go get the
저기서
stamps.
보여주시고.
It's all good.
자,
So
오늘
that's the
어떤 팀
stat.
올라오고 계신가요?
And
당연히
which team are you rooting for? Of course, Korean
팀 중에
team.
어떤 선수?
Which player? You have a specific player that you're rooting for.
네.
Pio? Loki?
자, 오늘 현장에서
You just said
재밌게
yes.
즐기시고 또 선물도 받아가시기 바랄게요. 감사합니다.
Get all the stamps and take all the prizes. Hope you guys, hope you ladies
자,
have
이렇게
fun
현장에서
at the venue.
많은 분들이 이벤트까지 풍성하게 즐겨주고 계신데요.
Whole lot of
앞으로
fans enjoying the
3일간
event right now. It's only the first day, 3 days of event. PUBG
끝까지
Nation
많은
Seoul.
관심과
Keep
응원
on rooting, keep on
부탁드립니다.
watching
저는
until the
지금까지
end.
이영경이었습니다.
With Hyungkyung Lee and G
안녕.
Club with the translations. See you guys soon.
Join us here when it comes to with the hashtag PUBG Nations Cup, of course. A very exciting time to figure out exactly who is going to become our world champion when it comes to representing their nation. Froz, Avenger, Hypok, guys, we're eventually going to take a look at people's predictions, which is going to be an interesting thing in itself. I just actually want to go back to what we were about to say though before the interview and kind of highlight over some more of these teams. Team Great Britain, we actually have quite a strong team to say the least. And normally, Britain is rubbish at esports.
I mean,
Talk to me about that.
when we talk about, well, Great Britain in esports, it's usually an underwhelming experience.
You've even been representing them, so you're, yeah.
Are you saying I would have been, or
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Oh, you could have.
I could have?
Yeah, but you
they
decided
wouldn't
not
have
to.
I'm here with you.
No.
But then you became an analyst. Yeah, I get it. But I mean, it's the same story for these two, actually.
But
But
to be fair, yeah. But just coming back quickly to this roster, this is probably, I think, in terms of the region, probably the roster with the greatest potential we could put out.
Sure.
And actually, when you look at that, with NIP having an underwhelming performance in PL, but
well, let's take a look at our overall predictions, because it seems like I'm a little bit far away from you guys. You guys are... Admittedly, I had a hard time choosing between Finland and South Korea.
Yeah.
There's some Finn shots here going on. Froz, talk to me about it.
I'm gonna say the same. I was choosing between Finland and South Korea, but in the end, I had to go with my heart. I had to go with my friends, and I chose for Winland.
Yes, and obviously I went for Germany. I think when you have a full roster that's just been playing at both an international and been playing in a whole league, they have a lot of experience together, and I'm expecting them to do well based off them knowing each other extremely well. What I could be nervous about is that it's a different meta, it's new all-star players they're playing against, and are they going to be able to adapt out from that?
yeah. I mean, I went with Finland purely because if this team can click and all four of these players can operate at the level at which we know they can,
Yeah.
it's going to be a stop.
It's an unstoppable force.
It's going to be a stumping.
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane.
The
I like that.
stompening.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely
extremely
insane.
A very, very scary roster, to say the least.
Yes.
I do empathize with your point of venture, though, of it being such a consistent, stable roster for Germany that it could be very, very prevalent when it comes to the overall result. They have changed now going into Phase 3. They won't be that same roster. Well, let's take a look at some of the other predictions going on, as Sims and Matrim will be bringing you the first games later on, and they have chosen Finland, and Sims has gone Russia.
Yeah.
That's
And
interesting.
I respect that because the Russian lineup is it's actually extremely interesting. And here we have Pansy, and we have, look, the rest of the English cast here. A lot of South Korea. A lot of home turf
Bow
bias.
to your South Korean overlords, my friends. We're in South Korea, we're in Seoul. I think they've chosen smartly, like me, of course.
Okay, you guys.
They're defending their territory, my friend, and I think they're going to come out swinging.
Look, you
And our
might be.
Japanese cast is obviously as well. Abao and Shaka.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, guys.
Another Russian choice there. So what do you... Talk to me about the Russian choice, because technically, on paper, it's a very, very strong roster, Hyper.
Yeah, and again, I think this one comes down to, again, is whether or not we can see this roster click together and then operate. I mean, again, on paper, you know, Senya do the just unstoppable force in PL up until the last week. But again, Na'Vi is a roster that, yeah, they build momentum. So,
And the China talents, Miss Joy, Finland as well, Xiao Tong with China, and then Yahao go for South Korea. So a lot of South Korean bias here. Obviously, we are on home turf, so we kind of expect the South Koreans
Sure.
to do extremely well because of that.
But everyone will regret their choices when Finland wins.
let's go.
It's gonna be me, Hypuck, and Miss Joy. We're gonna go out and celebrate together.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, hello.
Guys, yeah. They, of course,
that one's shocking. That's shocking.
Oh,
knows?
the guest.
Yeah.
who would have guessed? We're in Seoul. Our South Korean talents, they're obviously voting all for
To be
South
fair,
Korea.
if they didn't, obviously, you know,
Yeah.
covered a lot of other stuff when it comes to South Korea. If they didn't pick South Korea, they probably would have never lived it down.
Yeah. you don't want to be the one person in that trio that doesn't pick South Korea.
Definitely not. Actually, yeah, your
The
co-commentator.
total count, guys, look at this. 9 on Korea out of 18.
That's
And
a lot of
then
So,
ball.
yeah, half of them.
1, yeah.
So,
Quick math.
that is only 5 teams represented, though, when it comes to predictions.
Yes.
Which is very interesting. 11 other nations are here, of course, and obviously with China with just the 1 vote. So technically, 4 teams have got significant amount of estimation behind it.
Yeah.
What does that say to the rest of the talent, the rest of the teams that we've got here? Is there really that much underdog power, or is that how it's going to be? And obviously,
Hey!
guys, by the way, we have tons of commentators from around the world here at the venue, going to be covering it in all sorts of languages to make sure that you get the best experience at home, which is very exciting. We're just moments out, guys, into the Nations Cup. Froz, what are your thoughts?
I just want to see what's going to happen with all the teams. I'm super excited to see NA play here as well. Team Canada, Team USA. I feel like they're really good teams. And even though no one predicted them, I think they can show up big time here.
Avenger?
I'm ecstatic to see these superstars play for their nations and show
Yes.
how much pride is going to be going into this event.
Yeah, and just to echo that as well, I'm happy to be here to see these superstar rosters slug it out in what's going to be an explosive series.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. As you can see here, live from Seoul, South Korea, the Korean fans have turned out in full force, and we are only on day number 1. We have not even begun the games yet, and they are here to represent, to support for PUBG. It is time to start the Nations Cup.
to PUBG Nations Cup Seoul 2019, the most prestigious live event in Battle Royale esports, where top players from around the world come together to have the game of their lives. Please welcome our 16 teams. Team Argentina. Team Chinese Taipei. Team Canada. Team Finland. Team Brazil. Team Australia. Team Turkey. Team Great Britain. Team Vietnam. Team Japan. Germany. Team Russia. Team United States. Team Thailand. Team China. Team South Korea.
Y'all just gonna sit around here and stay broke, huh? Yeah. Okay. I got plenty. I get it. We just keep getting more and more. I get it.
너무 좀 큰 대회이기도 하고 다들 너무 잘하시니까 진짜 재밌는 경기했으면 좋겠고
我对这次能参加 PNC 这个比赛的话是感到非常开心的，然后同时我也会尽全力去打这个比赛。
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. We got a good team, good environment, and you know we've played together before, so we have some good synergy together. So feeling confident.
Be waiting for the blue. They're already They're waiting for him. Tempo's got it. Tempo's got it.
I think it will be a different change coming to Korea for this event because we're playing as all-stars and not as a team, so it's a nice refreshing event and we get to see a lot of stuff and we get to face new opponents that we would not have faced in the past.
Yo creo que no hay equipo fuerte, ya que todos estamos mezclados. Hay un jugador de cada equipo, máximo hay 2 jugadores por país.
I personally think our rival team is the Team Russia because my teammate Uba is there, playing there, so it's rival from there because I want to do better than him. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else than that.
Finlandia.
Uba, I'm coming after you.
Мекси, поздравляю со 2-м местом. Это твой предел. К каждому турниру подхожу серьезно, настраиваюсь на каждую игру, так что думаю, покажу свой максимальный перформанс.
Okay, so I feel really confident about this tournament. I've been playing with a lot of these guys on stream before, so I'm really confident we're going to do good, and I can't wait to see what we can achieve.
ทีนี้เราอยากจะบอกกับทีมอื่นนะครับในการแข่งครั้งนี้นะฮะคือรอบนี้ตามปกติเราจะเป็นผู้แพ้ของทีมอื่นแต่คราวนี้เรามาเป็นทีมที่จะชนะทีมอื่นครับผม
海外からの日本っていうのはそんなに注目されてないっていうのがもう分かっているので今回それを覆していきたいと思います。
Also wir werden auf jeden Fall dieses Turnier gewinnen und natürlich auch viele Kills machen. Zu jedem anderen Team macht euch auf jeden Fall gefasst. Team Deutschland wird euch für euch kommen und euch vom Schlachtfeld weghauen.
We will try to play aggressive and have no respect against anyone.
你们要小心被我们包围。
All the teams should know that they should be really careful about Team Finland, because we're gonna come hot.
我对这次比赛的期望就是帮助中国赛区拿下一个世界赛的名额。遇到中国赛区的时候小心一点。
더 열심히 해서 더 잘하는 모습 많이 보여드려가지고 국뽕 시작해드리겠습니다.
An amazing opportunity for all of these nations to prove themselves and also do their nations proud indeed. This is the PUBG Nations Cup for 2019 as we get down to all the business. Oh, Korean casters, oh, they're excited. I'm excited too as it's time to get down to the games as we get things going. We're going to have Miramar to start things off, gentlemen, and of course that presents its own problems in itself when it comes to dealing with the desert, going up against these mixed teams that you're not necessarily have that much practice again, apart from the scrims that have gone down so far.
We're going to see a lot of sniping going on, a lot of DMRs. That's the play for Miramar, and that's how we're going to start off the games. I feel like a team like Germany that plays really good on that kind of meta, they're going to be really good on first game here.
I'm excited to see if they're going to be continuing their edge strat as well. We know that there's already a few teams that are going to be contesting each other. Picado, who's going to win? We have Chumasur as well. There's really exciting to go off with. How long are they going to stay there to try and contest? And how long are they going to go off and say, you know what, we're going to loot somewhere else, it's fine, because there's only 15 games.
Yeah, and actually starting off on Miramar is one where we can kind of, shake off the jitters. People are going to, maybe build their confidence. We're going to see some pulling up. We obviously see some more interesting rotations coming, and where these teams, they're not as slick and not as rehearsed, I think it's going to create some interesting gameplay.
Yeah, definitely may do. Of course, we're going to focus on a few of the teams as we continue on as well here. We saw at the very end of our opening ceremony, South Korea get a very warm reception here to their live home crowd. And I think validly so. I mean, not only, of course, are they playing on home turf and things like that, but they're also a team that is looking to perform well. You were saying in the pre-show that you believe it was the choice between either Finland and South Korea, whether or not they were going to be able to do well.
I mean, South Korea, I see them as one of the strongest regions in PUBG right now.
Yeah.
And that's why it was so close between them and Finland. But at the same time, with their home turf here, there's a lot of pressure on them with this big crowd here as well, cheering for them.
For me, I think what comes to when you talk South Korea and the PUBG teams here, these guys, they have the work ethic, the biggest work ethic of any nation here, and I think that's going to show when we come into the games. You can see when we have the interviews here with the guys, they are filled with pride. And I'm quite sure they're here to show their nation proud when it comes to these games.
Even more bants and more kind of little fiery words than I was expecting, to be honest, Hypoc, when we were watching some of those interviews.
Yeah, some of the trash talk coming out is that's going to set an interesting narrative for some of these games. But again, it's good to see people like Mexi say they're looking to come in hot. They're not going to come in. They're not going to send out feelers or anything like that. They've come here to fight. They're going to be crashing, taking compounds, and taking fights.
Definitely so. They've got Squeaky as their coach and manager, I suppose, during all of this. And actually, ENCE was one of the teams in PEL that, in Phase 1, of course, was willing to go in hot. And I think Squeaky could be a little bit of a kind of pushing factor in that direction. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, we saw ENCE dominating Phase 1 of PEL. Squeaky himself was second in kill, I'm pretty sure, right after Rustamar, his teammate. Now, Phase 2 wasn't as good for him, but having a player as their coach here can help a lot because he understands exactly what they're going through. He knows exactly what is needed to be done in different situations.
And when it comes to Squeaky, for me, obviously you're bringing a lot of high morale, positive mental attitude. All this is really important as a coach as well. He knows these guys so well. He's going to be able to say, you know what, guys, back on the horse, get back to it, and then be able to, between the games, come with a quick breakdown. What is important? What do these guys need to know, and what don't they need to know anything about?
Yeah. Does it also help to know from like a pro player coach perspective what's going on around you during the early game, potentially to be able to set up rotations, etc.? What do you think, Hyper?
Well, I think potentially a player is going to be able to identify, you know, more often than not in these games, I think the problem is going to come down to these, you know, like we said, the synergy between some of these players.
Yeah,
and actually having a player to be able to identify that, it's probably actually, you know, outside of a macro level, it's actually more advantageous to have a player to say, look, that team fight fell apart because of X, Y, and Z.
Sure.
Was it just looking at it from, you know, purely a stand-away basis? That fifth man, you know, bouncing back in between games, that's going to be huge.
And we actually saw, whilst all the teams were making their entrances, that they all do have a coach figure with them here, be it a pro player or be it a normal coach that they do have in their respective region. And I think a lot of the coaches here in PUBG have quite a bit of that experience, actually. I think we're quite blessed in PUBG when it comes to some of our coaches.
Well, we see coaching blooming up more and more. More teams are getting themselves a good coach, and I feel like every team needs a coach. It doesn't matter if you're the best team in the world. With a coach, you can become even better.
Yeah. And there's many different types of coach you can have. There's so many, like, you can have the kind of jabroni, the cheerleader kind of guy that stands behind you positive.
I think it's a morale booster. PUBG is one of the most demoralizing games.
We're playing 15 games. You need to be able to reset after every game. Obviously, Jabroni, he knows a lot about the game, but his positivity, everything that he's going to be able to bring these guys is going to be really important to this roster.
The only thing I have in my head right now is Jabroni going, yeah, go, yeah. That's all is going through my mind.
If he gets some pom-poms, then maybe that's going to be the magic touch for USA. I don't know.
Maybe. Hey, we didn't have many predictions for Team USA, so maybe they do need that kind of little morale.
I'm actually kind of surprised now that we have a few Americans. Toro, the biggest fan for America.
The NA fanboy.
The NA fanboy. How does he not vote for America there?
South Korea.
Yeah. What for South Korea?
The glory hunter.
Yeah.
What can we say?
Wait a minute. I voted for South Korea. Anyway, beyond all of that.
Yeah, but yours was logical.
Yes, I appreciate that. 9 years worth of logic, actually, when it comes to esports. They're pretty good at esports.
They are insane.
Yeah.
Regardless, of course, here, when take a look at how things unfold on Miramar, obviously one of the big things to talk about is the rotations and how those do go down. It can be trickier to do such rotations, deep rotations, on a map like Miramar compared to Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, also we know that some teams, they have the IGLs from some of the teams that they know that they're playing against.
Yeah.
And I feel like the IGL would go towards a little bit towards the league play that they usually do. So you will see some spots that maybe Na'Vi usually plays in PL, for example. Team Russia is going to take those kind of spots and play from that.
I actually talked to Sen and he was like, yeah, we're playing Na'Vi strats. He's going to be hard. Yes, he's going to be hard in game leading. Obviously, he has a dude that plays with him normally. And then you bring in Kemba and Uber, who's like massive fraggers, which kind of places the same mentality they have. And I feel like we're going to see the same Na'Vi strat we've been seeing in the beginning of phase 2 of BL. So for that, I think they're going to be doing extremely well, because for me, the edge meta and the kind of the slower playstyle is going to be paying off much more than kind of fighting early, because they're going to be trying to see, like, look at each other and, okay, how are these teams playing, get into it.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to see that much more on a distance. Well, see how they adapt, where the fights go down, and kind of be aware of your environment around you.
Is Team Russia one of the teams that you think can actually, Hypoc, I'm going to direct this question towards you, use that edge meta and sweep as effectively as Na'Vi has done in the past in PEL? Because I think that the members that they have available to them, Kemba's one of the guys that his team didn't place that highly in PEL, but he was one of the standout players of their team. So do you think that they can work that in nicely?
I think if they can execute a game plan like that in these games, they're going to reap the rewards early on.
Right.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that throughout the season, because I do think this is going to be a series where teams are going to adapt, and they're going to adapt on the fly, and it's going to be very quick. In between maps, you know, on the fly mid-game, yeah, absolutely. I think actually where things aren't rehearsed is actually where it creates these kind of, like I said earlier, there's a couple of teams that can be the wildcard effect.
Yeah.
They can flip a situation on its head, and having that rehearsed strategy, but not having the 4 players you usually execute it with, you know, could send them in the wrong direction.
Makes a lot of sense. We are just waiting a few moments here before we do get into our game, of course. as everybody is getting ready and good to go. I did see a few chairs empty, so there's sneaky little boys just getting on down there and making sure that they are ready to go. So beyond that, what are the teams you want to highlight for us? Are there any teams that really do stand out to you before we actually get into our first games here for the Nations Cup?
I mean, I want to talk to a team which is Chinese Taipei.
Yep.
I think they're a little bit of a dark horse for me at least, and they also have what I think is the youngest player here, right? Leo, only 18 years old.
Right.
And I feel like they have massive potential, but it's going to come down to can they get a good start here from the start. If they don't get that, it might be a little bit hard for them.
Obviously, players that have been playing with each other for some while, they've been represented as globals as well. They are definitely a kind of the dark horse underdog for me. I don't think we're going to see much from them on day one. I think they're one of the teams that's going to kind of grow into the shoes, if you can say that, and really fill it out.
A slow burner almost. I think that's another team that's going to kind of, they're going to build momentum.
Yeah.
Once they kind of, take their first few team fights, they maybe shake off that jitter, and they're going to be playing aggressive after that.
That makes a lot of sense. And when we look further on, of course, other teams that we haven't really talked about is, in fact, technically a full roster from PEL itself during Phase 2, which is Turkey. And of course, they are represented as Digital Athletics when it comes to the PEL. Their play style was pretty central, pretty passive, to say the least. They kind of waited for the fights almost to come to them. Is that kind of play style going to be able to work out here in Nations Cup?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to be able to play, particularly the way the Digital Athletics plays throughout PEL. I don't think that's going to reap reward over this. Teams are going to be playing way more aggressive. There's going to be people are going to be pressuring teams early game into Phase 2. Come Phase 3 and 4, unless you secure the compound or you're already taking 2 team fights and cleared your edge, I don't think you're going to have an opportunity to snake your way into
I mean, when we talk about Turkey, it comes down to one key player. We all know him, Iroh. It's all about Iroh and how he is going to be performing. I'm not saying that the others are bad players, but he is the one who is the star player. He's the key player. He's the one who's going to carry the team. Yes.
I mean, importantly though, you made sure to mention that the other guys are still very good. We actually saw that 1 week in PEL where Iroh was unable to attend Avenger, and we saw that the rest of the team was able to do still well whilst he wasn't there. So they still have some power behind them. But maybe Iroh is that X factor.
But for me, they played differently there. They played a different meta. It was early on in the phase, and for me here with this full roster while they're playing right now, I think they're going to be able to kind of sneak into in a 10th to 6th kind of area in the mid pack.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to see them very well in the top, because as Hypox said as well, you're going up against superstar players. When you take fights, you're going to lose players. And they're going to be coming down to losing 1, 2, 3 players, and they're going to be going into snake mode. And these teams that are playing here, they're going to be sweeping every single area, all the spots, every house, every shack, making sure that nobody can backstab.
I like something you said there, which was you're going up against superstar players, because it feels like to me for a lot of these regions, a lot of these players got in via kind of voting processes, right, Hypox? And because of that, it's more likely, surely, that the big fraggers, the big heavy hitters of the regions got voted in, because they're kind of the guys that always get highlighted, right?
Well, the thing is, it was the other players in the region voting for who they wanted to see in the roster.
Right.
It's kind of come from probably the most credible voting sample that you could possibly ask for.
It's of your peers.
Exactly, yeah. So these are the players that have stood out, that have actually stood out to the other players within the region and said, that's who I'm happy to have represented on Nation.
And you couldn't vote for yourself, you couldn't vote for your teammates, so there's nothing going on there. You're going to have the absolute best players that your colleagues think of you, your rivals. So I'm really happy to see the kind of format that's playing out here, because I'm quite sure that we're going to be seeing the best of the best really represented here.
I mean, and everybody wanted to have the best players to represent their nation. So not would you only go for the best players, but you also wanted to have the best combination of players. Because in the end, this is a team game. You got to work together as a team.
Do you reckon us, Team Desk, could have a chance against all of this?
Wait, we got 3 ex-players here, of course.
And then you got a potato, so...
Well, I would say with confidence, if they're throwing us in there and there's 17 teams instead, I'm quite sure we'll be ending in the top 5.
Okay, this is the time.
I'm with you on that one.
It's at this point that we make the mandatory Froz driving joke, so just insert that there. And
wow.
And then
that
not
was really
top
funny.
5.
I like that.
I just don't drive, okay? And we're going to be all good.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll drive. The other guys will shoot out. Full steel strats to shoot out of the car. Yeah, like that. Let's do that, guys.
SKS.
That or boat rotations through the blue. That one as well.
Let's not talk about that.
That's you. That's on you guys.
It's not. Whoa. Every single tournament we defend ourselves. Wasn't us, boys. Wasn't us. All right. Anyway. Beyond that, some of the teams that we haven't really touched on too much are the teams from North America, of course. When you got Canada and Team USA, we've talked about them a little bit. Hypoc, talk to me.
Canada, I think, is a perfect example of where we have this superstar roster.
Yeah.
We have K-Mine, we have Drassel, we have Maluk, we have Moody. Those arguably are the four kind of key players from their rosters. And actually, when we talk about Tempo Storm, we talk about Sharky, we talk about Zampa, Maluk is actually the brains behind that team.
Yeah.
And
he's the brain on the team.
The brain.
Yeah.
But yeah. Wow. Well, I wasn't going to say it.
But no. I mean, he is. It's in terms of he is that clever.
He's the overmind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant he's the only.
No, not in the
We'll
overbrain.
breeze over that real quick. But yeah, I mean, this is just it's stacked. I think this is a team that arguably on paper has the most potential to over deliver. And I think actually when you talk about the season that Drassel had and the season that K-Mine have, these are heavy hitters.
I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball. Obviously, they have had experience with each other in the past. However, most recently they've all been playing on separate teams completely. Does that hinder them a little bit, or what do you think?
Well, I think this is the thing. Talking about Maluk being, big brain player, he's the one that actually can tie this together and make it work. And actually the other rosters we looked at where we say we've got strong RGLs and strong fraggers, actually just throwing in a lot of fraggers together and hoping somebody can carry the RGL role. I think Maluk's actually going to be able to tie this together and make this work. And I think he's one of the few players actually here that we could actually demonstrate that with this roster.
I mean, also, like you're saying, they're the key players of the team. I feel like they're some of the key players of MPL itself.
Absolutely.
And also, Maluk is a guy that the others respect, so they will be listening to his calls. They're going to make sure we're going to do everything we can to make sure that it's easier for you to IGL and we can win the games.
And he knows the players so well as well. Like, he played against them, he played with them, and he knows how to micromanage them, what player to put in what position, like when to flank.
And actually also there's got to be a level of respect there. The other three guys are playing with the RGL of the
number one
four-time NPL champions.
Yeah.
Well, North American champions at least. So there's going to be an amount of we're just going to listen, we're going to do what you say.
Yeah. You must have been doing something right during all of this time where you keep beating us. So there must be something there, which makes a lot of sense. Of course, with other teams to look over, United States here with Sharky in it, Zampa, Valier, and Bahawaka. Guys, what do you make of the team? Do you think that United States is going to be able to make a dent? I think a lot of people are a little bit skeptical due to the fact that there are so many really, really strong teams here, but what were your impressions?
I mean, the easy thing for Valiant, who is going to be IGL, he got Bahawaka from his own team with him, so that's going to help a little bit. Then you have Sharky and Zampa. They can be a little bit of a wild card.
Well, this is complete actual opposite flip of Canada. If we can have one of these players take the reins and control the other three, actually, we've got a lot of potential in this roster, but one of the things we come and talk about when we think about Sharky and Zampa time and time again are these solo plays, and that's a factor that we need to take into account here.
Surprise, surprise, when the crowd gets loud, we know that Korea is on the screen. As of course here, very, very strong roster, and a lot of people here do believe that they will be challenging here for the championship. And it's almost natural that South Korea, when it comes to esports, is challenging for championships. And we know from the past, when it comes to esports and things like that, that the Korean fans, the Korean pundits, everything like that, if South Korea doesn't beat non-Koreans, especially on their turf, they almost never let them live it down. So we know that they've been working extremely hard, Hypoc, to try and overcome that kind of situation.
Yeah, and actually, not to overlook, it's a huge advantage to have, this noise behind you at an event. And hearing that on stage, obviously in between games, and I mean, they've got to be absolutely buzzing to come out on the stage here and get that reception. That's a confidence boost in itself. The home comfort factor shouldn't be overlooked at an event like this.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing a home turf. Sure. You know everything, not just inside the game, but outside. A factor that I always bring in because I feel like this is an important thing. And it's like stuff like food and so on. What are you eating? How are you feeling?
Speaking of food, fish and chips, mushy peas, God save the Queen, because it's Great Britain here. And again, normally I'm not too nationalist. I'm not too,
I'm surprised we have 4 people here on our talent, for the English talent.
Yes.
That is English.
Yes.
How have we no votes on the Great Britain lads?
Because we understand our esports history.
We
no,
understand that we're
I don't get
rubbish.
that.
We
You
know
saw-
where we stand.
The boys, they tweeted after 4 games of the scrims, they had 3 second places. And that talks to
Not first though, is it?
what these, like, potentially what these
Story
guys...
of our life.
Story of your life, always second now. You said
Apart from
that, you said
1966.
that you're...
Apart from then. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It is now time to get game number 1 underway here. It's the PUBG Nations Cup. We're heading to Miramar. 16 teams, 3 days, $500,000. Yes, indeed. This is going to be one absolute blinder of a tournament. My name is Sims. This is Matrim, and we are live from Korea. Matrim, this is just going to be one hell of a wild ride. We have no idea what is going to happen when all these regions are thrown onto one map.
I cannot wait. This is going to be one of those events you're just going to have to buckle in for because there is so much unexpected stuff that can happen. And we're talking about mixed up teams composing all of these rosters. We have so much national pride that's going to be rivalries going against each other. I mean, we even saw inside of this trash talk between, like, signed teams.
Individual rosters.
Kind of going after each other. I cannot wait to see how this breaks down.
I mean, this is the wild thing, right? We have 2 rosters down there that are actually full teams in national leagues. We have one team that is the home crowd favorite, South Korea, just a little bit, and then 13 other teams that are all ready, willing, and able, and chomping at the bit, because that's a lot of money to be taking home. 100 grand for first place.
Phew, that is nice.
And then 3 days ago, we had announced that the Asian regional spot for the World Championship after this is also on the line. So that's something else that adds not only a bit of momentum, but a bit of firepower for these Asian teams potentially, who are also vying for that extra spot on the bus.
And this could be very, very important because now we have I know it's going to be kind of a fun event whenever we're looking through this, but also these Asian teams are going to be playing it a little bit more sweaty than everybody else because, again, national stakes are on the line, but now also getting a regional spot, moving over into the Classic coming up here in a couple of months, that is big, and that's going to really light a fire under a couple of these teams.
I mean, that's a $2 million World Championship. It's like, it's big money, it's big game, and South Korea, especially here in this arena, it's hometown turf. It's as simple as that. They have the crowd behind them. They have the firepower. A lot of our casters, not me. Were you one of them?
What?
Did you vote for South Korea?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Okay.
I went
well,
with
the casters up
Finland.
here didn't, but a lot of people did. James went for the safe bet, but James is...
We already
James.
know. That's just how James is.
Just favoritism. He
I
likes
mean,
to
we could be
instantly go for
doing an event over in the West, and it'll be like, South Korea's going to win. Just the way it works.
I picked Russia, and everyone kind of gave me a bit of a funny look at one point, because I know a lot of Europeans went for Finland, the Finland kind of mix, or just with the home team advantage. For me personally, when I look towards Russia, because we have all these mixed teams, I don't necessarily think they will be, and I suppose this goes for all the rest of the rosters here, you'll be able to do some weird and wacky stuff and not be punished as hard. Like if you're playing in National League, you have the teams, you have the cohesion, you have certain areas, buildings, priority places locked down. You can't just run off and do your own thing and hope for the best. A team will be able to shut that down, lock it down, kill the player and make it work. For me, this will happen here, in my opinion. You will get these individuals. Duckmans from Face It, when you were casting him,
God, yes.
the stuff that he was doing was just insanity.
I cannot wait to watch more Duckmans play. I mean, we even saw him in the little video coming through there. He's like, okay, yeah, we know we don't always win, but we think we've got it this time. I mean, hell, whenever we were looking at him and Face It, this guy was a one-man army in and of himself. I just cannot wait to see now that he's kind of got polished and has faith in all of his teammates around him. That's going to be nuts to watch. But I do 100% agree with what you're talking about. Like, a lot of these teams have specific comms, call-outs. Well, that's one of the big things that happens inside of PUBG so much. Everybody has their own localized call-outs for things, like a specific place you want to rotate to or how you're going to go through. Now that we've got these rosters mixed up a little bit, communication's not going to be as crisp as we're used to. So these solo pushes, these like nice aggressive plays that we might be seeing from Russia or Valiate or Zampa over in North America that they're known for could be quite big.
And I suppose that's where it comes down to testing yourselves, getting in the waters, throwing yourself down, and picking the IGL, listening to that one individual player. There's many out there on many different teams, but only one can lead them to victory. It looks like game one, map one, day one is about to get underway. It's going to be Miramar. The plane is in the air. And honestly, Matt, we have no idea where these teams are going. We've seen the scrims. We can try and guesstimate all day. But for all we know, we could have hot drops straight off the bat.
And that's what I love about these first couple of rounds of events. Sometimes it can be a little chill where everybody's just trying to figure out what's going on. But this is a tempo-setting game. because now everybody's going to get a little bit of extra space on the point boards, or we might actually have to see them trying to catch back up onto it. So naturally, everybody's going to be a little bit calm off the get-go, but nobody knows how this could lay out. We can see there is a clump of people going right over Chumasera right now. That looks like that's Japan and Turkey. Naturally, we also have a couple of teams that are going to be looking for buying for potentially Picado back over towards the north. I wouldn't be surprised if we see San Martin get a little bit of attention as well.
The road to being crowned the Nations Cup 2019 champion starts now. Remember, we are only 3 days of this competition. There is only 15 games. If you muck this up early on and you go down in 16th, you're losing points early. Initial, we said this, contact could be made potential. It is. Japan and Turkey, they meet. They're on the far side down to the south, more towards the Kumasiri side. You have the high side, you have the low side. At the moment, I think the initial one might be Mur here.
Japan's got the guns. You can see they're just on the hunt. Turkey is going to be the first blood of this event, but I think everybody else from Turkey is already on the run, trying to separate out as much as they can.
If I'm not mistaken, this did actually happen, the same scenario in the scrims. Japan took the high side, Turkey got the low, and they were forced down. They had to back out from this.
Oh, that
screen,
circle.
I'm just seeing...
Look at that. That is far up towards the northeast. Look at the cluster of the teams. Everybody jumped really, really early, so that means it's going to be some very messy rotations coming into play.
Okay, we do have the fight down in the bottom left. We will keep tabs on it, but something I want to touch on with that circle. Who's in the central point? It's going to be Germany. And guess what? Germany is a full squad, and that's where they usually go.
Oh, my God. That is going to make it so rough for so many of these teams that are going to be rotating through. We can see that it's been a little bit of an interesting start for everybody, but a lot of these teams have managed to carve out their own specific location. Looking back over at Thailand right now, we're talking about Duckmans. This guy put on a show, but Minoru is a guy we have got to keep an eye on as well. That guy is absolutely fire right now.
We'll have a quick discussion about where teams are. We can see the map, so we'll just try and break this one down further. You saw that initial contact was made. Japan, Turkey around just above Kumasira side, where the silos are. Down below them, we do see, or at least I can see on the map, Finstrike is lurking. We call them Finstrike. It's the Windstrike meme, but it's actually Finland. We'll go with that one. We'll keep going with the countries just in case you don't watch the PL, you don't know how things go down. But Finland is lurking in the distance. Picado, it has been taken over by Korea. They are plumb center. They're happy for now. Los Leones, Argentina. They've got a good old foothold inside that town. No one's really going to do much in there because that'll be locked down. But if you do want to rotate all the way down in the south, if you want to take that coastal road, you have to be very, very careful. There are two teams side by side, Matrim. We see Russia and we see China. They're causing a bit of a blockade. It looks like USA, from my angle, are actually taking the western side, so they'll avoid that. But this is the scenario that I was just speaking about.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a setup. You can see that Kimba's taking a little bit of damage back on this. China feels like they're feeling pretty aggressive about this. They have a nice angle. Godby's up to the side of it. But Summer's just got a bead right back over on Kimba, and that's going to be a easy down coming up for Summer.
He had a bullet in the side of the helmet. You could see the mark, and he finds a second one. Kemba goes down. That should be initial follow-up. 1 point moves to China. They will claim the first scalp all the way down to the south. So now Russia, I can see them just backing off. They have to be very careful, though, because if they rotate, I do see Chinese Taipei lingering in the distance. So it's provided they're careful on that route, they will pretty survive this one. But with 3 players, it's going to be difficult, because that circle is going to be a hell of a traverse upwards.
I mean, this area in general can just be kind of messy, depending on how you have to make your ways through it. Naturally, we do have Germany, we're talking about very centered up, but looks like we've got Canada on the move right next to Basel. Is he going to find the angle for it? Going to take a couple of shots, but not going to connect with a lot. That's going to get a little bit of damage onto the vehicle, but it looks like Maluk is going to make it back off onto the hills. You can see Moody immediately stopped on that and is going to reposition around.
The call didn't come through quick enough. Can't have hurt the vehicle just in time, otherwise he would have moved onto that roadside. The 16, yes, it's not a full automatic AR, so you're always going to have a difficult one. It does kick like a donkey at times when you're spraying away with it, but certainly a warning comes through from Maluk. Gets away with his life. Didn't even think they were attacking it, to be honest. So happy days for now. El Pozo, you can see just on the western side, that's where USA will take their route. They'll go up to the north, maybe potentially kick it in around La Copa area and punch it in potentially again somewhere around Tony Oada. You see Cruz de Val as well. You do have that hillside that they could, which will provide them cover. Water treatment will be hot. People have to be careful of this. If you're going to make an entry point in the western side of that circle, you will have several teams. Team Great Britain, they're plumb center of that scenario which I was speaking about. Korea just below them. Thailand's there as well, and so is Australia around the water treatment. It depends what Australia do. If they move and play border control, then they will catch these teams that are rotating more towards the northern side of the circle.
We've got Canada that's kind of encroaching back over next to where we can see Vietnam to make the stop over for it. Luke is up on the high ground from this, looking back down. It looks like he fed the information over. So we have Canada kind of creating a line, looking back over towards 2 members of Vietnam. The other 2 members look like they're doing a little bit of a rotation out around and might be creeping up back behind the other side of Canada.
Cautiously for now. I've already been warned. More shots coming through onto Drassel. I mean, it's dangerous because you are downwind of this fight and there are only 2 men. At 50% your capacity, you are going to be taking a fight on a deficit side.
And it's right in the center, and there's going to be so many teams rotating through.
The problem is Canada have problems of their own. He's seen that. He definitely saw that the grenade was transitioned through. They're going to start to pull back. I think Silzen's saying, okay, we don't want nothing to do with this. We'll just force ourselves back. So Canada holds its ground. They've got 2 teams there at either side. And that's what they have to be careful of on the next rotation. Learn where these people are. Make sure they keep a track of them. Just don't let them wander away and hide away. Because then when you move forward off the back of this transition, you could be running into an open trap. Pew.
He's in a, looks like he realized he was in a little bit of trouble. Reels did have an angle back over for it. So Pio's just going to get back out of there. And it feels like everybody's got a really good amount of information gathering at this stage. Oh my. Michael takes a couple of shots. Looks like he regrets that real quick.
There was a warning shot that came through from Reels, but as you mentioned, Michael did get a warning one back. The pan potentially could have saved him. Oh, China again with a second one. This time it's on to Japan. So Japan, the team that picked up the first frag, they do lose a player. Gabba goes down at December 12th. He finds one. SLR, bullet to the brain, confirms it. Job done. 1 point to them. China at the moment. Let's have a look at their position on the map. Where are they? Okay, so they're quite far, to be fair.
Yeah,
Turkey, Brazil, Russia. There are so many teams still outside the circle up against the blue.
I mean, this could be very, very messy for a couple of these guys. Brazil looked like they were often going up towards the north. This is going to get really messy really quickly. Turkey is not taking any shots right now. I think that they're aware that they have a couple of teams around them, and it's really risky. No! Your vehicle's running off on you, man.
Well,
the beautiful death just watching it roll away. Gonna run right over there next to the Brazil.
If he wasn't going to shoot at the Matrim and give away his position, at least the car will now. He's given up the game. I suppose it could be just a 9,000 IQ player, which gives him some defense. He will watch them in the distance.
See, it looks like more players, right? Whenever the vehicle's rolling down and there's a guy walking, see, it's 2 guys, not just one that's going to take those shots back over there. Sixmo switch.
I love it.
Oh, man, this is a real aggressive early game. I mean, no surprise coming out from China. These guys are known for very aggressive early games.
We have seen in PEL, it was actually Uber, funnily enough, onto Scoom, the seat switch was just disgusting. Drive-by outside of the passenger with an AR, you love to see it. Does go for the style points, I'll give you that. Why not? A doozy. In the distance, do see the vehicle feeding all this information back.
This is in the blue.
Just about to touch on that. I'm assuming you're wondering why, and I am too. But then again, if they are fighting off the back of losing a player quite early on, you're always going to be feeling it. It does a lot to your mental stability, and you want to let players maybe go central of this circle first. This circle is prone to be the biggest hardship. Well, I say you don't really know prone to be the biggest, but if there is going to be a massive hardship, it's in this initial one. Sometimes going central can be your downfall, because once you're trying to get out the middle of the pack, if you do have to go to the edge, then you have so many teams just stacked up on a brick wall in front of you.
But the problem with it is if the circle does go center, now you have nowhere to go because everybody is just set and locked into position. You can see Finland's doing a little drive-by next to USA. This is way up to the north, but it's still back down to the south. Looks like Russia and China did finally manage to separate out a little bit. Japan's making their way into the circle as well. And there is that duo up center that we were talking about. I got to say, this is not looking too comfortable for Russia or China.
Yeah, this is the main issue now. What side of the map are you on? How do you make an entry point here? Because this will be a border protected circle. The north looking quite good, but certainly open. It's not without its own downfall. If you do come in through Thierry Bronco, which I'm already seeing Jempty scouting that out. You would expect to see Jempty. Does it face clan Team Liquid? I'm thinking old times. I'm seeing him. I'm seeing him with Mexi these days, so it's just rolling back the years a little bit there. Either way, he is the scout. He likes to go off and do his own thing, call out opposition, and certainly a man who can when it comes to finding a team, fighting up against them. He can take his own battles and pick them if needed, but he will find a place for the rest of Finland to come down and follow. Cruz de Val still holds USA just to the left-hand side. Turkey, Japan, and China. Still Russia as well. Nowhere near the circle.
One thing I want to point out is we do see Korea playing right against the edge of the circle right now. Looks like they were potentially trying to hunt down a couple of kills, trying to get something off of rotation. But I mean, with the way we have everything set up, everybody is trying to rotate fairly late. Usually in competitive PUBG, we see a lot of very early rotations. It feels like everybody is still just trying to get a measure of the map and figure out where everybody's going. Finally, Germany is regrouping because they've been in control of this location for quite a while, now making their way back down around El Alza.
Yeah, the regroup here for Germany will be good for the simple fact they're in a 2-1-1 split. So if anyone pulls up on these priority compounds that they're holding, they could just... You okay, Chris?
Well, you say that, but I mean, they got Finland coming up back behind them, and that's going to be a little bit dangerous. But hey, look, China finally made it out of the blue.
That's the reason they're pulling away from El Azhar, to be fair. I suppose in case it does hatch it to the side, you don't want to get locked inside that city.
Oh no, Japan.
And they do have the 2-1-1, which I suppose it gives them more options if they do want to regroup at a different location, or even just for a point of moving once the circle does shift. USA's in, as you mentioned. Turkey is in the next compound that we will see China and Japan. We could have a three-way here match, and we've got one team directly in front of them. They head towards Turkey's compound. This could be dangerous. This will also give the information to Team GBR. Great Britain is on the edge of this circle where all these teams are going to make an end. They're actually gatekeeping the road. This could be some points for Great Britain should these teams be actually floodgating towards them.
The problem with it is Japan is actually in the buggy right now. I was going to say, that is just dangerous, man. Being on the back of that thing and running through two different teams, now making their way back over next to Great Britain. We go. Dev's trying to make a round the side of that. I think he's going to be on the other side of that rock, but I think Turkey still has an angle back for this. But you can see it's been a little bit of a shift. It's getting a little bit violent. Japan takes one loss inside that. That's super dangerous. Turkey still looking back over towards China.
It's a rather unorthodox position to be fair. You want to expect Turkey to be in a compound, basically camping it down while the blue is on the back. So it is rather unorthodox, but it has worked, and it's picked him up a point or two, I believe. Two indeed, a beautiful death, and Ira one apiece. I suppose that's better off as well, because actually they've got some slight revenge there onto Japan, because they were the ones that got the initial frag on them and took their player away from them. Depp, the last man standing.
I mean, a little bit of vengeance, down to one guy now, and so now Depp has just got the entirety of his country's pride on his back. And you can see there's just people driving around. This is so nerve-wracking. He's going to go for the shots back over towards Cairo, and that's just going to draw a lot of attention. Are we going to see them stop? Look at this. That's a lot of damage back over towards Depp, and that's going to be it. Japan is the first team out.
It's a questionable play. I'm stunned he went for that. In a one versus any scenario, when you're on your own like that, you want to be playing for placement. Why go for them? They're all happily accept a battle. You're just going to go for the refrag. They're all close together. If you are going to go for that scenario and try and pick up one individual player, then maybe go for the last one and not the one that's going to keep coming forward, because he has support. They accept the challenge. They get out the car. And unfortunately, Japan, they are gone. 16th place, game number one. Turkey do make it in. Great Britain along the roadside. And while that was all going down the circle, it hard shifted to the west.
A couple of shots going back now next to Argentina. They're taking a little bit of damage, but I think he's going to make it back behind that. Yep, so should be perfectly comfortable there. So these are just hello bullets at this point. I don't see any downs coming out from it. But one thing to note is not inside the circle. So Brazil is actually posted up inside of it, so it has to keep an eye on it.
Matchroom, we've just seen on the map. It looks like
yeah.
Australia has turned up USA. We've already seen the grenades cycling through the hands of the players. The bombardment does begin. This is a compound fight. All four players up on both sides, respectively.
And I love this. We haven't had a chance to really talk about Australia, but these guys have been on a roll lately. This is a very strong team in and of itself. So USA looking back over towards Australia, it looks like everything's kind of calmed down for a second.
Look, Matt, you're from the USA side. Talk to me about these individual players. Who kind of takes point here? Who's your sniper? Who's your marksman? What are you looking from these individuals?
It's really hard to say in this configuration, because we have seen Valiate and Zampa both kind of pull off these really interesting flank positions before. So with this, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, I can see Zampa coming back into the vehicle off the side of this. Looks like he was trying to go for an offsides position, but also Sharky's been known for that. So at what point, whenever you have Team USA that's known for a whole bunch of flankers, who's kind of the one guy that stays in the center? I'm venturing to say it's probably going to be Baja that's posted up over there. But look at this. We also have Finland looking back over next to China, and that could be a very interesting fight to get started up.
China caught off guard ever so slightly in a 2-2 split. There is a compound in front of them, a priority one for that, especially with this kind of circle. They could take residency in, but they have to regroup, which they are doing. Get the resources together. Uber.
Gotta be super careful.
Just pulled up here. Nade up and over. It's ticked. It's cooked. Two are there as well, but they go too far. Silzen without that damage. About 40% HP. The second one falls through. They think they've gone down to the south. He's not. He's further up close and personal.
I really love that. You can tell Silzen had an idea on where these grenades were going to go. Went ahead and abandoned, started making his way up. taking a couple of shots back to the side of this, but now out inside the blue, this big damage is going to start to stack up. Russia's trying to get a couple of shots back over. You can see the grenades are prepped, but they're going to bounce very interestingly.
Matt, I'm really sorry I have to break you off. Aduzi's behind them. Aduzi is right behind them on the opposing side of the road. They've no idea. If he gets over in time, he's quite split from the rest of the pack, but if he gets here in time, he can pick up some big points.
Uba's going for the spray back over on Argentina. At least 2 of their members managed to make it away. Are we going to see this next vehicle make it through? A couple of shots going to go through, and it's going to be Brazil that actually saves Argentina, getting a couple of shots back over towards it.
That's in the graveyard. They're third party in this one. The circle's been favourable to them. It does shift more towards the southeast. Graveyard's still in. Everywhere else kind of open. Thailand, they are looking happy. Not quite center of the map, but damn near it. Uba goes down to the blue. That was a knock that came through Brazil. Argentina further afield. Russia, my pick of the tournament, is gone. 15th place for them. Rather unfortunate caught between a rock and a hard place. Argentina from behind, Brazil in front. Now, the circle, it condenses. Luke 12. Unfortunately, Australia's dream machine, the man, the myth, the legend, has fallen to Miraku. He's been confirmed and cleaned up. Team GBR, they're just teetering on the edge of the circle. Everyone else, unfortunately, including Australia, is getting ahead of the game in front of them.
Finland does manage to make it back through Great Britain and gets into a nice position, but they do have Australia next to them. We still have 54 people alive at this stage of the game, and you can see there's not a lot of space to work with. Finland looks like they might be in a little bit of trouble, as at least 2 different teams have angles to look back over towards them, and they have Germany back down the hillside that might look back around here, go for a couple of shots. So now, you know, at this stage of the game, when you're committing to Shack Life, you've got some problems ahead of you.
Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, man himself, Duckman's looking back down that angle too.
My worry is that if another team get wind of this, the fact that it's a hop, skip, and a jump is Germany. One player just runs across and posts a grenade in that building there. Oh, gone Zampa. Leo finds him and instas him. That's a flush and a half. Bye-bye, Zampa. 1 point picked up. Chinese Taipei. Leo, thank you very much. Strassel and the rest of the boys are on the hillside here. Canada still standing strong. They do have a line of sight on some of these battles.
Every event, it's always North America versus North America as they post up against each other. So Canada looking back over towards USA. But we do have Chinese Taipei right around that same location. Australia is also posted up right over around similar location next to Korea and Great Britain, who is still just gatekeeping out. So really, we're at that stage of Miramar where everybody's just trying to get into these little ravines to find these little sneaky paths. And it looks like USA is in a little bit of trouble, is at least trying to get the res back over here, and Valiate off on the other side, not even in the safe zone yet.
I'll tell you who is in trouble. China, Korea, and Great Britain are looking directly at them. They need to make their way out of the compound. The blues on the back. They have to move. Keep an eye on that kill feed, because honestly, I think we'll be seeing them go down any second. I'm just seeing Tracer Fire laying down from afar. Summer, he's been caught off. December 12 knocks himself out, jumps out the vehicle. They're all falling. Michael cleans up the kill, picks up Summer. 1 point moves towards him. 2 now for Great Britain. Pio, though, he smells blood. Korea, they want to get involved in this, because those players out in the blue for them, unless they give it up and deny points to other... Stolen! Okay.
I was expecting that one. You could see both guys had moved back down there. Pio was looking on one angle, Michael on another. China is just locked down. Godvi is on near on no life, just trying to stay alive. Nope, he's not even going to get that off. Now it's just Mad 98, and this is bad. There is nowhere to go, man.
I mean, what can you do here? You don't want to run out of there, because all you're going to do is just give points to your opponents. You know there's a full wall of 2 teams there, so you just need to sit it out and hope to God one team dies before you.
Oh, but look at Pio. Is he going for a reposition? Has he given up and said, okay, we know China's going to die, and looking back now next to Great Britain, he might have a high ground angle onto it. USA finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. Look back on the hillside, already has 1 member down and out, so that's now everything on Baja's back as he's just trying to throw down a smoke, get something out of this, at least time to get some meds up, but Leo's looking back around on this angle. I mean, it's just Baja at this stage now.
K-Mines came in and just whipped that one up, so Sharky, that actually moves the point towards him. Canada, smell this one. There's blood in the water, they want more. China's gone 14th place. Great Britain moving onwards. Turkey now to fall. Argentina, I was worried about them, but honestly, it's not a big deal. They're doing well. 6 more, he goes down as well. That's an instant confirmation of the knock from earlier on. The USA, you did just see fall, and looking for some, number 13. Australia, they have made contact with Thailand. This is the main compound that's still inside this circle. Great Britain now have Korea directly behind them.
Oh, here we go. Korea making that push that we were talking about beforehand. Reels back on one angle, very aware of it, throwing out the grenades, trying to get a little bit more space. Has to be very, very cautious, especially when you're playing on these Miramar hills. When you throw out those grenades, they're going to bounce. They're going to roll back down that hillside. Great Britain seems to be aware of the situation, trying to move forward, but Onyx up at the top of it, has an angle. It's a beautiful shot back down towards Michael. That's going to be a stop. Look
Look at the push from Aqua 5 right up into their face. Preps out the grenade, trying to get a little bit more angle. Aqua 5 still holding this really up by himself. Pio still around the other side of that hill, trying to find the right angle for it. And I gotta say, Great Britain is just trying to run to get out of the situation.
Michael was cooking the grenade. It dropped on the floor and killed him. So that point goes to Korea. There is a response. Pio goes down, but so does Vard. So trade for trade. Miraku smokes are there. The ninjas in pajamas, or at least the two-man are with them.
Finland's pushing back around the other side angle from Great Britain. There is nowhere for Great Britain to go. Look, Samty is looking back on this angle, realizes he is in a lot of trouble, but Korea is still just leapfrogging with their cars down around the side of this. It's just a fight for dominance of this edge of the circle. Reels, what do you got? Do you have the angle back onto it? Samty does go down.
Miraku finds the shot, finds the face, job done. Nades up and over we go. How much more damage? Tiksu forced to disengage from this one. They've overextended. Korea's now seen them. They're directly in front of them. Reels finds Samty. That's the confirmation. The grenade's there. Tiksu off angle. AKM up close and personal. Should they step forward, they'll have to deal with this. Tiksu, if he finds a grenade, the information's there. It could take some health off them. No, it doesn't. But it does give the info there lingering on the other side. Reels lowballs the grenade. That answers back, but the grenade damage is real. Miraku's down. I really would expect them to push this advantage.
But Australia's off on the other side of Korea, so here come the grenades out on one side of this. You can see Australia's trying to move around through it. Aqua 5 does go down. Alex is still just trying to hold this angle. Finland's still just trying to dismantle Great Britain. It is just a cluster of teams off to the side of this. Insight's just making his push around the outside. Is Ionix the last person up at this point? Yes, he is. He's going for the sprays back over towards Australia. Can he do it? Trying to get him down, somehow survives.
Ionix does survive. 12th position will be Australia's grade for now. Great Britain still going toe-to-toe. Korea going strong. Ionix last man standing. How many more can he take? He keeps going and going. Death after death. Finally, somebody puts him in the grave. So many teams have gone down during that transition. South Korea, that's 11th place for them. UK also 4. They just got ahead of the game with 10th. We're down to 9. No, we're not. We're down to 7. How did I even miss this? So many people died in that one single engagement.
There is just nowhere to go inside of this complex. Germany has just been comfortably sitting out inside the center of the circle, but it has been a bloodbath as teams have just been stacking across, just trying to make it into the safe zone. You can see Finland finally gets back up their reses. Should have a chance to get a little bit of meds off, but you can see third parties are the factor right now. Everybody seems to have a sight line on at least one other team.
Okay, let's calm things down for a second.
Right.
That was a bit of a wild roller coaster, and there was just attention from all angles of this map. Thailand yet to do anything. They've been quite quiet, but they have to move from the safety of that position they've been in all this time. They have to be careful because Jemti does have an eye line on them. So all three players from Finland are now focused towards them. Germany has the only last standing compound in this circle. They've been plumb center the entire time, and now they're making the aggressive push. I can see Canada. They're knocking at the door. They're just lingering downwind of them. Germany actually got it. Okay, so Mexico did push out. Duckmans does find contact initially with the guys on the side of Finland. Remember, they're outnumbered 4-3 here.
These shots are insane from Duckmans. He is just tearing apart Finland right now. Gets one of them down. Already gets a lot of damage. Gonna go ahead and fall, but get a second one. And look at that! Duckmans destroys Finland.
He just battered them all!
What is with these solo plays inside this game already? This is just the first game, Rich.
The kid's a freak.
Look at this. All right,
you can't do that to Finland.
I picked Finland to win this, and he just tore them apart.
All right, so we got Taipei in a nice position. Germany as well. You can see Brazil got their smokes down, trying to get a little bit more space. Canada still alive, very, very quiet, but it's a bloodbath off to the side. The Blues coming in, Brazil. I don't think you got time to go for those reses.
So Germany do have a really good position, but the problem is that they have literally teams on every single angle. A full 360-degree angle. You can't peek out the window. We're always seeing individuals actually falling because of that. Brazil falling at the wayside. Vietnam will have eyes on them. Thailand's lingering on the other side as well. Minuro time for him to strike. Instantly cleans up that one. Gives another point towards, and that's 5. The last stand for Andy. What can he do, though? Okay, so Thailand, again, now they've had the safety of that building removed from them. Is a difficult stance. Yes, Duckmans is there. He can respond. He can go front. Maybe give some body block here, but it looks to me like Canada's actually getting boxed in.
They're in a little bit of trouble. Grenades are coming through. Lots of damage out. They just got a res off, but you can see somehow Maluk is weathering all of these grenades drop next to him. 4 members of Vietnam are trying to push back over onto this, but a nice push coming out from Canada is going to reveal Maluk, though. He does get one down, but it's all
onto Moody now as K-Mine is down as well. This grenade could spell the end of Canada, depending on how it bounces. Moody's going to step up around it, has the angle for it, but Levis is just going to push right up into Moody's face. They know he might be going for the res, trying to deny it. That grenade is going to finish it off, and there we go. Vietnam takes down Canada.
Bye, boys. If the grenade didn't do it, it was the aggressive push that would. Moving up there is perfect time to strike in PUBG. Get your enemy wounded, let them put the smokes up and then press. Because below the smokes, your footsteps are hidden. It's not just a smoke screen to your eyes, but the noise also disengages the ears, so you can make a push like that, and it does work for now.
Chinese Taipei has an angle back over towards Thailand, taking a couple of shots. You can see the smokes are out, but Germany's also participating inside this. Brexco going to go ahead and take away one of these. That's going to be a steal going over towards them. Germany has been in a really interesting position. Sure, they get the circles, but they haven't had a chance to get a ton of kills as of yet because nobody's really pushed into their position, so that's why they're on the hunt right now. Chinese Taipei is trying to push off to one side. Meanwhile, Thailand also pushing back around over this while we've got Vietnam and Andy, the last guy alive for his squad, just kind of looking at everything, praying no one looks his direction.
So Germany have to pick their fights here. They're very sparse and very separated. Duckmans again just adds another body to the tally. Brazil, 5th position, will come through. Sapu finds Duckman, so at least they take out the Hunter, the Terminator for now. Put a bit of a stopgap on that one. Chinese Taipei, they'll get themselves back together. Rally the troops, get the health, get yourself back on your feet and prepare to move because they all have to come down this hill. It's going to be a bloodbath anywhere you go. Teams are just lingering on the side of this one. It's kind of a bit of a bowl ditch compared to where this compound is. You have to go up, essentially up and over. 4th position, but a valiant effort. Plenty of kills in the bag will give them some decent points. Germany, though, they are standing strong.
Germany is in a great position right now, but look at Vietnam sitting on 8 kills right now. Got a nice angle to make a poach. Look at Nizam. He's kind of pushed around the other side of this. Everybody knows that they're going to probably have to push around where Germany's at. It depends on how these angles come into play. If we see Chinese Taipei, they are going to have to push over next to Germany. Vietnam does not have to go anywhere, nor does Germany. So all the pressure over on this is going to be hard.
The only way they lose this is if they pick too many battles. If they decide to engage one team and they get hit from a third-party angle that they've not smoked up or made themselves
they still have so much
invisible from.
Like, look at the amount of grenades and smokes.
They've not really been in any fights, so their gear's going to... I think they've had one knock so far. Their gear's going to be good. Their helmets, their chests, they'll still have any smokes, their meds. I mean, for Vietnam, you can already see them. They're just looting body boxes, picking up, claiming what they killed. Happy days for them.
My big thing is I'm keeping an eye on Nizam. His reposition could be absolutely huge depending on how we see Germany have to move through this. It's starting to tell that it feels like Germany feels very comfortable in their position with this new circle setup. They know that they're going to be right on the edge of it, so he could be a very influencing factor in this as Germany might try to regroup. He could find that right angle, but it's Vietnam just going back and forth right now, just taking some shots. SR's already down. Vietnam's just spraying back down towards Milk. That's another one down for him. They know they have the numbers, but they have to be cautious as Germany's looking up onto him. That's going to push them right up into 9 kills, about to be 10. Leo knows he's in a little bit of trouble. Germany can't really participate in this fight just due to angles.
And to be honest, I don't think they really want to, because if they go out as an individual, they might lose a single player. So for them, they can watch this. If they can steal a kill or two, then yeah, great, why not? They've got the level 2 eye line of the buildings. They could, 10 kills?
These guys are just stacking these up. Such great shots back over on this angle. Basil's looking off over towards it. You can see Nizam's got himself 4. Hasn't even been involved inside of this fight. Remember, this is just 3 members. Finally, Nizam, with a little bit of an angle. I thought he was going to go for a shot back over towards this, but now it's just Leo hanging out next to that rock.
I'm just seeing Chris casually with an AUG, so he's clearly geared up.
I mean,
the big man's going to be covered in level 3 armor.
Germany's just been chilling for so long now, but the problem comes into play. How much information have they been able to gather inside of this little divot that they're in? They keep hearing these firefights, but they don't have the best sight lines on what's going on around them.
It's Nizam that's the problem.
Exactly.
If he's stayed there the entire time, they won't have a read on him. If he strikes and just forces the dagger at the right time, then... Oh, here we go. Okay, that's damaging.
Oh, but he gets spotted out by Kate. So there we go. That's going to buy a little bit more space for him. Germany got their 4 kills, looking back over towards Vietnam, trying to find the right angle for it. But again, we're in circle 9. Everything's going to condense down to center, and that's exactly what Germany owns right now.
Keep pressing the advantage. Grenades go up. Got to be careful. They don't overextend. That's a lot of damage. Sapu does have a grenade. Smokes are there. He will go for them. That's where you'd expect to see a team lingering. It does roll down. He's weak. Chris gets it. The big man goes down. That takes away the level 3 gear. Now they're splitting them at the waist side. How much more damage they can do? Spins on the pinhead. They've split. They split battery. They've completely thrown this. What's going on?
Germany
Mexico's still alive, but look, we have so many members from Vietnam. Do they have the angle for it? Looks like Levi's is trying to push up onto this. Is he gonna find the angle before the res comes out? Recto has to step away from it, realizes it's too dangerous. Basil's looking back down on this hillside. Mexico just trying to hold out for it. Grenade's gonna go up a little bit too far. Not finding the angle for it, but there we go! Is that gonna be it? Vietnam walking away with the first game. I would not have expected that.
16 kills, 26 points to open up day one, game one. Germany must be absolutely kicking themselves, Matrim.
I don't know what they were thinking. It felt like they thought that they had it, but I mean, that was a high ground push. They were pushing into somewhere where they didn't know where the repositions were coming from. And I gotta say, Vietnam just had momentum galore coming into that point. They had been fighting for so long and just racking up. Again, 26 points to start off a 3-day event is massive.
It's always hard when you're fighting fights on multiple fronts, and Nizam's position may have just completely thrown Germany off.
Yeah.
They split at the side, it was a 2-1-1, and they even went for the res, unfortunately. I mean, you could have questioned it, should we have potentially gone for the kills as opposed to the res and just lingering around there, but either way, we can't take nothing away. Vietnam, that is a monumental performance to open up game one. You can't ask for any more. 26 points. I honestly cannot say any more. I'm going to leave it for the desk to break that down. For now, we're going to take a very short break. When we return, match number 2 is coming up.
What a game to start off the Nations Cup here, as we have Team Vietnam going absolutely hyper throughout that game, and they gave them the biggest sapow we have ever seen to start things off here for the Nations Cup. What a way to start things off. There were so many good moments throughout that series, throughout that game, guys, as a whole, but we've got to start with Vietnam. What an amazing result for them to get it going.
60 kills in the first game. I mean, we're talking about all-star game here. We got the best players from some of the best nations here. You can't just do this.
How they played the whole game, it's mind-blowing how they're able to. They're definitely one of the kind of the underdogs or dark horses to some, and they're coming to start like this with 16 kills. It's going to put them in such momentum, and I'm quite sure just with this, they're going to be able to finish in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking for an explosive game, and I don't think anybody would have predicted Vietnam coming out and in that fashion as well. They were a massive wildcard factor in this. I mean, they even said in the pre-show video that they were looking to make an upset and prove themselves, and I mean, you can't ask for a better start than that.
What better a statement than that, as you're mentioning. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Very, very impressive by stuff. when it comes to their roster. Sapao is a guy, all jokes aside, that really does stand out when it comes to that game. He really did pop off. There were a few pop-offs during that game that we're going to get to talk about in a few moments' time, but Sapao really did stand out in the game.
I mean, I don't know how he did it. He just went for one after another, and he just never stopped. He never backed out. He just wanted to go further and further and further with it.
I mean, one of the things we talked about was the teams that are going to be able to obviously play this edge strat, and the way they were sweeping down on the southeast corner was actually really impressive to see. I mean, great awareness is obviously Canada's position. Canada actually sat in probably one of the strongest spots in the circle, and for them to come and kind of knock them off that spot, take it, and then capitalize on that was absolutely huge.
I was going to say, I want to stick with you for a moment on this HiPot, because you were mentioning in the final moments of that game that the position that they had is an extremely strong one when you're looking down into that kind of area. So overall, it's very good map awareness in their part as well.
Yeah, I mean, Phase 7 actually saw Germany in a position where everybody was fighting over the top of them, and Germany couldn't really, I mean, Richard even said they have to be careful about what fight they take. They didn't have an opportunity to fight their way out of that compound. And actually, by the end of it, Vietnam clearing the space they had Nizam in a great anchor position, waiting for that flank, and actually drew enough attention so that the rest of Vietnam could clean up the other side of the circle, wipe out Type A, and then capitalize on Germany's position.
For sure. Let's talk about this chronologically a little bit, though, of course, because the start of the game is not quite what we really expected, I want to say. I think that is a fair assessment of it, because we not only saw crazy fights really far away from the blue between a lot of these teams, but also a little bit of a kind of an uncharacteristic start from a team like Turkey.
It also, I want to, before I start talking about Turkey here, you can definitely see how the edge meta and the edge strat really comes into play here. For many of these teams, we saw a lot of clusters down towards the south side. Luckily, the circle did go towards them, so we saw a lot of very interesting edge fights. Russia was one of the teams that really got kind of bit in the knee by the South American team, so I was surprised to see it being that edge heavy and being that kind of late game. But yes, Turkey playing a different style that they usually do in PL. We saw them pull up, push super aggressively, which we don't usually see, and then on top of that, run and like just drive towards the last player from Japan to completely finish that team out. I love to see that kind of play style, especially when we're talking in a superstar setting that we have here. You need to respect all of the teams.
I mean, credit where credit's due. They lost the first player in the game. So to come back and fight the way they did as three is what you want to see out of these teams at this event.
Eventually got themselves 8th place as well during all of the kind of hustle and bustle that was the start of that game. I'm going to come over to you, Froz, because obviously when it comes to a circle like that west of Al Azhar, a lot of teams have choices that they do have to make, and effectively it's a river of Miramar. It's not quite a river, but it's a river that they have to traverse.
Yeah, and we saw that in Circle 3 that it was kind of counting up half of the circle there. You had south side, you had north side. On the north side, we only had 4 teams and 11 teams on the south side, because everyone was thinking, all right, this is the harder part to get down to. It's the south side. So they wanted to be prepared there. At the same time, we did see the circle go down there, so it did benefit them in the end. And we had teams like USA that got stuck by the gas station on the road there itself.
And speaking of Team USA, of course, HiPot, when you were looking at how they were kind of playing out their style, their rotations, how did this kind of shape up compared to what they're normally used to?
I mean, having come from the same roster, obviously, previously under White and Fate, we came under fire for these late wraps that, you know, we never ended up getting into a position where, you know, Circle 3, we were looking to dominate from a central compound. And again, they just got caught at the edge of the circle, and the wrong edge of the circle, admittedly, because they come in late, it shifts away, and they don't have the time to set themselves up. We saw them get stuck with this weird, drawn-out fight at the compound with Australia initially, and then they ended up wrapping around obviously onto the west tip of the city, and then, like Ross said, getting stuck at the gas station where actually you're driving down into a valley in Circle 4 where everybody is looking at you at that point.
And before that, honestly, so if the circle had gone north, it was kind of a 50-50 because we had El Azhar extremely central. But before that, they took such a northern rotation that didn't go on the normal road. They even went north of the Oasis, which is going to take so much longer. So if you come late in and you don't get that circle, which is a 50-50, then you're going to be taking so much longer again.
I mean, for me, it's black and white. You either bank on the 50-50 or you come in late. You can't come in late and then try and chance the 50-50 as well. At that point, you have to send it. You have to get yourself something you can fight from.
I have a few notes here, and I want to read out, ladies and gentlemen, what I've written at home. South Korea, Iononyx goes mental. What? What was that? They took every fight with everybody eventually paid for it, but he popped off.
I mean, the thing was that the way they swung around on Australia, and I think it was actually an Onyx that ended up getting all 4 kills onto Australia, didn't even stop for 5 seconds before he was knocking another 2 members of Great Britain.
Yeah.
The way that he managed to swing those 2 fights together, I mean, you want to go down in a blaze of glory, and that was it.
You can hear it in the arena, like it was getting
it was
ecstatic.
electric
It was insane, and I love to see that. And that's kind of what we can expect to see from South Korea going forward. I think this kind of aggressivity we're going to see from them, I love that. And the aggression they're going to be putting out from the start is really nice.
Aggressivity.
Yeah, that's nice.
You knew I was going to get you.
That's why I changed it in the end. That's why I changed it.
I like it. But overall, I think absolutely an amazing play from Onyx, and I think it is testament almost to the kind of star power that we do have here, Froz, in that a lot of these players can potentially step up to that kind of caliber.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw more players doing that, but it also came down to he knew he was the last man standing for the team.
Yeah.
He couldn't really go for any positioning. He knew that he was going to die. He couldn't go any further. Let's grab as many points as possible in the first game. And I mean, in the end, even though they got 11th place, they did get 6 kills. And 6 points for a first game, it's not bad.
Well, wait a minute, gentlemen, because I need to check in with my notes again here for a moment. Thailand, Duckmans goes mental. What is it? What is going on? There is such good plays in our first game. Duckmans, I think he got a triple very, very swiftly after some great peeking, bobbing and weaving. Very good stuff, Avenger.
I was surprised to see how well that Thailand, they were able to kind of control the southwestern side. Yes, they did get kind of got under fire from the other sides, but before that and how they're able to sweep, stay on that southwestern side, take a lot of points, and Duckman's like, that's probably one of the best triple kills back to back to back that we've been able to see from some of these guys so far, and also in some of the other international tournaments. Duckman's is a force to be reckoned with alone. For these guys, we saw Minoru as well also have some really nice kills. I'm looking forward to see these guys continue their play style and how this, because that's going to pay off for them if they continue this style.
Especially when I think it was against Finland. Was it Duckman?
Yeah, the triple was.
So you're going up against world elite players.
Yeah, I was just about to say the ability to reset from a fight that's probably not advantageous, where they were trying to hold that edge, to then come out and be peeking Finland the way he was peeking them. That takes massive.
I mean, and I saw that on top of that. Sorry to interrupt, Ross. The shots. It was 3 headshots on the first few shots.
Yeah.
That first peek on Tiksu.
It was absolutely insane, and it was just ducking and weaving. There's so much pressure pushing on from a single player onto a full team of Finnish powerhouse.
Let's take a look at the breakdown here for game number 1, of course, as we do have our playing path set in stone, and we're able to take a quick view as to how everyone was dropping. And in general, this drop for a lot of the teams did present some difficult choices when going to the first circle.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of teams dropping early, and they were kind of stuck west of Los Leones where they were fighting each other.
About 6 teams.
About 6 teams.
Yeah.
And then we had a few teams that was on the northeast side, Germany one of them, dropping almost where, I mean, the game ended itself, and it made it into a passive game for them.
I mean, this exemplifies it, right? You see how little Germany had to move throughout this game. They were comfortable, and my question to Froz towards the very end was, they had the compound for so long, were they even warmed up to be able to take the victory?
Well, and actually, historically, we don't see G2 do well in our Azahar circles.
No.
We don't see them perform well in that. So to have them now in this game 1 here, again, arguably a bit of circle favor, but they, I think you've hit the nail on the head. They weren't warmed for the end game there.
But I really liked the kind of the early game we saw from them. They had a 2-2 split to begin with. Then we went into the second phase where they had a 1-1-2 split. Then we saw the next circle pop, and from there they were able to move into a good position. Yes, they only got 4 kills, but they got 6 placement points, so 10 points from this game is respectable. But I would say the way that Vietnam was able to finish up, spread out and kind of wrap around them like a burrito and just finish them and eat them up, it was insane.
Are you hungry?
Yes, a little bit.
I think so.
even though Germany got the second place, they were playing that compound. I feel like they played a little bit too passive.
Yeah.
They could have gone a little bit outside, stretch it out, make sure you get a little bit more info and get a little bit more kills.
I think they left it too late to do that. If they had done that before other teams had started descending, absolutely they could have taken a much better hold on that compound and the surrounding terrain, but they left it too late and they were in a position where they then couldn't do that.
Exactly. On that point as well, you have to remember when they're that center for that long, you will have, like, because it's was kind of into a ball, right? They tried to push out. Chris tried to push out where Chinese Taipei was kind of early. He then got knocked. He had to crawl back into the compound to get rest. So they tried to, but they got denied by the teams that already had control of the point. So being into that ball in fourth circle just kind of held them in. That's why we see the low amount of kills and the placement, because they managed to stay there for so long.
It's not as even as if Vietnam had any easy road into this game either, right? They traversed seemingly some of the longest rotation we saw in the entire game, and then got themselves 16 kills on top of the chicken dinner. They went through a trial by fire, and they passed in flying colors.
I mean, it came down to, in the beginning, they played a little bit slower, but they knew that they needed to take ground towards the end, and they were doing that really good as a team, working on the E side all together. And as you mentioned before, Avenger, when Nism actually sacrificed himself to make sure that the other players on the team could get into a position and win the game.
And of course, Team Thailand here, Duckmans really did stand out. However, of course, he is very much so augmented by a lot of the members around him. It is an all-star lineup for their region, and it is a very heavy fan favorite region as well, when we see all of the viewership coming in from around the world for Thailand and obviously the SEA.
From previous tournaments, we've seen so much support to these guys. They, in general, like Thailand, they're a fan favorite, yes, but they have thousands and like probably millions of fans out there. So much support. Minoru is one of the really big streamers from their region, and I'm happy to see him here to be able to represent his nation.
Team USA.
Team USA, not the best start. I mean, they got themselves 13 plays, 0 kills. They had a rough time, but they also had a rough circle to play with. They landed on the southwest side, had to rotate all the way up on the north.
I want to give credit where credit is due. The circle and the plane that we had. So we had a plane that was from the southwest up to the northeast, and then we had a northeastern circle. So thinking, okay, the north must then be free, which was completely right. Was the best call when you're that far away from the circle. So I really respect that. But yes, as you mentioned before, Hybuck, being able to kind of push in and take a bit of more chances, you can't play both games.
The thing is though, if you're the first out of the plane, you should be able to capitalize on that. And they never took an attempt to get to the right spot in the circle. Like I said, they just bounced between 2 or 3 compounds, but they didn't even decide to take a fight. They didn't end up coming to a fight.
Well, it comes down to Valiant's decision there. They drop out early, they see the circle, and Valiant goes, all right, we're going to be late for the circle anyway. Let's just loot up and get as much things as possible to work with later on.
It is now time to go to game number 2. We're going to Miramar once again, as we have almost an opposite plane path. Let's head over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much indeed, James. Yes, what an absolute blinder of a game to open up day number 1. 26 points to kick it off, Matrim. That sets a statement going forward.
Well, we were all like, okay, everybody's going to play it a little bit calm and relaxed, and everybody's going to just try to make sure
do
that
their
they
own
survive
thing.
for a long... No, we're just not going to do any of that. We're probably going to have one of the most active early games I've seen in PUBG in quite a while. Now, the question is, do we see it again, do you think? Or do you think maybe everybody's calmed down just a touch?
I mean, you've kind of got a taste of how things are going to play out, right? And we kind of predicted this. It'll be weird. It'll be wild. I think there'll be a lot of just pulling up and just getting stuck in. Like at the start with Japan, that solo player, you can't do things like that. You know, Turkey just like, well, if you want to shoot us, we'll just get out and slap you. That's not a problem.
I get the feeling like whenever we saw that really hard shift up towards the northeast, a lot of teams just were like, nope, okay, we're just not even going to worry about rotation. Let's go for kill points instead. I'm kind of curious if that might just be a factor that we see be more reoccurring, because a couple of these guys we see will frag out. I mean, it was just like James was talking about down there. Clarice was just like, oh, this guy went mental. This guy went mental. I got to say at this point, it's not Duckman's in my opinion. It's Duckman Z, because he went like full Super Saiyan inside that game.
I mean, the stats don't lie. We were looking at some of the stats from the leagues that have actually been occurring. When you look towards Duckman's, from Amri Gaming, so far for his actual league itself on the Southeastern Asian Championship, first in kills, first in damage, and fourth on survivability. That's in 24 rounds, 61 kills, 2.54 KD. Like, I know it said, I mean, there's 2 angles you could take that. One is his region just a lower player ability compared to him. There is that, and he's just a step above. Or is the man just a diamond in a rough, and he's a complete machine?
I just got to say machine. I've seen it too many times at this point.
When you're taking out Finland like that, it kind of sets a statement, really.
Well, I also want to make sure we give some respect to Korea. While they didn't necessarily walk away with a big win, they walked away with a statement.
the play from Inez was just tremendous. And again, that's another one, as James was saying, where the stats actually don't lie. You can look at these individual players, and it's just the telling story. They're the fraggers of the region. They are the powerhouses, but match number 2 is now live. Not too dissimilar playing path from previous, but we start on the east this time and we head over to the west, ending above Val de Mar. We'll see if the drops do change up. We'll follow the playing path through. And this time, I think it would be fair to say you have to look towards that Turkey and Japan fight to see if it does kick off once again.
I mean, it just looks like somebody put down a reverse Uno card from the last game. It's just the exact opposite path coming across through here.
Instantly, just forces it back one.
But we are seeing China jump out much earlier this time. Remember, we saw them back down towards the south earlier.
Yep.
So it looks like they're making the push back around San Martin, at least Hacienda, north of that somewhere. Germany, a little bit of a modification as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this mix up a little bit back and forth. Do you think that we're going to see set drop locations in this event, or do you think it's going to be a lot of modifications off the plane path?
So from individual teams, you'll see it in MPL, we see it in PL, other regions also. Sometimes you have a backup drop. When the plane isn't favorable to you, you will go somewhere else. For this scenario, I think it's just you have to have, and I've always said this, the best players in PUBG, not just for this league and this tournament, but the best players in PUBG, God, could you ask to land on a better weapon? I wish that happened, just goes through the window and there's a scar, thank you very much. The best players are the ones who adapt on their feet. You can't just rely on, fair gentleman's game, I go here, you go there, I need this amount of loot before it's whoever adapts to the
Okay,
what? Well, I'm going to stop for a second because if this circle hard shifts down south,
give it to me.
We're going prison.
This is straight up NPL circle. This is my home territory, Rich. This is what I know.
The closest I have ever had, and I believe it was me and D-Man, the closest I have had is Los Higos. I've never had a prison or Minas de Sol.
I mean, we probably won't get one, but in my heart of hearts, like, you're like me. You just really love the evil circles, don't you?
I do.
We just became best friends now.
To be honest, this could potentially be quite an evil circle. One, because you already have 7 teams that are stationed within this. 2, you instantly, with the water and with that western cliff face, you say, okay, well, there's no point of entry there. So you're taking away, essentially, you're taking away a good, 180 degrees of that map. You take away 50%. Well, no, sorry, excuse me. There's 25% left of that circle to make an entry point in.
Wait, look at this. Okay, so Russia has forever to go. These guys are around Terra Branca. Looks like they're making a push up to Campo Militar. This is just we know we're going to be in the blue. That circle is forever away from us, so let's just get whatever we want and make the push down whenever. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually push all the way back over towards the west before going back down south.
Yeah, they're going to be aware that Germany will be lingering in the distance, I suppose. This is more like a PEL contenders Russian team play, to be fair, going up to Militar, but nevertheless, it will be the furthest away from the circle, and they'll have a hell of a lot of job to get here.
Look at that leaderboard. 26 points. Second place is Germany back in 10th.
Just in, topography kind of feels. The harder part for this one is if teams decide to set up on that darker area of the map, the hillsides with all the ferns on, like the darker sand area. There's some really nasty plateaus there which you can just set up, perch upon, and basically just murder and rain down hell from above. And traversing those cliffs when teams are on top of them, you're just unfortunately asking to die because the cars are so slow going up. If you get an eyeline on 1 or 2 players, they're just gone.
The big factor also comes in to be how hard it is to go east to west and west to east. So if we see hard shifts onto either side of that, really just due to how the terrain plays, the pathing for the roads kind of carves this north-south dichotomy that's in that part of the map. If you have to cross back over towards the west, it is so hilly. You're going down cliffs or hitting those plateaus that you were talking about, and then just have to drop back down off of it. But I mean, much quieter early game this time around, but a lot of teams are already on the move. You can see we've got Thailand making a pass over next to Finland, but naturally Jim Team's not going to take any shots back over towards this. I think that everybody is aware that this circle is going to be pretty rough, so early rotations coming in much bigger, except for, again, Russia, who's still up around Campo Militar.
Yeah, that'll be a long one. You'd have to give them the saving grace and say no one's going to really camp the edge, and they should be able to take that entire eastern coastal road straight down and maybe just kick it through Puerto Porrezo, just go below Los Leones, somewhere there. But the amount of times you see a team either dying on arrival or at least dying in next rotation because it's such an awful place to maneuver from and rotate from. Several teams will probably just go below Picado, stay in the north and hope that the circle comes up their way. If it does go down south, I have no idea what's going to happen, and honestly, it's just going to be a wild wacky game. Teams setting up and being prepared for that. If you move close to Valdemar, you will get the bridge access to the island should you have to do it, and then you can basically just play spoiler to everyone else who wants to come across. The more interesting point for me is where the Finns are going to be setting up.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. They're set up in a nice spot for it. Are trying to get a little bit of high ground. It's like Vietnam's already looking back towards Canada, taking a couple of shots back towards them. Going for at least a couple of points to get this started, but Canada wants to have nothing to do with this. Going to continue up that hillside, and the modification coming out from Moody is also going to get them away. But again, you can see, we talked about momentum coming into games. Look at that. These guys are out for blood already. They know they're at the top of the leaderboard, and they know they have space to play. They can just go ahead and go as aggro as they want early, but Tixu looking back down over towards Argentina. I love this. This is just a trap waiting to go off. The shots come out, but they actually go a little bit wide. Not going to connect, but oh, the retaliation comes through. Tixu, you're going to regret that one.
Okay. From absolutely nowhere, Anesta just peppers in Septi!
No! The car's still going! Watch out! This is not the way you want it to end. Finland, what the hell is going on with you guys right now?
Oh God, somewhere in my mind I just saw an image of Scoom's face flash and I panicked. What?
Oh,
Germany!
they're going for it!
What's happened to Germany?
Argentina's actually coming up on us. They're throwing grenades into Finland in this down position.
The vehicle's next to it. The vehicle.
Oh my Lord. This is so great, and this is vengeance. Remember, they started this. They took the shots at him. If that car rolls back down over onto him, they're still following back onto this. Finland's just trying to get out of this situation. They've already lost so much and got nothing for it.
Samti's dead. Tixu will be on the cleanup. You expect the Robox just to see him downwind. Help me, please. Somebody, please help me. Put me out of my misery. Bye. 2 points moved to Argentina. Finland are punished. Kane is forced to... Yeah.
That's what got your Germany boys right there.
Yeah, Kane's on the pull-up. He's like, okay, don't worry, lads. I got this. It's fine. You've made a mess, but we can put it back together. I have the tape. I have the bandages. Let's fix this and move on. Nothing happened. Don't worry about the blue.
But now they've got the worst villain of the game, the blue coming after them. That was caused by the second biggest villain in the game, the motorcycle. Well, at least it's not the three-seater motorcycle.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Thank the Lord there's no three-seater, because that would be probably the top fragger in not only this competition, but across of all the leagues entirely. Circle getting very, very condensed. All these players just being preemptive of where they set up. USA is the deepest so far, the closest to Valdemar, keeping an eye on that bridge and an emergency exit plan should the circle go down toward the south. China and Russia once again slow to the circle. All the way up on the northern side will be making their entry point around Monte Nuevo. Chinese Taipei, Western Road, just behind USA, but they're outside the circle where USA is further afield down on the end of it. Australia, Korea, once again clashing heads. Not actually making contact, but still very, very close. Argentina are just being trailed ever so slowly by Canada.
Kind of interesting that we're seeing Russia and Canada on a complete inverted map from last time.
Yes.
Still out in the blue, close to each other. It seems like they have very similar rotation patterns that could be something we need to keep an eye on through the rest of this, as we might see these guys skirmish Circle 1, Circle 2 fairly regularly. Meanwhile, Great Britain's just making their way back over towards their hilltop. Going to get themselves a nice little viewpoint from here. I love the sight lines in this position, especially once you start making your way up next to that church, getting those high ground spots. You can just see for days. The problem with it is, it's not necessarily as centered as everything is, so these guys are kind of praying for an eastern shift.
Don't know what will happen yet. Anything could. These guys from Germany are still in the blue, just so you guys are aware. The last two teams that are in the blue are actually Germany and Russia. Russia's all the way further afield in the north, just to the left-hand side of San Martin. China, not quite in the blue, but certainly playing edge for now. Circle about to condense. Where's she going to go? Is this going to get... Please, hard shift south. Just do it for the memes.
Do it. Bring it to us. Oh,
we avoid it.
Centered up.
Okay, we avoid it, but the difficulty is, Matrim, there is a hell of a lot of teams that are already set up in that circle. The ones on the outside now.
Canada and Vietnam are the two that are going to have the hardest part. Like, we see these guys that are still coming in from the blue, like Russia and them. The north is fine. Canada and Vietnam, this is going to be rough for them to push into circle.
Vietnam's turning face and actually having none of it. I can see them just disengaging completely from the path that they were on, so maybe they have the information.
Not again, Finland. Not like this.
The last two Finns standing in the vehicle, the tires, the smoke, the bullets. Korea's in front of them as well.
Korea's just on the other side. Are they going to be able to get away from it? No! It's going to be Pio that takes them down, and Finland down and out so early. There's only been 4 deaths, and all of them were Finland. I guess I'm just cursed. Is it anytime I predict someone to win?
No, I think it's because Finland begins with F, and that's what the chat should be spamming right now. They had a 12th place finish in the previous round and only picked up 1 kill, and now they've got nothing. That is just a travesty. All 4 players dead. Finland out round number 2.
Well, this is I would say, a very interesting situation we're going to need to keep an eye on. We've already seen what can happen with Thailand and Korea whenever they decide that they want to start killing some stuff. And they've already positioned right next to each other. So we might have to see these guys rotate towards... I mean, we'll have to see how it goes through, but it could be spicy.
Really sorry to cut you off. Look at this of an interesting player on screen right now.
Vietnam?
So Vietnam disengaging, taking the bridge. This is dangerous, though. They might get lucky because USA isn't actually on the bridge itself. They're further and deeper inside Valdemar. So they could get a free entry point here.
Oh my God, is this going to happen again?
Always North America early game, shooting at each other. So USA's got the low ground, taking a couple of shots back over towards Moody. A little bit of damage comes through. Bally8 does manage to take down Maluk off of this. So you can see now Canada's just trying to survive along this hill. Not a lot of space to work with. K-Mine finally hits a couple of shots, forces Baja back down that hillside, but a little bit dangerous. It's going to be third parties. Japan looking back down the other side of Canada.
Level 1 helmet on C's here. Needs to be very careful. One bullet comes his way, he's going to be in all kinds of trouble. Smokes and utilities being committed. Moody's
rough. That's a
cut off from the rest of the pack, unfortunately. He's not out, but certainly in trouble for now. They'll need to... Oh, Drassel gets hit in the face with a grenade, and here comes the bombardment. Up and over we go. Japan just laying down the fire. It clips the wall, you lucky, lucky boys. Bleeding at the wayside. There's only one of them standing, I think, Matrim.
And it's Moody, the guy that we thought was in the worst spot ever right now, somehow surviving through this, just hanging out on this little bit of a dip. USA can't move forward because Japan's in the position, and Japan really can't come back down. So really, Moody's just stuck here. There's so many bullets going around him. There's nothing that he can do. Unfortunately, the rest of his team is just going to get flushed out here. As you can see, Japan's on the hunt for that last guy. Has no idea what's going on with it.
I like how they're being cautious, at least. They're not just running in.
Looking around
full
for
arms up, and he's hiding behind the vehicle. I don't think he spotted him over the wall. I'll go for the bleed out. Grenades in the building. Shoot. Oh, it's a flash. Excuse me. Okay.
I think that they're expecting a res to be going off right now, so just going to go ahead and pick those up. Easy peasy kills coming through, but you can see New Circle popped. It's actually going to be USA and Vietnam having to make their way up towards the north. It looks like China is looking back over towards Russia, taking a couple of shots. Russia's going to have to be very cautious on this approach. That's going to be 1 down, and it's Uva already just instantly flushed.
Completely destroyed instantly. Pick up the point. Russia finally do.
Point man on that.
They'll regroup themselves, but now Australia do have an eye line on this one, so Aduzi has to be careful. The stims are on, but it's not enough. Reposition the vehicle and hide the tires. That's fine. They're inside the circle, but it's not deep. It's expect to be moving further, and that's probably what they want to do. Take the next compound and give them a bit more of an obstacle to jumpstart them, should they have to rotate on the next round. Australia are in front of them, 2-2 split across. So this is actually 3 teams if you want to class all these compounds as La Driller. They are split amongst it. China up against it, should the circle be rather unfavorable to them. They need a hard shift in which they're able to stay in there. But as we saw in the previous round with Germany, staying in a compound, not being aggressive, it doesn't always play best.
Look, we do have Levi's way up there trying to get a little bit better of a sight line, but that's going to put a lot of distance back over for this. It's going to be some hard shots to hit.
I have noticed, Matrim, China's actually going solo. They're sending 4. They're keeping 2 back in 2 different compounds, but Summer and Godby are splitting. They've got themselves a foothold in here.
Well, we have Vietnam. Looks like they've decided that they want no part of what's going on. And again, I like this. There is no purpose in having that fight with USA. It's not even in the safe zone, so there's no reason to control that territory. Just reposition, move in ahead of USA, and gatekeep them out. Makes it very difficult for now. USA has to figure out how they're going to make that approach. And now USA is forced to look back up next to Japan. Germany's already making their way over in a circle. Looks like they're going to post up right over here next to Argentina. But oh, Moody still somehow alive, clinging to life as he's just narrowly going to make it back up there. But I think that Depp saw it.
This is rather unfortunate. He's basically landed in the place where the corpses of his fellow players are still warm from Japan cleaning them up on a previous.
Right?
I suppose so. If he can get something off the back of it because he needs to. Hell.
At this point, Moody is praying that USA engages Japan just so, like, please give me some cover. And oh, look at this flank around. They have one member from Japan. It's off to the side of this. Moody's going to take a lot of damage, and there we go. Canada is out from a nice reposition.
Japan hold point. Communication between two players holding two different angles. They were looking for that final one to capitalize and knock a team out and jump up a placement. Pome does spot out Germany, knows they're an arrival, so all of Argentina will be on red alert. The Germans are at the door in Kumasera, and they're further afield so they can keep them if necessary. All the way down south, it's a bit of a triple threat. Japan, USA, Turkey. Vietnam also, if you want to throw them in the mix, they're across the road.
Sixmo is actually looking back towards that crate right now next to Japan, so we'll have to see how that goes. Oh, Chris! Nice shot back over towards Pome. This is what he is known for. Follows through, just downs and flushes it. Germany's starting to feel a little bit aggressive here. They know now Argentina's over next to him. Look at this reposition come out from Brexcoat. No fear, just jumps right over to this hillside. And looking back on the open side of this warehouse, I love that play.
They'll have been given a bit of a kick up the ass in the previous round. That being passive is not the play of the game. Brexcoat down to 9 HP, forced out. Silzen, grenade in hand, he cycled it. He wants to finish this one off and capitalize. Needs to be careful that he doesn't overextend outside of the building because Chris is lurking with that K9.
We often talk about the fact that PUBG is about trying to make sure everybody has to play around your strategy. We're starting to see these really aggressive teams that just have absolute faith in their aim, just being aggressive, and it is paying off as Silzen goes down. You can see the other members are trying to capitalize, but it's going to be Great Britain's Miraku that gets that down on Brexco. So now Argentina has a little bit of a gap to work with, but has to be very cautious. Just 2 members up right now.
It's not often you see someone just pull up the vehicle on the back of the building from a very small area, but I suppose if it keeps you safe, then fair play, whatever works, lads.
Well, I think that was Argentina being very aware of the kill feed. They saw who got downed off of this, so they knew that they had the opportunity. So Great Britain really just giving Argentina a perfect reposition spot. But Kate doesn't care. Looking back over towards Earns, they've got to be super cautious, as now Australia is joining in the party, hitting a couple of shots back over this direction as well towards Germany.
The Aussies give him a tickle.
Oh, Turkey. Look at Turkey. They're starting to encroach over next to Argentina. They're wanting to third party this. They've snuck in. A beautiful death is looking back over towards Earns. This is going to be bad. He's just going to run right up into him. Argentina has nowhere to go. There's just one member up and alive for him right now.
Has to go for the reload, which is rather unfortunate. Otherwise, he might have gone for the spray down to the second player. Blue is encroaching on the back. He's not in a good position. The heel is off, and that's lucky. Up against it now, Sixmo and Co. They will look to capitalize and finish off this final player. Maybe pick up
but he's
a
behind
point
him
and a place. He is, but it all depends. You have to give the go sign for this, and this is what happened before with Turkey. They capitalized. They had the information. It was fed back. The damage is done. Levi's, Basil, they're all dying. Someone's cleaning them up. Oh my God! So the vehicle must have been flipped on the way down. China's just taking out 2 of Vietnam.
That is absolutely huge. You can see Vietnam is having to just run from this now. They still have another 2 on a motorcycle. This is just the most dangerous strategy you can choose to do on this part of Miramar. It's just waiting to flip a bike. So they do manage to at least get to safety off of this, but it looks like Russia's trying to get involved, as now Korea is taking some pot shots back over towards Japan, who couldn't make it down that hillside. We also have Turkey around the same. What is going on in these games?
Godby did go down to a grenade. He's still down, but not out. A teammate is pulling up to help him. That's maybe getting a little bit too overzealous and just tickling Russia a little bit too close. You have to be aware if you poke the back here, you're going to get the claws. Russia may have had a bit of a rough round in the previous one with a 15th place placement, but they have certainly no pushover. Michael still applying the pressure. Sees he's down, he's dead. They pick up a point. Japan's eliminated, so several different teams have actually gone to town on them. Now all of a sudden, Chinese Taipei. Duckman's instantly the Terminator himself. He's dead instantly. Flush, a beautiful death finished off by Uda Mayafire.
Now it's still Argentina just hanging out inside the blue. They hear all of what's happening in front of them. Knows the fact that this is going to be ridiculously dangerous, and in the least stealthy vehicle in the world, trying to push by all of these teams, sees the new circle pop, hits the rock, but has to be cautious. Gonna go ahead and met up through that, so he should be fine. But Germany's looking back over towards Turkey. I have to be very, very careful as we move now. You can see the circles popped up. Germany just getting some circle love right now.
They are, but it's not going to be without fight, because how many teams have to come their way? They're in a good position. They hold a really good plateau, which will deny line of vision from below, but certainly a lot of people that want to make a pressure play to them or just a push with a vehicle will have to deal with them and move on board. Shippy, bullets do come back. Zampa gets responded on. Thailand, they answer the call. Valiant and Zampa simultaneously just melted as they approach the garage.
And you can see Sharky, Baha are trying to push back down into it, but they don't have the cleanest path anymore as all of these people that are across this hillside are just raining down damage as they go. If you're in the valleys right now, your life is absolutely miserable. There are just people stacked up in these high ground spots, raining bullets upon your head.
For 5. Feint knocks him, have to get back on his feet. Thailand, wow, okay. Sharky and Baha turn up. It looks like, I wonder if they tried to get in the vehicle and they just murdered them.
Well, at this point, I think, and it's going to be another vehicle flip.
F.
Look at it this way. At least now nobody has killed them, right?
That's
they
a
are
good
the
point.
masters of their own destiny, right? Nobody else can kill us except for us.
Let's not give any teams any points. We'll just let the blue do the job. Oh dear. Sees Korea on the move. USA is up in the backlines as well. You can see Ionic. Ooh, with the okay, the smokes are there, so he's at least helping his teammates out. Michael spots him, and that's a big scalp to take. If you can take down one of the top fraggers, Sharky, unfortunately for him in the kill feed, Loki spots him out. That's a marksman onto another marksman. Gives him a taste of his own medicine. Sixmo actually steals the kill away from Great Britain. Turkey pick up a point off the back of Korea.
So now it's getting very bloody back down towards the south. Korea's trying to gatekeep out everything. Korea eliminates the United States in just a beautiful spray. This is Korea again, caught up in a fight with 3 different teams around them, and we can see they're perfectly comfortable in this position as Chris tries to line up another shot, goes a little bit wide, and you have got to be so cautious at this stage. Every single time you pull that trigger, it just draws so much attention your direction. Germany realizes they're starting to make their push up and around, but just look at the teams in close proximity around them. That mini-map is stacked full of teams.
You've seen on SR as well, holding an M24. On that roster, there was 2 sniper rifles. So if Germany want to try and tackle them head on, the range will be in their favor. They can answer back should Chris find a tag. Brazil, been a little bit quiet this game. They are lingering on the edge. Chinese Taipei just below them in the south. China up on the north. Summer and Mad 98 will have a difficult time. Russia, Australia, Germany, they control the circle. China could go to the north. They could take the hillside. There is a broken compound, but it will be exposed to the grenades from Russia. Brazil, Chinese Taipei, they're the ones that need to make the move here. The fight will engage between them. Once this is all said and done though, Matrim, Russia's lingering in the distance.
So now you can see a little bit of a spray back down. The Roki's already down. It's going to be Andy going down as well. Milk takes a ton of damage, but it's the high ground. Everybody's just dancing around the top of it. Grenades are starting to rain down, but bouncing a little bit wide. Just 2 members from Brazil are up right now. They're just rolling those grenades right up over the smoke. Here's the footsteps. Rusty Zero's trying to go for the shots. Gets a lot of damage off, but it is just RDNX trying to go for the res. Does manage to get it, but they're just bouncing through smoke. Has to be so cautious. How did that grenade not get them down? RDNX goes down now. It's just Andy who is just rezzed up. Smokes go away, and there we go. Brazil is just down and out.
That's an absolute sweep. They went uphill and just basically curved around Brazil. Manages to take them out, but eyes on the prize. China has heard all these shots kicking off. Korea, they're pushing. Germany over on the opposing side of the hill. He finds Chris. The marksman's gone. We were speaking earlier about the grenades from Russia. You have to be careful. A doozy sent one up and over. That's 3 players he's just taken down with 1 nade.
This is absolutely huge right now. Korea's trying to make their way up the hillside. There are, 6 teams within about 200 meters of this location. Aqua 5 is just trying to make his way up the hillside. Theo's just raining down damage under Uter My Fire, trying to creep his way down the side of this. Look at this. SR is also in a ton of trouble. We've got just so many teams stacking up around these angles. There is just nowhere to go as Korea is just murdering people across this hillside.
Tag team in players. Germany down 8th position. Top 7 alive. Pio still continues the push. Mad 98 onto Leo. China, they made the push. Russia's on the opposing side. Grenades, they should be in their hand. They haven't had too many fights just yet. If a doozy can hit an absolute worlder of a banger here. He did in the previous one. Don't know how many kills he actually managed to pick up from it. Killing spree comes in. 10 kills for Korea. The next challenge in Great Britain has arrived.
Here is the problem. Korea is just fighting everyone around them. So much confidence coming out there. Already up to 10 kills. Now that they've cleared out around them and they're starting to go for that hillside, which will allow them to look back down towards what's going on with Russia. Summer, though, I love this play. He's moving right along this wall. A doozy hears it. The spray comes out from Summer and gets him down first, though. Retaliation comes right out from a doozy. Now, what is Mad going to do? He is right in the smokes, just spraying where he hears footsteps. A doozy is the last member up. The spray comes up, and there we go. China manages to take down Russia.
Summer And Mad 98 single-handedly shattering the dreams of Russia. They do take the compound and continue the push. PO, up and over we go with the grenade, Reels and Miraku. They find the full frontal effect, and the bombs, they just keep on rolling. PO wants to continue the bombardment. There's 3 kills here, 3 points, and a placement as well. Job done. This could be GBR dead if they find the final player.
It's just Varg off on the back side of this, but it looks like Australia spotted him out, and there you go. Australia and Korea working together, but now Australia is taking some shots up towards Korea. Yeah, gotta be cautious with that. PO takes a lot of damage. Aquaman 5 still playing around the outside of this. You can see both teams just vying, trying to get right on the edge of the circle, but China, after that last fight, they've got the position, and they're starting to push out onto it. Mad, looking back on the other side of Loki, has to be cautious with that push from Korea. Now they have to be very, very, very careful around Australia.
Korea's basically been funneled by the blue. It's just walking, they're walking up against it on the road. There's nothing they can do. They do have a bit of a shielding from it, but every single team that's still alive in the form of China and Australia is just encroaching on their position. They're funneled to this row side, and unfortunately, I think waiting at the top of it will be imminent death. GodV and December 12th, they are waiting. They are ready. Mad 98 is separated from the rest of the roster. If he's given the go sign, he will jump, he will pounce, and Korea could be in for it here.
Yeah, Korea is right in between both of these teams and has to be so cautious. GodV starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Feels like Mad is kind of their scout up towards the top. As you can see, Loki wants to make his way back around there. Australia is just very comfortable being right along the edge.
China's disengaged. China's actually pulled back from this. Okay, it's cautious.
I think it's just information gathering. That's all Mad's trying to do. That's the high ground point looking back through this.
I suppose they know that Korea has to come over the hillside, right? It's Pika's advantage for them.
Well, PO looks like he's contemplating it with a couple of shots. I think that they spotted out Mad, so they're playing around the other side of the hill. Australia looks like they're wanting to push back over towards Aqua as well. So it's a 2-man squad from Korea pushing Mad right out of this location. It's just going to be narrow misses with sight lines as these hills are just buying a little bit of space and a little bit more time. Aqua does manage to make it back over here, so everybody's starting to regroup, starting to calm down a little bit, trying to get a little bit more information, but it's been so quiet for so long now.
The Aussies have arrived, and that grenade gives up the game. They had the secrecy, but now the info's theirs, and both Korea and Australia, they have to fight this one out across the road. Vasil, you can see Vasily comes out with the nades. They're cycling, they're starting the assault. They'll move forward to this one. I'm okay with that. Move to the circle and maybe gatekeep them. The problem is Mad 98 is a solo player that could cause damage to all of these teams.
Aqua takes a ton of damage. The grenade lands right in front of him. He does go down. They do have a little bit of a shack to play with, but Korea doesn't have a retaliation point from that. They're just going to play along the side of this, throw out a couple of grenades, but Mad's starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Looks like December might be also making a push over there. Really, it's just GodV that's just kind of the anchor point right now towards the center of the circle.
Oh my god. Loki and PO to the push. Did they get away with this?
I think that they managed to sneak around Mad. So Mad's not even following this angle, but it's actually going to be December that spots him out. Shots are going to go through. Look at that. Just a tree to hide behind.
Pio's trying to get some work out, but he's out in the blue. He does manage to get a little bit out of this, but he's just going to go down from that. Now it is China and Australia. And I got to say, Australia's got a lot alive, but they just lost one going down inside of this. Luke going to that high ground position again. That could be a deciding factor.
Look, GodV, he may be a god, but he's now in play with 4 wild Aussies. They are on a main stage. They have been having some fantastic tournaments when they see them playing at the Classics. Atletico, they stunned everybody back at GLL. Insight, back at Face It, they shocked a lot of players. They made it to the grand final stage and they turned up. The Aussies, they're here to play. And I'm sorry, but a 4 versus 1, no matter who you are, this is one hell of a difficult scenario. December 12th is there, but he is bleeding out. Whether or not GodV can bring this back to a 50% deficit is a different question.
He's kind of close to the center of the circle right now, so if he can deny how Australia wants to move, you can see that they're just wanting to move through that ravine right now. GodV can make a play around it, yeah, they know exactly where he's at. Shots do come out back over towards Luke, about half damage. GodV has to hit the shots of his life. Look at Australia just spread out across this. Insight trying to get a side angle onto this. Grenades are coming out. GodV's just trying to buy a little bit of space, making sure nobody's sneaking up onto him. I gotta say, Australia, very, very patient, and that is 100% the way you want to play this. GodV is just trying to get something out of this, and it's just not going to happen, as everybody from Australia is just biding their time. Again, Luke takes a face full of bullets, but it's not going to be enough, as here comes the push.
They go rolling down the hill, and China will be rolling out in second. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, boy, 5 kills and a win, 15 points in the bag. And they needed it after a 10th place finish in round number 1. This will do wonders for them on the leaderboard.
I mean, Australia has been absolutely showing up at these international events lately. These guys are a force to be reckoned with. We can just see when it comes time to just put the pen to the paper and just start murdering some people, these guys show no fear, and I gotta say, are some of the best killers in the world right now, it feels like.
It's nice to see a little bit of discipline coming out of that roster as well. There's certain times where very aggressive and teams that aren't listening to an IGL could have pushed. I mean, God V, he's a god by name and he's a god by nature at this damn game. What he can do is just ridiculous. Certain teams, if they would have pushed individually, he could have taken advantage of that. 4v1s, yes, they are rare, but certainly they do happen. They can happen, we've seen them happen before, but not this time. It's the Aussies, Australia, they come out on top. Game 2 is all said and done. We're going to take a very short break. When we return, we'll crack on with game number 3.
Number 2 is concluded here as Miramar is done for day number 1 of the Nations Cup, and Team Australia is able to take the second victory of the day here on Miramar. Welcome back to the analysis desk, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Kyle Lawrence, joined by Froz, Avenger, and Hypoc. Gentlemen, a very contrasting victory coming out from Australia relative to our first victory of the day, with the first victory being brute force, absolute power, absolute strength. It felt like Australia's victory, Hypoc, starting with you, really came off the back of a lot of good decision-making.
Yeah, and timing, ultimately. Again, first game we saw Germany sit in a compound, not really make good use of it.
Yeah.
Whether they were able to or not, it's down to debate, but actually Australia's decision-making and timing was what won on that game there. And being aware of the kill feed, they pushed out to try and defend against a couple of teams pushing up on the hill, and then actually isolating one of the Korean players when they did, and then capitalizing on taking the hill. We even said through that, we were just talking about it before it happened, Australia need to push and take the hill now if they want to win this game, and they did exactly that.
And also luckily for them, South Korea and China did start to fight each other, and some knocks came out, and it ended up being just one player standing for China, so they capitalized on the right timing, as you said, and stunning victory for them. And it's kind of the polar opposite, as you said, from Germany. They had us in the comfort zone town, but it didn't end on them, but they also took control, pushed out, and I really liked it, like Harper said.
Cross thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, they played out well. They had the control on the compound there from the start of the game, more or less. And they could have gone a little bit more aggressive once again. because I want to see the aggressiveness coming out. We see that from some of the Asian teams right now.
Yeah.
And they're getting a lot of kills from that. Australia, though, they get the win. They only have 7 kills right now. I want to see more of that.
I remember an interview from GOL and Zoidmate said, we're going to start slow, but we're looking for certain confidence boosts. And as soon as they got that first win at GOL, they started exploding. And actually, if they're going to come out of this, even though it's a low kill win, this could be a confidence boost for them going to the next one that's give them, it's going to give them the confidence to be more aggressive. Like we said, in a similar situation, maybe push out the compound, look for more early to mid-game kill points. Obviously, that's something they're going to need to do going forward. But if they're not going to start straight out of the gate like that, they're going to get left behind.
And also, Zoidmate is the one to get 4 kills here in this game. It's going to be a boost of him. I'm not sure who's actually 100% in-game leader for that team. I feel like it's a lot of back and forth because Inside is an in-game leader, Vasily is an in-game leader, of course. Luke will follow when we talk about Zoidmate with his calls. So I feel like this is a confident booster for Zoidmate. So when he does the macro calls, as I assume he will be doing still, I think it's going to be a lot of confidence going into that, and I'm assuming kind of the snowball effect starting from now.
So of course, when you look at it that way, it is very interesting to kind of frame as a whole thing. We're going to be jumping onto Erangel next, and we will get to talk about it in a little bit of time. So it's kind of that almost shift reset of everything that's going to be going on between all of these teams and how it goes. And we're always looking out for trends when we're kind of analyzing things and what are going on. And for us, obviously, when it came to South Korea, one popping off yet again, but we did see some trends from game 1 to game 2 when it comes to Miramar.
So we see Korea taking a lot of high ground. They want to get that information, and with that information, they can get a lot of
value.
Yeah, exactly. They know exactly what to do, but also how they're playing. They're super aggressive, even losing Ionix. We saw Ionix popping off in game 1. Game 2, they lost him straight away. They still kept on going. We saw how they pinched down Germany and just kept on capitalizing on that afterwards as well.
And also United Kingdom, like when they pushed on that, capitalized on the nades, perfect nades on top of that. Pio, I think he ended on 9 kills for this game. Absolutely mad lad, they right there and saying.
If you look at the way they're playing, the aggression is absolutely clinical. The way they picked out is Chris. And there was no hesitation there whatsoever. They pushed towards it, and actually they were just running across the hill with nades in their hands. They're like, we're gonna go kill this guy, and what we're gonna do is once he's dead, we're gonna swing back, clean up the other duo, and it was so quick, so quick.
Well, I want to talk about that even further because it really did feel like Germany was almost gatekeeping Korea from coming into the circle. They knew exactly where everybody was. They were all looking in the right direction. However, it really felt like the South Korea flank was amazingly strong and a very good use of tactical awareness.
Yeah, and I mean, it was all 3 players of Korea. They all flanked. All 3 of them. It wasn't one person holding down anchor, somebody else looking for an angle. All 3 of them pushed towards Chris. And Chris is the one that got held off. He ended up having to prone behind a ridge. And ultimately, at that point, you're dead anyway. But the fact that as soon as they had Chris down and kind of secured as a kill point, straight away they swung back, pinpoint accuracy to go and pick out the last 2 minutes.
It was super interesting to see how they actually pushed out from the compound because they were in south side, the circle it went north. They had Ionix pushing out by himself first, scouting out as much as possible before the other 3 left in the same vehicle. Now Ionix did get knocked by Great Britain from the east side. It wasn't Germany itself, but they knew that Germany was there, and Ionix was actually holding them out with nades, trying to shoot them, making sure that the rest of the team could actually rotate.
I gotta ask you guys for a moment, how are you feeling about that South Korean kill count so far, eh?
It's
a little bit sweaty, guys?
It's looking pretty good. But the confidence they get from being in the arena, of course, everything is really playing towards their favor. And the amount of map control they take, the confidence play style they're playing right now, it really shows that they're not kidding around here. They're coming to win.
I mean, with certain teams in all of PUBG, you usually have 1 or 2 things to talk about with certain teams, but we haven't even talked about the fact that as soon as Germany were down, the way they swung onto United Kingdom, that nade accuracy was absolutely insane. And again, first knock straight away, they're following up, they're going to clear their edge. Once they've cleared their edge, they're straight back sweeping the other side back to the southeast. I was surprised they didn't push down onto China, but absolutely insane movement.
Like a massive wrecking ball, just to the one side and then swinging to the other one, and they're doing it together as a unit, and they're making sure with the high ground that they took, one guy is always looking off the angle. We're making sure that they have the backs clear and everything. It's so clinical, as you said. It's really beautiful PUBG.
Right.
I also like to see what we saw in the end there from Pio himself. He was pinched down out in the blue by China, but he still went for the knock there because he knew he didn't want to just go and deny himself. He wanted to make sure, hey, if I can get an extra point in,
maximum value. Yeah, maximum value.
Yeah, as much point as possible.
Unfortunately, it did get stolen by Zoidmate, but he was knocked for a long time, and it was close to be his 10th kill in that game.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him,
Right.
Zoidmate yoinked that.
Like a perpetual motion machine, South Korea. I think we'll probably see more from them. And we'll probably get a lot more chance to talk about them later on. One of the big favorites that we do want to talk about as well, coming from that game, of course, is Team Finland, pegged by you guys as like one of the big favorites, and by everyone as one of the big favorites. It was a bit of a disaster to start from them, though.
All I was going to say is this is not the Team Finland I would expect to see performing this way on this stage at all. That mishap with the vehicle, super unfortunate, but players of this caliber, you don't expect to see it, but the fact that they weren't able to recover from that situation, that's kind of telling.
Well, for me, it comes out, it's a hit or miss factor on Finland itself, because they don't really have a IGL on that team right now. So if they're not sure how to play together, what to do, if they want to do different things, all of them, it's going to be bad. And I feel like that's kind of what happened. Tixu overpeaked there, got knocked, and then Sapti come in and sadly knocked himself with a vehicle there.
We shouldn't harp too much on the negatives here for a moment. Just kind of picking that out because obviously they were a big name here at the Nations Cup. We're going to move on from that here briefly. Canada actually went out in 15th, unfortunately for them. Now I want to ask you guys, because it was the initial conflict with the USA that they actually went into, and then Japan eventually did actually finish them off. However, it did feel a little bit more ferocious from USA after they realized that it was Canada that they were knocking to get things going. You think that they had like a little bit more kind of tenacity going towards that fight?
I mean, let's be honest, they have a little bit of rivalry going on there. They want to be the best NA team. It doesn't matter which one of them. Both want to be the best.
I mean, you got Tempo Storm on both sides of the fence there, so there's going to be some aggression either way.
It makes a lot of sense. Obviously, with Australia and Russia having the right compounds that they did have during some kind of final moments of those circles, Avenger, I want to direct this to you for a moment, because Russia was a little bit uncharacteristic. They did have a fantastic nade from a doozy coming in with a triple kill, triple knock even, I should say, but talk to me about it.
So for me, with Russia, the playstyle and the usual kind of playstyle we see from the Russian players did not shine through here. For me, honestly, we can see Senya's leadership is really holding them back like they did. I was expecting Kemba, Uber to push out, to take an aggressive stance in a higher ground than they did, but they were holding back. They were making sure, let's wait until our backs are safe and then we can push out, which actually hurt them a lot because China then took massive advantage of that, pushing in, smoking up, and just wiping them down in the end there.
I mean, here's the worry. But before the game started today, we were talking about Na'Vi and their rehearsed, and they were going to say, we're going to do Na'Vi strats. We're going to play Na'Vi strats. But actually, we're seeing the Na'Vi of the last 2 weeks in the PEL here. We're not seeing them capitalize on the aggression. We're not seeing them be dominant over and actually control the space.
This comes down, we got to rewind this a little bit to the start of both of the games, because with that playing path, they can go to La Correa, which is where they normally would lose and they want to play from. Now from there, you have your rotation routes and so on. They can't really utilize that, and they got to adapt to it. Right now, I don't see that adaptation really happening.
Sure, makes a lot of sense. We just saw Finland there before on the screen, and we have Canada as well. They, as we mentioned, they didn't have the easiest time, but they're still here looking for blood as a whole. And I think that it was a little unfortunate for them the way they did go out, of course, but beyond that, that's kind of how things go sometimes when it comes to this. So, Frost, your thoughts?
I mean, that's Miramar, right?
Yeah.
I'm expecting Western to show more now on Erangel.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time. We're getting into Erangel. It's our next 3 maps of Erangel. Time to head over to our commentary team for all the PUBG action.
Matchup, I'm sure. And I can't wait to see what we've got in front of us. And I'm not alone in bringing you the action. I have a wonderful gentleman beside me who might be a little bit smug as of late after that last game. Xelox, how you feeling, bud?
I'm a little bit happy right now. Australia coming up with the win. I mean, I was not expecting it this early, but hey, one thing I want to touch on. We had the predictions, or at least the caster predictions early at the start. I chose South Korea. I copped a bit of flack for that.
Just a little.
But it was a mistake. I actually chose
It was an error.
Australia.
A tragedy.
I would never betray my
tragedy.
country. Australia all the way. And look, what an interesting game. What an interesting first 2 games we saw on Miramar as well.
But it's a new landscape now. That's Miramar. Slice, done, dusted, move it along. We have Erangel coming in. It's a new landscape, literally and figuratively here. For a lot of these teams, we don't know what to expect. We are coming in slightly blind to this.
Well, it's a fresh start in a way. Even though we just started, it's already a fresh start. Erangel, of course, it's different. We've got new drop locations. In a way, I think for some teams, maybe Finland, maybe a chance for them to sort of reboot a little bit.
They need it. They need that. After those last 2 games, the first game wasn't too bad. We saw aggression. We saw them pushing out. They had a terrible shack in the middle of the open, pretty much. They made the best of a bad situation.
Do we want to talk about the vehicle incident as well?
Then the vehicle incident happened, and then it kind of all went a little bit awry. So I think for them, as said, it should be a fresh slate, a brand new start.
Yep.
But again, can they bounce back as easily as you would imagine they would with their normal IGLs, in their normal rosters, with everything around them in their normal routines?
Right, and of course, you know, coming over to South Korea, it's a new environment as well for them. For Finland here now, playing from behind. They're not used to playing from behind any of the players, realistically speaking.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to catch out a few of them, but we can't avoid the fact we've had some very surprising results in those first 2 games. Who stood out to you? Who's been the team that's made you go, all right, that's a surprise here?
Well, I was going to say Vietnam. Of course, that first game performance, 16 kills with a win, but then from what we saw in game number 2, 11th, 0 kills, and sort of maybe where we expect them to be. An up-and-down sort of team that can pop off. Obviously, Finland, a disappointing team. Surprise packet so far. I mean, we've seen, obviously, Great Britain have been okay, but Korea, like, I don't think we've got a team from game 1 or game 2 that has been able to dominate both games. Maybe Germany to a degree, but not quite as much as we would say for a dominating team over 2 games.
No, and I think we're seeing a very different type of PUBG here. This is scrappy. This is a bloodbath. This is who wants it the most. It's time to find out now in the map 3 coming in. It's Erangel here, and this is going to be a cracker of a game from north to south. Plenty available. Yes, teams out in the East might have to stretch a little, but it's all there to be played for.
Yeah, and exactly. And we don't really have the full knowledge of where every team's going to be dropping. It's a little bit like game 1 of Miramar, where, of course, in that game we saw Japan and Turkey sort of hot dropping on each other. We might see something similar here. So for the first game of Erangel, at least for PUBG Nations Cup 2019, we're in for a ride.
We certainly are. A couple of teams already heading out, getting out of the plane nice and early. We need to keep our eyes. We have noted the scrims. We have talked to some of the teams. We know that basically from Roshok to that south sunny road, the Justin before you get towards Amelia Island, is very busy, to say the least.
The middle section of the map, realistically. Not a lot of teams going out sort of east or west, certainly not going north or south to something like, say, military base, or up far north towards, you know, the top end of the island, Taverny, for example. Definitely nothing like Stalba. As we head in, first minute gone, and this is going to be interesting for Australia, of course. We're looking at them. They just won game 2, but on Erangel, they've got a very interesting drop location. It's sort of in between School and Pachinki.
And if you want to look at who's around them, it's pretty much everyone. You do have Finland out towards Pachinki, so that is their land, kind of going full liquid on that one, ignoring the other members and taking their playstyle. Towards the east, you've got USA out there, Turkey out there. You have a lot of teams sitting around that School Roshok cluster. Now, the switch up I'm seeing is that Team UK down in the south side are actually taking Millie base. Now, they were over in Milta Power from what we were discussing, and we've got some early action. That ain't good. A bike versus a car. I don't know who's going to win that one out, but it might be just kind of part ways, move aside.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate there. Duckman's able to, of course, have the car advantage, but they're going to just apart from each other. Going back to what you were talking about, though, Great Britain making us look a bit silly. Also up north, Chinese Taipei towards Taverny, Vietnam around shooting range as well. So a little bit of a difference here from what we might have expected, but we haven't seen any hot drops, no contestants early.
No, and Australia are really taking a very large portion within the map as well. If you look at it, they've got ruins, the water city. You do have that kind of connecting road between Pachinki, the northeast of it, towards School. So they're in a relatively nice spot here. Shinobi going to be getting the loot going. Everyone's just kind of going through the motions. That's pretty much it. We don't see too much early action. No early casualties at the moment. I would like to say, at least with a circle like this, you're going to get a great deal of play coming in. Plenty of room, but when you look central, you are looking towards a great deal of open field. So if it does go towards that East Gatka area, that does get very, very rough.
Yeah, Gatka is a common location. Generally, we see the zone shifting towards the Gatka fields, whether it's the north or south side of it. So I think we'll see Canada sort of in the mix early on, maybe around phases 1, 2, and 3. Korea, of course, South Georgia Pole. They're going to be on that side of the zone as well. Japan over towards Quarry. Russia at Ferry Pier are going to be able to push up north into the Gatka fields if it does continue to rotate towards there for the zone. And of course, Finland, Pachinki, they're center of this zone already for phase number 1. And what they're going to do here, do they pull it back? Do they play it safe, or do they stick to their usual style?
That's going to be the big question. We'll find out the answer. I'm looking at team, the German side here to really start stepping in a little bit, finding that form, finding the confidence as well. I'm a little worried after that game where it looked like they were poised to win and they fumbled it. Whether it be a misread, a miscall, whatever it may be, because they were an actual team, let's say, at least at PEL, they are a full collective then. I do expect better decision-making. I expect a little bit more. I hold a higher regard for them because they are that general, full-rounded team. Now, they have done fine. They have been getting placements, a couple of kills here and there, but you want the basics covered. They're the one team that should have that completely down.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, at the end of the day, though, sometimes you get too fed for your own good, and that might have been the case for Germany in game number 1. And, of course, game 2, they didn't get fed at all, quite opposite. In fact, they finished 8th. So, in saying that, they've probably still been the most consistent over the 2 games. It just so happens that, for example, Vietnam's first game, they got 26 points. But heading into game 3, they're still only on 26 points because they weren't able to back it up in game number 2. So, Korea, China, Taipei, Australia is technically also an Asian country. By nature, the top 5 is all Eastern countries.
And I think if you're going to be truly critical, as much as we do look at Europe being quite the powerhouse as of late, beyond that, it's very hard to ignore some of these players. And I think that's coming to the forefront here. And they are scrappy. And this is what matters in games like this, is that scrappiness. Because it isn't just that kind of clinical, very removed style we see over in PEL, for example, or the North American region to a lesser extent. This is very much play as that kind of scrappier game can be. Play your almost normal PUBG game. It is not that kind of, I guess, very well scripted game we often see. Anyway, all that aside, we are seeing those early rotations coming in. Canada's definitely trying to centralize up. They're going to try and take a very strong compound. Wherever they want to go, they do get somewhat of a pick of the litter. Australia does get a very good start. Might just head over to those yellows, kind of just south of the ruins. I'm not sure where they want to end up here, and I do wonder if they're slightly light on vehicles just purely due to where they dropped and how many teams will be around that area. We do see, again, Korea starting to leave Georgia Pole. They're heading out and trying to find their little slice.
Yeah, they're going to head up towards Everest, coming out of South Georgia Pole with a Gakka sort of zone, at least for phase number 1. It's a pretty standard push out for any team coming out of South Georgia Pole. You go up to Everest, you can scout out, get as much information as you can find before the zone starts to shift for phase number 2. If it hard shifts down south, Korea could even just back up, go all the way towards the western coastline and make their way down south if they want to, or they could just push down directly. You can see now they've got 3 on top of Everest already. Chinese Taipei making their way through as well.
Yeah, but Vietnam's engaging already, so they're going to try and get those shots through. Not fully committed, of course, very well and truly able to disengage from this. This does put a little bit of a spot towards Korea in the aspect of they need to be careful. They head down southeast, you've got Australia. You can't now move north, you don't really want to anyway. You might need to start being careful with this, because Australia are very close by, and I think it's actually Luke who's not far off from this. Now pressure coming back in from Pio, but here comes the play. Luke 12 gets contact, gets a tag, but he does not get much more, but that's information, and again, Korea going to have to try and find somewhere to call home.
It's also information for Korea too, right? So obviously for Australia, they've noticed, all right, Korea's pushing in from Everest. They know that it's Korea as well. The only team that's going to be at Everest at this point in the game is going to be South Korea. But South Korea at least get information, as you mentioned, on Australia's position south of ruins, around that sort of yellow region, and they're very fortunate they didn't lose Loki.
No, it is a little bit of a blessing at this point. They can readjust. It's still early in the game that you just won't get prime compounds.
Yep.
That's the takeaway from this. Now you have to look again at the teams who are going pretty much in the center of this slice, because there is that land ratio, if you want to talk about it. It basically moves away from water at certain points, at certain circles. That's why teams will avoid those coastlines. Even in the north, that river still counts. So again, that's why you're looking at potentially Finland barely moving. Australia barely moving. Everyone wants to find an area around that marker, keep the vehicles up so it can allow them those late game rotations. But out towards the outskirts, you do have the, the UK side eventually slowly working forward. They're not in a hurry. If you do play or watch, for example, Na'Vi, so some of the CIS players there, the Russian side, they don't bridge camp, they don't hold it. It's not worth it at this point. So I'm pretty sure Vard and the boys know we can disengage from here at our own leisurely pace.
Yeah, they get a decent spot here, Russia. They're going for Pachinki Hill. Really good vision that they can get. They might be able to spot Thailand. They'll definitely see Argentina across the other side of the road for them. As you mentioned, the United Kingdom down south, they're in, of course, Sosnovka Island. They're going to start making their way up. Fortunately for them, going over Lighthouse Side Bridge, they're going to be able to come into South Gatka Fields pretty much uncontested. And if they get a south zone shift for phase number 2, I mean, they're going to be quite fortunate coming in late. On the opposite side, though, their North American brothers, the United States of America, up north in North Georgia Pole, they're going to take a bit of time.
And again, it's becoming a little bit of an issue towards the northern side of this, coming out of George Paul, for example, over Everest. You do see a lot of teams congregating around that area. If a hard shift comes in, that means Korea goes from, I guess, I don't want to say a weak position, it's not, but it's probably the weaker of the few. If you're talking about centralized areas, they become the gatekeepers, and that's where they could really thrive. We'll see where that circle goes. If a hard shift comes in, suddenly it kind of spins this entire game around.
Certainly so. 50 seconds until phase number 2. Zoidman's going to be knocked down, though, by Mert. Headshot. Not sure exactly of the situation, whether or not it's a safe res, but it seems like it might be. Mert, of course, was actually the first player to die here at the PUBG Nations Cup, so that's a good start for him. Hasn't found a kill yet, but not going to get this one onto Zoidman. Easy revive, and it is indeed a safe res.
Yeah, but now we have who's the louder fans, the Turkish fans in chat or the Australian fans in chat?
Definitely Australian.
I'm going to say you're wrong on that one, but we'll find out. We'll find out if it's, if they can back up the loud mouths, the old Aussies.
I'm sure they can. As for Chinese Taipei, making their way down, they've come all the way from Severny, all the way up north, as we are now just 8 seconds away from phase number 2. Smart from Korea, they've kept Everest in control. If it does go north, that's going to play into their hands.
And again, this is the poised moment. Let's see. Pretty much safety here. I don't think it's too harsh for anyone. I think most expected it purely because of how these games go. We do have contact in the southern side with Germany finding a couple of shots through there, but I doubt they'll get much off it. This should be teams, again, this only unlocks, I guess, Gatka as a whole. It unlocks a little bit of that southern side, the forest that runs through that, just northeast of Quarry. This means there's room to move away from Pachinki and those fields. Yes, again, it's far from prime territory, but it gives room for those kind of edge-playing teams to find avenues in, like the USA, like we have China out there, like we have Germany and Team UK.
And you can notice already, if you could say, that the whole south side of Gatka Fields is extremely open. So United Kingdoms don't see them running into too many issues at the current present time. Argentina going to be crossing away through Pachinki Fields. What's interesting to note, though, is we're reaching the 10-minute mark and we still haven't had a death. Very stark difference to Miramar.
But I think this is what we expect when we look at Erangel. This is very well refined in regards. You might catch someone on rotation. That could be a factor. We do see the bike taking a bit of a tumble, and as does the player. Now that's, again, information found in a bit of a predicament for Argentina, but they are at least somewhat safe here. I don't want to say for long, and it does slow down their rotation out of Pachinki or away from Pachinki, but they shouldn't be instantly picked up. The only deaths I see here would be lack of scouting. If someone just sends it into a compound where they probably shouldn't, you could get picked up, or just being caught off the back of a bike or out of a car. I don't see full team wipes yet. With a circle like this, it's plenty playable.
Certainly so. And for Silzen and Argentina, I don't sense he's going to go down here using 2 smokes. And, that's the cost of it. Never mind 3 smokes as he gets back over towards Church. And
oh, engagement on the south side. Hold on. I'm pretty sure Germany might be setting up a bit of a camp on that one. Maybe just playing their normal edge game, a slower game, but I wonder if they're going to be able to actually catch out players here. This is the one position where you could potentially see it. Here it is. So yes, there's Chris popping off shots, trying to adjust for that bullet drop as best he can, but it is a bit of a far one, even for a man of his talents and his stature. But it's information found, and they can still hold the line. They can make it uncomfortable on these rotations.
I think it's... Oh boy, no. That's some Australian driving right there. It happens all the time. They'll be fine, don't worry. But Chinese Taipei might not be. They're not inside of the zone. It's a bit of a gatekeep here from Germany over towards the cliffs as we see Moody send it back over to Canada.
That's nice. Maybe, I don't mind Canada trying to be a little bit brazen with positions. I don't mind them taking that, being a little bit cheeky on it, trying to push out, try and hold territory. It's a very nice complementary position if you hold both across those fields. But Australia did have the numbers 2-1, so why not send it in there, take it over. Good job for them. The rotations will be slowed down. This 2-2 split could be less than intentional for Australia, but they'll hold it for now. We still see that southeastern scrap continuing forward, but it is going to be disengaged, and there will again be room for these boys to find route.
And we're about to reach the 12-minute mark. Still really not much of note has in fact happened. A couple of knocks here and there, some close exchanges. Australia have been really the highlight of this entire game.
It's nice of them to put on a show for us.
Look,
very nice.
They know that everyone else is not really doing too much, and so they want to make it interesting at least. Here comes the United States of America, Bahawaka, Valiant. They've been having a rough time as well. We haven't spoken too much about them.
No, because there's not much to speak about. I mean, it's been a very quiet performance from the old USA.
I mean, right now, usually it's EU versus NA. Well, it's OCE better than both of them right now.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. We'll let you have it because you've won the game finally. We're all very proud of you. But for now, we'll see if they can maybe avoid running each other over, getting knocked very early on. It's quite tricky for them. Anyway, Circle going to come in, and let's see who gets caught on this one. This is where it's going to start hurting. And now it goes northeast. Australia have a wonderful 2-2 split. Intentional or not, they're in a prime position here. You may want to try and reconsolidate this. The northeast side is now treacherous because it's an open field.
Yeah,
that area is not playable for more than a couple of teams.
It's a tough one with the road split as well.
And look at this field as well. There's so many quote-unquote unplayable areas. We're going to have a lot of casualties in the next couple of moments.
Certainly so. I mean, we kind of expected. We are now into phase number 3. Australia are going to regroup just south of Ruins towards those yellows. Luke 12, an Insight will group up with Vasily and Zoidbait. USA going to wrap around the western side of the Gatka field, heading towards Everest. And now it's time for South Korea to make their way down the mountain and join the fields of Gatka. Canada, do they just hold this position?
I think it's a decent one. If they can hold that 2-2, it's great, but it's dangerous. This is how much faith do you have in a mix? How much faith do you have in these players that you don't know that well? Germany going the massive swing up towards the northeast side. They're hitting that blue. They're going to just touch on towards that. But coming into this, it's not going to be an easy area for them to play into. There's actually already teams in this area. There's already a couple of those positions kind of, I guess, covered off, so they may not be walking into a great situation, and with a headshot like that coming through, it's made it a little bit worse. Now they have to err on the side of caution because they've already got Brexco down relatively low. He's a little bit of the walk-in wounded here. He will manage to stay alive, I can imagine, but the rest of the team need to make their play through, and there we go. It's USA looking like they are in dire straits. That's another tragic loss for them.
Yeah, of course, United States, they try to just push through. They get sprung upon by PO of South Korea. Zeppo on top of Everest has to fall away, and for Valiant, unfortunately, he's going to have to be left behind. For the United States of America, it's about trying to just get all the rest of the 3 players out of this situation. Don't feed any more kills to Korea.
It looks like they're okay. Zampa is on an island. The other 2 have escaped, at least for now. But Zampa, I don't know how well he's going to get away from this. I don't think Korea's going to hunt this because he's going to go deeper in towards the blue. The south side is looking a little bit busy as well. Zampa's going to go on the long way around. Reconvene.
Oh, no! Great Britain, United Kingdom, Varden Reels.
Not so united, not so great. It's all looking a little bit worse for we're in that southern side. We're seeing all these teams struggling with a way forward, and actually this could be further problems. You have got V on the other side, the one man you do not want to tangle with. Michael is sending it. He wants nothing to do with that. He wants some safety, and he finds none of it.
Shy White gets the knock onto Michael. Miracle last but alive. Can he find a way to salvage this scenario for the United Kingdom? No, he cannot. Last place for the United Kingdom, and as an Australian, well, that just makes me pretty happy.
You've got to have some things to be happy about. You are Australian. I'm glad we can provide that for you once again. In the south, though, Russia and Brazil finding a bit of engagement. But beyond that, you do see Turkey trying to find a way forward towards Germany. It's a bit of the PEL battle here. We have a lot of the standard names we see time and time again, potentially about to scrap.
Luke 12 actually picking up the crate center of that zone, and Australia are going to get another really good beat. But Vietnam just quietly on the north side of this circle as well. Could become a factor. Brexco with a knockdown onto a beautiful D. Germany getting involved here towards Watertown.
Yeah, but now look at this circle. What we have available is very, very limited. Canada still very strong. Australia very strong. Vietnam very strong. Finland doing okay for themselves. This is scary. Korea sending it in as well. They're going to be joining Canada. And actually, the Canada need to be careful to not overextend here. They've been caught in transition. Sixmo just caught off Kaint. And we do see Udir trying to peek up and above. And that could be maybe a catch-off. Mert needs to be very cautious to not over-peek in this.
Sixmo still inside of Watertown for Turkey. Udi with a nade, he's got 2 more to use, but you don't really want to use them all too early. Mert holds on for now for dear life, and, well, certainly on a prayer. Brexco is still inside of Watertown.
You may win the battle, but the war is further ahead. You have the Chinese team setting up gatekeeping on this. You have USA setting up on this. Even if you win this battle, you move away from it, you're going to finally kind of fumble over yourselves. These 2 teams are in a very bad position now. Suddenly it's not looking so good, and we have Korea and Japan about to clash as well. That's over towards the east of Gatka. That's a huge fight. They're turning up, and it looks like Aqua 5 already sends them packing.
Yeah, Aqua 5 is going to be able to get Says just north of Chopsticks here at the Yellows. Gab is still alive, but is basically got no health at all. Death at the backside of this yellow building. Shinobi is up. They've only actually knocked down 1. And so for the entrance that Japan was able to have, South Korea haven't really been able to really deter them at all.
Not yet. It's that kind of melting pot. They're trying to get the heals off. They need to buy their time. Chris has fallen. Germany's not looking so good. Japan trying to find a way around. They're looking for that angle of approach that might allow them maybe a pick, a knock, something. The nades come through, and you can see all that utility being put down. This is deadly!
Shinobi knocked down. And South Korea get another knock, but they still haven't been able to convert any of these.
He's pushing, he's looking for this one. Here comes the aggression. They're trying to go on the cleanup. They're looking so into this.
Germany's just been eliminated. The Molotov gets the knock down onto Gabber as well. Shinobi finished off by Pio. He is the star for South Korea. And they're just about finishing off Japan, 2 left alive.
We do have a third party in the background, but that's just kind of clutching at straws. They're trying to pick them off. Japan's worse for wear, to say the least. They are broken into pieces, desperate to stay alive by utility, and that's about all they've got. Now look at Ruins. You do have the Turkish side working towards USA. That's a very hard disengage. Look at that gap. Look at the difference. That's why the utility is going down here. This is not going to be an easy way to move out for the Turkish team. They need to get a couple of knocks. They need to find a way through, and that is not the way.
Bahawaka gets on the board, but can he confirm it for the United States? Hyro trying to get away, crawl away, but he can't get away from Bahawaka. 6mo, Mert still alive. Mert hanging on by the skin of his teeth as we go back to Japan and Korea. Gabber's been knocked down as Sei's actually jumps into the yellow.
This is insanity. Oh no, Korea! Korea, you have to be so careful to not do this, because look off to the side. He gets down one, but the trade is instantaneous for Korea. Now can they find the rest? Wait, Pio's just been found.
And he gets 2, but unfortunately Loki finishes him off and Japan go down to South Korea.
We're down to 12 teams. We are looking like these last remainders on the outskirts, desperate for a way in and not looking. Oh my god! Oh my god, run!
Maluk!
Can you believe it?
Sorry! We'll take 2. 1 for the road.
Another nade coming in. Is that going to be good as well? No one's still there. He can't quite get it, but Pio's bleeding. He's gone. He's gone down. That's a huge loss. Canada has timed this so perfectly. Striking while the iron's hot, moving in while they're bleeding from the wayside.
And if they can complete this fight, they'll have basic zone control on the western side of this next zone for phase number 5. Aqua 5 holds the window. Loki still alive as well for South Korea. You cannot underestimate this team. They've been able to get 3 standing. South Korea will not go down without a fight.
They won't. It's time to dig their heels in. Can they hold on here? Because look at them come. Moody's having a look. He fancies it. And we know Korea have burnt through all of that utility. Now they're pinned in, and Canada needs to clear this out and fast. They can't stay alive for long. They can't sit in this position. You want to move around. That's why Moody is there, clearing out as he goes. And Korea's just hunkering down, taking their time, peeking those angles. But Drassel's on the play. K-Mine's wanting to do this. This is really well orchestrated thus far.
Really smart from both teams, really playing it slow. But it does give South Korea the advantage of being able to heal back out. Dressel's going to be knocked down though, pushing in. Inanix is going to be knocked down too. Canada is a 1-1 trade. Loki down, and Canada get the annihilation onto South Korea.
But while this all happened, Vietnam took the opportunity and moved into their old home. So yes, Canada cleared out one threat, but Vietnam have just moved in and claimed their stake. Now, up on the other side of things, we finally see Russia turning up here towards Brazil. They hold the house. They try and hold on to this one. They're in a good spot here, at least for now. Finland not far off. You still have China there and Australia in a bad position. They were looking pretty good for a while, but maybe they took their time. Maybe they got slowed down by the Turkish side.
They still got 4 alive though. 3 over towards the yellow. Luke Wells going to be knocked down by himself. Matt 98 will take out the fragger from Australia. But still got 3 alive as Mexi from behind tries to remonstrate. And it's not able to get the knock on the Mad 98, who actually gets a quick double tap on the Mexi, is Finland. Well, this is certainly a better game from them.
Yeah, we are seeing USA, though, moving in. Australia's in all kinds of trouble here. They need to be very cautious about which fights they take, how much they show, because they are very near to each other. China keeping them well kept. Tixu's chomping at the bit to dive in. Zampa finds Zoidmate, and Australia are not looking so hot right now. They're down to the limited numbers, and look at Zampa's angle. It's so strong. He shows insight, what he can see in this situation, and they're pushing on this now. Look at Finland. There goes Australia. Yeah, they may be better than the Brits, but at least they're done for now. Finland, though, see this all happening. They hear it happening, and they're holding the line here. But the USA are pinching in China. They're closing in on this from both sides.
And Sixmo's in here as well for Turkey. The Turkish band, he's still alive. He's hanging around throughout all this action. Summer inside of the blue, behind the tree, but losing health. Now knocked down, now eliminated. China are out. And the United States now turn their attention to Sixmo from Turkey. After that, it'll be Finland.
You have to keep your eyes on Vietnam in the bigger picture here. They moved in at the perfect time when Canada moved over to clear out Korea, but look at this. This fight over in the Northeast is still so scary. We know the Turkish team can play a cautious game. Sharky's had none of it. He can smell the blood in the water. Sixmo's gone, and as is Turkey. And now it's time to look towards the next fight. It's Finland, cold as ice, holding the line. They did lose out on a player, though. Mexi with a good tag. Zampa's in all kinds of trouble. And Tixu's nade could be worth its weight in gold if it made it far enough.
Bahawaka with a knockdown onto Mexi. United States have improved on Erangel. In fact, most of the teams that are still alive have done a 180 compared to Miramar's performances. Mexi going to get revived as there are actually some shots from Vietnam, the entire zone away towards United States.
United States do need to keep making a move on this, so the ground they currently hold is basically an open field behind them. They do not have a long time to stay in this spot. With the blue on their back, they need to make the play. Finland realize this. They know what's next steps. They know what's ahead of them. And now here comes Canada trying to make the cross, trying to head over towards Vietnam, but the spot's been made and the tags come out. That's why Drassel's got that 24 to hand. He's trying to get the pick, give them opening. I would say the one thing for Vietnam here is they're all isolated in these buildings. One knock isn't a safe revive anymore.
Certainly not. Nades, though, are still available for Vietnam. Maluke's going to be knocked down by that one from Basil. Second one to follow, only gets him down to half health, but a third one may just do the job. Maluk trying to crawl away, is able to. It'll be safe, though, for K-Mine to go for this revive. For Canada, they're going to make up their mind. Maluk's going to be eliminated, though, by Nim. And now they've got the pressure.
They certainly do. Feeling it build. You can see the Molotovs on the floor slowing down Canada. The role they started to build has been tempered, has been hindered. And Vietnam again turn their attention to who's further afield. The Russian side. Isolated, sure, but still able to get a good bit of vision towards Finland, keeping them very much at arm's length. And look at Moody trying to make a play here, trying to find a bit of an angle to find approach. A doozy there towards Samti. PEL brothers in arms. Action upon action. And the push from Zampa. That's really good timing. He sees them bleeding. He sees them wounded. He sees them vulnerable. And they capitalize.
Tixu, last one remaining now for Finland. They've only got the 3 kills. It could be a 5th place finish. It might not be really what Finland would want out of this first game on Erangel. They'll still take it compared to the Miramar performances, but what's interesting to note is right now, no team has got center control. Moody going to be knocked down by Senya. Drassel and K-Mine have got a lot of work to do now for Canada.
The CIS god Senya there. Not just IGL at this point, but showing he certainly can frag with the best of them, but what another loss for Canada. One by one, they keep getting picked apart in the worst possible ways. The nades coming through. Russia needs to be careful of how they get into the circle. I don't know the best option. They do still have vehicles. They might need to send it, and now it's open field. This is anyone's game here.
It is anyone's game, and it's all up for grabs. Game 3 of the PUBG Nations Cup into Phase 7. The United States are technically the closest to this zone, but Russia making a beeline push towards the eastern part of this circle. K-Mine going to be eliminated by Sapao. Drassel does get Nim, but it's all he's going to be able to achieve. Canada out in 5th.
A good hold from them, but Vietnam found that positioning so well. I cannot get over how perfectly they played that. They do still have a vehicle ready to go. USA, I'm pretty sure, are operating without vehicles at this point. So they are purely on foot, and there's very limited cover. We all know this area. We all dread this area. There's always that one person with, you know, the SLR or something tapping away at you, and that's what we're going to see. Vietnam sending it. They're flying in there, and that's getting everyone's attention. They're smoking. Oh, they've lost down another.
And Tixu gets a knockdown onto Kemmer, but does go down to a doozy. And that's going to be Finland out in 4th position. United States, Vietnam, and Russia are the final 3 teams here for Game 3. So power knocked down by Sharky. United States might not have the vehicles, but they got the firepower, Pansy.
They need the utility too. They need it all. Uber's going to try and find a nice little position here with a bit of hard cover to play off. And that's a very nice spot. It's not looking good for Vietnam. And no, it's not indeed. Welcome to the top 2 now. 7 players alive. And we know who it is. The USA up against the Russian side. The USA hold the northern position. The Russians hold the southeast. And the Russian team are making their move as Sharky just got knocked.
Zampa might have best position in the zone, but Russia have got that numerical advantage. It's a 4 versus 2 scenario. Zampa's been spotted out almost at about half health. Now definitely below it. He's going to get knocked down. It's not looking good for United States, and Bahawaka is the last one alive. He needs to pull off a clutch 1 versus 4, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. The CIS team, it's Russia for the first game of Erangel.
That's the sort of performance I expected from these boys. That's why a lot of the analysis guys, a lot of the guys on the desk were looking at them to pick up a big performance. Miramar didn't look good. They said it on the desk. We were waiting to see them capitalize on aggression, find those moments to strike, and find the perfect timing to be the team we know they can be. And finally, we saw it there in those final moments. But again, that top 3 was so good.
Certainly so, and sort of what I wouldn't say we expected, but boy, was it refreshing to see that the teams that struggled on Miramar certainly showed up here on Erangel. Right now, everyone has come to play, and we've seen sort of the top dogs now from EU make their mark. Finland, Russia, Germany, of course, have been consistent.
Yeah, and looking at the USA, they desperately needed that. And Canada as well. These are the teams we wanted to see do nicely, that they've had, domination in their regions. And it didn't translate in those first couple of games. They weren't the teams we expected, but this, as you said, Erangel being maybe a bit more home territory to them, they can play at their pace, be, I guess, less instructed by the others, felt very homey to them.
Certainly so, and what a stark contrast in terms of the play style as well, heading over to Erangel. A lot more slow pace early on. We didn't really see a lot of kills. I think it was around the 14-minute mark until we got our first kill of the game there for match number 3 for the first game of Erangel compared to Miramar. Do you think maybe the nerves are starting to settle down for some of these players as well?
I think so. I think you're also finding your form with your fellow teammates. You're finding that how we really deal with the pressure. Yes, you can play your practices. Yes, you can play at home. Yes, you've played your casual games. But on a stage like this, when everything matters, when you're representing your region, it does feel like a different matter. So the team's going to take a second or two here. But for them, we are starting to see them find form. And I'm glad to see a couple of teams who were quiet in the first few find their footing finally.
Certainly so. I mean, looking at sort of the teams that have made top 5 now over the first 3 games, it's a long list. There's not many teams that have done it twice. No team's done it 3 times, of course, so right now we haven't seen a sort of consistent standout. It's certainly wide open. Vietnam would probably be the standout, and that's a surprising one too.
It is, and I'm glad to see it. I love seeing a team come in, and I think most of us kind of expected a team like that to do well, but overall I think we've had a very good game on Erangel so far.
Yeah, certainly so, and for Russia, they'll be feeling happy, but who would be feeling disappointed from that game, really, for Erangel? I mean, probably the teams that did well on Miramar suffered more so on Erangel. And we saw Korea, of course, they were able to finish off Japan. That was a great moment for them. Japan have been struggling so far.
They have been. Hopefully for them they can find a bit more, but I believe that's it from us now. We'll find out in the next couple of games.
Nations Cup with 3 games down in day number 1, of course, and the Western world does strike back at what we saw from the East and the power that they have brought so far here in Seoul, South Korea, as Russia shows why some of their fraggers are the biggest and most powerful when it comes to the PEL over in Europe. Gentlemen, joining me, Froz, Avenger, and Hypoc, obviously with Russia taking that victory towards the end. Very, very impressive from them to be able to take it. They got themselves 8 kills. It was kind of a lot of edge plays to get things going, Hypoc to get things over the hill, but then the rotation through to the middle saw them to victory.
Yeah, and I mean, lights out play to them actually in the end game there. Obviously, defended that the Pachinki Red down at the bottom of the hill to Brazil, which obviously they were looking to crash actually. So yeah, actually that building notoriously difficult to actually hold because of the amount of compounds that were occupied in these final circles as well that can pressure that one building alone. So, hats off to them actually to play their way out into the field. And actually, you saw one team out of the 3 remaining be decisive with sending it center. I mean, actually taking control. Obviously, the first 2 vehicles that sent through from the other compound, obviously, just got blown up immediately. So.
And on top of that, Australia had that compound and left it. They had a really nice 2-2 split. Decided to go for the northern side, which is, I would say, the better call with that circle. They had a good amount of control, and they thought they were going to be able to get a lot of kills out in the field there. Yeah. But overall, really like the play, the slow play. You can really see Senya's in-game leading is shining through here for Russia, making sure they can hold it kind of back, and then when they they were waiting in the cars. When the circle closes, okay, guys, we're going here.
Yeah.
And they're immediately taking advantage of everybody else was fighting at that point.
And in the arena, Froz, we heard a very ambitious Senya from the Korean commentators. So they were impressed by them too, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, and once again, we're coming down to a game where Russia actually can play kind of their own game, how they usually play it, or Navi style, as we would say. So because of that, they could actually make sure they got the win themselves.
Let's take a look at how that game unfolded as well, of course, as we take a look at our playing path of where people dropped and how everybody was able to get to the end zone, our 3 teams. Of course, with the plane going from north to south here, and then that circle kind of centralizing a little slight bit east of Pachinki and ending not in too far a position from there, it gave teams opportunity to jostle for position and kind of hold down those positions.
And as we heard the castles talk about as well, when you have such a central plane path and such a central circle as well, not a lot of stuff is going to happen in the beginning, but then it comes to what are you trying to hold, what kind of gatekeeping are you trying to do. We saw Korea doing that on America, United States very early.
Oof, look at that.
We saw some really nice rotations from the United States, and that's where Valiant's in-game leading really kind of shines through here from those rotations there. But I really like how it played out in the end.
Hi, Puck, I want to talk to you about that USA rotation. That was a big one.
I mean, credit where credit's due. This is a game, and we were talking about this just now, where the macro hasn't been great, but to be positioned where they ended up playing up to L in ruins.
Yeah.
And ultimately, if you're in a position where you're not in the game-winning spot, the game-winning compound or what have you, to then play out of that aggressively and take team fights, actually take back control of some of the terrain towards the circle, and they did that against Turkey, Australia, and then Finland at the top of the hill. So, credit where credit's due. Maybe not making the best decision rotations-wise, but actually salvage mode, they're picking up kills, which is what they need to do.
I mean, salvaging after losing Valiant on Everest as well. We saw Sampa, exactly. And we saw Sampa on the north side of the mountain, while the other 2, they weren't on the south side, but they met up in ruins and they started playing from there.
Yeah, definitely so. And actually, when it comes to the Everest kind of encounter that did go down, Froz, we have noticed that pattern continue, not only from Miramar, but also now into Erangel for South Korea.
Yeah, seeing South Korea taking the high ground once again. They started up on the Everest there, making sure they had so much vision. They were doing a 2-1-1 split, but they also took the decision, we want to go somewhere. They kept Pio up on Everest to make sure that he could scout everything while everybody moves into position. And then they grouped up and started working together.
And also the kind of crowd control you take from there. When you have a guy there, you make sure nobody takes the counter position that Korea was in.
Yeah.
So I really love the play from them. And honestly, if they continue this style and continue to frag out as much as they do, Pio is going to be the kill leader, the top damage killer, and they're going to win the tournament.
Let me tell you something. I have no doubt in my mind about Pio being top. Well, it remains to be seen elsewhere, I suppose. Of course, South Korea continued to kind of be a focal point whilst this game was going on, and they were going up against Japan, who obviously did crash into that compound, and that was kind of a tumultuous, kind of turbulent moment for them.
I mean, I didn't think Japan would be able to actually crash the yellow houses there, because Korea, they did spot them. They heard the vehicle coming, but they couldn't hold them off. Now, Japan getting that close and actually managed to deal some damage before they got wiped was actually kind of impressive.
And on top of that, guys, we can't deny here, Vietnam currently in the lead in terms of amount of points so far. Our first place is 16 kills, yes, they did get 11 in the second game, but the third place here with 6 kills puts them way ahead of the competition so far.
And actually, again, just 1 point from that, where Canada pushed out to try and hold Korea in third party that fight, where we saw Maluk getting the double knock with the nade.
Yeah.
Vietnam, straight away, great map awareness, and they came all the way from double whites in the north and crashed into Canada's compound. That, for me, was lights out play, and that secured their third place. They earned it in that play alone.
Look, Chinese Taipei, don't sleep on them. 4th place currently with a lot of kills. They're playing really good. No one's expecting anything from them, but they can perform on both Miramar and Erangel, and that's one of the key points for them.
I've got to ask you, when looking at the current leaderboards right now, with Vietnam in first place, Korea in second, China in third place as well, and then Chinese Taipei in 4th place. Is Erangel the map where our Western teams can come back? We saw a little bit of that to start off with this first game, but can that happen in games 4 and 5?
So I feel like the Asian teams, they've taken advantage of Miramar, but the Western teams, they've taken advantage of Erangel right now. It's going to swap up a little bit for tomorrow, but we still have 2 games on Erangel right now.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's game number 4. The plane's a bit tougher than our last couple. Let's head over to the commentary team.
Thank you very much, boys on the desk. Who were those casters? They were so great. Those were the golden voices of Xenox and Pansy. We will be seeing more of them tomorrow, but for now, you have Porosaurus and Paper Thin bringing you our last 2 games of the day, East meets West. And we've had some pretty good performances by both hemispheres here, Paper.
Exactly. Miramar seemed to favor the East a little bit more. Now we're on Erangel. The West teams did really well early on, but it's really interesting that the 4 top teams are Asian teams. It means so much for them here because they are playing for that last spot for the PGC. So how will they continue? How will they do this? For me, Poro, this is a really special moment. This was where the PKL Season 2 finals were. This is the exact same arena, so I'm looking for South Korea to continue to play well on the back of their star PO.
Well, they've been playing phenomenally thus far. So have the teams of Vietnam and Chinese Taipei. But we also saw some great performances now coming out from USA and Canada. We've still seen the European teams kind of spinning the wheels a little bit so far, but all it takes is that one big game, Paper, and that could be the biggest difference in the world.
Yeah, I think for me, the real surprise here is Team Finland. On paper, this is one of the best teams in the world. This is a team that I would stack up against any other great team in the world just on their own, but they're really struggling here, and they just can't seem to find the rotations. They can't seem to find the kills. Their shots look a little off. I'm very shocked by this.
Absolutely. Well, as we said, you know, things... this is why we play 15 games, right? You know, the first 3 games so far haven't gone their way, but those guys, as you said, some of the best players in the world. I have no doubt in my mind that that ship will get righted here eventually. The question is, can it get righted on day 1, or will they be left reviewing VODs tonight trying to figure out where it all went wrong?
Yeah, the good news is there's still quite a few games left to play, so you can definitely turn this around if you're a team like Finland that is struggling right now. Germany's been kind of up and down since their first game after that kind of crushing defeat at the hands of Vietnam with some assistance from Chinese Taipei. So since then, it hasn't been as great for them either.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I'm excited to see the boys from the USA and Canada turning up big in that last game. Team fights finally starting to go their way, but here we go into match 4 on Erangel. All right, there's your plane path. You see a very far, kind of an eastern tint here. Our boys that are going to be looting up on the western side of the map going to have a little bit of traveling to do.
Yeah, absolutely. A few of the teams that like to go over to the west that we've seen so far, especially Korea likes to go to South Georgia Pole, are going to have a little bit more of a challenge finding some vehicles getting over there, etc. But most of the teams like to drop on the eastern side of this map, so this isn't going to be too much of a struggle for them. I don't expect to see too much fighting, maybe over a few vehicles early on, trying to get to the Georgia Pole area.
That's the big exclamation point right there. You want to be keeping an eye on those esports vehicle spawns. Those are going to be extremely popular right here very early on. As we see, Razak is kind of a popular. You see Korea dropping a little bit far north of Razak here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's that dirt road that's on the northern end of that river there as they head over there. Now, it's kind of interesting. The Koreans like to call South Georgia Pole Gangnam. Why? So everybody knows the famous song Gangnam Style, right? Gangnam is a district in Korea. It literally means south of the river. So they actually call South George Gangnam. So they all like to go there. It's a very popular spot. They consider it to be one of the best, if not the best spot on the map.
Well, there you go. I'm learning something new all the time with you, Paper Thin. And there we go. See, Bahawaka is going to find himself an esports vehicle spawn. As we see, our circle has popped, and we're going far to the west. It's going to be interesting. This is now leaving the teams to decide whether they want to go north or south of the river. Obviously, southern side favoring it a little bit more.
Yeah, this has got to be a really happy moment here for teams like Finland, especially, who is going to have a lot of early access to pick their location that they want to rotate to early. They have the entire western edge to themselves outside of Pachinki, so I'm really excited for them to see exactly how they take advantage of this, because I think an early rotation would really benefit them. Find an early spot. This edge game hasn't really worked for them.
You see Korea already on the move. You see Pio with with 11 kills leading his squad so far. Korea currently sitting in that second place position with 29 total points. Vietnam, though, starting to generate a little bit of a lead here. Have to see if the boys from Korea can surmount that here in game number 4.
Well, this Vietnam squad is really interesting, right? We've been talking about it. We haven't really seen them on the big international stage in a while, but they have some absolute monsters. Their in-game leader, Levi's, he's also the #1 fragger in Vietnam. They have another guy, Basil, who's a really good sniper. We've seen him play quite well. Sapao, who is a really good support player. We've seen him have some big moments here for this team. So this is a really interesting team, and they've showed up big so far today.
Absolutely. Vietnam definitely raising some eyebrows here, at least in the early opening parts of the Nations Cup. Check in on the United Kingdom, looting up around Milta Power. I see Reels apparently just looting by himself. See, checking on Vard. Everybody just spread out there on that far side of Milta Power. They do have a little bit of traveling to go, but they should be okay, as we see Mad 98 all by himself in this field.
Yeah, definitely, I think, you know, UK, they have the most difficult rotation here because they're over in Milta Power, but they've played really well so far in the scrims this week. We saw them be extremely efficient. So they were a team that I actually picked to be in the top 5 here so far. Hasn't gone their way, but this is a team that has a lot of potential and a really strong coach, man. So they could do well.
Absolutely. They do have a lot of options. Oh, here we go. Jemty is all by himself in this compound. Zoimate's going to come in. He's going to get immediately taken down. That is Vasily. And that is Aussie losing one early. Yempty. Things may be turning around for Finland here in match number 4.
And this is what I was talking about. A nice early rotation here from Jempty to set up the pick onto Australia. Gives them a big first kill and a point. Maybe this is the point where it starts to turn around for them.
This is also obviously good news for the boys in blue and white as we check in on Turkey. Just still kind of hanging around in the Razak area. Iro going to spot the U.S. team making their way across the bridge, looking for a little bit of a northern rotation on this circle.
Yeah, Iro doesn't want to give his position away there. He's just going to let the U.S. come through. Now, still, Bahawaka is coming up behind the rest of Team USA. The other 3 members are in front of him, so he might have a bit of a difficult situation here. He's going to try to drive through.
Here we go. Bahawaka right on top of 6mo, and that is the worst time to hit the rock in the road to send that vehicle flying, but Baha manages to right the ship in time, but look at Iro's right on top, and that's going to be Bahawaka going down early. USA down to just 3.
The patience from Iro pays off here, and they are able to pick up a free kill on that straggling member of USA, setting them back a little bit as they make their rotation here just to the east of shooting range. We'll see if they decide to keep pushing. We've got Nim from Vietnam, who's already set up in shooting range.
It was an extremely risky rotation there by Bahawaka, coming across that bridge, playing very, very close to Razak, knowing that the Turkish team loots in that location. So unfortunate the gamble did not pay off that time, but here we go, checking on Argentina. They're opting for the compound just to the south of Everest here.
This is a really interesting split here from Argentina.
Oh wait, this is awesome.
Look at this.
Oh, we moved. This is
now we're in Australia.
I've thrown everything. Everything's falling apart here.
Just to give people an idea, Argentina, now they both start with A's, so I'm saying both. Argentina was doing a big 2-2 split, but now they're kind of going up to a 3-1. Korea's doing the Korea thing. They always like to go on to Everest. They love this mountain. You get so much information from up there, and they know how to work that position so well, especially because you got 2 members of Gen G on this team who almost always drop South George, so they know how to play this position so well.
Checking in on Canada, they dropped Military Island as their spot was not very easy to get to given the plane. They are running very, very close to Russia here as well. So they may run into it. Yeah, it looks like Drassel might have spotted them and pulled off of there. We check in with Great Britain. They have left their Milta Power looting location and started moving directly to the west. Not trying to do any long rotations here.
Yeah, this was, I think, a nice patient play here by the UK, waiting their time. They know that there's a lot of teams that are going to be going in ahead of them. They unfortunately, because of the position they're in, they have to wait. They get the last turn at the dinner table, right? They're the kids at Thanksgiving. You got to wait till all the adults have gone through, and then you get your turn to get your food.
Japan opting for that long rotation up to the north side by Stalber, as we see Russia has now been by themselves there on the far western coast just south of Gak. Vietnam now pulling up to a compound as we see Brazil in the background Not in a line of sight just yet, but we're going to check in with Korea now, doing a split again. We've seen them have a pretty wide split early in the last game here, keeping one on top of Everest. Now, Pio joined by Loki.
This is something that's become kind of trendy in the Korea region, to do these long 2-2 splits to try to control as much territory as you can. Take advantage of long sight lines. Give yourself not only information, but ability to put shots into teams as they try to rotate to you. At least do some damage to them, but at the same time, understanding where they're going to be moving, and then you can take advantage of that.
Chinese Taipei making a nice little rotation through the fields just to the east of Quarry. You see Bard gets an eye on Sixmo here. Is he going to take the shot? Yes, he's going to take a few and send that way. Sixmo, oh, one lands there, but Sixmo should be able to get out of this fairly freely.
Yeah, Turkey's coming through here. They're sending Sixmo out. Looks like is more of a scout role for him here. He's all by himself. Going through the school first. The other members of the Turkey team are still in Razak, but they've got the UK team coming up next to them here on their eastern flank. So we'll see if they opt to just bail out and regroup with Sixmo. If they're going to try to maybe fight this out, maybe the UK is just going to rotate to the north. So there might not be a fight there.
Ooh, we see Canada spotting out a doozy in the kill feed there. But right now, Vietnam hears China. They hear the vehicles just to their north, not having any lines of sight just yet. A doozy all by himself. That is not likely to get rezzed here. You do see some return shots coming in from Russia, though, trying to make me see if they can squeak out a trade here.
Yeah, Canada's trying to set up for a bit of a wide angle onto this. Russia has set up onto the top of Everest there. You can see one of their members, and in fact, oh my goodness, Moody runs over a doozy to finish him. But the other members of Russia trying to put some shots in, but it's such long range.
All right, here we go. The circle is going to go south. So the teams that opted to go north, thinking that maybe they might get favored by a far north Circle 2 here, going to have to find their ways back across the river. You can see the United States going over in that Georgia pole spot here. Sharky going to find himself a kill on a Summer. He's not even going to have to waste the bullets to finish that one, as the vehicle's going to do it for him.
Yeah, so a few more vehicle mishaps going on here. Summer will go down, and that is 3 members left, but we've got Finland coming in here with Argentina trying to crash in as well.
All right, Argentina finding himself right on top. Tisku's going to take some shots in the back, and yes, he's going to go down to Ernesta. Samty will find a way to get away, though. He is going to take some fleeting shots here. Nothing really going to be too scary, but that's Finland losing one. Tisku getting finished off.
Yeah, it looks like Samty will be able to get away here. Finland trying to regroup with their splits. They did a good job taking position early, but they were caught a little off guard there by Argentina. Tisku pays the price.
All right, we have RDNX in the ruins with the Brazilians. They have not had the best day so far today, but we can see if they can turn things around here in game number 4. Canada still trading shots back and forth. You see Milk going to take out Maluk, is going to get downed there. Now to see if the smokes are out, the vehicle's going to block it off. They should be able to get this res, but Milk got him dead to rights.
Milk is trying to climb up the wall to get the angle here, but now Russia's getting in on the action. Uva takes out Maluk, stealing that kill.
And this is the risk that you take in every single one of these high-tier lobbies. You never know where those third-party shots are going to come from. This game so far, Paper, has been a lot more active early than it was in the first game on Erangel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw 64 alive for so deep into the first game here, but now a lot of teams, because of the nature of the circle, because there were so few teams in it to begin with, a lot of teams are catching each other in transition here, so we're seeing a little more early action. This is the Vietnam team moving through the school area and making their way into the circle now, setting up a 3-1 split. This is something we see Asia teams do, where they'll send 3 out ahead sometimes to kind of secure the position with somebody in the back to make sure that their rear flank is covered.
Check on United Kingdom coming in from the southeastern part of the map. They're going to stop on the high ground, see what they can spot out. Turkey still trying to make their rotation here. They did spot out the Vietnam squad, but nothing really to come of it just yet. Sixmo going to reposition that vehicle. Vietnam looks like they're going to be content with just moving just inside the circle rather than trying to dive too deep.
Yeah, and this is an edging team. This is what we've seen from them throughout this tournament, and what I expect to see them. They like to play the edges. They seem really comfortable with it. They're very confident in their shots, and I think if you're an aggressive, if you can shoot really well, then playing the edges can be very effective because you're going to pick up a lot of kills.
Absolutely. We check in with Japan here, just behind Thailand. This is on the far southern side of the circle. Thailand, this could, we've seen this happen before where they could decide to just hit the brakes, turn on this real quick, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and keep their rotation going. Stop on the hill. C's going to keep them at arm's reach there.
Well, all you need is Duckmans.
Oh yeah,
he's the only one. We've seen that so many times where the Thai teams just have one person left and they just go absolutely crazy. Just dead center with this next circle though, Poro.
It's about as easy as it gets. Argentina feeling great right now as they are in a 2-2 split in the most popular compounds right there in the center. Canada just to their south. We see Australia playing the spot that Finland was playing in the game 1. This is a remarkably similar circle to what we just saw last game.
Yeah, this is really close to the same, and you see a lot of the teams playing it about the same way. Korea's got that 2-2 split kind of. Now they're kind of grouping up for a 2-1-1, but oh my goodness, Bard landing some nice damage onto the members of Chinese Taipei.
And Chinese Taipei trying to make their rotation in. Looks like they found a free compound. Fortunate for them, and SR should get res. Yeah, he's going to be fine. See, you can hear the bullets still landing from the Argentina squad. Nothing going to find that home, though.
I thought Leo might accidentally get run over there. That car kind of got pushed towards him, able to get in that window. Okay, that Chinese Taipei team is really interesting to me. They're the only team that just literally took like the 4 best fraggers from their region and put them together. A lot of the other teams tried to put together a team that have a great shot caller, a good sniper, you know, a good support player, and a good front liner. Taipei's just like, nah, we're just going to bring our best fraggers and go for it.
See what we can kill. And so far, they've been doing pretty well here as we see Vietnam still once again on the edge of that circle just to the west. They have sent 2 in, 2 still outside. Turkey kind of keeping an eye on them as we see Japan trying to make their way across wide open fields here. This is always a little bit of a scary moment.
Yeah, definitely. They've got Thailand there on their east. Canada is up ahead. The remaining 3 members of Canada are up there as well. Looks like they're content to just find an edge position in this little 2-house compound with a shack as well and set up here for now. They took a few shots from Thailand, nothing landing though. So it looks like that's going to be their home for now, but it's going to be a difficult rotation for them, especially if this circle shifts north.
Absolutely. Name of the game there, scouting out the compound, not trying to get too greedy. Japan just taking what they can get, what the circle provides them. And Tanawa going to take some shots there from range. Japan just making sure that they know, don't peek that. Don't peek that.
Yeah, Shinobi getting a few shots there onto the members of Thailand, but for now they're content to just back off, just try to do a little bit of damage, wear down the utility of their opposing team, and try to play for the later game here. And again, you can see Shinobi there up on top of that vehicle, trying to get an angle into the houses, but it doesn't look like he's going to get much done there.
There you go, Vietnam, the trailing 2 members, going to try to make it into the circle to join their other 2 squad mates. As we see Turkey making their way into the ruins, so things calming down a little bit here towards the center part of the game, but I have a feeling with this next circle pop, it's going to start getting a little testy. And there we go, the hard shift to the southwest. Canada feeling good, Argentina feeling good, but we got a lot of teams up there to that northeastern part that are about to run into each other.
That northeastern part of the circle is going to be very, very chaotic. The ending to this looks like it might be a field ending as well, so it's kind of puts you in a difficult position. Center circle is basically right in the middle of a field. You don't want to be there. But if you're not a team that likes playing in the outskirts, but wait a minute, we got a fight breaking out here between the USA and Japan. We've got a knock and a flush here from Valiate.
There you go. The crash came in at the exact same time. USA managing to get the first down. Japan, the rest of Japan has managed to find a foothold, though. They have a building to work with. Zampa trying to find an outside angle. Going to get spotted out by Depp. They're going to have to reposition off that. Not going to get the flank that easy.
Yeah, Depp, one of the top fraggers for Japan in their region. Meantime, we've got Vietnam trying to cross through. A great rip by Chris. Takes Basil out.
And here we go. We said it was about to get bloody, and here it is. It's Chris trying to find it. Oh, Canada finds Brazil. Thailand right on top of them. Australia as well. We don't know who's getting to who here. Everybody is vulnerable. Luke 12, the last one up for Australia. He's got next to no health. Brazil has been eliminated by Canada. At the same time, Drassel going to try to get the res on the Moody, but Luke has a grenade. What's he going to do with it?
This was an absolute bloodbath. 4 teams fighting it out here. You can see Argentina was on the eastern flank of all of this, just putting death and destruction into Australia. Canada able to weather the storm somewhat. Australia, though, absolutely torn apart, but some great shooting there from Mad. Takes down a beautiful death.
And he almost got traded out at the same time. Sixmo knows exactly where he is. He's going to send the grenade. Will it find a home? No, it's going to roll just downhill. Mad 98 does get the heal off. Does he have any support from his squad mates here? Yes, he does. As they go. Now PO coming in from the side as well. Turkey in a lot of trouble now. Pinched.
Korea wants to third party this battle between Turkey and China. They have completely surrounded these two teams. However, Loki is all alone in a compound outside of this. Finland's rolling up as well, but Turkey doing some work here. Iroh does get that knock finally onto Mad, who tried to weather that as long as he could. Now it's up to December the 12th, trying to snake his way through.
He's going to stay alive as long as possible. As we see Sixmo, they still have to make their way into the circle here. Korea in a perfect spot to gatekeep this squad. They're going to have to go low, see if they can try to make their way in, break line of sight. As we now check in with the Korean squad, they have the Finland team wrapping around them. They are getting surrounded slowly but surely.
Turkey just got bought a bit of a gift. We'll see how it plays out, though. Finland has rolled up here to help surround this Korea team now. Now, where it looks like Korea was surrounding Turkey, now they are kind of getting pinched between a couple different teams themselves. Pio trying to land some shots, not quite able to connect. Nice little move there by the Iroh member.
You can see Finland is down on the high ground. They have the low ground. Jan and Onyx is going to get taken out by Sixmo. Mert manages to make it to a tree, but the blue is right on him, and he's going to go down, and that's going to be Pio. Can he get an angle on this to maybe pick up the kill, get the point? We still have one up for Turkey, though. Iroh, can he make the hero play? Vietnam, we've checked on. They're making their way in, and it's going absolutely nuts in the northeastern side of this circle. Turkey goes out as Iroh gets finished off.
Finland and Vietnam are in a battle now as well. It looks like Samson here trying to protect the members. He blows up Nim's vehicle. Vietnam getting destroyed. They wanted to third party this. That's been their specialty, coming in and cleaning up kills. But Finland finally showing some life and defending this position very well. Only one member left here for Vietnam.
Finland down to 2, but those 2 are doing some work here. As now Canada's getting crashed by Chinese Taipei, and they are going to make short work of the boys from Canada. As Drassel, K-Mine, Maluk all go down. They should be able to get both reses off here, as Shaiwei and Milk going to be able to take that northern part of Chopstick. We see Korea trying to hop in the vehicles, make a mad dash to get into the circle. Managed to do so far. Where are they going to go, though? Argentina, every compound is filled. There's nowhere safe to go here.
No, this is so difficult of a rotation here for Korea. There just isn't much available inside of this circle. You can see Aqua 5 and Loki in this Dacia trying to find some way in here. Luke has to defend his position, but Russia's crashing in as well.
Russia's on top of Luke, and he's managed to get 2. Uwen Senya down. Can he do it? The impossible? No. And now this is Korea pushing right back on top of this, and that's going to be a huge nade from Loki as they manage to wipe the Russian team.
Just waiting long enough to finish off Russia. Great timing here from the Korean team. They've got 3 up now and control of the center circle. Zampa coming over here to flush out this member of Japan. It will be Depp going down here. Only 2 members left for Japan. Says, though, gets the rip and the flush on the Valiate.
What a great shot. Angle hold there by Say. Zampa's going to get taken out. Valiate's going to get flushed. Sharky, the last one up for the United States. Japan with a great patient hold here as the United States trying to find their way through Gatka to make their way into circle.
Says is sneaking up onto Sharky here, trying to get the information. It's a 2v1 here. Can Sharky defend this? They're both out. Both of these teams are outside of the circle, and Sharky's got a lot of bush cover, but we've got a very patient Says trying to come up on him.
They are listening for any audio cue they can get. Is Pome going to land a shot on Samty? Is the blue going to take him off? No, the heel's going to get in just in time. You can see Mexi already in circle. Samty has been spotted out. He's going to try to see if he can survive in the smoke for a little bit longer. Can he do it? He's ducking, he's dodging, he's weaving, he's staying alive somehow. As here sees he's getting his eyes on Sharky. Yeah, that's going to be it for the United States, going out in 9th place.
Well played here by Japan, knocking the USA out and finding themselves on the western part of the circle. In the meantime, Pome does confirm the kill on Desampti. It's just Mexi left here for Finland. We have got 8 teams left in the circle centers once again, and Argentina looking very good, as well as Chinese Taipei.
Argentina's got a great position to hold. You can see they also just picked up a crate, so that's going to be a nice tier 3 armor and helmet upgrade for Ernesta. Thailand holding down the eastern chopstick, while Chinese Taipei in the western. You see a couple of members for Korea still alive. Aqua and Pio still trying to stay for a little bit longer. It looks like they haven't been shot at too much. Keeping those smokes going. Using whatever cover he can find, and he's going to send some shots towards Argentina. But Pome going to force him to stay a little bit honest here. But he's going to go down to Leo.
Wow, a little bit of help here for Korea from Chinese Taipei. I love this split that the Thailand team is doing. Look how much ground they can cover with this. They can see so much of this circle. They have so much information, and they have great cover as well.
Doing a very good job to make sure that they don't get rushed here. No random vehicle encounters, no snakes in the grass going to be sneaking up on this Thai team. As we see Sapu still alive, hiding behind a rock for Vietnam. Japan trying to snake their way in, but Pio has spotted him out, and that's going to be C's going down.
Says is knocked here. Pio looking to try to flush that kill. It is just Gabha left here for Japan. There is so much vision down this alley. Pio does, in fact, confirm that kill. It is just one member left here for Japan. Pio split out wide. He's going to have to start moving in, but Vietnam, the last member here, it's Sapo. He's trying to push in on Argentina.
Sapo finding Ernesta all by himself. Pio's going to spot out Gabba as well, but he's going to get some shots taken at him by Rybox. He's got to be careful here. He's all alone, and Gabba's going to go down to the blue. Japan going out in 8th place. Here's the mad dash from Sapu. Can he get into the zone?
It looks like maybe.
Just on the edge, yeah.
Just maybe. He looks like he's getting in there, but he's got one member of Germany. Still got Brexco over there, and you've got a bunch of members of Argentina, and Mexi still somehow managing to survive here.
The snake from Finland staying alive a little bit longer. Sapu gets spotted out by Silzen, and that's going to be Argentina picking up another kill. They are feeling fantastic with 7 on the board already, 3 alive left as Aqua 5 gets a little bit of damage sent his way, but nobody really pushing him from Argentina. They're content with leaving him there for right now, knowing that he's there.
Yeah, and Rybox has a great position on this roof here, able to cover so much ground there. And there's Mexi, one of the people who might be able to play spoiler here and take out some members of Argentina if he finds the opportunity. But right now, everybody's just kind of waiting for this next circle.
We got a couple of European snakes at play in Mexi and Brexco from Germany. The circle still going to favor Chinese Taipei. Thailand's not going to have to move. Argentina's not going to have to move. The duo from Korea should be safe for now. The snakes, really the only ones that are in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nice here for Chinese Taipei. This is quite a good situation for them. And we'll see how this one plays out. There's quite a bit of circle left to work with here, though. And like you said, Thailand as well having a decent position. The problem for Argentina and Korea is they're both down a couple members, so it's going to be a little bit more challenging for them.
Yeah, Argentina going to play this a little bit safe. They see the Thai team. He's going to send some few shots there from Pome. Nothing going to land just yet. Brexco spotting out his route here. I think Argentina knows exactly where he is. Pome was sending shots that way earlier. Silzen is going to get taken out by Aqua 5. Why is Silzen trying to spread out that far early? Argentina now down to 2 players of a really aggressive push there, trying to get some more ground for Silzen.
Yeah, an aggressive early rotation, trying to take advantage of that situation, but Pome getting taken down by Brexico as well. They wanted center circle. Instead, they're going to lose 2 members trying to take it, but Mexi, he might hear Brexico here. He hears him, doesn't land any shots.
He saw the outline. He thought he had an idea of where exactly he was. The shots come through. Nothing lands, though, and now the 2 solos. Who will win this 1v1? Brexico realizing the circle's coming in. He lands a shot. That's going to be it for Team Finland going out in 6th place. Brexco with the hero plays for Germany.
A nice 1v1 there for Brexco, but now he's trying to push through. There's only 1 member left here for Argentina, though, so a much easier situation for him. And oh my gosh, Tanawat with the sick headshot there onto Leo with that M24. Now Pio trying to rain some grenades in. He knows just where the Chinese Taipei team is.
Korea with such phenomenal discipline, holding on to these frag grenades until the absolute last minute. They knew that Chinese Taipei was in here. They knew that they had to hold on to these until they absolutely had to use them, but nothing gonna find anything just yet. But PO and Aqua 5 still keeping themselves alive for South Korea.
They've got all the crates from the dead members of Russia and Australia to work with. The circle has shifted north. Now the two teams that have 4 members alive have to rotate into the circle, and a big grenade for PO.
That's going to be Milk going down. Will Korea try to make a push on this? I don't know. You can see on your mini-map, Thailand making a push into the Argentina squad. PO still has 4 frag grenades left. He's going to try to see if he can finish it off. No, he's not going to find anything just yet, though. The res is going to come up, but now Chinese Taipei in a very difficult situation. They have to figure out how they want to push out of this spot.
Yeah, you can see Pio's trying to sit up on this hill to make sure he can cover this rotation. He gets the knock onto Leo, getting some damage as well with that frag grenade, trying to finish this off. Supplies for day here for South Korea. It's a little bit more damage done here. SR is super weak.
That was a huge down onto Leo. You can see he was back in the chopstick, holding onto that angle, playing the anchor role for Chinese Taipei. He has gone down. Now they are at complete disadvantage here to any grenade play coming from the Korean squad, but none of these nades really finding their home. PO has gotten taken very, very low. He's gonna have to back off of this. Aqua now has been spotted out. Oh, it's so close.
These teams are trading blows like it's a heavyweight boxing match. So much damage being done between the two of them.
Here they come.
Now Taipei's trying to come up. You have SR very, very weak. He's laying down to heal. Aqua 5 as well, trying to find a way to get some heals in himself. And now once again, Pio's trying to find the angle to get some more grenades. That one looks like it might be good.
That was the last one though. SR, you can see still at full health. Korea now out of frag grenades. They have very little utility. Only 1 smoke grenade there, as we see Thailand has made the push in, and they're gonna finish off Team Argentina in 4th place.
So while all this has been going on, Thailand has claimed the compound here on the northeastern part of the circle, set themselves up in a great position to win this, but the center of the circle is in no man's land.
This is going to be really, really rough. Thailand obviously with the numbers advantage here. Minoru going to try to see if he can spot somebody out with that long-range sniper. He's not going to find it. PO is going to get the down onto Chinese Taipei. 2 players left up for you have Milk and SR coming from the south. Aqua 5 going to try to stop Duckmans, but now the Thailand team is getting hyper aggressive, pushing out into this. They want this win.
Chinese Taipei is getting surrounded here between Korea and Thailand. Pio's trying to go for the kill onto SR. Not able to connect, but he gets the shots there onto SR.
Pio making hero plays for South Korea. This duo is up to 8 kills. Milk still alive. He's going to have to go down, though. He's getting taken very low. The Thailand team pushing across 4 strong. They don't know where Milk is, but they know exactly where the 2 South Koreans are, and that's going to be Milk getting finished off by Duckmans. It's down to just 2 teams.
And there it is. Thailand will take game number 4 of the day with a big 10-kill dinner.
What a fantastic push from Thailand. Very brave, very aggressive. They knew that they had to leave their chopstick location on that western edge and have to push into the compound that was previously held by Argentina. They timed it perfectly, though, as Chinese Taipei was fighting with South Korea.
I really like that rotation at the end there from Thailand. They can cover so much ground in those chopsticks. Yes, you can't see over it, but there are spots where you can jump up and get information, and you can cover so much ground there. And then at the end, you have so much cover moving in, and yes, you're a little susceptible to grenades, but they were able to buy time and make it work at the end.
But we've been talking about this team for quite some time now. They raised eyebrows at Face It with the performance of Duckmans from Armory Gaming. We know that this team, these Thai players, are absolutely nuts.
This is scary. If this is a team that's so individually skilled, we've seen that. If they can put it together with their teamwork as well in the future, it's going to be incredible.
Well, all right, that's going to do it for us. We're going to go throw it to a break real quick, but we're going to come back soon with Game 5.
is able to get themselves their victory as they take their sides of chopsticks and is able to pluck out the juicy bits from that game number 4 here from the Nations Cup. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. My name's Kyle Laris. I have Froz, I have Avenger, I have Hypoc. Guys, another fiery game to say the least. We had very similar circles to what we saw there when it came to some of those finishes, some of those starting circles, etc. Froz, but overall we saw a very different result.
So with a similar circle as we saw in the previous game, usually we would see teams kind of doing the same thing. Now this time it wasn't that at all. The only team we saw of doing the same thing was South Korea. Once again, going only for Everest, getting that high ground, making sure they can scout a lot and doing the 2-1-1 split.
A big hold onto the double graze as well, where I thought it was going to be a bit more dangerous than I actually got. I thought that Finland was going to be able to kind of capitalize that they had the advantageous spot. Sure. But they ended up not doing it, and South Korea really came out big, managing to have 2 players surviving, and then the whole play on the northwestern side in the late game of the circuit. That was just amazing to see.
I mean, this is now. I'm liking the fact we've seen like sort of like a mini meta shift coming into Erangel. I mean, the Western teams, they're moving in herds. They do move in herds. They do move in herds. We've seen this now twice where they're getting picked apart in rotation, and unfortunately, it's just not paying off for them. Like, they need to be able to get four players to the end game and do something with it.
I like your analogy there very much, so thank you very much for that, Hypoc. And of course, I mean, we even had that weird 1v1 situation between Finland and Germany. I think it was Mexico going up against Mexico. It was like its own little fight that shouldn't have happened in the rest of the game, but it did happen.
Do you think he saw us Mex?
Oh my. Oh, all right, bye-bye. We got to get you off of here. But overall, one thing that I did mention in Game 3 is that was it an opportunity, Erangel, an opportunity for the Western teams to come back and do something about it? It seems like some of the Eastern teams going into Game 4 said no.
I mean, yeah, they're adapting straight away.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they want to do. They know how they want to play the game, and they're utilizing that against the Western region right now.
And on top of that, right now, we don't even have a Western team in the top 5. It's very, very dominant. And I feel like it's because of the aggression we see mid-game, early game as well, because they're taking a lot of kind of gatekeeping spots. They're making sure that if you try to get into the circle, you're going to get punished on rotations. And also the edge kind of strat, the edge meta is very, very heavy here, but it's shifting slightly, and I think when we're done with today and when we get into tomorrow, when they'll be looking through the bots, they're going to be realizing the center and some of the compounds close to the center is actually very, very open. So if you do your rotations properly and earlier, you're going to be able to get some better spots.
And let's talk about some of those important moments towards the center, of course, which is things like Brazil and Argentina trying to get massively crazy rotates into the middle. Actually, no, it was Brazil and Australia just crashing to the top of chopsticks as we take a look now at how everybody dropped and the top 3 being able to rotate through this map. That was a big factor for a lot of teams. We even saw more crashes to the top of chopsticks to try and gain themselves some sense of stability.
I mean, that is sort of how the Asian teams are actually winning the games. They're going super aggressive.
Yep.
They want to crash stuff. They want to take control. And I feel like right now, we're seeing a lot of the Western teams, they're playing a little bit more afraid. They're scared.
I mean, if you look at even South Korea down to a duo, the way they were commanding that encircle, and ultimately not coming out with a win, but the way they were buying themselves such space, and unfortunately it was actually down to, you know, timing that they were held out to the edge there, and I think one of them nearly went down to blue, but the amount of space that they were controlling with that aggression, it pays off massively. And we want to see teams that still have 4 up being that aggressive, but they're not.
And slightly unfortunate, I think, for South Korea, Avenger, when it came to the position Argentina had. They were very split, as you mentioned, over that kind of 2-2 compound split that they had. Korea had that compound in the previous game, and obviously got crashed. But if they'd have gone there, I think they would have been much more successful, because it was a 3-1 split at that moment.
I think so too, but also Argentina decided to try to gatekeep some of the teams that are coming in on the eastern side instead of trying to hold and keep the compound that they eventually lost because they got crashed. So it could have kind of went out differently, but I really love all how the match went. I really love the Thailand kind of hold, how they made sure that they had the chopstick for so long. It ended up paying out massively for them.
Also like how Argentina is being really greedy right now. They're taking 2 guys, doing that 2 to split with 2 on the yellows, 2 on the outer side of the road. Make sure we're going to control this part. No one else should be here. If they're going to crash it, we're going to make sure we group together and we're going to wipe them out of there.
felt like that was the play. They got themselves 4th place during that game, and I can't quite recall the rest of the results, but I feel like a 4th is probably one of their better results so far through the tournament, so good stuff by them. Other teams that I do want to cover on are our chopstick teams, Chinese Taipei as well as Thailand. Chinese Taipei found themselves in a bit of a red zone, is that fair to say?
I don't know how many nades South Korea actually picked up. We saw them just hauling all of those nades, and then they just picked up new nades and just kept on going.
There's also 2 teams that died on that location.
Yeah.
There's so many boxes, there's so much loot to be able to pick up. And just from that, I think they're going to be able to be the #1 throwing grenade team throughout the whole tournament. There's so many. I saw him having 6 at one point, then he got up to 7 after throwing 4. It was absolutely insane.
Well, according to this, Korea is ranked #1 right now.
They are.
Every single time they make a move, the crowd goes wild. Guys, they barely did anything. If the circle moves slightly towards them, well, the crowd goes wild.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing it really smart though. I feel like with the nades itself, even though you're not actually doing any damage to the Chinese Taipei team in the dip there, you're suppressing them. You're making them to stay there. They can't really push you.
And they got 44 points. 33 of them comes from kills. It's my first time in South Korea, and I didn't realize they're breeding raptors here.
That's not wrong. Not entirely wrong. Where are all these dinosaur things? I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it. I'm okay with this. We'll be singing da-na-na-na next. But anyway, of course, Vietnam currently sat in 2nd place here. They got themselves to 7th place in the previous game, but overall, still very consistent. Thailand with the win there. They had the right chopstick, and they were very spread to be able to control that chopstick for us whilst all of that was going on.
Yeah, they were spreading out, making sure that they had a good line there from south to north, making sure they had as much control as possible. Then it moved over to the yellow house, and from there, they pushed on to the west to get the chicken dinner.
Definitely. Avenger.
Yes, I love that you pointed out there was the right one, because it was both the right one and obviously the right one. But what I loved most from that, is how they were holding it throughout the middle of the game. They were making sure if they got crashed, they were going to be able to kind of repel the attack from the incoming hordes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for the final game of day #1 for the Nations Cup. Commentators, take it away.
Thank you very much to the boys on the desk. Some great minds down there. You can tell we spared no expense. As we see, we are back for game number 5. That is a extremely Eastern-looking leaderboard there, Clint.
It just makes sense to me because there's so much on the line for them. They've practiced so hard for this. They all really want that last spot, and they're just playing so well. They're playing so aggressive, like the desk mentioned. I think that's really smart, and I think these teams are playing to their strengths that they're bringing here. Chinese Taipei, they're an aggressive fragging team. Same thing with Thailand. Korea, positioning well and maintaining their positions and then getting the frags as well.
Phenomenal day 1 so far. We've also seen some great individual play coming out of these Korean players. The duo staying alive forever, apparently. I mean, it's just, you could see the work that they were doing, trying to maintain their utility, trying to play smart. A lesser team might have just been throwing those nades over at Chinese Taipei the second that they knew that they were over there. Instead, holding on, waiting to that perfect moment when they knew that Chinese Taipei was going to have to move out of that position. Unfortunately, coming down to the 2v4, Thailand just sweeping through.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand played so well in that last match, being so patient, take advantage of their position. Korea got a bit lucky with how Russia crashed into Luke there for Australia, and they were all funneled into a very small area. Korea was able to completely wipe out Russia in no time at all, and then all of a sudden you've got all the dead boxes of 2 teams laying there, and you can just rain grenades down on the Chinese Taipei and end up doing so much damage to them that you buy Thailand enough time to take the win.
There you go. You see that fantastic plane coming right out of your screen right there. The question remains going into game number 5 here on day number 1. When will the sleeping giants of the West awaken? Will it be today, or will we have to wait till tomorrow?
I thought that Finland had a good chance that game. The circle was somewhat in their favor to start out with. It ended up near Pachinki, but it just seems like they're in disarray right now. They can't seem to get on the same page, make rotations safely. They're constantly getting caught out in transition. So right now, the team that I thought was maybe the favorite from the West is really struggling.
Well, we're going to have to see what work some of these teams can do as we have another very, very unforgiving plane here. This time going from the center of the south all the way off to the west. Any of our teams that loot over in the east, the northeast, are going to be in some trouble here. But, you know, we saw a little bit of early action last game, not so much in game number 3. We'll have to see how Erangel treats us today.
Yeah, maybe around the school Pachinki Razak area early on, just because it is so long to get to those congested areas where there are going to be some teams. Maybe we might see a little early action there. Well, it kind of all depends, but over on this side, this is the last team to win a game here. It's Thailand. And they're just going to set up down here, but
Ernesta's going to get it first, and Minero's going to have to run for it. I don't know if he's going to be much long for this world, and can he juke him out? Yes, he can for right now. Ernesta, will he stick around and wait? That is 1 point that you desperately want right here. Minero, though, he's got jukes. He's got jukes all day.
Ernesta is going to get out of the vehicle because he's got a shotgun here. Now Minero's in a lot of trouble, and he does get knocked, but in fact, it's Rybox with the Bison.
That's going to do it for Minero, though, and Thailand, you know, having a great game, getting that win in game number 4. Going to be starting off with 3 as we see our circle again going over to the west. We could have the same late game circles for 3 games in a row here on Erangel. The east side of the island getting absolutely no love.
And definitely we got to talk about some of the new drop locations going on here. Canada has moved over into the Gatka area. China has gone way north. Brazil has decided to go into the crates of South George. So all of a sudden, Georgia Pole has gotten a lot more congested because of this plane path.
Also see Chinese Taipei down there with Germany just on the eastern bridge. You see you're going to go ahead and just get into that boat, try to make that really long rotation. That is bad news bears for Chinese Taipei. Hopefully they're just going to maybe move a little bit over to the east there and maybe loot up in Milta.
Yeah, it looks like they're de-embarking in Milta Beach there. This is the #1 team right now, only by 3 points. Vietnam nipping at their heels right now, but Korea getting consistent top 5 finishes here recently has put them in a strong position as well on the back of this guy, Pio, who is just going crazy today.
But look at that difference between 1st and 5th. If you are going to start making a move here, trying to make a run for 1st at this tournament, you're going to have to start making moves now, as it is Korea. The top of the leaderboard is already over 40 points here. You can see China in 5th, only 26.
Yeah, you know, China, 26, it's like 5th place. You're probably feeling pretty good, but that's a pretty decent gap there. Almost 20 points. You know, a solid chicken dinner and quite a few kills between them and Korea and Vietnam. So right now, this has been an Asia-heavy tournament, and the Western teams, I'm really looking at them to start stepping it up here. They've had some opportunities, but other than Russia winning game number 3, it's been kind of a rough day for them. And Germany won game number 1.
And Australia.
And Australia.
We'll give it to Australia a little bit, but hey, consistency is key, right? You can get those wins, but if you finish off in 16th, 15th, 13th, anywhere in the bottom half of the leaderboard and all the rest of the games, it doesn't really matter. As we see Loki has spotted out Drassel from Canada, they're going to have to rearrange their rotation path here. Shouldn't find anything just yet. But Drassel gets out of the vehicle. It's smoking. He's going to juke him. Loki still has him in sight, but it looks like Drassel should be able to survive for now. Oh, no. Just gets behind the tree as Loki's trigger is on point right now.
Loki doing some nice work with that Mini 14, and now he's called in the reinforcements. Aqua 5 setting up on the hill here with that SKS, but K-Mine now backing Loki off, making him go behind that door to keep Drassel alive.
That's what we want to see from the Canadian boys. A little bit of return fire. Don't just take those shots and run. Try to see if you can turn something around here, as Aqua 5 is going to go ahead and join up with Loki. Canada, after they have recovered Drassel, is going to continue their rotation path just to the south of Everest.
And this is nice for Korea for 2 reasons. One, obviously, it gives them support to help Loki in case someone tries to crash into this position now that he's made his presence known. Also, it puts them a little bit more center circle. I mean, they're already pretty center circle, but this gives them a little bit more coverage and gives them that 2-2 split they kind of like to do.
Yeah, this is also a nice little 2-2 for Canada. We see Maluk and K-Mind be holding down, or I'm sorry, Maluk and Moody rather, be holding down one compound, Drassel and K-Mind in the other, checking on the boys from the USA. coming in on the southeastern part of this circle after looting up on the western edge of Military Island. Again, Russia just right on top of them. Oh no, Finland! The troubles continue as Silzen's going to take some shots at Jemti.
Yeah, Jemti took some damage in that US crossing across the field, and now they're looking to get over into the mountain that's west of them here. And you know, Argentina's doing this 2-2 split once again that we've seen work out pretty well. Now, they got a little too aggressive in that last round, ended up going out in fourth because they wanted to go center circle, but there was just too much congestion already in there.
Love the aggression from the Argentina squad. Want to see them tighten it up just a little bit come late game. We see Russia continuing their rotation, not really stopping for anything here, even though they had a couple of teams on their tail. Great Britain, United Kingdom rather, coming out of Milta. See, they've got another team just in front of them in Chinese Taipei after they finished up looting. And off to the west here, you have Germany, still not in vehicles. They're taking their time.
Yeah, and this could be interesting. A situation is unfolding here. Turkey is making a really long rotation across Sosnovka Island, heading to the east side, but Brexco is over there. Now, he has started moving, so there won't be a bridge camp, it looks like, but there was a potential there for a minute that could have happened.
Yeah, Turkey forced into a different looting location because of that plane coming in a little bit late. Obviously, maybe I think they realized once they saw that circle, they didn't want to have to deal with that western bridge, opting instead to go east. Germany, it looks like they are hopping in vehicles now. Looks like Turkey should be fine, though. Great Britain, or rather United Kingdom, still pushing forward. Chinese Taipei looks like Milkman has stopped here, but haven't seen any shots come out just yet. But these guys, it looks like they're just going to take their time getting into the circle. No big fights coming out. Nobody wants to fight it out in blue here.
Yeah, there's a few skirmishes breaking out around Everest right now. Germany heading across the southern part. You can see Milk here looking at the UK team passing through. Not really able to line up many shots there. Leo's pulling up as well, but it looks like the members of UK will get through relatively unscathed. Reels goes by, and there's some interesting rotations going on outside of here. You've got Thailand going way north into North Georgia pole, and then okay, so now Taipei might be setting up a pick here. You can see Miraku might be aware of it. He's driving off a little bit.
You can see these teams are starting to learn a little bit. 2 games on Erangel, both have gone south. You can only see maybe 2 teams north of the river right now on this circle. United States posted up. Zampa on that high ground, seeing what he can find.
Yeah, the U.S. is below Japan. Japan playing the spoiler for them last round. So Baha Waka trying to land some shots with that Kar 98, trying to get some revenge on the Japanese team for getting blown out in the last round.
Now Baha Waka we've seen having a little bit of trouble landing some long-range shots with the SLRs earlier. So now maybe switching over to that Kar 98 might switch things up for him. Check in on a beautiful death. Good work here by the Turkish squad. Very disciplined, stopping, making sure that they scout out where they want to go before they go there. There's no pressure, no need to rush. Just make sure that where you want to go is clear. We see our Circle 2 is about to pop. Where are we heading?
We are going...
Once again, let's go.
Let's just go west. We're going all the way west this time, centered kind of around the hospital area. So will this be another field finish? The one that's to the west of Everest. You could already see a lot of teams wanting to take up positions in the center of this circle. Finland on the move here, possibly towards South Korea.
Yeah, we can see Australia this time has taken the spot from Korea on the top of Everest. There's King staying 4 strong. Finland getting shot from every single direction right here. But it looks like Korea's going to go ahead and get into vehicles. No, look, Aqua 5 and Loki still trying to send some shots that way. They're just kind of more being a pain than anything right now.
Yeah, Finland is in a really difficult position now. They have spread out all the way across this field here. You've got Jemti, and I believe it's not his brother, it's Mexi. Okay, now they're trying to move,
no.
But they get shot in transition.
What a shot from Depp is going to pick out Jemti out of the vehicle, and now Tizku's going to find Silzen as Finland has decided to take the radio tower. Argentina trying to push in there late, but unfortunately it was just too late. Rybox already very, very low, and he is all by himself. As you can see, the rest of the squad is still left in Gatka.
Yeah, you've got the Argentina team kind of moving up on here, and there is a big grenade there, but it doesn't do too much damage onto Samti there, but you've got the USA shooting into their rear flank.
Finland opting for this very strong radio tower position, but right now it's just causing them nothing but problems as they are getting shot at from every single direction. USA still holding down. They have nobody really around them, nobody really pressuring them, so they can afford to spend this time just sending shots and seeing what they can land.
Yeah, there's nobody over there where the USA is, so they've got all the time in the world. And a fascinating rotation here from the Thailand team. They went into North George, found a boat, and now they're going to try to make this work, finding somewhere on this western coast to land.
It's kind of interesting. They got 2 out in the boat, and of course there's a crate right there, as you can see on your mini-map, but they've left Duckman's behind on the shores of North Georgia Pole here. I'm not sure if he's got a vehicle, boat or not, but he is all by himself here as we check in on crates. United Kingdom still inside, spread out very far here. Vietnam, though, looks like they're taking shots. Reels has spotted out Basil.
Yeah, we'll see if a fight breaks out here in the crates between the UK and Vietnam. You can see Turkey's rotating up here on the northeastern part. Duckman's up on your top left is waiting. We'll see if he opts to put any shots into Chinese Taipei as they looks like they're going to push through and go across that western bridge.
Turkey being very methodical here as they make their way in from that northern side, stopping, making sure they scout. Vietnam going to crash into this building unoccupied as of right now. We check in on the Brazilian squad holding down their warehouses. They're going to spot the Vietnamese team pushing in, send a few shots their way. Nothing finding their home just yet.
Yeah, Vietnam is split up into a 2-2 split here.
No.
And there's Duckman. He doesn't want any part of any of this right now. Not exactly sure what happened, if this was the plan for Thailand to do this 3-1 split and leave Duckmans behind to get information on teams that are coming across that western bridge, or if this might have just been an accident, something happened where they couldn't get him in time, or I don't know. But I feel like they had enough time.
Yeah, this is an odd situation that they find themselves in for sure. But if we know anything about Duckmans, it's that he can operate as a solo. As we see, the circle has shifted to the east. We're going up on Everest.
Yep, this one looks like we could have a mountainous finish. We will see exactly how this one will play out. Already you can see Germany making a bit of a rotation. Here comes Turkey as well across the eastern Georgia Pole Bridge, but there's a lot of teams over in that area.
United Kingdom, Michael taking a few shots at a passing 6 mo. They're going to land a couple, but nothing too serious as Turkey has found another unoccupied compound. This is a very strong spot here on the northeastern side of this circle, but it is just on the inside of the circle. They're going to have to most likely move here eventually.
Yeah, the problem with these teams that are on the northern edge of the circle right now is it can be quite challenging to rotate if the circle heads south, getting through that open area that's exposed coming to Everest. You can see Shinobi getting a little bit of damage onto the Thai team here. Looks like Japan, they're kind of way out on the western edge here, but they've got Thailand over there. Duckman's now looks like he might be thinking about making a move, and you've got the other members of Thailand already on the western side.
Yeah, it looks like Japan was unsure maybe of how many Thai players were there. Sampi's going to get taken out by K-Mind here, at least knocked. Looks like the U.S. has taken over that radio tower position that was previously occupied by Finland. Meanwhile, Canada going to get they're going to get the flush on Sampi here as well.
Yeah, Samti looks like he will go down. The other 2 members of Finland might have found themselves a crate. I can see it's really close to them. Now Japan, Depp has been knocked here by the Chinese team, it looks like, as they are now kind of pinched between Thailand and China.
Oh, you can see Mad 90. It looks like he wants to push this. He knows he got that knock, but no, you're keeping him back. They're holding the chain back on the leash of the mad dog from China. He doesn't want to push out there. K-Mind, the Finland struggles keep continuing as K-Mind has spotted him out. Moody is going to take out Tisku, and that's going to be it for Finland, going out in 16th place. This was a team that was favored to win the entire tournament, and they have just been having a day to forget.
It just looks like they're completely out of sorts. They can't find any way to make their rotation successfully. Everywhere they go, they find trouble. Now, jumping back over to China, trying to put some more damage in Japan. Sez is moving into the circle, into the western part of South George here, and you've got Chinese Taipei as well setting up.
Oh, this is good set up to be a crazy fight here. Duckmans, you can see him trying to make his way over as we have Thailand, Chinese Taipei, Japan, China, all on top of each other here. Duckman's gonna make it in. And we have a lot of action going on here in South George. There's a Japanese team trying to make it in. Duckman's not even bothering to stop to heal before sending those shots out.
And I love the aggression here from Duckmans, play to your strengths, and that is what he is doing. We are going to find out where this next circle will go, and it is right over the mountain.
Australia is sitting fantastically right now. You got to imagine that they have vision over everything. You can gain so much information. The only issue is, can you get those knocks? Can you get the flushes on any of those knocks that you get? So, you know, we talked about it earlier in game 1, whenever Germany had the compound and ended up with only getting 5 kills. This could be a situation like that for Australia if they're not careful.
Right, exactly. But sometimes you just got to take what you are given. Now, the USA team rotating across the western flank of Korea, put a few shots in there. Didn't look like much happened. In the meantime, Duckman has been knocked here for Thailand, and you can see Aqua 5 making a bit of a rotation himself, but Godby is up there from China. Mad gets a kill onto Leo in the background.
This is an aggressive push coming out from Korea. Godby has the grenade on point. Duckman's taking out himself, and that's going to be a great grenade. Doesn't manage to get the down, though, and Enonix is going to finish off Godby. That's going to be another point going over to Korea.
Aqua 5 getting things done here, acting as the point for Korea, and they get a nice kill onto the Chinese team. Took a bit of damage in the process. Now we've got Thailand rolling up on the USA. There's some other teams shooting into them as well, potentially Korea there. Now they'll have to try to breach that compound, but Babawaka way out there.
What is this rotation? They had no vision on this whatsoever, and they run right into China. That's going to be 2 going down for Team USA. Sharky trying to stay alive. He's going to get taken out. Zampa now the only one left alive. Can he stay alive for a little bit longer? Oh, it looks like he's just found his way into the dip.
A nice rip and flush there from Aqua 5. Now we got Tanawak from Thailand trying to get some damage into Enonix. Enonix able to evade disaster there a little bit, trying to regroup, possibly heading up with Aqua 5 while Pio provides cover fire.
Oh, Shippy is taken so low. You can already see we are down to just 1 player left for Thailand as they try to make their way up, and Pio is going to get the down, or the flush onto Tanawat. Shippy S is still going to try to stay alive, but he is dead to rights right now from the Korean squad.
And now it is Japan versus China here. Summer trying to get the angle onto depth. Shinobi goes down from the grenade from December 12th. Summer trying to move up the hill onto the right, and Gaba has to lay down and start to heal. They're out in the blue. What a nice shot from Summer.
Big news for Korea as they managed to take out a team that was fighting for that top spot. Summer has the angle. What a shot from Gaba as he is going to come out on top of that 1v1. He is staying alive for the Japanese squad for now, but no, NDFPS from Brazil is going to get the flush.
All right, Enonix now looking to gatekeep December 12th, who it just decides to go down to the circle there. That will be China eliminated in 13th place.
South Korea with 5 kills so far. They have a great spot on this hillside. They can work so many angles. Their south side is clear. You see Zampa trying to stay alive for just a little bit longer for this United States squad. They need to get some placement points here.
Yeah, Zampa's going to have to play the sneaky snake role here for the U.S. We've seen some moments from him today, but you can see Pio, I think, is pretty well aware that Zampa's down there. That burning car kind of gives it away.
Yeah, it's kind of like a highlighter right there as we see Zampa gets taken low. The circle. Australia feeling great right now, but you got to wonder, you got to worry about the split for right now. You see Russia is up on top of that peak as well. You don't see any of those Australian triangles looking over in that direction. They might not have had line of sight.
Yeah, it's going to come down here to whichever one of these two can hold out the longest with these inevitable pushes that are going to come through. Pio trying to take some shots, but he's taking some damage himself there as Brazil makes their rotation into the western edge of the circle.
And here we go. K-Mine has gotten the down onto Loki. Can he get the flush? It looks like he might be able to. Loki very separated from the rest of the squad here. And yeah, he's going to get taken pretty low. Senya is going to take out Udume Fires. We see the Brazilian team trying to make a mad dash to the base of the mountain on the north side. They are under all types of pressure.
That is such an aggressive rotation here from Brazil, but they're able to make it work. Loki will surely go down. Enonix thought about going to try to res him, but they called him off. Now it looks like Enonix is just going to set up on the southern flank here. Michael making his way in for the UK, but taking a ton of damage, and he gets blown up.
And that's going to be 2 going down for United Kingdom. time. Turkey going to pick up both of those as Iro is going to increase his kill count. Reels now trying to make a run as well. He's going to run himself right into this Brazilian squad, though.
It looks like he almost took the exact same path, but the good news for him was Vietnam rolled up here onto Iro. Reels getting a knock and a flush onto RDNX there. K-Mind has knocked Aqua 5 from Korea. Now Brazil is taking a lot of damage as the grenades rain in here from the UK.
Drassel's going to get the down on Inonix as well as Brazil is taking all types of fire here. But it looks like Reels still sending grenades that way. I'm not sure if these might be coming from Russia as well, as now Reels gets taken out by a doozy.
PO, the last member standing here from Korea. I love this play from Canada, being really aggressive on the back end of that knock onto Loki, and then they get 2 more for it. It looks like Milk, though, is going to steal the kill onto Nanonix. PO getting the knock onto Milk, though, isn't able to finish it off. PO trying to make something out of this situation.
He might be a solo player, but that doesn't mean he's going to be quietly snaking into that good night, as he's going to take some shots from the top of the hill, and a doozy is going to get the down onto PO. South Korea going out in 11th place.
Yeah, definitely not what they wanted there, but a great push by Canada to knock Korea out there. And you can see this is looking really good here for Russia. They have a great position, and in fact, one of the members of Australia was knocked while this was going on.
Yeah, Russia feeling pretty good, Australia feeling pretty good. Keep eyes on Vietnam, though. They still have 3 up. Turkey's coming right on top of them, though, and they are in 2nd place currently in the standings. They could jump South Korea here with a good performance.
Ooh, a beautiful death, a little bit exposed in this position here. Turkey trying to put the heat onto Vietnam. That will be 1 confirmed kill. Another member going down here for Vietnam. Turkey looking really strong in this fight.
Oh, Turkey is making absolute work of Vietnam right now. They are proving that they want to be recognized as a powerhouse in the European scene. Iro making some great shots here. Sapu, the last one up for Vietnam. Turkey moving as a solid unit.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the end of the day here for Vietnam. We will see. You can see Germany's trying to push up onto Australia's eastern flank. You got Kate coming up the hill here, but 4 members strong for Australia, and I think they're pretty well aware of what's going on. Yes, in fact, one of the members of Germany does end up getting confirmed killed.
Kane, you can see the rest of his squad got flushed out here behind him by the Aussies. Kane trying to see if he can stay alive. He saw that head peeking over the ridge here, not being able to take the shots just yet. I'm not sure if the Aussies saw him. Now we check in with the Russians. Uba sending the grenades down onto the Canadian squad, not finding a home just yet.
Well, for all that hard work Canada did taking out Korea, they have a literal uphill battle in front of them, as they're going to have to try to potentially knock Russia out of this position to try to get themselves the victory here. Somehow Vietnam's still in this. Sapu gets a knock here onto Merritt. He is still kicking and fighting.
Sapu trying to make the courageous play for Vietnam. They have 1 kill so far. Remember, South Korea already out. They were in 1st place, but they did go out with, I believe, 5 or 6 kills. So Vietnam needs to have something happen here with Sapu. If they can maybe get some more placements, maybe get another couple of kills. But let's check in with Canada, as they have started to push up onto Russia.
Canada getting aggressive. They got 1 knock, and they get another knock with a nice grenade from Moody. Uba has to lay down here. Kemba is bleeding out rather quick. Uba waiting for those footsteps, trying to see if he can catch a member of Canada coming over the hill.
Uba gets spotted out, and he's going to go down to Moody. Great shots coming from the captain of the Canadian squad as they make their way up the side of the mountain. And this is the aggressive push we've been waiting to see from these Western squads.
Great stuff here from Canada already. 2 members of Russia down. It might be a 3rd getting knocked here. A doozy is very low, throws a grenade, trying to get something going, because now Australia, Luke has moved up to take advantage of this.
Here's the aggressive play that Luke has become known for here, as Australians going to pinch the Russians in between them and Canada. Meanwhile, Sixmo, Turkey still making their way over the top. Brazil is down to just 1 player, Andy FPS, and he is very, very low health. And look at the aggression coming out from Turkey.
Turkey trying to find a way to push up this hill. Australia rotating to try to block them, to try to prevent them from encroaching on their position. It looks like for now, though, they're going to back off just a little bit, try to heal up. And Andy FPS, he's just trying to play the sneaky snake. He is waiting here, trying to see if he can pick up a free kill onto Turkey as they take damage from Australia.
Chris gets spotted out. That's going to be Germany going out in 7th place. I don't know if anybody else saw this on the mini-map, but Canada just picked up 2 crates for themselves. That is level 3 gear going their way. Andy FPS is making a hero play here for Brazil. Sixmo going out, but Mert is going to come up behind him. That's going to be Turkey with 6 kills. Iro and Mert, what can they do here as a duo trying to stay alive?
Yeah, that will be Brazil going down in 6th place. The kill is confirmed from Luke from forever ago on a doozy here, and now they are in solid control of the top part of this hill. There's only 1 member left for Russia, but the western edge is entirely Canada's. But hey, Zoid just got a knock onto K-Mind.
Australia still has that high ground to work with. They have 5 kills to their name so far, doing pretty well for themselves considering that they've kind of had that circle. And you know, as we were talking about earlier, they've spotted out Iro, not managing to get the down on him just yet. Luke 12 going to be sending shots back at Canada.
What an angle Luke has onto the members of Canada. K-Mind still down for them. Looks like Maluk is going to go for the res here. Let's see if they can get it up, but Luke gets confirmed and flushed here by Seiya.
Senya with a great play here for Russia, staying alive and managing to cause problems for the Aussie squad. Meanwhile, Argentina has managed to stay alive as well, pushed out from the compound that they were previously occupied, made it all the way to the southern side of this hill. Canada still 4 strong. Aussie 3 up. They've taken the shots down at Turkey. There's no line of sight. Turkey playing this so well.
Yeah, Turkey doing a really good job here surviving so far. Senya as well doing a nice job for Russia, keeping himself up and running. But Australia now going to be pushing in because of this circle. Let's see if they can find an angle onto Turkey or Russia, or if maybe the vice versa might happen there.
All right, let's check this circle. Where are we going to go? Dead center. Fortunate for Turkey, they can find a way to just keep breaking this line of sight, stay alive, keep themselves out of Australia's crosshairs. Canada, meanwhile, on the western edge has 4 up. They have the entire western side to work with, really. I don't know if they're aware that Argentina is just below them, though.
Well, we'll see. Like you said, they did get a lot of utility from those crates. I saw the M249 in the hands of a member of Canada. Zoid trying to get the rip onto Iro. Some damage coming through. Now launching this grenade. Let's see if he can get this to connect.
It's the last grenade he had in his pocket. They are going to find Mert. He's going to go down. Iro just kind of hiding behind this tree as long as possible. I don't think he is going to be much longer for this world. Aussie has nothing else pressuring them besides this. They can just afford to stay here and wait until Iro has to push from behind this tree.
Exactly. The circle is closing him in now. He might opt to just hang out behind this tree, try to get a res off or a grenade or something, but he does end up going down to the circle, and Turkey is out in 5th place.
And Australia keeping an eye on that kill feed, knowing that Iro was that last player. So they immediately turn and try to go and get their high ground back here. Meanwhile, Argentina has managed to make their way up on the south side of the mountain here. Canada, as we said, still 4 strong. It looks like they may have spotted out a few of the Argentine players, though.
Yeah, you can see Moody's checking out that right-hand flank there. Rybok's trying to get a grenade to land. Looks like it'll bounce past. Doesn't really do much damage there as they continue to try to work their way up this hill, but there goes Russia. Zoid finishes them off.
Senya staying alive for so long there, managing to eke out 4th place there for the Russian team. While we see Argentina utility, as we've been going back and forth between these players, you can see very low on the frag grenades at this point. Smokes still majorly in play. K-Mine holding on to 3 grenades in his pocket, though. This could be make a big difference here, but it's so hard to play these frag grenades on this terrain.
K-Mine got the information on where Australia is, not opting to go for that grenade just yet. Takes a little bit of damage from a headshot from Zoid there. The other members of Australia trying to push up here. Amali comes out on their left-hand side from, it looks like, Argentina.
We're looking at the mini-map right now. Canada is probably the closest to the center of the circle, but they have, I mean, you can see the lines of sight that they're having to work with here. All it's going to take is that first knock.
I think this is really smart by Argentina. If you can push Australia over, you can either force them into Canada or take maybe an advantageous fight. Look, they're all kind of grouped up right now. Is Australia, if somebody can get a grenade in there, it could be disaster.
Moody has the bullet hose just ready to go, waiting to see what he can spot. Here come all the smokes. This is all the utility that everybody has left over. No Molotovs are to be found here. I know that Canada has a few grenades. Argentina trying to find some angle to take on Australia here. They're They're going to get the down on a Vasily. That's another one on the inside. Pome making moves for Argentina here.
And Australia gets taken down in third place. What a push, but what a grenade from K-Mine. Canada now 4 strong, looking to see if they can finish this out. There are only 2 standing here for Argentina.
They learned their lesson from the last game. They got the double down. They waited too long to push onto it. This time they are not waiting at all as they get the flush on the Pome. It's down to a 4v2. Maluk is going to spot out Rybox, and that's going to be him going down. It's all down to just, Nesta is going to be taken out. Rybox is down low. He's going to go down. Canada with the 9-kill win.
A huge game here for Canada. So well played by them. Top to bottom, they controlled the western edge of that circle so well, knocking out the top team in the tournament, taking Korea out, and then controlling that edge so well, finishing it out with a huge win for the western teams.
That was a hard-fought win for this Canadian squad. You saw how far they had to rotate, how many fights they had to take. As you said, having to fight their way through the first-place team in Korea, and they just had complete ownership of that western edge of the final circles there with 4 strong still.
Yeah, proving, I think they're seeing this, that right now the meta in this tournament is aggression. Aggression is paying off. Yes, the positioning can help, but if you're finding the fights and you're taking good fights, that is how you are going to win here.
Absolutely, and you've got to get that confidence. You take these fights, you win the fights. That gives you that boost of confidence to where if you maybe find a couple of crates on yourself in the final circles, you feel even better about pushing into those fights.
Well, if you're aggressive and you're taking the offense, luck is going to find you. You are going to be able to take advantage of situations as they are presented because you are the one putting your foot forward first.
We can't neglect Argentina as well, coming in second place there. Fantastic performance for the South American squad. And also Australia. I mean, they had the circle, they had the top. This is another great performance for them. I mean, they've got to be finding themselves near the top of the leaderboard there at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Australia's been playing really well, as we've seen throughout this year. They started it off at Face It, we saw it at GLL, and now they're proving once again that they are a real threat on the global stage.
They are no longer an underdog. They are no longer that team that you know, the plucky team from down under that you just kind of root for. Now they are a legitimate threat, and they are a legitimate contender for coming in the top 5, top 3, even that top spot of any of these tournaments that we have internationally.
And I know that makes Xenox so happy. He is so excited to be here and see his team do well, and it was just a really fun last couple games here.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for us. We're going to throw it now down to the analyst desk to wrap up day number 1 of the PUBG Nations Cup.
That's right indeed here as Team Canada, they are Team Can, not Team Can't, as they take themselves the last win of the day here for Nations Cup, day number 1. Big win for them, being able to control the position that they had as they were approaching Everest, doing well for themselves. North America, Hypoc, getting themselves a victory.
I mean, one of them had to summon today, right? I mean, that's unfair, but also true.
Well, the second place for United States obviously was a decent one, but the meta is not working for United States right now. It's way too fast-paced for them. They need to center up early. They need to play edge earlier and kind of take more control and obviously try to get
strengths ultimately.
Yes.
I feel like overall today it's been all about the Asian teams, especially South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea, they've been playing extremely well so far. And I think if they continue this strat, I think it's going to work. Yes, we have seen a slight meta shift throughout today, but I definitely think that if they continue this style, I haven't won a game yet. But it's definitely working, and they're fracking out massively.
Absolutely. Imagine coming to South Korea and betting against South Korea. That's a funny one, guys. Anyway, of course, as we take a look back at that game, you can see here Canada reveling in their victory to finish off the day. They've still got a lot to work to put in, though. I think one thing is for sure that we take away from day 1 is that our Eastern teams have been very strong relative to our Western teams.
I mean, let's be honest, a lot of us put the bet on Finland. Right now, they haven't done anything today. I hope that they're going to do some barbecue after this and make sure that they're ready for tomorrow.
That is not Team Finland.
It feels that way, right?
Yeah.
It definitely does. And we came in expecting a bit more power, etc., and things like that. Is there anything that you've taken away from our 5 games throughout the day that has been something that you are concerned about in their play, or what do you think?
I mean, it comes down to, it's a very similar story to USA, honestly. The macro seems to be all over the place. We've already mentioned that maybe there is, this lack of IGL direction, but they don't look decisive in fights.
It does feel like
and when you're talking about players like Gemty, Samty, Mexi, and Tixu actually not knowing when to push and when to engage and being confident and decisive, that's a completely different problem altogether.
I feel like they need to be much more aggressive, but also much more greedy. You want to be greedy with the meta that we have here in Nations Cup right now. Everybody's trying to be greedy, except for the Western teams.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and we've seen them. They're playing very much edge as well.
Yeah.
The Western teams, and they're not succeeding with. Yes, they're maybe not getting as much circles, but Finland getting the best game, getting 6 to 5 kills. Is that the best games in 5 games? It's kind of worrying to me, and I hope they're going to be able to go back, get some positivity from Squeaky, and review the VODs and see what the other teams are doing first of all, but also improve to tomorrow, because we got 10 more games.
I mean, we did say that at the beginning of all of this, 3 days, 15 games, it is a sprint relative to a league play and stuff like that. And is 10 games enough for them to be able to get themselves properly back into it? Because if you're doing the 100-meter sprint, if you're behind in the first 33 meters, it's not the easiest thing to catch up in the last 66.
No, and I think one of the big questions was with some of these teams having that, the ability to click and actually work together. And whilst we're here with, some insane rosters, if that doesn't happen, it's not going to get started. They're not going to get started.
Well, one thing we're seeing a lot is also that the Western teams, they go for a lot for snaking as soon as they lose 1-2 players. Now we see the opposite thing happening with the Asian teams. They go straight in for the battle. They go in for the action. They want the kills.
Yeah, I'm playing. We saw that game with South Korea and they got second. 2 guys alive. They still managed to push, be aggressive, crowd control a lot of the teams, and managed to take out for more teams and get a lot of kills in that game. On another side note, Finland is 17 points after today. They're only half the points of third, though, so it's one 17-point game to kind of put them in the top 3, top 5.
Right.
So they're not that far behind in terms of they can do a comeback.
PO has earned more points than Finland.
That is true.
Yes.
PO has earned more points in kills only.
In kills only.
Yeah.
In kills only.
Yeah.
I think that's a testament to the way they played today. And we've seen these crazy kind of splits and the trap on Everest on USA, for example. That last game as well, the way they split away from the compound, they took control of the hospital hill. They're actually fighting 3 different fights there and holding 3 different teams to their edge, but also maintaining complete control of that hill. That there, watching PUBG like that, you expect to see it with like these, well-oiled machines and established teams, but seeing effectively a mixed team come and be this dominant is absolutely insane to watch.
I mean, aside from the final moments in game number 5 where Zoidmate got himself a few kills, PO is doubling everybody's kill count on day number 1. I'm sure there will be some kind of stability throughout some of the other teams and they will be able to catch up. There's almost no way somebody goes double for the entire tournament, but it's such an impressive feat for day 1.
Talking about Australia and Zoidmate.
Oh yeah.
They got 16 kills today. Zoidmate got 11 out of those 16 kills. And we all think that Luke is the main player, right?
We would expect to see Luke put those numbers up after GOL, and obviously coming away from that, Zoid actually, bouncing up on day 1.
Here are the standings, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment. Currently, Korea is in first place with a rounded 50 points, 8 points ahead of Vietnam with 42. Russia has managed to put themselves in 3rd place with 34 points. However, gentlemen, it is very close between 3rd all the way down to 10th.
Yeah, it's super close, and I mean, this is just day 1. We still have 2 more days to go, 10 more games, and tomorrow we're going to start off on RERUN.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you very much to everybody tuning in here at the analysis desk. Let's hear from the true winners here from day number 1. It's South Korea.
장충체육관을 가득 메워주신 팬분들의 함성 때문이었을까요? PUBG 네이션스컵 서울 2019 첫째 날의 영광을 이루는 한국팀의 승리로 끝이 났습니다. 지금 바로 한국팀과 만나서 이야기해보겠습니다.
Let's get to talk to them. Congratulations on your win for day number 1. Thank you very much.
와, 오늘 단 한 번의 치킨 없이 종합
Without a
포인트
single
1위로
chicken
마무리를 하셨습니다. 소감이
You guys are
어떠신가요,
actually
피오 선수?
finishing first place at the end. How did it feel?
있었던 판도 많았는데
I think there were a lot of games that we actually could have won,
부족하다 보니까
but lacking in experience with all the teammates, I think that stopped us from getting the chicken dinner.
사실 오늘 경기 피오 선수의 활약상이 정말
근데
대단했는데요.
PO,
오더로서 이렇게
are astonishing.
7포인트까지 든든하게
Your
먹기가
kill points are
쉽지만은 않았을
absolutely
텐데
crazy
본인의
number of
경기력
amount of
오늘
kills.
얼마만큼 좀 만족스러우신가요?
How satisfied are you with today's
날씨가
performance?
더워가지고
It was actually a little bit
70점
warm here.
날씨가
So,
더워서
out
100점
of-
만점에 70점이요?
육수가
Out of 100, I will
아.
actually give myself about 70.
내일은 꼭 치킨 육수가
It was pretty
흐르기를
warm, and I was
바라면서
sweating.
자, 옆에 계신 아쿠아파이브 선수와도 좀 얘기를 나눠보겠습니다.
And of course,
축하드립니다.
Aqua 5, congratulations.
와, 사실
You
이렇게
also.
호흡을
Thank
맞춘
you.
지가 얼마 되지 않아서
And this team is pretty new. I'm pretty sure
팀원으로서 제 역할을
as a
하기가
teammate, it's
쉽지는
really hard
않았을
to
텐데
come
오늘
all the way
아쿠아파이브
together,
선수
hold hands
정말
together
톡톡히 1인분을
as a
제대로
new team.
해주셨습니다. 특히 네 번째 매치에서 아르헨티나를 잡아냈던 모습은 너무나
And when
인상적이었는데요.
you got the
소감이
team
어떠신가요?
Argentina, it was incredible. How does it feel?
듬직한 친구들이 제 옆에 있어주니까 좀
With my teammates, I can trust on them.
묵묵히 해주면은
I can trust them, and as long as I do my
다 할 거
parts,
해주는 그런 팀원들이라 너무 좀
and I can
많이
trust my
뿌듯하고
teammates, and they do
듬직하고
more than what
좀
what they're
뜻깊은
capable of.
경기인 것 같습니다.
So I think this match actually means
태극마크를
a lot for
달고
me and my
경기를
team.
뛴다는 게 사실 좀 마음의 부담도 많이
Having a
됐을
flag
텐데
of
그런
South Korea on
부분은
your chest, I
없었나요?
think that means a lot to you. Did that become a stress
부담감도
or pressure
있지만
to you?
사명감을 가지고
at all?
좀 많이 열심히 하려고
It's definitely a
많이
pressure, but
노력했고
I'm
그
feeling the
결과를 지금 보여드리려고 많이 열심히
trying to
하고 있습니다.
show the performance with my
네,
score
또 그
and how it's
옆에
going to
있는
turn out.
이노닉스 선수와도 좀 얘기를 나눠보겠습니다. 오늘
Let's talk
1매치에서
to
이노닉스 선수의
Nonix.
활약이 없었다면 종합 1위를
Without taking
차지하기까지 참
taking
힘들었을
Team
것
Australia down in the
같아요.
first game,
자,
that could have been a
경기
total
시작
different
전에
day.
등장하는 장면에서도 두 팔을 번쩍 들어 올리면서 전혀 부담이 없는 듯이
Having some
보였거든요.
ceremony moment,
그래도
even
잘
when you're
마무리하신
walking
소감이
on the stage
어떠신가요?
today. How does it feel?
일단 버스 탔어요.
First of all, I was riding on a limo from my teammates. My teammates were just carrying me the entire time, and I want to thank them.
남은 이틀
And we have 2 more days to go,
공항에서
and we will
확실히
reinforce
치킨 한번 먹고
and
한 번에
to make sure to get the first place,
네.
get some chicken dinners,
격차를 확실히
and we'll
벌려놓도록
increase the
하겠습니다.
gap between
오늘 뭐 아쿠아파이브
us and
선수도
the other
그렇고 이노닉스 선수도 그렇고 팀원의 공으로 많이 돌리는데 오늘 어떤
Aqua
선수가
5 and
가장
Onyx.
경기하면서
You guys are saying it's all your
듬직했나요?
teammates. Who would you pick as the MVP for the team?
말을 필요 없을 것 같은데.
I don't think I
피오
need to say it.
선수요. 많은 분들이 피오
It's-
선수와
it's Pio.
이노닉스 선수의 호흡을 정말 완벽하다고 평가하면서 피닉스라는 별명을 또
Lots of fans were
만들어줬거든요.
happy
어때요? 좀
about Pio
만족스러우세요?
and Onyx,
피닉스라는 별명
saying you
어떤가요?
guys were the
네,
Phoenix duo.
알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 옆에 계신 로키 선수와도 이야기를 나눠보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Let's get to talk to Loki.
자, 오늘 정말
Congratulations, thank
묵묵히
you.
팀원들도 백업해주면서 본인의 경기력 잘
You're
풀어내셨는데요.
backing up your
종합
your
1등으로
teammates all
마무리하신
the time.
소감부터 좀
How
들어볼까요?
does it feel to finish first place?
종합
Day number
1등으로
1?
마무리를 했지만 이제
We
아직
are at
설레발
first
치기는
place
좀
right
애매한
now.
단계라
I think it's too early for us to be excited
끝나고
too much.
어느 정도의 설레발을 치도록 하겠습니다.
And
자,
I think
과연
the excitement will come in after day number 2
이런 표정들을 볼
perhaps.
수 있을지 기대가 되는데 피오 선수에게 또 질문을 한번 드려보겠습니다. 마이크를 좀 건네주시고요.
I have another question
자,
to
오늘
Pio.
뭐 세 번째 매치도 그렇고 다섯 번째 매치도 그렇고 사실
Yeah, match number three,
캐나다에게
match
계속해서
number
좀 발목을
five.
잡힌 게 저는
Team
못내 좀
Canada
아쉬웠거든요.
seems like they
경기를
were trying to grab your
하면서
ankles
좀
at the
의외의
end.
강세를 보여주고 있는 팀이 있다 하는 팀이 있었나요?
Is there a team that you thought that was going to be a lot weaker compared to what they actually did today?
베트남.
None.
베트남이 오늘
Vietnam?
1경기에서도
I
그렇고
think Vietnam was
좀
strong.
견제를 안 할 수가 없는 팀으로 정말 강팀의 모습을 보여주고
Vietnam
있는데
certainly
다른
showed up
선수의
as the
생각도 좀
underdog and
궁금하네요.
became a dark
아쿠아파이브 생각은
horse within
어떠신가요?
day number 1. What do
베트남
you feel about
선수들이
that?
좀 많이 전략적으로 수비하는 데 있어서도 그렇고 공격도 그렇고
Their
좀
strategy
많이
in terms of
교전합이 되게
defense in
매서운
the
것 같아가지고
compounds
좀
and
많이
their
견제가 되고 있어요.
aggressiveness was
자, 아무래도
actually
정말
another level. So I
오늘
think you do have to keep
한국 팀의
an eye on them.
경기력 전 세계 팬분들의 좀 눈을 즐겁게 해주고 또 한국 팬분들은 또 뿌듯하리만치 정말 즐거운 경기력이 됐을 것 같은데요. 팬들에게도
all
한마디
night
해주셔야 될
watching.
것
They were really
같습니다.
happy watching you play, finish the first place. Any
그래도
shout out to the
저희
fans?
많은 책임감을 가지고 이 무대에
We have a lot of
섰는데
responsibility on the stage.
이 좋은 결과를 내기 위해서 저희
feel
많이
it, and we will try our
노력했으니까
best.
끝까지
We try our
지켜봐
best
주시면
to get
좋겠습니다.
the best
자, 우리
performance and
로키
best
선수도
results.
팬들에게
So
한마디
watch
해주실까요?
us until the end. And
앞서
Loki, do you have any
얘기했듯이
other shout outs?
항상 고맙고 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 기대에
Thank you for
부응하는
supporting us,
팀이
rooting us the
되겠습니다.
entire time.
감사합니다.
And we will try to
네,
pay
여러분
back
한국 선수들에게
pay
다시
back-
한번 큰
pay
박수
that all back to you.
부탁드립니다. 자, 남은 경기에서도 좋은 모습 기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
Thanks for the interview. Hope you guys do.
자, PUBG 네이션스컵 서울
Even have a better time
2019
in day 2
첫째
and
날의 경기는 팀 한국의 1위로 마무리가
Korea
됐는데요.
finishing as first
아직까지
place.
어떤 팀이 최종
PUBG
1위를
Nations
차지할지는
Cup
알 수 없습니다.
Still, but that
남은
was
두
only
번의
day number 1.
경기에서도 끝까지
2 more
많은
days, 10
관심
more
부탁드립니다. 저는 그럼 내일 다시 인사드리겠습니다.
Let's see which team will
시청해주신
become
여러분
the champion at the
고맙습니다.
end. Keep tuning in for more PUBG Nations Cup Seoul 2019. We'll be back tomorrow. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 2 of the Nations Cup, live here from Seoul in South Korea, as we have had an explosive day number 1, proving that our Eastern teams are extremely potent and our Western teams are going to have to catch up. Welcome to the desk, ladies and gentlemen, here as everything gets ready and good to go. We are here. My name is Kyle Aris. Alongside me to my left-hand side, I have Avenger, I have Froz, and I have Hypoc. That was a weird order, but I've done it anyway. Gentlemen,
It was alphabetic. It was alphabetic.
Didn't do that.
Yeah. Probably the most logical order.
I'm the best. Anyway, gentlemen, excited for day number 2. Going to start with Froz.
Super excited. I mean, we saw South Korea dominating here yesterday, and I feel like they're going to do the same thing today, but hopefully the Western teams will show up a little bit more and show some dominance as well.
Only 11 points gathered from placement, South Korea yesterday. 39 kills, 18 of them from PO. No, sorry, not 18, 19 of them from PO. Absolutely insane.
I mean, we were asking for explosive games, and that was probably the best start to the series.
Oh, yeah.
Standout performance from South Korea. I mean, when you're picking up that many kills, you can't really complain about the placement points, to be honest.
Imagine, again, just betting against them. You're funny fellas. Of course, as we are going to be able to watch all of the action unfold throughout the next day as well as tomorrow here. Of course, South Korea is currently in the lead. However, it is not done by any means so far. You guys were mentioning, of course, that those kill points have been very, very pivotal for South Korea. It is a little bit strange, admittedly, at a point in a tournament like this, that only 11 points have come from placement. That is not a common thing to see when you see someone at the very top of the scoreboard.
Well, it comes down to that they are going super aggressive and they're going for the kills and not really going for the wins itself. A win is 10 points, but South Korea, they haven't gotten a win yet. Hopefully they will get it today.
Let's take a look at the overall standings here, of course, as South Korea does sit at the top, as we've just mentioned. Only 11 of those 50 points are currently placement. A lot of kills going over to them. We also, in second place, have Vietnam. Third place, Russia, after their win throughout the day. Gentlemen, so far so good for our top 3. However, there are still so many teams, Hypoc, that can strike at those top 3 spots.
Yeah, I mean, and actually coming further down the board, there's definitely some upsets towards the second half here. Obviously, we've got Team Finland who just struggled every single game. Other teams like USA, obviously they came out with they had the one game in the second place with a decent kill stack, but unfortunately no other game they actually placed inside the top 8. So the only placement points they picked up were from that one game.
It's extremely close right now.
There's a lot of people, including myself, that thought that Finland and Germany would most likely place higher than Russia, but Russia had an amazing start yesterday, and I think if they continue this, they might be able to kind of redeem PEL in Europe for the Nations Cup here. Otherwise, it's looking really grim for the 5 nations that came out of the PEL.
It's rare that Sims gets something right, but he's almost right when it comes to Russia, so that's kind of an unusual thing, isn't it?
I mean, what can we say about this?
I don't know. I don't know.
How many times have he guessed something and how many times have he been actually right about something?
So a clock is right 2 times a day, right?
A clock is right 2 times a day. That makes sense.
That's the best way of doing it.
He's glaring at us at the moment, and that's fine. I don't mind. Of course, South Korea here right now sits atop the first spot, and Vietnam in second place. I think we would be bereaved to not mention the first game of the day where Vietnam came out absolutely banging, Hypoc.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw them active in several other games as well in terms of team fighting. And again, this is one that maybe on an international stage we haven't seen them prove themselves just yet, especially the players individually. But as a nation, they've got to be proud of the team's performance yesterday, because I was pleasantly surprised in the team fighting abilities.
I was very surprised over Sapao actually from Vietnam. He played it so well yesterday, and I mean, it's just amazing to see. Every time we see his POV, and he's just going for those amazing and insane shots.
Overall, how they're able to play together, considering they're a mixed team. I was surprised to see them so well synergized, and I think it comes down to how well prepared they are and how much they've been training and working things out together prior to this event. So I'm quite sure, and it feels like the work ethic we can see also on the leaderboard right now, it looks like the work ethic from the Asian teams in general is just way high and have been coming so much more prepared and more well prepared into this tournament.
I mean, it really does show between the early and the mid game. The teams that have prepared are the ones that look the slickest in the early and mid game, and the teams that end up making it to end game obviously is a bit of a 50-50 split, but teams like Vietnam and Korea have just looked so well poised with springing traps on rotations. We saw Korea do it on Everest in 2 of the Erangel games yesterday, where they had a set game plan and they were executing it. They were picking up kills on other teams in rotation.
And that set game plan kind of keeps them in good stead, I feel, for the entirety of the tournament, effectively.
So far, at least, but at the same time, that might also strike back because they might be predictable with patterns. And if they do that, keep on doing the same thing, people will predict them. They will try to counter that and set up an ambush on them.
I mean, one of the things that you could take away from that is if there was a military circle, for example, they're going to be looking for the highest point. They're probably going to go over to the radio tower, surely, to try and get the right spot.
This was another thing. We did see some similar circles yesterday. So, you know, maybe if there is a military or a hard northeast or something, and actually the Miramar circles were the biggest variables, I guess. We had the hard northeast and then the hard southwest. But I mean, it's when we get these strange circumstances that come out from the circles themselves. But
and Ionix, of course, he was popping off in the first game.
Highlight of the day.
Almost too much pop off, I feel. Right? It was an amazing play, but he took a lot of fights everywhere.
I mean, he was the last man standing during when this was happening, and he just kept on going, kept on going. He wanted to get as many kill points as possible for the team there.
Such nice nades, so well synergized here. As you see here, they pushed as 3 men on one person to make sure they clutch this out.
Yeah.
What I'm curious to see is how have these guys prepared for today? Are they going to change something up? Because there's going to be 15 teams that's gone home. Look at the VODs and see how aggressive these guys are. Yes, they are playing extremely confident. Yes, they have the home crowd with them. They are on home turf, but we now have 15 teams that are looking to take them down and try to counter their playstyle and the meta they've been playing yesterday.
Let's be honest, Hypoc, of course, yes, they are #1, and that's great and everything like that, but they can't be happy with 11 placement points, surely.
No, and it's one of these things in PUBG where you talk about, you know, the games that you're supposed to win, and you're going to execute that game plan and you're going to go for it. But if your games that you aren't winning are still picking up points at the rate they're picking up, even that first game, they went out with a decent kill count, not picking up the placement points, but if you're in a position where, you know, you have to go into salvage mode, picking up 10 kills a game is absolutely insane. If your bad games are still picking up over 7 points, you can't be unhappy about that.
Well, at the same time, though, like 70% of the points accumulated throughout the games are from kills itself. And I mean, another team here that we see is Vietnam. Yesterday, they got 26 kills. That's 26 points, and then another 16 on placements.
Yeah, of course, the first win here with 16 kills and the whole win, and how they played that overall was it was really well. And honestly, if they continue this, they had the third place as well in the third game with 6 kills.
Yeah.
And overall, that was obviously where the majority of their points came from. I want to see them continue the aggressive playstyle they've done on the first game, and how well they're able to kind of spread out, how well they're able to kind of strategize the mid game and late game.
Yeah, but actually that game as well, the one on Erangel, where they came from double whites and they crashed down into Canada's compound. That's the kind of macro that you like to see, where they have perfect map awareness. Unfortunately, coming out and falling to Russia and USA, I think, in that game, where they were the first team to drive out into the field. That there is the kind of plays that you want to see teams make, especially here, where, you know, they're outside the circle and they're taking the initiative to say, let's go now, or we've got an opportunity, see what happens.
You were mentioning before, of course, with Vietnam having 16 placement points. Another team that has got themselves 16 placement points is, of course, Russia here, currently in 3rd place. Overall, it does feel like the placement points are very evenly spread between a lot of these teams, Avenger.
Yeah, and all like the placement points, yes, but you will see we saw Germany, we've seen some of these teams that are getting kind of low kill games, but high placement games. Same from Russia. They had a good game where they were in a good spot, but they didn't do anything proactively. They waited for way too long. We saw them in the compound there, where they got pushed by China and got completely smashed by them, and they didn't capitalize on the good position they had in the mid-game circles.
Well, there was a number of times we were watching the games back and we were thinking, this is very slow and passive for the Russian roster we have here. It was slow and passive. And we came into the game yesterday saying they're going to execute the Na'Vi strats, and it wasn't really what we were expecting. No.
Well, I would say, honestly, I talked to Senya, and he said to me, it's gonna be 100% Na'Vi strats. They're going to try to drop the same spots. And how he plays is very clever, slow kind of rotations and positioning in the early games, and then you take some good positions, you take advantage of what you're given in the circles, and that's what we saw from the game where they won, where they were waiting at the compound, waiting to see where the circle went, and depending of how that circle went, they knew exactly where to go. So they were waiting in the cars, and that's what I like to see from Synergy game leading. What I like to see from the Russian playstyle in general is the bit more kind of aggression, and I missed that a little bit overall from, yes, it's Russia, but it's very heavily influenced by Senya right now.
And then, of course, in 4th place at the moment, Chinese Taipei, who was quietly consistent, I feel, throughout yesterday, and actually, now that I look at it, got a lot of 4th places. So they're exactly where they should be, it feels.
Yeah, a lot of 4th places. I mean, I had them as my dark horse for a reason, right?
Yeah.
they did play very well on Miramar, less good on Erangel itself, and I mean, we're going to start off on free maps on Erangel today. So we'll have to see what's going to happen, what's their game plan is to start off the day with.
Yeah, so yesterday a 3rd place with 4 kills and a 5th place with 5 kills on Miramar. And that consistency, if they continue that overall on our Miramar games, we got a lot of Miramar games. If they continue that, they're definitely going to be ending in the top 8 and be getting a lot more kind of a chunk of the prize pool, because obviously we're fighting for $500,000 here, and every placement matters. Every point. And every point is important.
Yeah, we have seen ties. They are a thing when it comes to our usual super rule set in league play, in some of the tournaments that are going on across weekends, etc. So always got to be considerate of those. When it comes to those, kills are a tiebreaker. There are other tiebreakers, but kills is normally the one that does sort it out, correct?
Yeah. Kills will be the first one. The overall kills you're getting throughout the tournament, that will be the first tiebreaker. We'll go deeper if it's needed, because it gets a little bit complicated the further down you go.
Yeah, definitely so. So, of course, that was our top 4 teams that we got an opportunity to take a look at here for the Nations Cup. And here are our top 5 killers. And, of course, it is Pew 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 getting himself that top spot with 18 kills. Up until the last moments of yesterday, he was doubling the kills of anybody in the tournament so far. It was such strong presence throughout yesterday, Hypoc, that nobody can really fight the idea that Pio was the absolute MVP yesterday.
I mean, there's 2 ways to look at this as well, and actually, this is a big credit to Korea as a whole. To have 2 players in the top 5 in the kill leaders at an event with, you know, the caliber of players we have here, that's absolutely insane in itself. But also Pio alone having more kills than some teams and doubling effectively, like you said, the rest of the kill leaders. That for me is like, that's the standout performance you want from your season MVP.
Yeah, definitely so. Zoidmate, of course, there towards the end, got himself a bag of kills as well. And for Australia, they are one of the teams that actually got themselves a win on the board yesterday. So obviously, Australia is very much here to play.
Yeah, I mean, Zoidmate, we saw him just dominate. Look at that, 2,034 damage. And that's like around 400 ADR, and usually we'd say around 200 is kind of normal, the average.
250 is doing well, it seems.
Zoidmate, he's the IGL. He's not even the fragger on the team. That's Luke.
Well, we said this yesterday, that we would have expected Luke 12 to be putting these numbers up. Post-GOL and obviously everything we'd known about OCE coming into GOL, Luke 12 was the standout player to watch. And again, to have Zoidmate, like you said, as the player on that team playing the role he is, it's a huge step up.
And I actually talked to Zoidmate about the whole Oceanian, Australian scene and everything, and I talked to him about how good the players are. And every time I mention a player that I reckon like kind of a top player, and he's like, no, he's not that good. And I was like, yeah, well, luckily you got Luke 12. I was like, yeah, but sometimes I'm also better than Luke 12, and easier to prove it. and I'm actually happy to see him, because being able to both frag out and in-game lead is a very, very special ability, and that's what some of the best teams in the world have.
Well, again, we actually saw Australia making some really good decisions as well. So you're absolutely right. To see somebody put those numbers out and see a team perform that well on a macro level is really great to see.
Let's take a look at some of the other players, of course, that were able to effectively pop off throughout yesterday, in my mind. And one of those is definitely Duckman's. As what did I write down? I think Duckman's gone mental in that in that first game of the day. We had a few mental players when it came to that, but Duckman's was definitely one of them.
Yeah, we saw him totally just destroying Finland 1 versus 3, and he just took them down like nothing. And I mean, that's amazing to see. He also got in a lot of good shots overall throughout the whole day yesterday, and I want to see more. I want to see more from Thailand. I want to see more from Duckman coming in today.
From yesterday, the kind of the highlights for me, yes, the kind of the duck and weave from him, being able to take a 1 versus 3 versus Finland. Like, if you haven't seen the highlights yet, go check that out, because the first shots on all 3 players was all headshots. It was actually insane. And obviously their chopsticks win, where they held down the chopstick, they weren't sticking to one end like all other teams did. We saw multiple teams getting crashed on the left chopsticks. On the other one, Thailand, they were prepared for that. They were spreading out very, very far with like 50 meters between them, making sure that they were countering a breach effectively. So I really love their play style. I really love kind of how they play in the end game. So I want to see that continue today.
It makes me potentially excited to see even Armory gaming at an international once again, because obviously when it came to the FACEIT Global Summit, Hypoc, they did very well for themselves, and there is always the opportunity later on down the line for Armory Gaming to get there again when you've got people like Duckmans on your team.
Yeah, and it would be nice to be able to sit here and confidently say that these players are going to come up clutch time and time again, but I think we need to see a little more consistency because in terms of rotations and stuff like that, there were a couple of mishaps yesterday. Once they were getting into team fights, it actually seemed like, you know, it's great that Duckmans can come up clutch and take a 1v3, but I really want to see all 4 players operating at the same level.
Yeah. I'm going to stick with you as well, Hypoc, because we're moving on to Zampa now, and obviously you know this gentleman very, very well. I mean, as do the panel as a whole. But what did you take away from USA yesterday, maybe Zampa, as day 1 commenced?
I mean, the big question around this roster is obviously the mind talk. One thing, it's good to see him with a smile on his face because we don't often see Zampa with a smile on his face. But I mean, Sharky and Zampa, they're used to winning. They love winning. So the fact that they would have performed as poorly in my eyes as they did yesterday, they're not going to have been happy with that going away. That goes without saying. But unfortunately, I want to see them play to their strengths. And unfortunately, the strengths of this team isn't their macro game. I want to see them taking fights. I want to see them crashing compounds, coming to the first and second circle early, and actually doing what they know they can do. Because Sharky and Zampa, insane fraggers for tempo. Baja and Valier, 2 are probably the best other fraggers within the region. Yeah. Former teammates or not, no bias there. I think on paper, this team has so much potential, and they weren't even close to the mark yesterday.
I've talked a lot to Sharky, and he is probably one of the persons here that wants to win this the most. Sanpa, on the other hand, he's much more laid back, I should say. He doesn't smile a lot, but he also wants to win. But I really want to see this from these guys today. I really want to see them pull it together.
Tome, of course, getting himself 6 total kills throughout the day. Pretty respectable number, to say the least. Argentina, for me, had that moment where they had that split just above Chopsticks. I think it may have been game 4 or 5. I can't quite recall. But regardless, they had an opportunity to be able to get themselves high on the leaderboard while that was going on. Regardless, gentlemen, we shall now hear out from what else is going on here at the Nations Cup in Seoul 2019.
안녕하세요. 오늘의 기온만큼이나
Hello, this is
뜨거운 경기들이 펼쳐지고 있는
blazing hot out here. It's PUBG Nations Cup Seoul 2019. Hyungyung at the arena and G Club with a translation. An enormous amount of fans coming down to Jangchung Arena to support and root for the team. This blazing hot weather. We have plenty of events and missions for the audience to complete. The place where I'm standing right now is actually where you can get all the good PUBG goods, the MD shop, merchandise shop. And coming down here, you do have to buy a lot of these, including the t-shirts, starting from the t-shirts, cute notes, and plenty of accessories. There are pens, notes, hat, and even the level 3 backpack, as you can see right behind me. Tumblers. And I'm just gonna buy that. Look at this small crate box right here. It has popcorns in it. This is actually right before the event of day number 2. And still not too late to purchase all the MD shot. It's right in front of the entrance. Make sure you gear up before you go into the arena. Will it be the continuous strong teams from the East, or is it going to be a total different story in day number 2? It is PUBG Nations Cup Seoul 2019, day number 2.
A lot of fantastic stuff out over in here for the Nations Cup, and I think you guys have bought a lot of that stuff, if I remember.
I've actually visited twice now, and yeah, I gotta say there's some really sick merch in there. I really love the jacket, though. That's my favorite.
Yeah, there's a really nice bomber jacket, and yeah, I kind of filled the whole bag, and it's not a small bag.
Yeah, there's a lot of merch that you can't get in like Europe and stuff. Yes. I'm like, oh, I gotta go kind of buy some of that. That's kind of good. But anyway, gentlemen, we are just 1 minute out. It's day number 2 almost here. What are you looking to see? Hypoc, starting with you for day 2.
I mean, like I've already said, the underperforming teams that we saw as the big dogs coming into this, that talk the biggest talk, I want to see them step up. Hopefully we see them get off to a good start today.
I want to see the teams have watched the VOD yesterday. They're coming into the day well prepared, making good macro rotations and good mid-game decisions.
United Kingdom was the worst team on Erangel yesterday. I want to see them do better because I was with them a little bit and listening in on what they were thinking on changing up. One thing, IGL.
IGL. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time. Day number 2 of the Nations Cup here in Seoul, South Korea is about to begin. Let's get to it. It's day number 2. 16 nations do battle live here in the Jangchung Arena in Seoul, South Korea for day number 2 of the Nations Cup. At the moment, the hometown crowd is very happy indeed as South Korea sits atop the leaderboard. But the 16 nations on the map right now are looking to take the crown. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for day number 1. Guys, overall, we're going to be going to Erangel to start things off. It's a little bit of a change up relative to yesterday where we did start on Miramar. And overall, coming into day 2, what are your anticipations? What are your expectations?
I mean, we saw some teams that did better on Erangel. One of those is the home turf nation, South Korea, one of the better teams. But you also had Russia and Canada doing really good.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting those teams to do good again. But I want to see more coming in from the Western teams because we saw them do better on Erangel than at Miramar itself.
Yeah, and I think actually that comes down to that. We said this going into the Miramar games. You know, rotations are more difficult. There's way more variables and whatnot, and a couple of these mishaps in rotation that came up, the resulted in teams getting wiped.
And obviously a big thank you to one of our title sponsors here in BenQ Zowie monitors. The XL2546 is the monitor that all of these players are using here for the Nations Cup 2019. I have BenQs at home, so very, very happy to see them sponsoring one of these fantastic tournaments around the world as well. Germany is a team at the moment that some of you guys, some people in general, have predicted to do pretty well. Avenger, what do you think so far about your chosen team's performance?
Well, they're currently sitting pretty far. They're half the points of Vietnam have, but it's only 21 points. So if they have a good day to start with, then definitely they're going to be able to come up there. For me, I want to see them play like they usually do. But obviously, they have been contested. They have been struggling. They don't have as much space as they usually do. And there's more teams that are playing edge than they're used to. So there's going to be more fighting on the edge. I want to see them go a bit more early, push into the circle a bit earlier than they usually do.
Absolutely. We're going to have to try and get things done here on day number 2. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to head to the commentary team as we get into game number 1 of the day. It is game number 6. Let's head over to the commentators.
James and the desk, and I have the distinct pleasure to kick off day 2 here. Obviously not by myself. I have a brand new co-caster, Paro. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, I mean, we've seen a lot of exciting teams. We've gotten to see a lot more of the Eastern teams that we have
Just a bit.
A lot of it, but, you know, I'm really excited to see how these Western teams respond to the adversity of having such a poor day 1.
You're spot on there, and I really want to see them bound back because honestly, the performance, it's been underwhelming. The East has come out swinging. These guys have been playing not just well-rounded PUBG, but explosive PUBG. They're willing to take fights just about everywhere, and honestly, they're winning a lot of them.
That's the thing, is the ability to take a fight or wanting to take fights all the time. I mean, we've got plenty of teams that can do that, but can you win them? Can you come out on top? And especially when you have these mixed rosters like we've been working with, I mean, these guys are looking like they've been playing together for years.
Yeah, the synergy is top-notch coming out from some of these teams. You can't look past Korea. You can't look past Vietnam. The way these guys have come out, they have set the bar so high.
Absolutely. And
everyone has to run to that now.
Yeah, I mean, and you start looking at the kill totals and the leaderboards as far as the players go, and you're seeing multiple players for each of these Eastern teams.
2 already.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 up there. China has a couple up there. Taiwan, Chinese Taipei has a couple up there, and Thailand has a couple up there. So meanwhile, you have teams like Australia. You know, they're performing well, but you know, you've got one player, and then it's just a long list. Your secondary guy is way back down there.
Now, the one thing I will say, at least when it comes to Erangel, which will be the first map we start on, we did see a lot of the Western circles hit, which did favor the teams that came out with a lot of the wins and the kills to boot. Not too surprising. Maybe today will allow a chance for the teams out in the East to potentially get some points, maybe change something up, because my word, do they need it. So far, we have Korea, Vietnam, and Russia leading the way as the top 3. It's time for the rest to wake up, Poro. Let's have a little look at that playing path. Let's see where we're heading.
Absolutely, and you said it. I mean, we've had some rough playing paths here on Erangel for the last 3 games yesterday, and then the circles obviously all going west and going kind of to the north side. It's going to be really interesting to see how some of these teams that are used to doing the Western games here adapt should we end up going east or, God forbid, military.
Hey, look, I'm more than happy to see a bit of that. I love to see some melee. I like anything kind of out there. We are going to be looking for those early potential clashes. Everything so far looks about right. Don't worry, Australia tends to go northeast of Pachinki, and they did seem to split towards maybe Ruins and towards our Watertown side. And then Finland, the team we all were looking at coming into this, especially from the European region. A superstar studded lineup has fallen a little flat. They, heading over to Pachinki, they desperately need a better result today.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, fallen a little flat so far, but any team in this lobby at the top of the leaderboard would be dead wrong if they were thinking that this team is out of things at this point. I mean, we still have 10 games left to play. All these European teams that maybe had a little bit of spinning the wheels on the first day, I mean, they're going to be right there at the end of this.
And it's going to be a wake-up call. If you're sat out there, you came in from your respective region, and you maybe underestimated some teams or how much they're going to bring. Hold on, we do have a little bit of an early fight, and we do see the perfect circle for Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're in Seoul, but
once again,
come on now, who's doing this? I mean, that is a perfect circle for them, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's look at the teams who are in this. We have Canada in there, Australia in there, Russia, a doozy splitting over. China's trying to head out, I think, maybe try and catch a couple more shots there towards the Brazilian side, just southwest of Yasnaya. Now, again, let's talk about this circle and what that means. Bora, break this down for us.
I mean, look, it's a touch farther west maybe than we were seeing yesterday, but only just. At this point, all of these teams should know how they want to rotate into this, how they want to play this, because this is literally the 4th time we're seeing something similar here. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see now where teams, should they decide to go a little bit to the north side of the river and try to come in from a long wrap, or if they want to keep trying to do what they were doing yesterday.
That's going to be the question for me, is how do these teams approach their rotations? Because it will not be easy. You look at the main bulk of where the teams are. You have Roshok. That rotation route is just littered with teams, almost unavailable. You go down south, maybe towards that southern road where you see Germany, Argentina, Thailand, maybe Finland if they go slightly further south. It's very, very busy. This is very hard for these teams to make those rotations. That north side swing might seem very viable at this point. Now remember, day 1 has passed, so all of these teams have gone back home, they've watched the VODs, they know what's happening, and honestly, if they've done their homework, they know how these teams will operate when it comes to those western circles, or at least they should.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing the results of what had to be some VOD review. I mean, we were seeing a lot of teams drop Military Island yesterday, and this plane favoring that, but obviously Military Island empty, so other teams finding spots on the mainland to loot to try to reduce the time that they have to spend in transition.
And jumping on board here with Vietnam, let's see where they go. They've actually probably got one of the better approaches, at least for now, towards the circle here. Not sure if they can truly center up too easily, but they are starting out in the north, which does mean there's no one else really around that sort of area. No one's going to be up by Zaki, no one's in the north of George, so they have a nice little approach if they want it. They can take their time, and they probably are well and truly aware of this. Now, I am glad to see Team UK down in the southeast by Melter Power. That was their original planned drop, if I'm not mistaken. That's where they wanted to go. They did switch things up, maybe trying to be a little bit more, I guess, reactive. But this is good. Maybe give them some stability because they desperately need it after a very, very poor day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the trouble that they were having yesterday, at least on Erangel, was their transition paths from Mill to Power. They were having, they kept finding teams and running into teams, and it seems like they ran into the Australians quite a bit as well. I mean, as you said, Vietnam, you know, they've got the time here. They're going to take their time looting up because they had to drop early, find vehicles, make their way up to Severny. Meanwhile, UK, they drop right on Mill to Power. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen them already hopping into those vehicles and starting to make their way through. So maybe taking a little bit of time here.
They might have to just commit towards edge game, considering they know how busy it is from about, I guess, if you want to say Roshok down to that south coast. A lot of those teams have already centralized, though. You look at the likes of Finland, they've headed over. I think Vietnam's already truly on towards Everest. Yeah, they're heading up towards it now. Finland going to hear those vehicles. They do have the SKS. They've got a few SKSs and SLR as well. They can potentially maybe catch a little bit of damage, maybe get a little bit of flak down, and actually a fair bit of damage coming through. A little bit of attack there. Going to be able to surely make it to cover. They shouldn't be in too much bother here at this point for the Thai side. They should be able to kind of play it calm, get a bit of cover. They should be safe.
Well, that's still good news coming out for Finland now. They're already in a good spot, 4 up. They've managed to survive the early game rotations, which has been kind of a point of problems for them earlier so far. So now we see Canada just off to the west of them as we check in with Japan, trying to make their way in from the east side as well.
getting their way through. They do have a, as they're coming in somewhat later than the other teams who did, I guess, evacuate this area, they do at least have a decent avenue of approach. They shouldn't have too much bother unless they try and go hyper-central.
Interesting. We got a no crate's going to be picked up early here as the double crate has gone out far west into the water. PO with a nice little overview here of the Australian team in the warehouses. Is he going to take these shots, though?
I would say it's a little bit risky. We know PO is very aggressive and will fight it, but I would say with Australia being in that angle, they can play out of those nice hangars that have the windows, a lot of different angles to peek from. So you kind of, even though you're the aggressor for PO, you kind of get worked over a little bit by the other side. So maybe backing away, getting a bit of a glimpse, spotting out, okay, there's a team, information found. Let's readjust with my team and play this out smart. Zoid, mate, not great at driving there.
He's got it. It's parked. It's fine. It's fine. We checking in with China, finding their way over to Cube. Maybe seeing if they can get a little cheeky pick off here if anybody's trying to make a transition in late. But right now they're just kind of holding down north of the river just in case this circle decides to cut hard north. They'll have a nice control over this bridge.
Yeah, unlikely rotation route, but as said, they might get information on a team trying to capitalize on the northern side being a little bit sparse with players.
Yeah.
Now, beyond that though, let's check in with Russia. Another very good team so far, sitting in, if I'm not mistaken, third place here. Not just the kills, but certainly getting the placements too.
Yeah, third place right now for Russia, but yeah, as you said, it's been all placement almost, as they only have 18 kills. Meanwhile, PO, as we know, by himself has 18 kills. So looking to see if the Russians can pick it up just a little bit. Uba going to take some shots at the Argentina team. It's going to be taking a spot there on the radio tower. We saw them play this this position yesterday to not very good effect. Oh no!
You don't love to see that.
I've been waiting. I knew it was going to come eventually. But hopefully the boys.
Is anyone around there? Oh, actually, no, Germany's not that far. Hold on.
Yeah,
if Germany see this, they will happily take that. That's a lot of points riding in one car. Now, Uber did succeed with his kill. That's a good little pickup for him if he actually gets the points off the back, which I think he will. No one else close by. Nice trade. Right back in. Ooh. Uber gets completely muted. Down you go, knocked. Sit down. That's the power of those sniper rifles. You get the angle. Look at that angle they're working from. A big old shot coming in. Instant response from Senya though. And the Russian side try and maintain the threat that was building here.
Looks like they should be able to get that res, but Silzen's going to get polished off by Senya as well. So now Argentina, once again, down to 2 players. They're playing this radio tower spot, which is, you know, out in the middle of the open. They're going to it very, very early, but it doesn't look like they have much idea of what to do once they're there.
No, they did. They are going to get the revive. They should be fine. They've gained more than they've lost, putting it that way. They should be perfectly okay. We do see Vietnam utilizing that northern side, heading through northern Georgia, making their way towards the south side here, working their way through the compounds. It's actually pretty available. They do get spotted. They will be seen, but it's not a bad shout considering where this is likely to go. It will move away from water eventually. In we go, and it still has the vast majority of Georgia Pole in this. It about caps off, I guess, north of, I don't want to say Quarry, but that god tier compound north of Quarry, the road that runs around it, that's about the southern cap. We will start seeing teams fighting for Everest because it's always, it seems so likely to end up there.
Look at Finland. Finland crashing in on Canada right now. Looks like Maluk and the rest of the boys might have been trying to reposition. K-Mite still all by himself in the top. Can he get picked up?
So much danger. He's going to try and get in the ride. The Uber's here. Get in. Otherwise, I'm going to get my star. My beautiful rating's going to be lowered. And they do manage to make it at least to the trees. The tags come out. Finland wards them away, but it does mean that Canada at least stay alive. They move up. That 2-2 split, you don't get away with it. We saw it often, more and more now, that EU teams are willing to crash compounds if they only see 2 players. Good moves, risky, but still, Canada are safe.
And look at Ernesta, only 6 health left here. Russians very much know where the rest of the Argentina boys are, hiding, sending some shots that way. But yeah, as you said, Canada extremely lucky, and you gotta wonder if Finland would like to have that one back there.
Now, on the Everest thus far, we have 3 teams, Thailand, China, and Brazil. That's our current 3 teams. There could be certainly more added to that. I could see 2 more teams on this, but already Turkey's going to catch one of the Brazilians trying to join his fellow teammates. He was caught off just north of Everest, trying to kind of come down by the crates themselves out in the east. Team UK heading over the bridge now, over by the Cube. They'll be working their way through. They could potentially go to the east side of Everest as well. This is why we have to focus on this one. You have the German side on the south side there, just at the foot of the hill. They could maybe see Team UK, but let's keep tabs on what's going on with the Korean side as well. But here comes the push from China. Going to be heading up and over the hill. They're going to have a terrible surprise. And there we go. God, V goes down at 98, and it's a bloodbath already on Everest. Paint that red. It's not looking so good. GB, Team UK have turned up as well. This could be third-party time. Make the push, be aggressive, and get the job done.
That was a 200 IQ trap set by Thailand there. They had Duckmans baiting out the push from China while the rest of the team was just waiting behind a ledge, ready to spring the trap. But what can UK do here now? As China is aware that they're there, they have one guy hiding just to kind of wait to see if maybe they can do the same thing to UK as they just was done to them.
For him, he is the alarm system, he's the warning bell, he's everything you need to try and keep yourself safe. Now, if you're Team UK, do you really want to push this? It's going to be that decisive moment. They do have someone else IGLing right now. They have plenty of options for that. Their push will come down to their choice. You can see they're holding the line for now. It will be very methodical if they do want to take this. Summer waiting. Nade comes through. Vard. Vard is safe for now. There's plenty of rocks here to try and dance around that territory. And a quick update. Still 16 teams, still 59 players. Plenty still standing. But Vard is going running. That's an 8 in hand. And we know what this man in his normal team can do with those sort of things. Nades coming in, but it's going to be the Chinese side now put on notice. Have to be careful, have to be smart. December 12th looking a little bit worried, and I can tell as to why. The rest of his teammates not looking so good. Vard going to make the push. Very, very cautious. But here's the shots in the back. And the nade! It's so good! Miraku gets cut down. Summer just causing enough of a distraction to temper the threat.
And now the shots are coming in from downtown. This is Turkey trying to pick off this kill. Looks like December 12th going to get the down onto Reels. Miracu's going to get finished off as well. And everything's falling apart for the United Kingdom right now.
Yeah, caught in between a rock and a hard place. They tried to instigate something towards China, and then everything fell apart. The kind of read, that information play from Summer was perfection. December 12th looked vulnerable for a second, but actually did recover from it. Reels is so open here. It's a very risky revive as they don't know where Summer's gone. It looks like they might have found the information again, but Vard, in a bit of a battle here himself, needs to be very, very cautious.
They are all, as he said, worried that's going to be December 12th going down. Good 1v1 there by Vard. Summer's still alive, but you can see the shot still coming in from the Turkish squad.
Yeah, they're not going to be relenting at all. Summer's still lurking, still lingering on the hillside, just about peeks over, gets a glimpse. He gets a great shot. Good bit of damage. Vard, though, able to do... Oh, what? Summer! My word, that is perfection, and it might be more. Michael's in danger. Hits the deck, tries to stay alive. We're spinning around, and at the meantime, Japan's just gone down. And that is excellent play from Summer. He ended the first hit, and then he capitalized on the rest. Team UK out in 15th.
Summer just styled on the UK team there as we go and check in on Finland. They're trying to push onto Germany. They got the down. Mixie's going to get downed in flush, though. Brexco protecting his down player in Udiome Fire.
Brexco going to be keeping tabs on this one. He does have a nice little angle to play off, but a dangerous one. So many threats on this hillside. You're seeing as to why Thailand's preparing. They are looking like they want to get in. Kate with a spray, and he gets it. Job done. Gemty goes down. And it looks like Finland again left out in the cold. No saunas available. No way out of this one. They are struggling for a way into this Nations Cup.
They're trying to struggle into this circle at the moment as well, as we see Tanawat has the boys from Germany in view. It's not going to land right off the bat, but he has got all day long to line these shots up.
We have potentially 4 or 5 teams all in this specific area, the southeast side of the circle, just towards the west of Everest. You have Germany up there, Thailand up there, the remainders of China, Brazil. You have Argentina not too far away, and there we go. We're finally starting to see these kills come in. That's Chris getting punished by Samti. Some of the best out in PEL battling here, and sadly for Germany, rock and a hard play situation again. You can't go up the hill, you can't go down. You have to try and fight your way forward.
I see what Chris was trying to do there, trying to get a nice little flanking spot on to Team Finland. Unfortunately, he does get picked off, and that's a really good heads-up play from Finland. So that's what we like to see from these guys. Unfortunately, the kill is going to get stolen by Tanawat from Thailand. So these guys just overseeing the entirety of this fight right now.
Yeah, now with the new circle coming in soon, we'll see who gets left out. It looks like all those teams on Everest might get pushed, but it will move away from water. So let's have a look. Korea in such a good position in this 2-2 split, and there it goes. It's all Korea's. Perfect positioning, and all of Everest need to be careful to not freeze out in the cold here because they have so much room to move to, but only so many teams can do it. You have Brazil, who have the best shot, I guess, because they're the lowest down. USA on the move. We have every team now folding forward. This is Thailand trying to move in towards Germany, who are already in tatters, already in pieces. Oh, the trade comes in. Tixu from afar, but Germany still suffering casualties. Thailand fall back over towards the cover. Brexco, down he goes. He does not want any more action right now as Thailand. And Duckmans, the man himself, the danger man for the side, is trying to get into this battle.
Minoru going to get that res onto Tanawa. You can see Shippy S still down as well.
Russia's crashing in towards Argentina as well. It looks like they may get caught up in this. Finland's going to turn around, and Kemba's in danger. As is Senya. Boom, he's there, and it's not looking good for the Russian side. Senya stays alive and might just save his team for now.
Argentina, just like that, gets wiped, but look at Finland. They're coming in. They saw the blood in the water. They're going to come in and try to see if they can finish this off.
Death from above. He appears and he brings the absolute hammer down on them. Big play from Finland. They want those kills. They want to prove why everyone looked at them as the team to come into this and actually deliver a performance.
And they have a nice free reign to get into this circle now as we still wait to see if Brexco can make anything happen here against Thailand.
Well, he's been spotted now, and it looks like they want to move in on this, and he's gone down. Germany out in 12th. Another poor performance from most of the Western teams here. It's not looking so good. We'll see what Finland can do. We'll see if the USA can find something to speak of the name, and there they come. Zampa gonna find a way through, warding off the other side, gonna push them away from that southwest area. But kind of make that rotation very difficult. And Thailand, in the meantime, has found the pointy end of the stick against Samti and the Finns.
Tixu managing to pick up one off of Thailand here, so Minoru and Duckmans, it's all down to them. They have the blue encroaching upon them. Samti just gonna sit here and pick him off. Oh, Zoidmate! Where did he come from?
Yeah, the Australian side. This is now going to play into all the teams who are a little bit more central towards Hospital. Hospital is the slap bang middle of this, but here's Korea. Don't tussle with them. They've been quite quiet thus far. Finland not going to get away with a clean sweep here. Jemti's gone down. He's a big name to lose out on as Duckmans, your MVP for Thailand, I guess you could say, is looking unlikely to progress here. Get back in the blue, and Finland are going to keep him there. If they can get these points, that's the paramount idea. Nice nade! Can't get Tixu down, but he's... he's nuts! Man. Can you believe it? Tixu does fall, but for all of that, he does lose his life. But he's definitely made it tricky for the Finns as Tixu's bleeding by the wayside. And now there's going to be pressure coming in elsewhere. They see the smoke go up and a potential point. And that's Korea wanting to get into this because look at them. They've been quiet. 0 kills so far.
I mean, look at the 2-2 split that they have. This is so aggressive coming out of Korea. This is them wanting to get these kills. Unfortunately, none on the board just yet, but they have center circle, and there's still 33 bodies left alive in this lobby.
This could be the switch of focus we were theorizing, at least the desk was, that maybe they are starting to look for placements as well as those kills. But when the circle favors you, don't move away from it, embrace it and try and play it well. Find that perfect balance between aggression and then playing smart. Now, this is where teams who are on the outskirts might get into a spot of bother as it does centralize. Korea, are you kidding me right now? Gifted a circle, and they should capitalize. Who is this getting away with it? So Australia hold the northeast side. We have Brazil out on the east. Korea still in that 2-2. Hospital and the compound southeast of it perfectly complementing each other. Canada, not a bad spot, but Thailand... Wait, who is this? Is that Turkey? Turkey's flying in. Oh my god! They've crashed it, and it has not gone well. I'm pretty sure it's just Iroh alive now. He's just about made it away, but no, cover really finds a rock, hunkers down. But that was a dangerous play, very characteristic of the Turkish team. They love those sort of aggressive plays, very late game, just sending it wherever they can. Sixmo's now on the way. Actually, they have 2 left. Sixmo up the hill, got to be careful. There's everyone alive still in this area. Plenty of eyes on this location.
That was a phenomenal hold by Brazil there. They had guys coming right on top of them, but they managed to hold their defilade here just long enough, keeping 3 alive. Turkey, they got 2 up still. We'll have to see what happens. They do have center circle.
Oh, Finland's in so much trouble. This might be the time where you switch from trying to get to the circle to trying to get the kills. That might be the play here, as much as it does kind of suck to see it. They are in such a bad spot there out in the east. They probably will get caught. If they make it in, it's a miracle. Oh no, don't you die to that car, USA. You've been doing so good. Don't you dare. Samti goes down, not too unexpected. I think all of us saw that position. And as much as they'd like to, it's going to be tough. And we do see the nades being lined up. That is a very nicely theorized nade. I don't think it quite went far enough over the hill, no, and maybe just about saving Leo and Co from that pressure coming in from Korea. But it does show they're hyper aware of the positions.
This is putting Korea in an interesting position now. They've been holding this 2-2 split for quite some time, but now the circle has collapsed right on top of them. Can they get to a point where they can reconnect and bring all four back together? As we see Tixu going to go out to the blue, and that's Finland out in 10th.
Now let's look at our top 10 here. Let's see who we have alive. The USA, very nice positioning. Canada as well. Again, a bit of a superstar lineup, a bit of a fan favorite lineup to say the least, especially for Canada. You see those names, you can't deny it. Now, USA under plenty of pressure from Canada, so not ideal. And it looks like we might be seeing a little bit of that wanting to get in the action from Korea. Definitely trying to stretch out now. PO with a hit and run. Gets down Iroh, backs away. All right, I'll calm down for the rest of the game now.
I mean, look at this is where the benefit of that 2-2 split comes in. He had the information about where Iroh was fed to him by his duo that was off to the southeast. Pio just leaving the hospital long enough to throw a blind nade to where his teammate said would be a body.
Zoid trying to take the limelight away from Luke here. We have Zampa, the USA side, trying to build some cover here, give them a way out, using that smoke wall as best they can to try and cross over. Maybe a bit of a ruse. Oh my word. They don't need help. Stop it. They're already so good.
And the crowd goes wild. As we know, we see now the U.S. having to make their way around Australia.
Zoid's pushing with a nade out in his hand. Is he insane?
Oh, he knows exactly where the Brazilians are.
Where they peak? This man is absolutely insane. Nade comes in. It's not bad. Good tag there towards some of the Brazilians. Does he continue the push? 12 bullets is all he's got to work with. This is a very individual play from him. Where's the rest of his team here? He's just gone for a walkabout. He's in a little bit of bother if they don't help him out here.
He's nuts. He's making plays. He has no backup from his team. You can see the rest of them already trying to wrap around to the north side.
Them in. That's quite smart. If he might sacrifice himself for the greater good, and he's done exactly that. He's going to take down one. Brazil now. Oh, Zoid! Are you kidding me? Down to a one-shot anti-FPS. He's the superstar of the lineup, and Zoid wants to take it away. No, big denial. Rusty's area, trying to get back into this. Temper the bleed, stem the pressure, but look at the rest of Australia. He sacrificed himself for the benefit of his team. The rest of them have now made it to the circle, and he has slowed down Brazil. This should allow the pressure to come back in, but look at Korea starting to wind it up now.
They see the rest of the Australia team. They've come over to the top. They're trying to see if they can maybe catch an angle here onto Brazil, keep them from coming into this circle, but they got to be careful because Sixmo is snaking right by them.
Yeah, known for the snaking ability, Korea have managed to kind of consolidate themselves. Aqua 5 is out on his own, but the rest are in that southeast compound now. Moving away from hospital, the nade's coming in, the nade going to be coming back out, and that's Leo finding Pio. Big name to go down. Leo going to push this one. Trying to find a way through the smoke. It's not too easy, and there's Pio trying to fall back as look at them. They're trying to make it. Wait, the third party! Moody catching them on the cross. They're helping out Korea. They do not want to give these guys assistance. Leo goes down to his own nade that he ticked, and now let's see what SR can do. This is Korea in trouble.
This is bad. Chinese Taipei has been holding down the other side of that road. They had to move over, and SR is going nuts here. He's got 2 downs. Loki is going to get flushed out as well. What can Anonix do?
He's looking for the next angle. He's looking for a way forward here. His teammates have just been slaughtered. He wants revenge, but Hospital, it's not really helping anyone out. It's a massacre in here. We might need to bring out the body bags because the USA is taking down Vietnam. And we see everyone trying to find a way out, but there is no escaping Bahawaka here. Ionix desperately trying to hold that angle, hold the line, but he knows he's part of the last standing hope for Korea in this game, and that would be a huge upset here.
You also have the Rogue Wolf of Summer from China still alive as Luke is going to get the down on the Rusty Zero. What can Brazil do? They've got 2 alive here. They're trying to come down the lower side here, try to get a flank.
Luke, you like the limelight, and I don't blame you. The guy's an animal. He needs to absolutely go up right now, and he can't do it. Put down, and Australia down in 9th. And we see Hospital taking the crown so far. Canada on the outskirts. We have Vietnam, USA, and China all taking over Hospital area. Korea are not inside this one. Aqua 5 and Ionix still alive, but not in the best positions anymore.
Anonix going to try to get into this vehicle, see if he can make some kind of move over to his teammate in Aqua 5. Looks like SR going to try to take a few shots at him, but nothing going to find its home. Canada in a great spot right now. They're not part of this nonsense going on at Hospital, but they have great oversight of everything coming out of it.
Brazil just heard this car pulling up. I'm almost certain. Sixmo could third party all of this and just be that real nuisance, but we know that Sixmo can play very passive. This guy is known for his snaking ability. If you watch PEL, a lot of the Turkish team, they can be, high tempo or super passive. Now Canada controlling the east, but they want the south as well. Nice idea. They maybe want this hillside, be able to lock those players in towards the hospital. And we have close quarter combat. We don't often see this. Beautiful building to fight over. Zampa got to be careful to not go walking too far in towards the enemy. They're going to hit all of those steps. And it looks like Moody might have caught a glimpse. He might be seeing, I don't know if he saw maybe a smoke or something showing, but he's keeping eyes on that southeast corner, maybe realizing Korea were there at one point, but they've already moved.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can try to pick up SR here. They know that they have a good idea that somebody's hiding out over there. So Aqua 5 gotten taken pretty low here. SR is going to take some shots from Canada, but nothing to land.
If Aqua 5 tries to fight towards Brazil, he's going to get the attention of SR. He has no easy way out of this, and this is what happened. He's cornered, and he's gone down. That's a huge upset again. Korea might be going down very early here for them with no kills almost. Very, very light on kills. Brazil on the other side really starting to light this one up. Inonix avenges his fallen teammate as Chinese Taipei are eliminated in 8th.
We can kind of talk about the fact that SR just wiped 3/4 of the Korean squad, but Inonix still alive, still snaking around. And, oh, there it is. Okay, we found him.
Yeah, Andy FES not going to fall for that one. He is well and truly aware, and he does manage to find Sixmo, but nice positioning from Sixmo considering. But now it's breach time. Canada, USA. Oh my word!
Oh
no! Goodbye, USA!
Well, that was just tragic.
It was, and now Canada can capitalize. You have a beautiful 2-2 split, 2 towards the south, 2 controlling the exit from hospital that is still playable. Brazil being held back by one man, Inonix, the beast himself. You saw PO being up there, but he has certainly had his fair share of kills and fair share of performance. Who takes this one, Poro? We've got Sony still big names in this, but surely Canada is up there.
Canada's looking really nice right now. They have a good 2-2 split. Maluka Drassel.
My word. Wait, Poro. Inonix, if there's any player who could do it, it's going to be him. Good tag on the first. Actually, nice response from Rusty Zera. Nate instantly comes out, and I think Inonix knows he's in danger. Here comes the push. Can he hold on? Has he got anything left in the tag? Oh, he's taken down 1. 2 more making the push. He's got the flush. He wants more. This guy is insane. And now to the 1v1.
No!
Does it?
He's insane.
One man stand for Korea, and he has just gone above and beyond for his side. I don't think we can ask anything more of him from this, but surely he wants more as we are down to the top 4, 8 players standing. Inonix trying to find a way forward, but he needs supplies. He does have boxes available around him, but the pressure from Hospital is definitely real. He needs to replenish the stock, and Vietnam continuing the barrage of nades.
Yeah, Inonix, I mean, he's got plenty of loot around them to see if he can find something to make a little bit of impact here, but Vietnam, they know exactly where he is. You can see the red zone coming down on top of him.
But he does at least have a hillside to work from. He can play with that. He can take his time. He can move into it. They shouldn't be able to spot it. But I'm looking at Canada. How do they approach this? You don't want to push in towards Hospital yourselves. But then also, you've got to play it smart and not be resting on your laurels, allowing a team to pick you apart from there. China still have Summer up, and Vietnam with 2.
I mean, look, Canada's obviously in a great position to win this game. 4 strong. They have the hillside. They have to. The Hospital's going to have to move out. But Summer, after wiping the United Kingdom by himself, has still managed to stay alive in this game for China, on top of the heroics from Inonix. I don't even know. I feel like anybody at this point could win this game.
These nades are so close. They are actually really, really close by. Vietnam just has so many of them. Canada should be able to watch their cross. That is the point. Vietnam has a time limit on these positions. Good nades again, but not good enough. In the meantime, Vietnam needs a snake. They need a third party. Inonix might be able to be that, but would he want to be? Good nade again, not good enough. Drassel still on the prowl, still eyes absolutely trained to watching them leave this compound. First bit of contact made, and it does mean they need to make a move. They are locked to the roof. Inonix gets a glimpse on 1. Does he go out swinging? Does he play for placement? We need to see what this madman can do now.
No meds, no smokes, 1 frag grenade as Moody finds an angle on Sapao. He's going to go down to the blue zone. Here we go.
Summer's making the run, but he's gone down. That'd be Levy's to find it. Actually, Vietnam going to, at least for now, contain that 3rd place position. Inonix holding on. Canada holds the hill. They are kings of the hill, and they win the game. GG for Canada.
Back-to-back wins for Team Canada here on Erangel, going back to Game 5 yesterday. That is 2 in a row for the boys with the leaf on their flag.
Brilliant moment for Canada there. Really well played, playing calm, collected, smart, controlled the hillside, did not lose out on players needlessly. Instantly reading the situation, never getting rumbled by those snakes. I'm very impressed with that.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, it was just all about zone control for them. They made sure that they took the primary positions that they wanted, held those positions. Obviously, they got a little bit of circle favor, as did Korea. But this time, I mean, Canada, they never got pressured. I feel like it's probably a little bit of a low kill win here. I think they only came out with, what, 5?
Something around that marker. I don't think we saw too many teams popping off like they did before. Maybe you could argue a couple had better games than others, but even Korea were quiet until that moment. Inonix, I mean, you don't often see a play like that, but he did certainly buffer their kills. Anyway, it looks like that's going to be a second for us to take a little bit of a breath here after the moment we just saw. I think we need it.
Sit around here and stay broke, huh? Yeah. Okay. I got pretty. I get it. We just keep getting more and more. I get it.
너무 좀 큰 대회이기도 하고 다들 너무 잘하시니까 진짜 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠고.
我对这次能参加 PNC 这个比赛的话是感到非常开心的，然后同时我也会尽全力去打这个比赛。
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. We got a good team, good environment, and you know we've played together before, so we have some good synergy together. So feeling confident.
Be waiting for the blue. They're already they're waiting for him. Tempo's got it. Tempo's got it.
I think it will be a different change coming to Korea for this event because we're playing as all-stars and not as a team. So it's a nice, refreshing event, and we get to see a lot of stuff, and we get to face new opponents that we would not have faced in the past.
Yo creo que no hay equipo fuerte, ya que todos estamos mezclados. Hay un jugador de cada equipo, máximo de 2 jugadores por país.
I personally think our rival team is the Team Russia, because my teammate Uba is there, playing there, so it's rival from there, because I want to do better than him. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else than that.
Finlandia.
Uba, I'm coming after you.
Мекси, поздравляю со 2-м местом. Это твой предел. К каждому турниру подхожу серьезно, настраиваюсь на каждую игру, так что, думаю, покажу свой максимальный перформанс.
Okay, so I feel really confident about this tournament. I've been playing with a lot of these guys on stream before, so I'm really confident we're going to do good, and I can't wait to see what we can achieve.
ทีนี้เราอยากจะบอกกับทีมอื่นนะครับในการแข่งครั้งนี้นะฮะคือรอบนี้ตามปกติเราจะเป็นผู้แพ้ของทีมอื่นแต่คราวนี้เรามาเป็นทีมที่จะชนะทีมอื่นครับผม
海外からの日本っていうのはそんなに注目されてないっていうのがもう分かっているので今回それを覆していきたいと思います。
Also wir werden auf jeden Fall dieses Turnier gewinnen und natürlich auch viele Kills machen. Zu jedem anderen Team macht euch auf jeden Fall gefasst. Team Deutschland wird euch für euch kommen und euch vom Schlachtfeld weghauen.
We will try to play aggressive and have no respect against anyone.
你们要小心被我们包围。All the teams should know that they should be really careful about Team Finland, because we're gonna come hot.
我对这次比赛的期望就是帮助中国赛区拿下一个世界赛的名额。遇到中国赛区的时候小心一点。
더 열심히 해서 더 잘하는 모습 많이 보여드려가지고 굿봉차게 해드리겠습니다.
Get the chicken dinner.
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
中国队加油 Good luck, Russell.
Canada fighting!
Vietnam team fighting! Go Russia!
Germany and Korea fighting! Fighting!
It's a back-to-back here for the Maple Leaf as Canada is able to take game number 5 yesterday and now game number 6 in day 2 of the Nations Cup live here from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to the analysis desk as my name is Kyle Arish, your host, joining me Froz, Avenger and Hypoc. Guys, back-to-back on this stage. That's a big deal for Canada looking to move up the table.
Not just for Canada, but overall, it's the first team to win 2 games here.
I didn't expect it to be this early. Honestly, after 6 games, we have so many good teams, so many good players, and them to be able to take it this quickly kind of talks to how well these guys have been able to kind of prepare for this, but also how well they'll be able to perform. Yes, not that many kills, but their overall the macro and the map awareness and the positioning this game really won them the game in the end.
Yeah, and actually yesterday it was slow and steady for Canada, but the fact that now it feels like they're actually in tune, they're keeping up with each other now.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see them come out and win 2 back-to-back.
Yeah, definitely so. It almost, as you mentioned, kind of, they didn't have that many kills, but it kind of seemed a little bit effortless for them towards the very ending. Does that come down to the rotations that they were choosing throughout the game? What does that come down to, Avenger? What do you think?
For me here, obviously the compound they had was in a really good position from a long time, and also the amount of pressure and the impact they did on everybody else. We saw them have a fight with the United States for a long time. We could see how much fire was going towards them, and it even knocked one of the guys from the United States. So they were forced to push over the hill and push into the hospital, where they got hospitalized afterwards really quickly from some power, of course. But honestly, for me, here being able to hold this compound down, I expect them to be crashed, because that compound is actually pretty easy crashable on one of the sides on the tier 3 on the southwest side. So I'm happy to see them be able to kind of hold that down, and then take cars, make sure that they had so much zone control, and overall the crowd control from this was insane.
The points coming in here for that game. Canada gets themselves 15 points on the board. Vietnam 11, Brazil 10. Very needed points for Brazil coming in there for 3rd place. So overall, that is our standings, how they do, and that's how it totals down in the end, Avenger.
Very spread out as well here. Yeah. And 15 points is not that much, and then 11, 10, and then 10, 9, 9. It's extremely kind of spread out, and that's the story so far for a lot of the kind of the points so far. Brazil getting this puts them actually within reaching distance, and from 12th place where Brazil is in right now, and all the way up to 4th where China is with 41 points. It's only 15 points difference. So our mid pack is massive. You can really put yourself in front of like 4 or 5 teams, just one good game.
I feel like we're used to a very large mid-pack when it comes to PEL coverage, but that's going to be by the by, of course, as we do see Korea still at the top here at the moment by a few points, with Vietnam taking a 2nd place. And for us, I do have in my notes here, at the start of yesterday, we had a few kind of people making the mental list, and now we have a few names making the 2-time mental list. Sapao is mental is the first thing I have here. What was going on in hospital?
I mean, literally what happened was that Sapao was holding down one of the corridors in the hospital. United States, they tried to push that. Now, they did the right thing because they got knocked one after another. They were just trying to get the same angle. They were trying to get the trade, but the trade never come in because Sapao was just going nuts.
And also how they positioned themselves with 2 guys, making sure that they're on both ends of the kind of the corridor there. That's just perfect. Luckily, beyond Seoul, they have really good hospitals here. So United States, they got hospitalized really quickly, and they're going to be fixed up for free, so they're going to be ready to next game.
How many times are you going to make that joke?
He only got one. He's a one-trick pony.
It's 2 in one segment.
2 in one segment.
Yeah,
you have to make sure that it's put out there.
Amazing. I'll continue with my mental list joke for a moment here. And we do have, Ionix is mental again. Hypoc, I actually, briefly before that happened, I was like, he's going to 1v3. He's going to 1v3 Brazil here. And he did. That was insane from Ionix.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things. You know, Brazil had the utility to clear that fight out pretty easily, I'll be honest. Take nothing away from the fact, but the fact that a player, you know, maybe once an event comes up clutch and has a highlight play. We're now on day 2, game 6, and we've already got Ionix kind of popping off and
unbelievable.
Doing insane.
Let's be honest. Everybody's talking about PO. He got all those kills. But when it comes down to individual play, Ionix, once again, doing a clutch play like that. We saw him yesterday doing it on Miramar. And that is the amazing thing. It's not just about killing people on a distance, but actually being able to make a play against the whole team.
This was the thing, we were talking about the salvage plays, where you have a solo left, you're just hoping for a couple of placement points. So to have your salvage play off one solo, pick up another 3 kills, and then, maybe 2 or 3 extra places up the leaderboard in the ranking of the game, is absolutely insane.
And it's extremely sad for Brazil, because if they had 3 guys alive from that position, they would have had enough smokes to maybe make a play against Canada. They could have won that game if they had 3 guys alive. But being able to dance around that rock, there's an 8 towards him. Peak, jiggles. It was absolutely insane.
I mean, one thing we also saw was that South Korea was actually low on utility. They did loot South George. They did loot Hospital and the flat top south of that. But we saw that, I think it was Aqua 5 who had 1 first aid and about 15 bullets in his SLR. And that's not enough.
Definitely so.
There is one thing to note as well, and obviously Korea initially had this wide 2-2 split that was really aggressive, and I mean, they executed it well. No teams crashed them, so they obviously made enough noise and enough of a presence to kind of hold down Hospital and that flat top compound. But at the same time, whether or not this is an actual decision where they've said we're going to come over to the east side, the southeastern compound in the circle, try and hold out this edge, because 2 players went onto the hospital hill, kind of fell apart from there. If Korea had decided to go 4 up at the hospital, potentially we're looking at a much higher kill game for Korea. But
you know, you're being a little bit skeptical here, Hybuck, but I'm pretty sure you rooted for Finland before, but have you changed any opinions?
It's pretty safe to say. It's pretty safe to say now. Yeah, I've switched allegiances.
You're on the South Korea train.
I will hold
with me.
I will hold this for the rest of the weekend like this.
Well, when you're in South Korea, you're gonna learn this lesson, and it's gonna continue on. I promise you. It's blowing in the wind. That is fantastic stuff. But overall, it was a greedy split there by South Korea, almost straight into phase 5 and 6.
Yeah.
We also can't deny that Chinese Taipei made an amazing play and really hurt them.
They shut the entire thing down.
Yes.
Off the back of one player.
It was
SR.
Yeah.
I mean, that in the first place, SR shouldn't have been able to make it to the compound itself. But at the same time, it comes down to South Korea playing it greedy with a 2-2 split there. They had a 3-1 split by then, though, when SR actually breached it. It was 3 guys in the compound. You had Aqua Fly a little bit north of that. But I feel like overall, it's a success to be greedy and be super aggressive, which is something South Korea is doing really, really good, especially compared to the Western teams right now.
I mean, it comes down as well. That's a huge mind game to play with 12 or 13 other teams in the lobby say, we're confident enough, we've got 4 up, and we're going to hold 2 of the highest priority compounds down in this circle and do it comfortably. Admittedly, it comes on the back of a solo play to kind of shut it down, but that takes balls.
Yeah, but I think that's the only downside there is to being that confident as you are right now.
Yeah.
You're going to take some kind of overconfident decisions. You're going to kind of peek out of cover. You're going to be putting yourself in the open. It could be their downfall if they continue to do this. I kind of doubt it, because I feel like there's so much there's so much trust in them. There's so much pride behind them. I'm quite sure that they're going to kind of correct that. But yes, I don't want to see them overextend. I don't want to see them kind of greedy to split into 5th circle. I want to see them play together as a unit, because that's how we saw them succeed yesterday.
But also, we got to take the fact that the circle we saw in the previous game here was similar to what we saw yesterday. And once again, we saw South Korea doing the same thing. No one actually punished them again. And I want to see someone do that. Start punishing people with patterns, because you can easily read what they're going to be doing. You know what they're going to be doing. Do something about it.
Yeah, we see what's going on for sure. And we take a look at a few of the teams here whilst we continue the Nations Cup. Great Britain had a bit of a harder time. They were taking things like Everest and for the most part got quite punished by Summer in particular.
Yeah, they got hit by the Summer in the heat of it. I mean, it was...
Had to
They're not. Actually, us Brits aren't used to getting hit by the Summer that hard.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
They had, what, 35 degrees a few weeks ago?
Something like that.
Yeah.
A Chinese heat wave. A Chinese heat wave hit them.
It definitely did.
From the west.
I'll be honest, we cry at any change of weather. Even if it snows 1 inch, the country shuts down.
Yeah.
So,
Finland, actually another team. We saw glimmers of hope with them last game. They were being aggressive. They were being decisive.
Yeah.
That push onto Russia. A great heads-up play there to say, look, zone's going to be moving eventually. Let's make this play now. Kind of these, off-circle shift kind of pushes. And they did really well to shut down Russia, but they kind of just crumbled after that.
and of course, here at the Nations Cup, all of our players are using the HyperX Cloud Alpha headsets, brought to you, of course, by HyperX. And they are here representing alongside the Nations Cup for Seoul 2019 as well. So a big thank you to them along the way. USA, edge play continues when it came to game number 6.
I mean, the Western rotation they actually took, and they come under fire. We said this time and time again for these late rotations in. But actually, heads-up play for them. They got pinned down by Canada. They then made a really smart move over this ridge. And I was actually talking to Martin about it. We're actually in debate if whether or not Vietnam were where they were and Canada were where they were, or if they would have a free opportunity to push into hospital. They got in there. Unfortunately, great play from Vietnam to have that crossfire set up, but disappointing to see fraggers this strong fall down in a 1v4 effectively.
And here we have Turkey as well. Sixmo was a bit of a, he was in a bush.
So this is the normal tier of athletics we've seen for so long.
Yeah.
They lose people, they start snaking in the middle. I want to see them being aggressive. We saw them yesterday in the start of the tournament. They went super aggressive. They got a lot of kills. I mean, they started off with 7 kills in the first game.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time. It's game number 7. We're heading to our commentator team once again for the Nations Cup.
Thank you, and we have so much more to be seen. I think game 1 of day 2 has already kind of mixed things up a little bit. Having Canada fly up that board looking pretty darn solid could add another team to the kind of mix of teams we're looking out for now. Yes, they looked good yesterday, but that was a very big performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a very needed placement points for this squad. They are definitely going to wish they could have got a few more kills off of it. You don't get that many opportunities to get those points in these late game situations, but it's something to build off of, and they're looking really, really good here. 2 wins back-to-back.
You're absolutely right. And obviously you guys at home watching this now, make sure you let us know your predictions on this one. I want to know who you're backing. This is Nations Cup. That's why I love Nations Cup. You get to see all the fans coming out, supporting their region, supporting their nation. And I want to see more of that. I think for now we still know Korea are very much solid at this. But again, it did look a little bit different from yesterday. They weren't going, fighting everyone. They seemed a little bit calmer.
Well, they caught themselves a good position in the circle. And I mean, we've talked about it from game 1 with Germany. You know, if you get a compound and the circle just keeps falling on you, what are you going to do? I mean, you just kind of hope that maybe you can kind of pick up a few kills here and there. I mean, we saw, again, phenomenal play by Anonix, and now we have 2 Koreans with PO and Anonix in that top 5 as far as kills go.
Yeah, that's slightly terrifying, isn't it? If one's not performing, the other's going to do it anyway. But let's look outside of that. I think the desk touched on Finland a little bit there and how we're seeing everyone kind of leaving their hopes for Finland and kind of going across board to supporting Korea. But that was a little bit more of an aggressive game from them. Is that a switch up in play style? Do you think maybe they're coming out here trying to capitalize on those kill points that Korea were dominating with on day 1?
Well, they got a little fortunate this time around. They got the circle kind of went to the same place again, and they were right in the center. They got a compound early, and they started fighting early. They didn't have to deal with all the struggles that they've been having with the transition game, and you saw what could happen when they just have a nice place to start kind of fight from.
Now, with that in mind, we keep seeing these Western circles come in. And I can imagine every team in the East is just getting so frustrated with this. How much of a factor do you honestly think this plays into it? Yes, we do see at the top, Korea obviously still very dominant, Vietnam very much up there, Canada doing well. But the teams out in the East haven't had a big performer yet. Is it really that hard on these transitions so far? Is it because there's so many unknown factors? Because it is a bit random at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not easy by any means. You know, it's always going to be kind of a pain, especially if you're a team like, you know, the United Kingdom, where you're looting up in Milta Power and you're having to make that long rotation.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the end of the day, these guys know what they're doing. They know how to make these long rotations in. They're getting into the circle and they're getting involved early. United Kingdom, they just got destroyed by a phenomenal solo play there from Summer.
I do worry a little bit that if you look at the very bottom of this entire leaderboard, it's looking very European. It's looking like they have maybe become a little bit, I guess, too comfortable in the way they play. Maybe they love that game style, maybe it's what they're used to, but in the madness and mayhem, it's still the teams from the East turning up to play here, Poro. We're in for another game of Erangel. This is match 2 on day 2. It's all still to be played for. That top 3 just had a shake-up. There could be more coming our way.
Absolutely. I don't expect these European teams to stay down here that long. They're just too damn good. And oh my gosh, this plane.
This plane path.
This is a very, very southern west to east plane, which we saw just a second ago. But this one, obviously, just a bit worse for wear than the previous.
Yeah, I'm.
What are you gonna do though?
I know. I think this is going to be very tough for the vast majority of these teams who go north. I mean, I don't think that many teams will be that happy with it. Yeah, okay, I guess G2, aka Germany, might be pretty pleased. But beyond that, you're kind of looking at teams on the southern road will get a little bit of help. Teams towards Primorsk, happy enough. Maybe teams towards Milta, happy enough. But anyone above that is going to have to stretch. Vehicles become pretty much golden at this point.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see the United States making that the backup as far as their drop location is concerned, going on over to Military Island. Eventually, these have to shift. We can't just keep getting these northwestern circles. And I'm just kind of, my fingers are crossed right now. My national pride is showing just a little bit. I'm kind of hoping that maybe we see a military circle here.
I'd love to see a milli circle. If player unknown's in chat, can we just
get
the
that?
milli circle?
Can we make that happen?
Milli circle. I repeat, milli circle. Okay, over and
Please.
out. But again.
Yes!
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yes!
Okay,
Thank you, player unknown.
Here we go. And this is what we mean about the car situation. Wait, we got 2 players in one car. Is it with Brazil and China? Godv just had a passenger, a parasite, clinging on towards the car, and everyone's battling for this. Oh my word. Okay, so finally let's talk about the circle and what this means. We see all the South and the Eastern teams finally having a bit of circle presence, but this is not easy by any means because look how many teams are in that Milta area.
All right, look, you know, we've been singing the praises of Korea for a day and a half now, or a day and 1 game at least.
Now we need to see it.
Let's see what happens when they have to go from South George and make that transition all the way to Military Island. This is going to be really, really interesting. We're going to see if these guys are really the truth, as it were.
Yeah, this is going to be the interesting one. This is not easy. They have so many teams to get through. We already see Team Germany moving to Novo, or at least towards Radio Tower, potentially the town just south of the Eastern Bridge. Guys and girls at home, predictions in chat. You've seen the circle, you've seen the plane path, you've seen it all. You have the information. Put it in Twitch chat right now. I want to know who you're backing. Give me that regional bias. I don't care. This... Oh, no, Kemba, we saw it. No. Anyway. This is the game. Give me your predictions right now. Who's looking good? Obviously, I think that little bias coming in.
Well, look, I mean, obviously the United States feeling great having that military circle. They are a little split up right now. Thailand already making that transition, 4 to a boat, making their way over to that North Shore. Germany, though, has already made their way over, and they're taking over that radio tower early. I am really, I think they're looking really, really good here. Set up nicely for the rest of this game.
That was an interesting looking boat there. We'll move on. Quick rotations. Who is this? Is this Team Liquid? We have Na'Vi against Liquid right now. It's Finland against Russia. Kemba's there. Oh my god, this is insanity. Have they got guns? Oh, he's trying to run through. They pulled up a doozy. Unleashes, takes on the trade. The run through from Mexi. Oh my god, this is madness. And a doozy keeps going. Can he tap the shot? He's praying for it to hit. But Finland have made it past. But look at what they've lost in the meantime.
I mean, they tried to make something happen there. They had the roadblock, the portable roadblock that just came out. Unfortunately, Russia just crashing right through and just heads up play coming in from a doozy.
Okay, Russia, as much as they did win that battle, they now need to look ahead of themselves. It does slow them down on their approach off that western bridge. That means those compounds they may have eyed up are no longer there for them, maybe feeling that might be taken over. Actually,
is this a bridge camp coming out of Russia?
It might be. I mean, we don't often see this from Senya. If he's the IGL, he will not often do this. It's something that we don't see stylistically with him. Hold up a minute. We have Chris engaging towards your favorite. Zampa has been knocked and flushed. That's already a big loss. That's over by Radio Tower. Maybe Zampa trying to get that prime territory early for his side, but not expecting that quickness from Germany.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes in, you gotta be expecting somebody to be up there. This is international play, boys. This stuff goes really, really fast here as we see Turkey stopping by, gonna get the boat. Levi's trying to come and see if he can maybe scout something.
He's just scouted a whole lot of bullets. Turkey are gonna unleash. He's gonna have to ditch the car in the water maybe at this point, try and make that final stand. Smoke's going up. Where's his support? They're trying to surround. He's not alone here, but he is getting all the attention. Turkey need to be careful. There's a fine balance in this. A beautiful death making the run, having a look. With that mini to hand, he's got a chance at it. Livi's staying very low to the ground, trying to just stay below that head peak sort of height here. You can see him crouched down, staying very low to this, trying to buy time for his teammates to come in and get some support here.
That was good communication from the Vietnamese team. Levi's wanted to stay in position, see if his squad could provide a little bit of support. They said, no, we don't have line of sight on this. We don't have the angles. Try to make it back to us, and he's doing just that.
Really nice play. I'm not sure if Sixmo's going to get an angle. A beautiful death has just crossed the line where he does know that Vietnam can now see him, so he needs to be careful himself here. Beautiful death. Might need to fall back. I'm looking to see if there is vehicles here. I don't see a boat, actually. So
there was one for Turkey.
There must have been one for Turkey, because that's what they were already kind of looking towards. But they might have to just consider it's time to go. But Mert's now been pinned in. This might have been them outstaying their welcome here. This could be a problem.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble, but they need to get into that boat. Here we have Chinese Taipei already 4 deep, making their way across. There's a crate just hiding out in the water. Mark 14, gotta feel like they'd love that.
I love that gun so much. It's still probably my favorite to take out of it, if I'm completely honest. But I am an absolute trash player compared to anyone on the server, so what does it matter what I like? Vietnam looks like they're going to try and move away from this, maybe feeling there are no longer boats available. Look to the next option. Korea on the way, out in the western approach. looking for vehicles themselves. I think Aqua 5 living up to the name, finding a little boat for himself, so that could be their approach. We do see every team now looking to find their way forward, but it's all congregating around where currently Germany are pretty much residing. It is going to be on that radio tower. Yes, you have Team UK towards the east, you have Thailand towards the west side of it, Russia in the south, Finland heading towards it as well.
It looks like Kirky almost got that boat stuck. I'm not even sure if they did or not. It looks like they... Nope, looks like they're out of there. Okay. Very, very fortunate. Pio getting a little bit aggressive there, trying to... you got to assume at this late in the game that there's not going to be any boats there in Primorsk. But, I mean, Korea's just in a tough spot right now with the exception of Aqua 5. It looks like they were looking to see if they can find something else. Fortunately, they're just going to have to pile on in. We see the Vietnamese team running and have to make their way to this western bridge.
It all looks like it's on a bit of a knife edge at the moment. You look at the Millie Island, isn't it? It's as soon as you get that engagement, it's all going to come through. It looks like Finland and Russia are getting very close by to each other. Chinese Taipei have made landfall, so they will be at least safe for now. You do see Japan not far off it either, somewhat of a similar approach. I do like those southern hits on this island. I think it's a nice way to go. It very phase-esque. Russia taking a very strong area. The side slightly towards the south of the radio tower. Very nice area. Can find a lot of fight off the back of it. Germany well geared though, clearly. Chris already doing some damage early on, and you can see these boys happy to be up here. They did move away early from the farm for this.
Majority of the teams putting all their chips into the pot, thinking that this thing is going to go west, east rather, favor that radio tower. We see Australia going to take a few shots. What a shot from Shai Wei, and he's going to get 2.
Oh no, that's such a loss for Team UK. This is a tragic performance. Not brilliant work from them at all. Trying to maybe look for more areas to go towards. They had 2 players still towards Novo, and they maybe tried to overextend towards one of these compounds. And just simply put, it felt lackluster to say the least.
I mean, these are some really, I want to say, hopeful rotations here coming in at this point in the game. Yeah, I mean, sending 2 down to that area, you got to believe that is going to be populated by somebody here, as we see the boys from Turkey have made landfall. This is on the very southwestern beach of the island.
I do want to check in with Korea here. They are just coming past Primorsk in the blue. We do have Turkey on the southern side of this, and it's going to be tricky. And actually, this is not the circle that maybe Germany was expecting. A little bit more central on the island.
A little bit more central. They still should be okay, but you can see they're actually already hopping into vehicles. You can tell on the mini-map, not particularly caring for that radio tower position anymore. Now Brazil still on the north side. They hear China making their way through. That is 4 deep in a boat. Can Andy FPS get an angle on this? Doesn't look like it.
No, but Brazil did look very bloodthirsty before. These guys are quite a danger when they get into it. China going to make their move. They're trying to head through.
Oh, there it comes.
And a couple of shots out, but it's ambitious to say the least. But you never know, it might work out. But now shots from the other side. No easy approach, Michael. Good connections. Oh no! Summer takes the dip, but it's not good. Michael's nade could be huge. Does the damage. He's going to back away. Not quite deep enough here. And now return fire comes in. They have made the land. They've made it on towards the beaches. Michael now in danger himself. Tagged up, damaged up, nade's good, and he's just going to take a dip. Just about makes it away, and now it's on Vard. He needs to hold the cross, he needs to play smart. Did December 12th hear him? He certainly did, but does it matter? No. Vard is looking good for this. Expects the next angle, but he does lose out on the fight for now. Mad98 going to fall back, maybe reset the fight.
Some hero plays coming out here from the United Kingdom. They managed to take 2. Summer taking out himself. And Mad98, and it looks like Gavi going to try to bail out of this from the north side of Novo, just making their way into the circle.
Michael, at least for now, can get off those hills. Looks like he's just onto the bandages. I'm not sure if that's his choice or if he's trying, not go through the med kits yet or the first aids. You see Vietnam picking away at the scraps that were left on the bridges. That's over towards the western side. Beyond that, everyone trying to just center up here. A lot of them are towards, I call it mini radio, towards the east side basically of the actual Millie base itself, around the factory area, some towards the hills, some towards the south. No one really want to be committed into the Millie base itself fully, it seems. You do see Thailand not far off it, and maybe Russia considering the ideas of it too, as Vietnam do eventually make it across the bridge.
Korea has made their way into circle, still in boats on the very far southern part of the circle. As We see Chinese Taipei trading nades back and forth with Russia. This is a scary spot to hold here for Milch.
Wait, Leo's found a bit of an angle here. I think they could breach over the top of this. Senya is safe, but his teammates need to be careful. Uber and Aduzi, or Ivan if you are Russian, looking across the way. They need to be careful to not overextend. It looks like the call's been made. Definitely heard the footsteps on top. So Russia's in a predicament. They can't overpeak anymore, and they're quite stuck to this, but it looks like Chinese Taipei will peel away from this. They have at least quelled the threat for now.
Well, you look in the minimap, you got Turkey is about to be coming over the top of this hillside here.
4 players, 1 car.
Oh, this is dangerous. You never like to see it. Turkey not getting that line of sight just yet, though. So it looks like Chinese Taipei should be safe for now. They're going to take some passing fire from the Russians on their way out.
It looks like Japan's actually made a bit of a play towards the radio tower. He's close by, but hold on, we'll come back to this because it looks like Canada might have some pressure here. K-Mind and Drassel not far off this, though, and they'll happily react. Vietnam wearing cars, so I'm sure they've heard this pull-up from them, and have they got a spot, or has Vietnam managed to find a bit of a defilade here? New circle going to hit. Let's see where this centralizes up on, and right towards Finland, USA. The bend in the road just north of that factory side is kind of slap bang in the center. We see the last couple of teams making their way in. Korea has finally landed. It's outside and late, but still in the circle.
Yeah, this is going to be on the far southeastern side of this circle. There are the Brazilians coming in on the north side. A lot of boats still available, fortunately, for all these teams making their way across the lake.
Andy, and don't go near that boat. Danger boat, danger boat.
Just stay. Okay, he's good. All right, we're safe, we're safe, we're safe. Looks like Canada and Vietnam have pulled off of any fight that they may have been leading up to there. As we see, they are making their transition into the hillside.
But we have to look towards Canada now, going quite close towards Australia, because Australia are set up on this, and it looks like Canada might be getting engaged one early. I'm surprised they kind of actually unleashed this quick. Good tags coming in, and actually a lot of danger now for Canada. They could be on alert, red alert. The alarm bells ring. Canada hit the floor, but look at Zoidmate, look at Vasily, instantly looking for a new angle. Going to try and find a new way to punish the boys. You see Drassel trying to maybe find a bit of leverage, but he's not got any to be found. Chris has been confirmed in the meantime, as Zoid has gone on the low ground, trying to provide another angle, but the smokes instantly go up. Nice play from Canada, building a bit of a bridge to get themselves into a safer position. Use the kind of deeper side of this hill. Good nades coming back through, trying to keep Australia at bay. Moody trying to maybe lead the way with Drassel here towards the high ground to find an approach.
They did a great job there, Canada, as Australia had had a lot of land to work around here to come in for a flank. Canada realizing the position that they were in, immediately throwing those smokes down and repositioning.
And again, let's keep tabs on what this means in the bigger picture. We need to look at the central area as well. Look at the amount of teams already trying to get that very nice, I guess, hilly area. Hold on, K-Mine's found an angle, and K-Mine doesn't need to be asked twice if he wants to go at that. That's a nice pickup on Zoidmate. He was your kind of heavier fragger for Australia. Luke not having the performance he's had as of late here yet, but he's still one of those players who certainly could. But if Canada's starting to feel, if they're feeling confident off of that pick, they could keeping that pressure up, because it looks like just northeast of them, Vietnam's not far off, so Australia need to be very careful to not get pinched here. And also Argentina is starting to have a look as well, so a lot of the teams on this northern kind of ridge that runs across this new circle are now looking their way.
Yeah, a lot of space available for these teams to work around, but also you see a lot of teams on foot. You know, you're not going to have the information that they're right there until you're right on top of them, and that could be the case with Canada here as they're pushing right into Argentina. As we check in with Turkey, Finland's still managing to stay alive for now as a duo.
Yeah, Canada right next to Argentina. Hold on, Michael is still trying to stay alive. That's towards Aqua 5. Oh my word, Korea. This is not the day we expected for them. The eastern circle, the southeast circle coming in has really hindered their progress. Late towards the position, but Michael looking too hungry. Eyes too big for his belly maybe here as he tries to make a bit of a dance on the cross. Gets caught on the way, but he's safe for now in the circle. It moves further away from Team UK, Korea, Japan, China. Germany all now need to find a way forward. Canada moved at the right timing here. They moved up at the perfect time. Now Argentina are in a bad spot because Turkey are lingering in the back lines.
You gotta wonder who is gonna win the battle for these hills to the north here. USA have the spot. They have the general's house. They have 3 strong. I believe 3 strong. It might be actually 4 strong. So they have a good center circle spot here, but you gotta think this north side hills here. Or Argentina right there. He's got 1 frag grenade. I don't know if he saw them or not. He sees the smoke though.
If he peeks that ridge, he's got maybe 2-3 kills there. They have no idea. But how much can he do from that? Zapow has to be perfect in this play, and I don't think he wants to give away the game. Canada are on his heels, and it's moved south again. All these teams do now need to move. USA, Argentina, Vietnam, Thailand, and Canada all have to find their approach, and Australia, but they have a very close way to go. Zapao. Oh, the nade could have been everything, but they check on it. Paume knows all too well what you're up to.
Heads up play coming out of Argentina, but they still have a long way to go. They got to make it through the United States and get across the street into the circle, and everybody is looking this direction.
Drassel feeling the pressure. Luke 12 going to start coming into his own. Argentina trying to find a way forward, but it's the USA holding them back. Sharky's there. Bahawaka, here comes the nades. Valiant finds his, but it's a compound breach, and that's a brilliant hold from Valiant. That's what you want to be seeing. That's digging in your heels and holding on here. We still have at least a player standing, and I don't know for how long. I'm pretty sure the USA knows they can hold this for a couple seconds longer, but they now need to think, how do we get into that new circle? Because Canada is about to try and leapfrog.
Valiant hears the footsteps from Rybox. He's feeding that information to the team. That's going to be another one going down. United States has picked up a couple more kills here for themselves, but they still have to make their way across the street.
But there goes Canada. It's going to be Australia finding them. This is a nice kill game from Australia. They have done really well to find those rotations. Vard is still alive. And, you know, the hard exit has not happened yet for Team UK. Vard's still making the move. Fire comes in from Russia, though. Not what you want to be seeing. An open field and very few options. It's feeling very UK right now. Does end up going out in 6th, but a good position, at least for them. A bit of a swing up there after a bit of a poor start, but maybe that Eastern Circle helps. We're into the top 5.
And we have not even mentioned Chinese Taipei yet, holding down this compound right in the center. They have 4 members alive, 4 points of view being watched thoroughly by every single player here.
The USA are under fire as well. Chinese Taipei are going to just hold this down. They need to ensure they do not get overwhelmed or lose sight on one of these angles. Bahawaka trying to create that avenue forward. The smoke wall gets put up. Bahawaka with that 24 as well to hand. That could be big. Merc going to send a nade right towards Sharky, though. I don't know if Sharky's going to be in range for it. No, he wasn't. That does fall just slightly short there. Merc going to go for a second. We see USA making a bit of a mad dash for it, desperate to try and get in. Australia, in the meantime, focusing their attention towards the south side here.
USA has this smoke wall set up to get across the street. They're going to have to use it here pretty soon here. All right, Bahawaka making his way across. They have the wall. They have the bodies across the street just as they need. Chinese Taipei does not have line of sight onto this, but they do onto Australia, as Australia's having to move around on the north side of this.
Oh, they're about to clash here. Poro, this is scary in the north. Australia, I don't know if they know how close the USA are at the moment, and that could be a big surprise for both sides. USA and Australia right next to each other. The blue going to force them just a little bit closer, and the circle. Chinese Taipei has that all day long. 4 players alive, as you said. Hard cover to play from. Russia engaging towards Mert as well. And as soon as Australia make a bit of noise, you're going to have to see the response coming out from the USA. Mert, though, not going down without a fight. And there we go. First contact made. Valiant doesn't get the kill he wanted. Bit of a dangerous cross, and the nades are coming through. Valiant, you've got to get away from there. What are you doing? Get a move on. These guys are wanting it, and there's the nade. Inside finds it. And now you can see the USA are running. Valiant getting punished for that sort of complacency.
Yeah, that was just a surprisingly lazy play coming out from Valier there. Bahawaka and Sharky going to try to stay alive, but no, Luke 12 going to spot him out. Baha, what can you do from the bush, my brute?
And there we have it, Luke 12, hungry like the wolf. They're making the push. Bahawaka, it's go big or go home. You're the last man alive. Spray on one. It's not perfect. It's not good enough. How is he standing? Wait, it's Chinese Taipei. They just bailed him out. Oh, Australia get picked apart from all sides.
And Mert, the solo from Turkey, is making some huge plays here late game.
That is insane, and somehow Bahawaka gets away with his life. Mert is stepping up. A doozy goes down. Chinese Taipei taking every single fight they can. The USA falls. We're in the top 3, and this is a whole lot of individuals against a whole team.
I mean, Chinese Taipei, they've had this game for quite some time. This is a 4v1v1. What can Mert do? He's been spotted out. We've also seen Uba get spotted out from the wall. They've got a long way to go to get into this circle. Looks like Mert might be actually safe for right now.
Yeah, but Uba certainly isn't. He's in a whole world of trouble. Eyes looking towards him. There he goes. We're into the top 2, and it's Mert against the world. Surely this is going to be Chinese Taipei. He tries to make the fight, but it's not good enough. Chinese Taipei, 11 kills in a first place position.
I mean, that is a huge performance out of this squad. And you kind of expected it for quite some time. As you said, they made a great transition into the center of military base. They were 4 deep to a car when they did it. They just came from that far southern side and made this incredible transition, somehow making it there, and then just held it down, still managing to pick up 11 kills, though.
I think the big storyline for me is here we're seeing a bit of a different look for some of the top tier teams. Maybe those out towards the west did not have the best transitions. Korea losing out very early here. If the circles keep coming like that, their top spot might be questioned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're starting to see a few cracks in the armor a little bit. You know, we talk all the time about how great these guys are doing, but it's another thing completely to do it throughout the entirety of a tournament. And right now, North America's starting to look like they're turning up a little bit, and the European teams, they're starting to look a little bit scarier as well.
They certainly are, with Vietnam going out in 10th, Korea I think in around 12th. It certainly does mean this leaderboard will get closer. Teams starting to maybe find consistency, but it's all still yet to be seen. That's enough from us.
Much longer for this world, and can he juke him out? Yes, he can for right now. Ernesta, will he stick around and wait? That is one point that you desperately want right here. Minero, though, he's got jukes. He's got jukes all day.
Ernesta is going to get out of the vehicle because he's got a shotgun here. Now Minero's in a lot of trouble, and he does get knocked, but in fact, it's Rybox with the Bison.
Mad 98 single-handedly shattering the dreams of Russia. They do take the compound and continue the push. Pio, up and over we go with the grenade. Reels and Miraku, they find the full frontal effect, and the bombs, they just keep on rolling. Pio wants to continue the bombardment. There's 3 kills here, 3 points, and a placement as well. Job done. This could be GBR dead if they find the final play.
Finish this out. There are only 2 standing here for Argentina.
They learned their lesson from the last game. They got the double down. They waited too long to push onto it. This time they are not waiting at all as they get the flush on the Pome. It's down to a 4v2. Maluk is going to spot out Rybox, and that's going to be him going down. It's all down to just Ernesta is going to be taken out. Rybox is down low. He's going to go down. Canada.
Point. Yes, he is. He's going for the sprays back over towards Australia. Can he do it? Trying to get him down. Somehow survives. Ionix does survive. 12th position will be Australia's grade for now. Great Britain still going toe-to-toe. Korea going strong. Ionix last man standing. How many more can he take? He keeps going and going. Death after death. Finally, somebody puts him in the grave. Sapu does have a grenade. Smokes are there. He will go for them. That's where you'd expect to see a team lingering. It does roll down. He's weak. Chris, the big man goes down. That takes away the level 3 gear. Now they're splitting them at the wayside. How much more damage they can do? Spins on the pinhead. They've split. They split Archery. They've completely thrown this. What's going on? A bit too far. Not by the angle for it, but there we go. Is first game I would not have expected. Military base falls under the dominion of Chinese Taipei here at the Nations Cup in Seoul, South Korea, as they're able to take themselves to victory in game number 7. SR already started out fiery when it came to game number 6, which was the first game of the day, and they continue on that momentum. Welcome back to the analysis desk here. Froz, Avenger, Hypoc. Guys, Chinese Taipei, a very good start to the day from them from the 2 games.
Yeah, very good start. They had a really good start yesterday as well. I feel like that's the name of the game for them. They have good starts, but can they finish strong? We saw them yesterday finish very strong. No, not so strong, actually.
They were consistent yesterday.
They were consistent,
yeah.
Two third places and another top 5 with some kills to boot with it as well. Them taking a win here with a few kills is going to put them in a really comfortable position in the top 3.
I mean, if you look at it, I mean, Korea now, obviously, still at 59 points, 1 point behind Taipei, but the placement points is where that comes away. They've got 10 more placement points. 11 more placement points than Korea, and that's actually starting to show now. We're getting to the point of the game where that disparity from the first few games that Korea had with their high kills is now going to be closed by these teams that are going to be playing more consistent.
Well, let's be honest though, South Korea still in the lead with 0 wins. All the teams on 1 to 6 right now, they all got at least 1 win. Canada, they got 2 wins.
Let's take a look at that and confirm it as well. Currently, we have Chinese Taipei getting themselves 21 points from this game, of course, which now, obviously here, with the 11 points coming in from Russia and 10 points for the USA, Chinese Taipei were able to dominate this game. They were in that compound for a long time in military base, and they were covering the angles very well. There's a lot of entrances to that building itself, but they were covering it all quite well.
Yeah, I mean, Chinese Taipei, they took that factory pretty early, and as James was mentioning, how they were holding it down, that was the key to the victory there. They had 4 people set up on different entrances, but also holding angles, making sure that no one could actually push towards them. As soon as someone tried to push a little bit towards them, they would shoot and just force them away.
I mean, one of the big factors here is we see teams get gifted or take a compound early and the circle keeps coming there. Military base is actually one of those areas in the map where when you're getting circles like that, it's difficult to pick up the kills. So to still come out with double-digit kills, no shame in that whatsoever.
Definitely. The lines of sight can be difficult from those kind of places. 1 point separates Korea from Chinese Taipei. Now, one thing that is important, of course, for us, is that you were mentioning Korea doesn't have a win yet, and they're still in first place. So if they did manage to get a win, that could massively rocket them up, but they're not looking that hot right now at the start of today.
I mean, they also had the worst game so far in the tournament, the previous one here. 12 plays, 0 kills, 0 points coming in for them. Now, at the same time, Chinese Taipei, they got themselves 21 points here.
Yeah, and all the other teams, we have a lot of points that's been evenly distributed along the line again. USA in 11th place, they're only 17 points behind 3rd right now, which is Vietnam. So again, everything's extremely open. There's so much to be played for still, obviously. We're nearly halfway through, once we get done with the next game, halfway through the next game actually. But I'm curious to see how Korea is going to change. As I said in the previous segment, I'm kind of not worried for them if they continue to be too kind of overconfident, because that's what I kind of feel like right now.
I think there is an element of that. Took a scrappy fight down on the southeast corner. This dragged out kind of ended up being a foot rotation actually down to the south side of the runway. But I mean, when they're put in a position where, you know, usually they have to frag their way out, unfortunately military base is one of those ones where people are already in spots you can't really push on first.
And they had 1 car only.
Yeah, I want to talk about some of the finer details, and we want to start at the very beginning of the game, arguably, which I didn't see because I was in the bathroom. So Finland against Russia. Please someone explain this to me. What on earth occurred?
Obviously, this is Navi sending a message to Liquid.
Yes.
Boys, there's no more free early rotations on the West Bridge. We're going to camp you. And what I love the most of it, that they put up 2 cars to make sure that there's a tiny gap that they wanted them to go through. They ended up losing 1 guy, the Russian guys, but they did a lot of damage to the Finnish team.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2-for-1 trade, but straight away there, you know, Mexi and I think it was it Jemty or Samty was left with him? I can't remember the second one, but anyway, they then had to find a spot that they tried snaking in. We saw him a bit later on in the game, surrounded by Germany and Turkey over on the east side of the base, but I mean, great setup from Russia.
Very different rotations in for our top 3 teams, as you can see here, but very important to note that a lot of these teams were dropping and looting down towards the south to then get onto military base eventually.
And on top of that, you can see all these 3 teams, they came in from the southeast. There's multiple times, especially this one, it shrank towards the southwest a little bit, yes. And then the next one was very kind of a little bit more centered, but still, again and again, there's multiple times where we saw the teams, they're staying on the northeastern side, even though, and trying to push in from the northeast. They didn't go in a long rotation. Nobody tried to get in the kind of the free area on the southwest.
I mean, I do actually just want to talk about USA. A couple of people have been tweeting at me, messaging me, saying I'm being a bit harsh, but we actually saw them be a bit proactive here. And admittedly, they dropped military. The circle comes to military. They looked for observatory. They looked for crossroads. They unfortunately lost Zampa very early. But it is telling to say we had a military circle and we didn't see him in the top 3 still.
You are harshest on the people you love the most.
Yes, they do say that. They do say that. Yes. I mean, I expected them to do more with that situation. Great that they managed to get as far as they got into an awkward spot with Australia. We saw Baja with the AK trying to shut down 2 of them, and actually Taipei coming in with a 3rd party, which eventually helped out Baja, but he ended up dying straight after anyway.
4th place with 6 kills, that's not bad, but right now they've been they've been doing too bad
They need
in
more
the
than
previous
that.
games.
They
yeah,
need more than
exactly.
that.
They need to do better than that, especially on a circle like this.
And they know that that road is so hard to cross, and there's kind of almost no cover once you get in there. I was surprised them not to take kind of a stronger hold with a 2-2 split maybe in the mid game, because yes, they had the nursery, but the nursery is only really good if it shrinks away from the military.
Or you have a play into the base.
Yes.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Turkey got kind of fortunate with their top 3 placement. It was a little bit of snake in here and there. It's the old DA special, which we saw a little bit of in our first game of the day. They kind of got themselves 7th place though-ish.
I was going to say two games now back to back. We've had a solo from Turkey making it into the top 5. So
not too bad at all, but to say the least. As we take a look at our kill leaders right now, PO has not had the best of starts to get the day going, as he's still himself in the 19 kills, and people are slowly catching up, slowly creeping up behind him here. A lot of Summer's kills came off the back of him wiping Great Britain up towards the top of Everest, but overall, what have you made of some of the playmakers here so far?
I mean, we talked about it. Ionic, Summer, Sapal, all really good players, and they're all sort of with 9 kills coming into today.
Yeah.
All of them grabbing himself a few more. P, of course, got only 1, and Soydme as well, only 1. But, I mean, we still got 3 games to go, so there's still a lot that can happen.
Yeah, we have 3 more games, and obviously some of the games we saw yesterday, there's a lot of really good games from Pew. We had one with 9 kills alone, so he can still kind of push forward that, but maintaining a 3 KD plus is really hard, and I didn't expect him to kind of continue that.
We're seeing throughout these games, obviously we've had 7 games now, Avenger. How are these teams rotating? Because obviously, oftentimes we see a lot of wide rotates, but it feels like brute force. I will get back to you on that point later on, though, because we are now going to the commentary team because we're ready for game number 8. It is time to head on over to Miramar once again here at the Nations Cup. So let's give it over to the commentators.
My name is Matrim, and I am joined here with Paper Thin.
It is exciting to be back with you once again, Matrim. We came together at the FGC. We're back here for Nations Cup, and that was quite an interesting start to the day, but we're done with Erangel, and we're moving on to Miramar.
I mean, we're moving back into what I would say is we had a very interesting start yesterday on Miramar. I gotta say very bloody, depending on how rotations came into play. Unfavorable circles into plane paths into circles, I should say. And I'm just really excited to see, now that we start to see everybody get comfortable, what's going to develop next. Because these games so far, we've had a little bit of a mix-up. And I gotta say, it almost feels like Korea's slowing down a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely but not been their day. I mean, especially with the fact that the first circle of the day favored them. More or less, it was right on top of them the whole time. Made a bit of an interesting rotation, I'd say, leaving the hospital, moving to that compound to the southeast, and then Chinese Taipei, who is absolutely on fire today, came through and busted them up a little bit.
I mean, to be fair, I was saying, okay, Korea's slowing down just a little bit, but they still have 2 people in the top 5 as far as kills go right now. I mean, PO has been a force to be reckoned with, but Sapao is also so clutch. We've seen him have so many great moments inside this. And then Chinese Taipei, I gotta say, I think everybody they were under the radar for a lot of us, and they are just absolutely showing up right now.
Yeah, the 2 things I want to talk about, let's start with Vietnam first, right? Okay. First of all, Sapao. He's generally more known as a support player. He's the guy that's in the back line. What? Absolutely. In Vietnam, he's known more as a support player. So I think what's happening here is Vietnam is finding themselves in these late game situations, not always with a full team, and they're taking advantage of this because a lot of times the support player might be one of those people that ends up kind of making it to the end of the games because they're there to kind of fill in the back line and keep your team alive, be the one rezzing people, taking care of that area. And then for Chinese Taipei, they're just a team who brought literally the 4 best slayers in their region to this tournament, and I think that's a big part of why they're doing so darn well is because this has become a frag fest.
Well, they've had a very good start to the day. These guys have been absolutely consistent. Hear the music kicking off so you know that we're starting to move into our 3rd round of the day. We're going to be making our way over towards Miramar. And I got to say, these Miramar games have been absolutely riveting to watch. Everybody in the Nation Cup has been bringing it. We're seeing, I guess, a little bit of stability starting to happen up towards the top. Naturally, Korea, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, Canada has been on a rise as well, I think with a very strong performance. And then back behind that, Russia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now we're starting to see a couple of the Western teams catch up to the Asia region teams as we do jump into our third match of the day. It'll be our first one here on Miramar.
And here we go. Pretty easy plane path unless you're one of those guys that likes to go over towards El Pozo, but modifications in plane path feel like kind of the theme with a lot of these teams right now. A lot of plane paths have been a little bit cruel, so a lot of these teams have been having to make modifications. And remember, guys, these are just like voted in teams. So it's really hard to kind of figure out, okay, what's going to be our modification drop, because you have no idea where anybody else's modification drops are.
Yeah, and that definitely was something that hurt Korea in that last game, was they stuck with their South George drop, and then the circle ended up being an OP Gaming Rangers circle, went down to military base, and then they had an extremely difficult rotation to make, especially because I believe it was Vietnam and Turkey were fighting over boats in Primorsk. So it was really challenging for them. But this plane path is very favorable, Matcham.
The team I'm going to keep an eye on off the start here is not trying to pick on anybody, but Japan. They've had a little bit of woes getting started off in these first couple of games. It just feels like everywhere they go, it is just not working out for them. Meanwhile, everything's coming up roses for Chinese Taipei, even managing to just drop down, get the Murado as we hear that nice little, I always love the rumble that car puts out.
Sounds the best. It is the best sounding vehicle in the game. Might be the best sound in the game, period.
Give us an El Pozo circle.
I want
Do it.
I want prison. That's what I want. I want a prison circle.
You just are all about it. Okay, so pretty easy circle. Nothing too crazy here. So really, I mean, Russia's got to make their way down south just a touch. USA might have a little bit of trouble, but USA is going to do a wide rotation, probably going just due north and cutting in towards the west. But really, everybody's just going to be pretty comfortable in it. Now, one thing to note, Los Leones is pretty centered inside of this, and a lot of teams are not going to make plays around Los Leones, so that's going to be a lot of dead space inside of the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely probably going to be clustered on the northern half of this circle. Just the way that this kind of situation is going to pan out. You don't want to go anywhere in or around Los Leones just because it is so dangerous to come in and out of those cities. So most likely you're not going to see much of that. I mean, Chinese Taipei, they are south of Los Leones, so maybe, you know, they might have to make a move. We'll see exactly what they're going to do. I'm really going to be keeping my eye on them. It feels like they've been doing a pretty good job mixing up their strategies, but it seems they want to go more center, but who knows?
Speaking of mixing stuff up, looks like everybody's kind of starting to bring out their own jerseys, their team jerseys out, instead of just always relying on the country jerseys at this point. So kind of cool to see down there. I mean, Canada is naturally on the rise. You can see they're over there in 4th place, but I'm still caught up in this whole Sapao being a support player.
Yeah, what? Yeah, he's not the top fragger. Levi's is the top fragger from Vietnam.
So is he just popping off more than expected, or is it, what do you think is kind of going on with him?
I think it's just because Vietnam is always finding themselves in these late game situations, and he's just alive. You know, he's getting to be one of the players that's making it that far, because a lot of times your top fraggers or your shot callers are going to be the players that are taking the risk. They're the ones going out and getting information and being your front liner, whereas a support player just is naturally going to find themselves maybe a little later into the games.
I was expecting a little bit more out of China myself. 7th place, I mean, it's the top half, but really we've seen China have some very stellar performances as we moved into international events, and it just feels like, I don't know, it's not the same China that I'm used to seeing. I'm expecting them to be a little bit more aggressive and make these just crazy pushes into buildings and just no fear. It almost feels like the first day gave him a little bit of an offense situation where they're playing off the back foot. We can see Basil having a couple of shots pushed at him, but nothing too scary as he's going to make his way up the hillside.
Yeah, just dinged a little bit is Basil, but he'll be able to get on out of there. But going back to China, I think you're absolutely right, Matcham. They need to be more aggressive. I want to see the China that we used to see. Just push fights, third party everything, find kills any way they can. Now they did have a good game here on Miramar yesterday in the second game when they got 2nd place. So maybe this is a map they feel a little bit more comfortable with. I know the Korean teams really like Miramar and they play really well on it, especially because they've got 2 of the top snipers in the region. So I think that's going to benefit teams, you know, that have good snipers here.
Team USA is a team that I was kind of, I mean, let's be honest, I'm from North America. I had high hopes. That's kind of the thing you always have for your region. Canada's doing quite well, but USA is just very quiet right now. And given some of the synergies that we see inside this team, it's not quite as natural as we're seeing for some of the other countries, a little bit more split coming inside of it. But I say that as we now make the switch over to Germany. I know a couple of our EU casters aren't too terribly pleased with their performance right now. I mean, it's no UK, but Germany's is having a little bit of troubles as well.
Yeah, it's been a struggle here for the US and Germany. And I think especially Germany, it's quite surprising because they're a team that has a lot of experience together. Coming into this, that was a big talking point teams that have played together, who has played with who in their regions. You know, sometimes they've changed teams, you know, as phase to phase goes on. But now Germany, this is a team that has played together pretty much a long time, and it hasn't really gone well for them at all.
Couple of shots now coming out across this. Nothing too terribly crazy, as you can see. We just have Vietnam just kind of post up, trying to see if they can catch anybody in these rotation points. Again, a lot of wide open spots. And I got to say, I was expecting more teams to kind of abandon Los Leones entirely. A lot of teams are still playing around those edges. Naturally, just to the north of Los Leones is a great territory position if you want good sight lines and you want to just be able to see for a long distance and catch people in rotation. That's why we're starting to see a lot of these teams post up here. Like we can see Korea's off in this spot. Canada's just over the north of it. Vietnam's also posted up in this position. Meanwhile, back down towards the south is where Canada is at. And oh my God, taking that bus up a hillside, it hurts my soul. It just moves so slowly.
Oh, Minoru, there's just no torque in those wheels on that van.
Go!
Zoid is trying to get it. The SKS shots are coming through, but that thing is tanky, and it's hard to get those bullets to come through.
All right, he manages to make it over that hillside. Just barely. I mean, that's got to be the most nerve-wracking last 5 feet to go up that hill. It's just like, come on. You know you could get out and push this thing faster than it goes up hills.
And you know that's when the window is going to be turning up, giving the angle to the opponent to try to shoot through there too. So Minoru is able to get through here for Thailand, trying to group up with the rest of his team. Oh no.
Come on, man.
But he ran into the, it's okay. Somebody told me what that plant was and now I can't remember. It's not a cactus, some other kind of plant. Now I don't remember.
I believe it's a yucca plant.
Sure. I believe you could have told me anything there and I would have believed it, Matcham.
We're on cast right now, so I won't say any of the jokes that I was going to make there. All right, so we can see that Korea's got themselves a nice high ground position, surveying what's going on, but really a lot of teams have already positioned up. Nobody's going to be pathing through this spot. Looks like a lot of teams that are still outside the circle are probably going to be moving back down towards the south or the north. No surprise there. Everybody here is very, very comfortable and knows how to handle these types of rotations. What expected. I say that as Brazil just gets dropped. All right, Depp, there's a little bit of life coming in from the Japanese. You can see off to the side, they're going some shots. Gonna take down Rogi as well. That's already 2 down. RDNX taking a little bit of damage. Depp with a nice reposition. Positioning around the backside of it. This should be easy peasy. Lines up, gets one of them, and there we go. Brazil is out. Japan, that's a full squad wipe.
And that's what Japan needed. Depp, their best player, with a huge play, and you can maybe hear the Japanese casters next to us getting very hyped. That was a much-needed moment for them. It had been a rough start for today, and they get 4 big kills, and they won't lose anyone.
Turn back around and look back down at our Japanese casters below us. Huge smiles on their faces. That was definitely the motivation. You know, it's always nice whenever you're not having the best performance. You get that squad wipe. Now you're starting to feel more comfortable taking these fights, because that's always what happens. You move down towards the bottom part of the leaderboard, and suddenly you just start playing so afraid. You're afraid to take any fights at any given moment. And I gotta say, that first spin coming out from Depp was so solid.
He is the best fragger in Japan, and he showed why there. They need more of that from him and the rest of this Japanese team. Incredible moment for them. Hopefully they can get some momentum built off of that. Meantime, USA making a wide rotation around Monte Nuevo as the circle starts to push them in. They'll be heading in through that western area. There's not much going on over in the very western part of the circle until you get to around east of Hokkaido where Korea is.
All right, so here we go. We've got UK looking back over towards Germany, seeing if they've got anything going on. Naturally saw USA doing that rotation back over towards the west, so they'll be making their way into the circle here in just a little while. Meanwhile, UK still looks like they're just kind of surveying things out, grabbing a motorcycle, making rotations. Circle's going to be condensing down in just a few more seconds, and that'll give everybody an idea on where they have to move. Feels like Germany is already in the process of starting to mobilize at that stage. I really do like that, especially in these early circles. Already be inside the vehicle, so the moment that the circle pops, you can make the modification, make the push to where you want to go. You can see USO's already popped up over there, and oh, this is going to get dangerous for a couple of these teams real quick.
And what we were talking about earlier, where we said that everybody's going to want to go north of Los Leones. Now they all have to pay for it, and they have to make really quick, aggressive rotations to try to get in the center. The team that benefits from the most, Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, well, actually, and China, they're in a nice position as well. Meanwhile, teams like USA, long-distance rotations, as well as Australia. Korea, Aqua's taking some long-range shots back over towards them. I mean, again, it's that confidence coming in from Korea, and their fragging power on this team is just absolutely absurd.
They'll shoot at anything. And they're so confident.
And they'll hit it. That's the whole thing.
They're
shoot
so
anything.
confident. They're so confident in their sniping, especially in Onyx and Pio, who I talked to the Korean players a little bit yesterday. They are given PO and Anonix the green light to do whatever they feel is best, and that is why they are fragging out of their minds.
I mean, at this point, you just kind of let PO do whatever he wants. He is top fragging inside of this event. See a couple of shots going out as people are making their rotations. Nothing really too dangerous as of this stage, but keep an eye on how Finland is moving as well as Turkey, as you can see on the map. Those could be telling factors as USA is doing that long rotation around. But look, Australia, Great Britain, Russia, all pushing back down from that northern part of the circle where we can see it's actually going to have Thailand, Canada, and Germany already in a similar spot where they might be making their way towards.
Yeah, I was just about to say maybe there's something going on here up by Austria and Great Britain, but Great Britain has pulled way ahead. Austria is now pulling off, so we won't see anything. Canada, now Maluk taking some shots at Germany, but nothing landing there onto Chris, so he's just going to back off here and maybe regroup with his team as Chris is able to safely move on.
Yeah, they were already rotating away from that location anyway. That was just a couple of shots. Mainly just a prayer, maybe get a couple of headshots off of it, but nothing too scary coming inside of that. Argentina making their rotations as well, hopping back inside those nice Murados again. Again, the least stealthy vehicle. And Russia trying to fix some driving issues here, giving it a little bit of a love tap, seeing if they can flip it, but are they just going to leave Uba there? I guess he flipped the vehicle, so it's like, now you're on foot.
That is the punishment there for Uba. But it looks like they're kind of in the position they were maybe looking for on the northeast edge of the circle anyway. Great Britain has posted up next to them. You can see Korea moving in here to the south part of Los Leones, just passing by this God building and some of these refineries and that kind of thing. So we'll see exactly what they want to do. Pio is acting as scout here, and he is acting as primary shot caller for Korea. So you'll see this a lot where the primary shot caller will act as your forward position.
Couple of shots going back now over towards Argentina. Looks like they decided to make a stop in somewhere that they're kind of regretting right now as Redbox is just huddled down back behind that little piece of cover. All the tires going out inside of his car, so it looks like that's going to be his home for quite a while. Argentina actually pushing back down inside of this. Looks like they're trying to make their way back down towards Los Leones, where you can see Vietnam is posted up at. But Vietnam, this is kind of an interesting spot. Not a lot of people will be rotating through this just because the walls just to the east. So I get the feeling that they're kind of posting up just praying for more circle favor as it is close towards the center. But if it does shift away from Los Leones, which we see a lot, it's very, very dangerous to get out of this location.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, Matrim. It's going to be really difficult for them to move through here, especially because Argentina's already up on the high ground, having the advantage over them there. So we'll see how that goes for them moving forward, moving over here to Australia, moving down the eastern coast here, passing by Russia, and it's pretty safe actually because of the way these rocks are sloped here, so they're able to actually leapfrog Russia here.
Australia may go ahead and making their push back down through that, and it goes back over towards Los Leones. So Vietnam getting a little bit of reward for that split from China where they're running the 2-1-1 just across that road. Well, it could be problematic, so that's why you see a couple of guys hopping inside of vehicles, could be regrouping. A lot of these teams back over towards the east really regretting these long-distance rotations. Australia, I gotta say, it's gonna be interesting to see how they make their push through.
Yeah, Australia and Great Britain are going to have difficult rotations. Japan as well, as Turkey and Finland are already posted up, and in fact, they're battling each other. Tiksu gets the first knock onto Eero here.
Couple of shots now coming out. Finland's looking back down towards Turkey. Gonna see if they line this up. Tiksu getting a couple of shots come back his way. Sixmo's trying to get a feel for where everybody in Finland's at. It's really hard to get off a full kill in this position as Finland does. I don't know, maybe I think it's too far away to even hit a grenade with that. That's just really far out there.
Yeah, and a great positioning there by a beautiful death, knowing full well that the members of Finland can move up to that hill to try to get the angle onto the down member of their team, and they're able to protect that and get the res here.
Oh, look at this. You can see that Theo was thinking about making that push up the side of it. He was off to the side. Everybody's taking those shots, and that's kind of the hazard that happens with Miramar. Once you take a couple of those shots at it, next thing you know, somebody can make this little interesting rotation. Pop up right next to you. That grenade does a lot of damage to a beautiful death as he just narrowly makes up that hillside, but it's going to be followed up with a grenade from Tiksu that is going to get the down.
Tiksu lands the grenade. Eero has moved up into the building, and down goes a beautiful death. A nice grenade from Samti to confirm that kill. In the meantime, Japan has rolled up onto Turkey in the background here as well. Another knock for them, as this is looking to be a good round for Japan, who we saw them get their one chicken dinner at the FACEIT Global Summit on Miramar.
So Finland's just trying to get a little bit more control over the situation. They still have it down back over towards Mert. Looks like Iroh's thinking about making the cross back over for it. Smokes are now coming down, but here comes the third parties. A couple of angles off to the side of it. Japan's going to make him kind of think twice about it. He really wants to commit to this, but he is taking so much damage. If he raises his head up right now, it is just going to get ripped off. Meanwhile, Mert is just bleeding out the entire time. Pio, so far separated out away from the rest of his teammates, going to take a little bit of damage now as he's right next to Japan.
Pio looking to see if he can sneak in a kill here as these teams are battling, but Say's in a great position to box him out here and keep him from doing that, so he will get in that Bronco and get out of here and regroup with his team possibly, but Say's has a good angle on this.
Oh, that is very, very dangerous. That's going to be a lot of damage coming back over to the Bronco, but that thing can take a ton. So meanwhile, you can see the rest of the guys from Korea are trying to line up, make sure to provide a little bit of covering fire. Pio is going to make it back up there, and I think Iroh is finally getting the res off, but it's going to come right around the time that Samty's going to get in grenade range, going to toss it down. Is it going to connect? It's going to roll just a little bit far. Going to go ahead and finish off Mert, but Iroh does live through it.
All right, Samty's just going to try to spray into the smoke here, and he gets the headshot onto Iroh. Keep in mind, Iroh already has one knock in the belt, so he is probably going to go down here as the other members of Turkey have already left this situation.
And it looks like we are getting a Los Leones game. All of these, we kept talking about how these guys are going to try to move away from it because it's so hazardous to get out of. Well, now it's kind of the position flipped as everybody's going to have to start making their push back over towards it. China already going for a nice reposition on it. USA getting rewarded as well as Vietnam for their positioning. But so many teams are going to have to make very difficult rotations here.
This is going to be really interesting, and Vietnam, with the roll of the dice here, paying off for them, rolling sevens on the craps table, and they are once again in a nice position, looking to maybe find a way to get into that late game once again, but there's a lot of teams who've got to make big rotations.
See China already on the move, has to be very, very cautious. I wouldn't be surprised if they've been exchanging a couple of shots back and forth. Looks like Canada has managed to spot out SR, going to go ahead and flush that out. Separation coming out from the rest of the team as well, so looks like they're just trying to make their way out. They actually are taking a couple of shots back over towards Australia, so now it looks like going for a little bit of reposition off of it. Vasily trying to figure out exactly where those shots came from. Zoidmate narrowly misses looking back over. Finally does spot out Milk, but going to take a couple of shots a little bit too late.
Vasily's got the angle, but the other members of Australia are there as well, and down goes Chaiwei. He will surely be flushed as well. A great surround here from the Aussies, but here comes Finland, capitalizing on this situation, trying to put some shots down into Zoid.
Finland just wants to join the party, get any points that they can possibly get right now. Zoidmate realizing he might be in a little bit of trouble. Too many third parties are coming into play. Vasily goes down as well as Drassel managed to get a nice line onto it, but it's actually going to be stolen back over from Jimty.
Wow, this is crazy here. Finland doing a great job this round. 4 kills for them already. All 4 members up, not getting caught out in transition. What a grenade from Jemty onto Luke there as well. So right now, Finland starting to pick it up.
Here's the problem, though. The blue is coming in. You can see Canada already on the move. Australia is in a lot of trouble, losing member after member right now. And it looks like Finland is just on the hunt for anybody that they can possibly find. They're in a nice gatekeeping position out. Insight's trying to figure out, okay, what do I do from this stage as Finland just has him boxed in?
Nothing. He does nothing. If I'm Insight, I don't want anyone to know what is going on. We're jumping over to Korea. They're in a battle with a couple teams. They just finished off Turkey. A nice headshot from Anax. Piro does have the eyes onto Depp here, looking to cook a grenade, see if he can get it. It is in the air, but it looks like it's going to bounce just right.
A lot of smokes down for Depp right now. He is just trying to survive through the hellfire of grenades that are dropping around him. We have the Korea with the high ground looking back over, but look at the reposition off to the side of it. There is one Japanese member that's trying to get into a flank position, and at the exact moment, Pio actually moves back down that hillside.
I think Korea might want to consider backing off of this. None of those grenades connected, and it's been a long time since they've started throwing them. That allows a lot of time for Japan to reposition and help their teammates. Moving over to Vietnam, other teams are starting to collapse into the center of Los Leones as this circle is forcing them in.
Look at how many teams have already moved into Los Leones. We've got stacks of people just within a building or two of each other. Vietnam is looking back over towards Russia. Russia's running a little bit of split. Argentina's still just trying to make their way, find a little bit better of a position from where they can play at. Germany's already up towards the north of it, and it is just a peak battle at this stage. Every single window could have some type of enemy that's just going to take a shot and rip your head off, so you have to find just the right angles. Argentina realizing, okay, maybe this is a little bit too hazardous, trying to get some information. They do line up, see one of them. Are they going to take the shots back over for it? Because the moment they do, the rest of the team's going to come through. Circle does move back over towards Los Leones, and this is going to get real dangerous real fast.
Yeah, this is going to be a very intense final couple circles here. There's going to be a lot of real estate for teams to set up it with and work with. So I am curious to see how this one's going to play out. There could be as many as 10 teams left in the Phase 7, Phase 8 circles.
Well, we could have a ton of solos just kind of sneaking around, finding little spots to survive at. Kaint slowly moving up and forward. Got to be very, very cautious as, again, he has somebody right in the building to his left. There's a couple of people across the street in front of him. A couple of shots now coming up from Ribox off to the side of this. Minoru's back behind this and just wants nothing to do what's happening. Just a Hail Mary grenade being like, okay, maybe this will make you just go away. Kaint's just going to move away from it, but shots come out from Russia on the other side. Kaint, this is the problem with whenever you fight in Los Leones, there's just people everywhere.
Kaint was flushed out of his position by Argentina right into the waiting arms of Russia, who are able to confirm that kill. In the meantime, Duckman picks up kill of his own. Korea with a dangerous rotation here, trying to get into this circle any way they can. They are busting into this God complex, and it looks like they are getting taken apart here a bit. PO is down.
Very, very dangerous right now as USA's looking back down towards him. Sharky, you can see he's just trying to find the right angle to look through this. The mini-map is just a plethora of different colors. Korea does manage to get at least 3 members into this position. As you can see, the wreckage that did take down one of their members back behind them. Finland also slowly creeping inside of this circle, but we still have 13 teams alive, and I want to say everybody has managed to make it inside the circle except for UK right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight here. Finland is working their way in. Japan is the southern side. Nobody is really on the western half of the circle except for the surviving members of Germany up there. That's it. That is all that is in that real estate. Everyone else is clustered around these middle compounds.
See, Finland's just like, we don't want to go in there. That is a place of scariness and death. We'll just hang out across this hill. But Maluk actually separated out away from the team. Is going to be following right back behind how Finland is making this approach. Could be kind of interesting depending on how this plays out. Japan got themselves a nice little bit of spread over here. They're at 5 kills at this stage, so definitely feeling a little bit better than the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Canada is considering here that we're just going to hedge our bets, send our last 2 players in different directions, and just try to find a way to snake in here as a solo, try and get some placement points. But Maluk is taking a lot of damage here from Chinese Taipei.
That's a lot of trouble. You can see a ton of smokes are down. K-Mine is just trying to jump between them and survive through Chinese Taipei's damage that they're trying to put out towards him. This is such a hazardous position. He has to be so careful. Going to opt into playing away from them right along the blue. Going to take a little bit of damage just to make sure to get a little bit more separation. He can hear another firefight that's happening up towards the north. So going to go ahead and opt into playing around that. New circle pops, but you can see it is so dangerous up here.
Yeah, it has gone south here, so a lot of teams already trying to reposition, find a way to get a little bit more central. Depp does confirm to kill onto a member of Finland here, so another big kill here for Japan as they're looking to continue this good round, but a huge firefight is breaking out in the middle of the city.
You can see China tried to go for a rotation, does get away with it, but the amount of people that were shooting at the moment that they made that push is absolutely insane. We still have 36 people alive at this stage of the game, and there is near on no real estate back over towards the eastern part of this circle. So many of our teams have tried to occupy that spot. A couple of solos might be able to sneak into the west, but that is about it.
I love the 2-2 split the Americans have here. They have control of the central area of the circle, and they have so much vision of everything that's to the south. There's a lot of open area there. Leo getting some huge shots there, but Sharky is the one who actually knocks Mexi.
Now you can see repositions coming out. Grenades going to go off to the side of that. Maybe get something out of it, but now going to bounce a little bit away. You can see Argentina playing along that tower position, which could have great sight lines, but it is so dangerous to move to that high ground because the moment you profile up there, so many snipers are going to spin back over towards you. That's why Ribox is kind of playing towards the middle of it. He doesn't want to overextend on the outside of this because he could just get demolished the moment he looks over. And I don't know, he's getting a little bit brave with this. I mean, that's Argentina play style, but I gotta say, this is very, very hazardous.
Hey, there was a level 3 vest on the ground there for him, so it wasn't the worst. Wasn't the worst. A nice little jump there too, but like you were saying, you don't see many people in that compound in these Los Leones circles. It's just so dangerous, and you can see Russia can just wait this out, and Argentina's trying to find some way in.
I want to say that might actually pay off for him because everybody's expecting these ground fights. Once you move into this type of position, the verticality becomes such a big factor. You can have all of these crazy sightlines that nobody is expecting. I got to say, I wouldn't have expected anybody standing on top of this wall at this point.
He was looking down like,
he's going to get away from it. Going to get some damage onto Godbeat and barely manages to make it away from that.
But now he is spotted. His location
Gonna go for the res. Is Korea gonna play this? No. God V is off to the side of this. Gonna have to be very careful.
Yeah, Aqua 5 is gonna have to back off a little bit here. Here comes the Hail Mary grenade from Godby, trying to buy his team a little bit of time, seeing if they can get these reses. They do get Summer back up. Loki is waiting here, trying to see if he can capitalize on China being a little bit aggressive. We found our final circle though, Matcham, so time is running out.
It's all down to condensing towards the center. 16 people still alive. Grenades are bouncing back down that hallway, trying to connect with anything. Korea's not in the spot. Separated out, trying to find different angles. You can see Japan's having a little bit of trouble making their way back towards this circle. Loki has moved up towards the high ground. This could be huge. If he manages to sneak across this, he could look back down towards him and get a ton of damage. But it's going to be Godby that's holding that outside angle. Loki does manage to spot him out. That's going to be the opening opportunity that they have. Can they line up the next shot? Just goes for the flush off of it, retreats back into a little bit more protected position, repositions off of it, actually opts back into it. Looks like he wants to go for this push. He knows he has to move very, very quickly. The circle is coming up. Gonna draw back down, goes for the flank, gets one, goes for the peek back over the other side, just decides for the flush, does go down though. Now it is just down to one member for Korea. It's gonna be Aqua 5 slowly crawling through, but you can hear the firefight has drawn a lot of attention as Japan is just raining grenades back over here.
Japan trying to find a way to get in the circle. Death has been killed for them, but they've got a lot of smokes and a lot of cover here. Zampa trying to put some shots out. Another big grenade, but Sharky getting a knock on the Shinbi. Down goes Japan. Well done by USA, gatekeeping them.
But that provides an opportunity. Aqua 5 was in a very bad spot, so now with Japan being removed, can crawl slowly forward. You can see Mad 98 off to one side of it. USA very separated out. They just got to hunt people down. But look at this. It's actually going to end up with a Team USA victory. Here we go. Team USA! Hey, we tried to do it there. That's when in Rome, do as the Romans, right?
We got it.
All right, but here we go. Oh, look at this. Woo. Now, me and Hypoc have been giving them a little bit of trash, saying, okay, Team USA, you need to step it up. You need to do better. Coming up with a round victory. Solid performance, getting 9 kills inside of, I would say, it's a meat grinder position, to say the least. It's very, very dangerous to make plays around there, and you can see every corner was just so crazy.
And in situations like that, these other teams all want these compounds too because they're being forced into them. And there's so many teams left alive, they're just getting pushed further and further in. The USA able to weather the storm and survive and keep it together, getting that big chicken dinner.
I mean, there was some standout performances coming from this. Naturally, running theme going through this, Korea turning up. China also getting involved in a very aggressive positioning, popping off, getting some kills of their own. But as you can see, everybody's getting up, stretching for just a second. We're going to take a quick break as we're going to have to move into match number 4 when we get back.
Y'all just gonna sit around here and stay broke, huh? Yeah. Okay. I got plenty. I get it. We just keep getting more and more, baby.
너무 좀 큰 대회이기도 하고 다들 너무 잘하시니까 진짜 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠고
我对这次能参加 PNC 这个比赛的话是感到非常开心了，然后同时我也会尽全力去打这个比赛。
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. We got a good team, good environment, and you know we've played together before, so we have some good synergy together. So feeling confident.
Already waiting for the blue. They're already They're waiting for him. Tempo's got it. Tempo's got it.
I think it will be a different change coming to Korea for this event because we're playing as all-stars and not as a team, so it's a nice refreshing event and we get to see a lot of stuff and we get to face new opponents that we would not have faced in the past.
Yo creo que no hay equipo fuerte, ya que todos estamos mezclados. Hay un jugador de cada equipo, máximo de 2 jugadores por país.
I personally think our rival team is the Team Russia because my teammate Uba is there, playing there, so it's rival from there because I want to do better than him. But other than that, I don't think there is anything else than that.
Финляндия.
Uba, I'm coming after you.
Мекси, поздравляю со 2-м местом. Это твой предел. К каждому турнире подхожу серьезно, настраиваюсь на каждую игру, так что, думаю, покажу свой максимальный перформанс.
Okay, so I feel really confident about this tournament. I've been playing with a lot of these guys on stream before, so I'm really confident we're going to do good, and I can't wait to see what we can achieve.
ทีนี้เราอยากจะบอกกับทีมอื่นนะครับในการแข่งครั้งนี้นะฮะคือรอบนี้ตามปกติเราจะเป็นผู้แพ้ของทีมอื่นแต่คราวนี้เรามาเป็นทีมที่จะชนะทีมอื่นครับผม
海外からの日本っていうのはそんなに注目されてないっていうのがもう分かってるので今回それを覆していきたいと思います。
Also wir werden auf jeden Fall dieses Turnier gewinnen und natürlich auch viele Kills machen. Zu jedem anderen Team macht euch auf jeden Fall gefasst. Team Deutschland wird euch für euch kommen und euch vom Schlachtfeld weghauen.
We will try to play aggressive and have no respect against anyone.
你们要小心被我们包围。
All the teams should know that they should be really careful about Team Finland, because we're gonna come hot.
我对这次比赛的期望就是帮助中国赛区拿下一个世界赛的名额。遇到中国赛区的时候小心一点。
더 열심히 해서 더 잘하는 모습 많이 보여드려가지고 국뽕차게 해드리겠습니다.
and get the chicken dinner.
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅! 中国队加油! Good luck, Russell. Canada fighting! Vietnam team fighting! Go Russia!
Germany and Korea fighting! Fighting!
the land of the free, the land of donuts, Chipotle, Bed Bath & Beyond, everything in between is winning the game here in the streets of Los Leones. Team USA gets themselves their first victory on the board, and it's an impressive one at that with the urban ending that we did see during the end. Joining me, Froz, Avenger, and Hypoc. Guys, we audibly had a massive cheer when we saw it going towards Los Leones, and about half of some of the Korean crowd near us turned around and was like, what are they doing? What's going on? But we were so happy to see the urban ending with USA taking the victory.
There's a reason why we love the urban endings, because it's so special. You gotta see the teams playing to the full potential. I mean, down to Circle 8, we had 8 teams, 21 people alive.
There's so much strategy going into playing in urban, and especially in Los Leones, because there's so many levels that you can play on. You decide to play on the streets where you can move fast between the compounds, or do you want to take high ground to take as many kills as you can and put on all the pressure? We saw Argentina gatekeep some of the teams. It was extremely satisfying to get Los Leones in here.
Yeah, I mean, coming past Circle 4, and when you see things move away from kind of the macro play, and like you said, it's gunfights, it's team fights, and people pushing different buildings. I love that close quarter combat.
Yeah, it was definitely very exciting, to say the least. And as you were mentioning, so many people alive in some of those final circles that we actually did see come along. Let's take a look at the points coming in as well throughout this game as a whole. There's 19 points come in for Team USA. Japan gets themselves 13 points. China, 11 points. South Korea, 10 points for that 4th place finish that they had. It could have gone a different way for South Korea. We won't harp too much on that. Of course, as they didn't get themselves a podium finish. And we do talk a lot about South Korea, I think, at this desk, because they're currently in first place. They're still doing pretty well. So regardless, though, USA, what really won it out for them? The circle was going towards them in Los Leones, of course, but they had the right compounds.
You've been rough on them. Do you want to be sweet on? No,
I mean,
sweet.
for all the things we pull them up on, actually they played 2 hard shifts back to back pretty well. Took a position, they chilled in the right period of the game, and then came out swinging at the end of the game. And actually on the back of Zampar. Wow. Actually on the back of Zampar, sorry for picking up 5 kills there. Actually now encroaching on the top 5 kill leaders, which a team. Well, the USA we've seen to now say that we've got one of their players encroaching on the top 5 is pretty impressive.
All right. Now both of the North American teams is above all the European teams. So that is going to be a big NA is greater than EU right there in the chat.
This is exactly what I was going to point out.
Okay.
USA, 4th place. Canada, 5th place. Where is Europe right now when it comes to that regional rivalry?
I'll tell you, Brexit is down in 16th. No, sorry, Team United Kingdom is down in 16th place. James, how do you feel about that?
I'll tell you something. It looks like our Eurovision Song Contest results, which is very, very common. We're normally in last, and we'll continue to be in last, I guess. Hypoc, help me out. Something, anything.
Well,
fellow Brits.
All I was going to say is actually there's a couple of teams down there that we keep seeing, and then again we keep using the term glimmers of hope. Again, Finland there. Positioning well up until about phase 4, but again, just not doing anything with arguably one of the strongest positions in Circle 3, not being able to shut down any rotations, and also not sending somebody across to have like that insurance policy in Los Leones if the circle did go there.
Let's take a look at how everyone's able to drop, as well as the rotations of our top 3 teams, of course. The plane going from south towards the north locations allowed for everybody to get the right spots that they wanted to, but when we saw those top 3 teams rotating in Froz, when it came to the circle movements, it got a little bit difficult for some teams. Some teams reacted well, though.
Take a look at China. That's the team I want to be focusing on. You can see the Chinese Taipei there in the circle there, but China, they dropped there on the center to the south there, but Circle 1, they went into Los Leones. They were holding that out, and then we had a hard shift from Circle 2 going to the southeast. They played out well. They reacted very quick. There we go. Circle 2. Then Circle 3 hits, and they go back up north into town and getting themselves a really good position to play from.
They're effectively retracing a lot of their steps that they made, and obviously when the circles shift the way that they do, if you're having to retrace your steps after those circles happen, Avenger, there's chances are there's going to be teams in your way to try and fight to that spot.
And what I was extremely surprised about, to bang on that, is what Hypoc said as well. There are some really good macro rotations here, especially from America, and as Frost is especially from China. But some of the other teams that was, like, I was there, it looked like an obvious move. Germany has seen 3 Northwestern shrinks. They're on the east side, and they have to be thinking, the Northwest must be extremely empty because it's inside Los Lunas. There's so much space to play.
Yeah.
But they walk straight into the circle from the northeastern side instead of making a big swing, kind of a liquid rotation as we know from some of the internationals, where you go on the other side, try to come in from where you would expect there's kind of a smaller population of teams, which there was. Of course, you can just say this in hindsight, but when you have 2 shrinks to the northwest into the city, there have to be a lot of playable space.
One team that was a little bit in the shadow that played really, really well in this game as well was actually Japan. They got themselves 9 kills in the 4th place, and they only have 20 kills in total, so almost half of the kills is coming from this game alone.
And actually, 4 of them were from the previous game.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that's saying something, that actually there's a step shift there. They're actually switching on, they're playing very differently.
Exactly. So I mean, even though they might be towards the bottom right now, they can still make things happen. So don't sleep on Japan.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate with some of the final circles as well, obviously, as they were kind of in those kind of container areas, a little bit of southwest of the true Los Leones.
Yeah.
So they had to cross really open areas to try.
Yeah, they had to cross a road basically to get to the other side. And I mean, USA, they were there to gatekeep Japan, and it didn't end well in the end.
Definitely so. And then from that, of course, with USA taking themselves a win, pushing themselves up to 4th is a huge achievement already, considering the turbulent road that they've had through this so far, Hypok.
Yeah, and I mean, it's actually quite telling to say that off the back of one game that now USA's above Canada, because Canada's been, well,
two-time
back to back, and actually been slowly consistent as well. So on the back of 2 games, I mean, previously we saw USA obviously in the military game, it went down in 4th place. Unfortunately, not a great kill count, but I mean, if this is now a step change, we're going to see this continue throughout the rest of the day. That's going to be huge for them.
And on top of that, they're only 13 points now from the #1 spot.
Yeah.
So they're within strike distance. Canada as well, 15 points only. So it's looking really, really good for North America, the 2 North American teams. And then really, really grim for our European representative, which we have, or the PL representative, which we have 5 teams from.
Yep.
Well, don't forget Russia. They're just 1 point behind Canada as well.
Aw, I appreciate
just got to bring it down, haven't you?
2 of our top kill leaders as well with Pio and Summer. Pio has not had the best of days, to say the least. He's done some damage, but it's not been resulting in kills. Summer, however, got himself a boatload of kills from killing off Great Britain up towards Everest, and has continued to kind of follow that trend with damage here and there, kills here and there. So China, I feel so far today, has stepped up relative to yesterday, to a certain degree.
There is one thing as well, and if you look at that just quickly, and the damage to kill ratio on Summer is obviously showing that the Korea are actually doing a lot more active mid game. They're pressuring teams. They're doing this not so much like useless damage, but damage is pushing away demand in space. And actually, China are just finding themselves in team fights. They're getting knocks and they're converting immediately. And in that last game there, we saw a really interesting fight over the
Eastern side.
Build, yes, with Korea and China. And actually, China played that so well. They reset, they played it slow, allowed Korea obviously to get to the construction, but never actually backed off. They didn't back away from that fight.
2 key points for that: aggressive and they're greedy. Look at how they were rotating. As I talked about before, they went for center and then they went for center again. And they just keep on going aggressive against the other teams because they know that's how you want to play it if you want to win it.
What I really like from China, just before we start talking about the teams here again, I really like that they stayed together as a full team, a full unit. They had 4 guys all the way to the end. A big fight, a big clutch coming out from South Korea. If they managed to come out on top with 3 or 4 guys alive chanting here, they might have been able to take it away from USA.
It looks like Dressel's in high spirits. It looks like he's just singing.
It looks
right
like
now.
he needs to go to the bathroom, I'd say.
I mean, if you're 5th right now, you have to be happy, Ryan. These guys, I think the whole team, if they're doing good, they're going to be extremely positive throughout the whole thing.
I think it's not often that these North American teams can be sat here in an event smiling when the other European teams are struggling as hard as they are.
Wow.
You said that.
There's always a first.
I think what is important, though, is to take away from this is that every single placement is going to matter if you want more money. It's not a case of, in some tournaments where you have 5 through 8 get the same money, and etc., etc. Every single placement is a step up, and that is a result of an extra few $1,000s each placement. So, of course, every single placement is going to matter here.
Money is nice, okay, not gonna lie, but at the same time, pride.
It's pride. That's what we're playing for.
Exactly. Pride is the big prize here.
Oh, there is South Korea at the moment, currently #1 in the scoreboard. They have not had the easiest of days. Although we say that, of course, them getting themselves to what, a 3rd place in the last game.
Yeah.
Off a risky rotation south into Los Leones.
I mean, the thing with South Korea is they had a bad game the game before the previous
12.
one there. 12 plays, 0 kills. Except for that, they're salvaging the bad games really good. They got 2 11th plays, 1 10th plays, 6, 6, and 5 kills on those.
Thank you very much, guys. It is time for our penultimate game here for day number 2. Miramar, once again, let's head over to our commentators.
Thank you very much indeed, James and the desk. Welcome one, welcome all. 8 games down and only 7 more to go. Asia standing strong at the top of the table, taking spots 1 through 3. But North America is slowly on their backs. The top of the table, we do have South Korea. Yesterday it was a large score gap. But that gap, it's closed up an awful lot. My name is Sims. This is Xenox Dude. We've got 2 more games to go today. 2 more of Miramar. That scoreboard, the lead, it's starting to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, we've seen some teams perform a bit better than they did on day 1, and then some teams that have been able to do it on both days. South Korea is one of those teams that have been able to show that they are consistent over the 2 days, and that is also without PO really performing at all. He's only picked up the 1 kill so far today, 18 yesterday. It's a pretty big drop-off, and look, there are still plenty more games to go. As you mentioned, 2 games today, but for some teams, it's time to get a move on.
You can look at it from yesterday into today. There's always that drop-off point. You can say, okay, we have 15 games. We've got plenty of time to do it within. 15 games in PUBG, generally speaking, is nothing. It's 3 days, 5 apiece. It's not a lot of time. If you get a really rough game also, like, unfortunately, United Kingdom, Japan, they've had a couple of 16 places, I think, back-to-back when we look towards Japan. That's then taken away from you. Those opportunities and missed opportunities to get points on the board and start banking them and racking them up. For these teams yesterday, all right, you can kind of take it away and wipe the board and say, we've had a bad day, we'll go in tomorrow, we'll reset. The North Americans, they have. Canada, USA, right up there, 4th and 5th placement. They've had an absolutely banging day so far. Canada ending yesterday on a win, starting today on a win. That's essentially, the only team getting 2 wins, I think it is so far, and 2, doing it in back-to-back fashion. To be able to jump up to that way is fantastic. But now with the last 2 games of day number 2, it's crunch time. There's no more lives after this. All said and done tomorrow, we're down to our last 5 games.
Yeah, and you mentioned some of the teams that have obviously performed a bit of a reset button pushed last night. United Kingdom, though, didn't quite get the memo. Japan might have gotten the memo really in the last game, in game number 8. So we'll see, can your boys start to pick it up?
Well, I'm sure we'll surely find out. Any given Sunday is a line that Lauren likes to use regular. It will be Sunday tomorrow. It will be a championship Sunday. There'll be $500,000 on the line, and one team will be walking away with $100,000. And certainly, one of the Asian teams, they'll also be walking away with another spot on the bus, another seat in the bag for the World Championships later this year. Game number 9 is underway. We are on Miramar, the plane. It's starting more towards the northern end, I want to say, the northeast, and we work our way down to the south.
Yeah, and you mentioned Finland before, and you're sort of touching on them. You know, that disastrous day number 1. Couldn't put it any clearer than that. There have been signs of life from what we've seen of them. I get the feeling, though, it's going to be too little too late. Even if they have a massive 2 games here tonight, that does give them a chance. But I think it's too little too late. I mentioned PO as well, only 1 kill today. The player that was second for kills off of day number 1, Zoidmate from Team Australia, also only the 1 kill. So for those 2, the best 2 players from day 1, an awful day 2 so far.
Yeah, not the best of scenarios. Vietnam still standing at the strong, their 3rd place. Initially getting the first of the day with 16 kills as well. I don't think anyone's really stepped up to that plate. We've had a couple of big numbers so far. What's the most interesting thing, and you actually touched on it with us before we came live on this one, is how South Korea is yet to even get a win in the bag.
Yeah, it's staggering, right? You see them first, they're at the top of the leaderboard right now, and they haven't had a win. They've had multiple top 5 finishes. They've had a lot of kills. And obviously PO yesterday had 18 of his own, only 1 today, but that might actually be a good thing, because it now means it's more of a team
Everyone
effort.
else has got a chance.
well, that as well, but also the rest of South Korea has really started to stand up as Zampa's still making his way. We do have our zone that has popped. It is going to be on the western side of Miramar. At least no finicky water play here for round number 9.
We do, however, have a mountainside on the western borderlines. That will be in place. That'll force teams slightly away from the western side. Gives a bit of a cut-off, so to speak. You have to play around off the back of that one. The Brazilian boys are there, though. They can move away inland if they want to. They're not too far when you look towards Monte Nuevo. They're not too far from the central point of the circle. This one, like any circle, could shift anyway. On Miramar, the difficulty being is where do you set up, where do you post it, what's the best one, where are the better route options once the circle does shift, where does your rotation take you? You have to choose wisely. I mean, in the previous round, which USA did come out on top of, hell, at the very start, they were all on the west where they are now. Currently, they decided to take a westernly approach. They went up to the north and swing it down, which generally speaking, you wouldn't expect to work, but somehow they did. They made it through. They broke the border on that western bankman when the circle did start to shrink. And hell, they ended up winning it.
I think it also should be noted that the first phase does really not matter at all. We've seen it time and time again, and the statistics back it up as well. Phases 1, 2, and to a degree, even 3 don't really matter that much. And from what we've also seen throughout the Nations Cup, we've seen multiple teams get hard-fed from maybe phases 1 through to 7 or 8 that end up with maybe 1 or 2 kills. Yes, they make maybe top 5, but they walk away with less points than some teams that are sweeping the areas around the edge of the zone and have the ability to make a path towards the center by getting kills, and ultimately they end up with more points.
Just looking towards Germany's points at the moment. Now, this is an actual insane team that's come out of the PEL. Their highest placement so far has been a second place. It's the only time they've been up on the podium. They're down in 13th, 29 points in total, only 17 kills himself. Chris being the man who can, I'd expect him to be picking up 17 kills alone. Now, I have to think and I have to ask myself, we've seen one player who's been essentially removed and moved on to reciprocity, so he's changed. This is a full roster, or was a full roster coming into this, the full German roster, and one player has been benched. Now, that must have a knock-on effect on your mental capability, right? It's a roster that you know that one of them's going to be on the bench back home when they do land, and one of them's actually leaving.
Yeah, obviously. But at the same time, they've got that synergy from past performances, so that, to a degree, is an advantage at a tournament like this, where a lot of teams are mix-up caliber teams. But you are right, does that play on the minds of those two players and really the whole team in itself? And Germany just aren't performing as to how we would have expected from them.
With Turkey also been a full roster, not sure about any team changes that are alluding for phase number 3 of the PL on that one, but certainly there's a lot of national pride when we come to Turkey. They have a huge amount of fans and an insane player base, to be fair. And I think this goes to speak for an awful lot of these regions, you know, even the Asian regions, so to speak. Pride and national pride is a huge thing in this, and the pressure that will be on to perform for your country at the highest level when you know that all eyes are upon you. Oh, I'll pause for a second. That's a pre-grenade. That's actually a pre-nade. A landmine set up. He doesn't actually find a target. Drive-by, out the side. Samty gets the initial shot. Pio down. Initial contact, dead. The fragger from yesterday has gone. First blood has been made, and it's Korea who lose one off the bat. It's a rarity. We've seen that so far.
Yeah, the nade was just too off course from the destination, which was Finland driving towards him. Great spray as well onto Pio.
Okay.
How does Korea respond from this now?
Honestly, with how, not necessarily broken, but separated they are, you really can. I mean, you are split between the 2-2. They may try and go for some revenge, but I'd expect these players, to the level and the standard that they play at, to be too conservative. They know that you just can't extend over like that and give away kills for absolutely free. There are too many players that like to play overzealous and they get greedy. They step out on their own. I mean, Germany did it yesterday. Hell, they have the compound. They had to wait for the players to come towards them. They stepped out. They got murdered for it. They should have won that game.
Uh-oh. Watch out, Thanawat. Rusty Sarah's got you in his sights. He's going to land his shots. Just gets behind cover. Thailand, a reprieve there. Could have been knocked. Even if he had been knocked, though, I still think it would have been a safe res behind the building from Duckman.
You've got to keep your head on a swivel. Time and time again on Miramar, individuals will go down where they're just fixated on a player. They get tunnel vision. It's a marksman's game, is Miramar. That is the name of the game. Open fields, open hillsides. I mean, hell, there ain't really a field. The dying hair, just with a burning sun and the sand pressing down on Miramar. You have to be very, very careful. Surely, in a sandy environment, your boys should be quite at home here.
You'd think they would feel at home here on Miramar, but I haven't quite been performing to at least my expectations. Still better than the United Kingdom, that's for sure. And that's all that matters, really.
That's a nasty shot.
That's all that matters, really, at the end of the day, as Russia heading down the highway all the way from Tori Yumada. They've got a long way to go to get to this zone, which still has 2 minutes and 15 seconds until phase number 2 will be commencing. Slow start here on Miramar for round 9.
I still have faith in the Russians. They're my pick for this tournament. I still hold faith, and at the moment, for anyone who did pick a European team, I'm above them, so I'll keep a hold of that one. That's one thing I got. I just think it's not a public game. That's 2BM to say, but it's a wild players game. You're going to be able to do overzealous plays. You're going to be able to pull up without necessarily being responded to instantly. We saw when there's a clip currently on Reddit of Fuzzface's reaction to the Argentinian pull up on the Finnish team, when unfortunately I think it was Samty running himself over. Like, if there's an opportunity for a team to aggressively attack somebody while they're bleeding at the wayside, you go for the kill. You push the dagger further and you finish it off. You take the points, you clear them out.
Well, Zoidmate, he's in trouble here. Leo spotted him coming up the hill. Instant knockdown, and unfortunately for the IGL of Australia, it hasn't quite been his day at all. Even more so in comparison to how good he was in day one. He was doing it all, really. Now he's doing really nothing.
It's an interesting push to be going that far afield. They do have a decent place to Australia on the opposing hillside. I'm not entirely sure why they're trying to get deeper in. Maybe it's for a more position that can springboard them somewhere else once the circle does condense. All the teams are now inside. Russia further afield, all the way in the north. Actually, if this circle goes more towards the Pozo side, Russia are laughing because nobody, literally nobody, is on that western embankment, at least for a good 500-600 meters. They'll have the pick of the land, but again, you have to hope it does keep going your way because that hillside will naturally be taking out on the west. So naturally, we'll be moving more towards El Pozo, or at least towards a centralized area.
Aqua 5 has got to be careful here. We have seen at least one member of South Korea be picked off while they were by themselves. Argentina, though, not aware of Aqua 5's presence just yet. But it was almost a sort of similar scenario to what we saw before.
We'll look and see what other players are condensed at the moment. Argentina, Korea split in a 1-1-1 scenario. Only player to die so far. Excuse me, nope, we've seen Zoidmate as well. That's my bad. Circle, it will condense. Vietnam are behind Argentina. And what did I say? This now plays off the back for the Russian team. The circle has been favourable to them, but this is where things get a little bit difficult. You do know for a fact, because of where that hillside struts out on the west, it will naturally move away. So you have some sort of guesstimation where this should play off of. El Pozo, main city. Again, maybe you'd assume it will pull away from that. We have had urban fights. Speaking of urban fights, we might have one on our hands. USA has pulled up. Brazil, they'll have the information.
And it's a 2 versus 3 here in favour of Brazil, but Sharky and Zempa maybe just catching wind of that scenario. Luckily, they didn't commit. They fall back to Bahawaka and Valiant. The United States, I think, just absolutely got out of a sticky situation before it even happened. I was about to say that really for phase 2, the United States, like Russia, have been gifted a favourable circle.
So they either got extremely lucky or they had one player on the opposing mountainside just homing in. Summer does go down. If the information was there for the USA, it's paid off. Minuru does get a bit overzealous. There is bullets from the right-hand side, but that's 2. China back-to-back. Loses players simultaneously. December 12th wants to try and get some revenge, but honestly, is it worth it? You don't want to step out on your own like that. There's so many players that'll be homing down his position. Get in the car, get to a spot, because you're down to 2 men.
Well, trying to lose 2. They've still got Gonvi and December 12th alive. K-Mine going to pop the tyres of Minoru. And Thailand have only got 2 here. Shippy and Minoru. Canada south. And over to their east, it is China. 1 minute and 55 seconds until phase number 3. His team's trying to figure out where they can go in this phase 2. Brazil, Finland, USA all in the center.
The unfortunate thing for China is when we're looking at fraggers individually, Summer was on 15 frags. Mad 98 was on 12. They've lost their firepower. They've lost their 2 frontmen who have been putting them up on the table. Certainly, don't get me wrong, between December 12th and Godfrey being a god himself, they can pick it up, they can do well. Speaking of death, Luke 12 in the kill feed, Uber does finish him off, so Australia lose a fragger themselves.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Luke 12, it hasn't been the tournament that he would have liked. He is the top fragger in Australia. He was the top fragger at the GLL Grand Slam as well, a guy who averages 2.5 kills a game. Worldwide, he is a class player, but unfortunately, this will go down as a pretty poor performance at the PUBG Nations Cup from Luke 12.
Uber sticks another one on the board and jumps up to 6th place. You can see the live rankings on the left-hand side. Keep an eye on them as they do switch around. Russia again now jumps up just above Canada in a very, I will say this, 7th and above. It's looking really tight. I know we've got some teams up in 60 points, but anything can happen between now and tomorrow. One team can have an absolutely abysmal day and go flying down the points. Canada, they have the info. Argentina on the opposing side. Maluk skims the head of the player on the opposing side, almost giving him a haircut. Grenades are coming in. The information has been fed. Both these teams know exactly where one another are.
And Finland also watching on from a distance here. They're actually firing shots towards Argentina, and that's why Argentina are just struggling to sort of get their feet set in this city of Montenuevo. And Turkey also from the outskirts popping some tires, so it's actually Argentina the ones that are in a lesser position here between them and Canada.
This next circle is going to be horrendous. Expect many deaths in the kill feed on the rotation. Where do we go? Oh, Russia. My word. That has snuck in. That has not jumped away from the hillside. That's touching the baseline of it. That keeps Pozo in and leaves death at the crossroads. Russia, they're safe, and they pretty much kind of capitalized on what I said at the start. They've stayed in there. The circle has been favorable to them, and now they own about, what, 20% of the map to themselves?
Well, 25%. We basically got a pie with that death throw. Like, seriously, it's like 4 corners here for phase number 3. Insight and Vasily are in the middle of this as well. Australia could bunker down, maybe go for a top 5 placing. Looking at the map, though, they're actually heading towards Russia as we see Minoru Stanowa going to be knocked down by Inonix. Minoru, by the skin of his teeth, gets by Korea. They pick up the kill, though.
All teams are on transition. We'll try and get as much as we can on screen. Meanwhile, Germany are looking to get a bigger foothold on El Pozo. You want to try and, in these city fights specifically, pull yourself to the edge. Because if the circle doesn't pretty much fixate over the city directly, you're buggered as you try and make your way out. Urban combat in these scenarios, it's a terrible thing. You expect death from above, death from the windows. You have to be aware of it. The problem is for Germany, Chinese Taipei, they've just turned up that. They're now essentially playing the edge game. Speaking of edge, life on the edge, living out of the window. Santi says, no, 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 my friend, you're down. And Esther not quite dead just yet. But the Finns, they've got the fight of their life.
They certainly do. The fight's not over yet. Argentina are going to be up for it. Ribox with the knockdown on Semti. Tixu, though, from behind is actually going to surprise him. Gets the remonstration knockdown. So far, it's 1 knockdown apiece. No one's necessarily winning this fight, but the backup has arrived now for Finland. What can they achieve?
Feeling each other out. Low ball grenade could do some damage. Has to find one. Makes it in a very, very difficult spot. There is a third party in the distance. Stays alive by the skin of his teeth.
Turkey's going to third party this from a distance. They're actually going to go for really whoever they can find here. So for both teams, they've got to be careful from the outside. It's safer inside right now. Mexi knocked down by Anesta.
The problem is for Gemti, he now can't do anything. He's locked in that corner. Should he come round? It would be almost certain death because Turkey's looking at him. He has no health. He can't heal. Tixu, damage from above. He does knock down Silzen. No, that's an open gap. That's a big play. He's now inside the building. He might be able to stay alive for this one.
Tixu actually going to go for the revive instead onto Semti.
That's huge.
I don't think they're going to be able to get Mexi. And Ribox is also going to get revived. Really, they've almost had a truce here. Both teams stopping and going for the revives.
Seeing helmets lost. Gemti still bandaging wounds.
No one's died.
No, they haven't just yet. I'd expect them to lose Mexi for this.
Oh,
Tixu! The nade from nowhere, the double! Now surely the Finns, they collapse on this one.
Yeah, Pomi's going to finish off his own teammate with his nade. They're not done yet, Argentina, but as you say, they should capitalize. The problem is Anesta and Silzen are actually in the other building. And maybe for them, it's time to hightail it out of there and give the Finns the win for that battle. And what a phase 4 zone shift. We go on to El Pozo.
Mexi came down the stairs. He was actually allowed to get away with that. The Finns have kept 4 up. Argentina down to 2. That grenade from Tixu just rocked their world. Bleeding out on the opposing side. There's no way the heal comes off. El Pozo, you mentioned the circle. It looks like we might have some urban combat here. Germany, I said G2 then, excuse me. Germany, they do still have this problem that Chinese Taipei, they're a little bit further afield. They have come deeper inside, though, of El Pozo.
Look at this, though. Argentina are not running, and Esther and Silzen know they can't leave this compound. They know they need to take the fight with Finland here. 2 versus 4, so they are at a disadvantage. The problem, and the only advantage they have, Finland have no idea where they are.
The flood might come in. The Finns are on the feet, and they're hunting down. Look at this. Moving as a unique pack. Brazil, they lose 1 in engagement. Argentina, they're up in the bottom corner. Wait for this one. He holds the angle for now. Keep an eye on the kill feed. We can't watch everything. It's going to be madness. It's going to be chaos. Kane's onto a beautiful death. Silzen, damaged but not out. Grenades are there. Now he's gone. Now they're down to 1.
I honestly thought that wasn't going to get him, but it does. Silzen is going to be knocked down. And it just leaves Anesta behind this crate to see if he can somehow pull off a 1 versus 4. If Finland aren't careful, they might get spotted here.
This is a really adverse angle. They won't check this. maybe they think he's completely gone. Look, they've got the smokes. They're shooting through the smokes. They're trying to find this one player. Sixmo somehow shoots his teammate in the back. Fair play. If that's how you want to work Turkey, do what's necessary. The bleed out's real. Chinese Taipei, this is a fight in the city center. Drassel onto Shippy. Uber finds Nim. And again, we can try and control this as much as humanly possible, guys. And Nesta now gives up the ghost. He now gives away the information. Mexi should be able to put this one to rest.
He pulled his weapon away for a split second. Mexi hadn't got in the vehicle. They get the elimination. Argentina out in 15th position. Now over to Canada. Moody has just been eliminated by Andy. And now RDNX with a knockdown onto Drassel. Canada not looking hot right now.
I think Canada was so focused on Thailand they didn't realize Brazil was open. Their backs were open, they were completely exposed, they've stabbed them here. Maluk needs to do something, he has to keep these boys at bay. If they want to try and get the res, oh excuse me, they can't get the res, Drassel's dead. He gets confirmed and finished by Andy. The Brazilians, they'll push up.
Andy's got to be careful though, he's just run straight past Maluk. They only have one left at the shack. Andy's going to be knocked down. Nice play from both Maluk and K-Mind, but Maluk going to be knocked down by Rusty Zero, who had stayed behind and at the shack. A bit of an anchor for Brazil. It gives them a lifeline, but for how much longer? That blue has now arrived, and he's down as the only one left for Brazil.
While this fight does ensure, don't forget, Thailand is still there. They can pull up onto this. They can third party and pretty much wipe out. Speaking of wipe out, Turkey's gone. 14th place for them. It's going to be Vietnam who does the job. Levi's onto Sixmo. Sharky finally finds Mexi. That's going to be the bleed out, so he must have copped him on rotation. He was damaged earlier on, if I'm not mistaken, from the last engagement that he did go down against Argentina.
K-Mind just sitting in the open. I mean, this is risky, but he doesn't have the information, and Jempty going to be knocked down as well by Zampa, so even though Finland won the war, they're struggling in the battle after that war. And for K-Mine and Rusty Zero, it's really snake time at the edge of this circle for Phase 4, and we are 5 seconds now going to Phase 5.
The United States is pretty much just picking off the Finns as they try to make open ground. It's a city fight. We are going to Pozo. Zampa, confirmation onto Jempty. That's out in the blue. It was must have been a cracker of a headshot to be able to hit him on in the open. Where they had a vehicle, not a completely different question. Now Russia, they had a decent placement, but they have the fire of their life. They have to come down from a little bit of a crevice, a little bit of a hillside. Shippy.
Thailand might get both here. They're going to get K-Mine. Shippy's going to spot him. Quick elimination, and Canada out in 13th. Next on the list is probably Rusty Zero.
I mean, it would be a good scalp to take, because then you know that this side of the map is clear and you can basically challenge onwards. No one's got the hangar that is closest towards Thailand, so they could make it in here. It is an open run, but the hangar will basically give them cover. It'll act as a shield from all the enemies that are deeper inside the city center. Russia and Finland, extremely hard work. Chinese Taipei can basically hold them dead to rights and just point their guns and hope that they come out and see who they get first, especially with how many engagements Finland's in. Don't know about Russia, but with Finland, if they're going to take vehicles, you have to assume they're going to be weak.
8 teams currently occupying El Pozo. That means there's 4 that are outside of the current circle. 1.5 minutes until phase number 6. We're 20 minutes now in round 9, and Senya, well, he's just going to send it really into El Pozo towards Kemba and Doozy. Get there safely in Russia. And they had the first couple of phases, and as I've mentioned, in the end, made no difference. Russia haven't been able to capitalize from that beginning. Tixu now, I think he's lost his back tire, and I think he's going to lose his life to Shy Wei.
Honestly, the Finns were basically just a smokescreen for Russia. Chinese Taipei were so fixated on them, Russia were allowed to sweep up and just get away with their lives. Unfortunately, it's not the same for Finland. Down they go and out they go. USA now starting to struggle. So this is the unfortunate thing now for Germany. They've given up the ghost. Throwing those grenades, essentially. They could actually fake this one, so smoke this side and then run the opposing sides of the containers that are in front of them. If not, it just gives them a wall and an avenue of approach.
They haven't really achieved much from this, and Levi's going to have an angle if they keep pushing this way. And it's not that hard to get him into it. Smokes are still up, though, and Levi's is now going to fire back. He's got one more nade. Udir does hear the nade bouncing towards him. Levi's final nade is about to be thrown, takes a little bit of damage. But there's InOnX who's going to spot him or finish him off. Korea kill number 3 with their 3 players. 3 must just be their lucky number.
Seeing that one player go down informs the Germans that there is death from above, and they have the angles. They'll have the hard angle as well, for the simple fact that these buildings, they do... The high rise, you can't get all the way up in certain ones, but certain... Rusty Zera gets blown away by a rusty vehicle. Bye-bye, my friend. Miraku, another point for the United Kingdom. Buildings galore. Circle updates, goes more towards the south, and actually takes out quite a majority of the buildings. Russia now have to make something happen, and Korea have to move as well.
Well, Russia's got to push south into Korea, and for Japan, they basically get the hard feed as well. They don't have to move at all, and China's December 12th still up north could be the thorn in the side of Russia if they're too exposed on the road. That road is there. They can't really push down it unless they've got the walls of smoke. As you can see, here they come.
Korea will hold point. They're actually going to hold this. They're going to stay here as long as they humanly can because they know the backside of the building is inside the circle. They will keep laying down the fire, but Russia is just falling bit by bit. Bard finds one, instantly answered back. Inonix, another one.
They're just getting slaughtered. I mean, Senya and Uber are trying to find a way towards Korea, and they're unable to find a path through at all. December 12th done the smart thing. He stayed quiet.
The biggest winners out of this have been Germany. Because now all of a sudden Korea, their attention is drawn away. They've been allowed to enter this circle and they're sat actually further afield than anybody else.
Inonix, this is insane. No more nades, but he holds the angle and he knows exactly where they're coming from. Uber does have a nade still available. We saw that. Inonix is going to go for the spray. Into the smoke now. It's difficult. Runs out of ammunition. Almost got knocked. December 12th is going to be eliminated in 6th position for China. The nade still floats. Uber's got low health. He's burned him all. Russia's out in 5th. But Inonix has been naded by Uber. Before he went down into the grave, he had one final present.
The molly goes down and Russia just burns away off the server. Germany did get the reposition. Now they can wait for Korea to make the move. Is that res even possible? Is he up on the roof? Can they get a hold of him? Yes, they can.
He ran up those flights of stairs so fast to get the revive, and his teammate South Korea will still have 3. But look at this phase 9 zone. Korea, once they leave this building, it's all open area. Germany might have an opportunity. Brexco is in a great spot, but Japan with 4 alive, closest to center with a compound. Their biggest...
Honestly, I think
surely Japan win
the
this.
biggest thing that needs to happen is Udia need to get towards Brexaco. Then he needs to look towards the Koreans coming out of there. Inonix first one to fall. Def will go for the follow-up, try and find him through the smoke. Initial grenade gets the job done. They know there's only one way forward. They're falling at the way line. Germany, we did say they have an eye line on this. They need to get involved, and they can. And now it comes down to Loki. They're all crawling towards him, begging for mercy. Please res me. But I think the damage is done. This is Korea's last stand.
Yeah, I certainly think it is. Japan, no movement from them just yet. United Kingdom are getting ready. They're also trying to get involved with taking down Korea. Aqua 5 getting revived from Loki, but how long that can happen? Michael gets a knockdown onto Udir, but that's the end of South Korea in 4th, down to the final 3 teams. It is the United Kingdom, it is Japan, and it is Germany, but Germany are on the wrong side of the road, and they're down to just 1 player. Sims, I think it comes down to the United Kingdom versus Japan for the win here for round 9.
I think if they're going to win this, they have to move now. They have to get ahead of the game. Don't let Japan get out of that building. Lock them down and lock them in, or at least get inside the building with them. The circle will come towards the corner side. You can't be kept in gate, kept outside of it. It's as simple as that. There's nowhere else to go. This blue will hurt. It will murder you. Do not get touched by it. Throw the grenades in. Hope you get a frag. Hope you get a knock and try and make something work. They are on the backlines. They are on the back foot. We saw what happened earlier on to the US in the earlier games when they breached the hospital.
Flashbang. I mean, that's smart.
Here comes the push.
Use what you've got. United Kingdom have only got 2 players, though. Japan have got 4. Gabba's going to be at the first spot onto Michael. Just trying to run away now. Vard's going to help out. Get him down to 39 health. But moving himself, really, you've got to move and shoot in this scenario. And one thing I want to point out is Brexco. He's crawling across the road. There might still be a chance for Germany. Oh! What a turnaround from Vard! And he just stays alive. 2 versus 3 now. Japan don't know what's hit them.
That's insane. That turn-on was absolutely insane. Brexco's still here. If he can see C's, he'll do the damage. 1 goes down. Japan, they're being split from 2 angles. He can't be seen. The smokes are up. He gets knocked from the opposing side. The damage is there. Vard outside the window.
That's still alive, though, but he's on top. He gets Brexco. It's going to be a 1 versus 1. Death from above gets the win for Japan. United Kingdom falls short at the final hurdle. They can't come away with the win. It is Japan, and finally, they might just get off the bottom of the leaderboard.
Japan, by the skin of their teeth, the fingertips holding on to the top of the building. 1 versus 1 for the final engagement. It was a valiant effort, an absolute damn good effort for the United Kingdom. That turn at the end was absolutely disgusting. The push-up from Germany that was allowed off the back of the players from Korea when they were fixated onto Russia was a beautiful maneuver. Get inside the circle, sit down, hunker down, and wait for them to openly come from outside. They might have picked up a points, but they definitely picked up a third placement.
And United Kingdom, so close yet so short in the end. They had an opportunity, really thanks to Brexco as well. And what a final finish to have. It could have been 3 different teams that could have won that in the final 10 seconds of that game for round number 9. And for Japan, much needed win as well, a much needed result.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes here in South Korea. We're going to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We've got one more game left to play today. We'll see you guys in just a second.
Much longer for this world, and can he juke him out? Yes, he can for right now. Ernesta, will he stick around and wait? That is one point that you desperately want right here. Minero, though, he's got jukes. He's got jukes all day.
Ernesta is going to get out of the vehicle because he's got a shotgun here. Now Minero's in a lot of trouble, and he does get knocked, but in fact, it's Rybox with the Bison.
Mad 98 single-handedly shattering the dreams of Russia. They do take the compound and continue the push. Pio, up and over we go with the grenade. Reels and Miraku, they find the full frontal effect, and the bombs, they just keep on rolling. Pio wants to continue the bombardment. There's 3 kills here, 3 points, and a placement as well. Job done. This could be GBR dead if they find the final player.
Finish this out. There are only 2 standing here for Argentina.
They learned their lesson from the last game. They got the double down. They waited too long to push onto it. This time they are not waiting at all as they get the flush on the Pome. It's down to a 4v2. Maluk is going to spot out Rybox, and that's going to be him going down. It's all down to just Ernesta is going to be taken out. Rybox is down low. He's going to go down. Canada. Point. Yes, he is. He's going for the sprays back over towards Australia. Can he do it? Trying to get him down. Somehow survives.
Ionix does survive. 12th position will be Australia's grade for now. Great Britain still going toe-to-toe. Korea going strong. Ionix last man standing. How many more can he take? He keeps going and going. Death after death. Finally, somebody puts him in the grave. Sapu does have a grenade. Smokes are there. He will go for them. That's why you'd expect to see a team lingering. It does roll down. He's weak. Chris, the big man goes down. That takes away the level 3 gear. Now they're splitting them at the wayside. How much more damage they can do? Spins on the pinhead. They've split. They split Patrick. They've completely thrown this. What's going on?
Too far. Not by the angle part, but there we go. Is that gonna be it? Vietnam walking away with the first game I would not have expected.
chicken dinner.
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅! 中国队加油! Good luck, Russell. Canada fighting! Vietnam team fighting! Go Russia!
Germany and Korea fighting! Fighting!
The second urban ending in a row here for the Nations Cup, and it is arigato and sayonara to the competition as Japan is able to take themselves a victory here on the world stage. Big stuff for Japan. They were struggling down towards the bottom of the table, but now with that's going to give them a bit of a momentum boost moving forwards. Froz, Avenger, and we also have Hypok here. Guys, overall, Japan getting the big numbers of points. They played it quite passive. They were doing some karaoke in there for a little while and just chilling out and let the win come to them for the most part.
I mean, you got to hand it down to Japan, playing so well in 2 urban endings in a row here. Urban endings is one of the hardest parts to play in the game because there's so many variables, as we talked about in the last segment.
They were able to move in there in a pretty slick move as well. They were there for some time, but them being able to say, okay, guys, we're going to have to get there early because that was a success last time. And then being able to kind of turn that into a really good game now. And they've jumped up a really fair, I think they've doubled their prize pool share from these last 2 games now. So it's absolutely amazing for them.
Yeah, I mean, to keep 4 up till the end game and again till the top 4, unfortunately things nearly falling apart, but you know, hats off to them to obviously play that slow. Germany was obviously the variable at the end there, but managed to clutch it out at the end, so really impressive stuff.
And United Kingdom,
you guys were actually getting, you guys were
nearly coming home. It was nearly coming home.
You guys were actually a little bit excited there. I was happy to see it. There's still a little bit of national pride within you guys.
Even though neither of us lives in the UK.
yeah.
Anyway, regardless, of course, we see actually Great Britain did get themselves plenty of kills to be able to push themselves up towards the top there. 15 points apiece there up towards with Japan. Russia likewise 13 points.
And very top heavy as well here. 15, 15, 13, 10, 11 and 10. And then a really big gap down to United States with 5. So very top heavy for some of these teams. And it's actually our bottom teams that took all the top 3 finishes here. So they're really jumping ahead and trying to get a bigger share of this prize pool.
Speaking of a jump ahead though, South Korea 79 points. Second and third, 66 points right now, and Russia has been able to leapfrog the position that we see North America in.
Yes, and I'm happy for that. I mean, the Sims is happy for this.
Yeah, I suppose
the
so.
Sims, sorry.
The Sims has been extremely
we saw that Russia was 1 point behind Canada before this previous game here.
Yeah.
Now they jumped ahead, 11 points ahead of them instead.
And I actually talked to the other casters in the green room shortly while I'm trying to get a catch-up bite to eat. And they said that even though we're ahead right now, you always find a way to take the bragging rights away from us. And right now, Russia is doing it for us. So I'm happy that they're kind of paving the way for us to be able to brag over the North American team.
But actually, to go into a bit more detail, that's on the back of Uber's performance today.
Yes.
I don't know if we got confirmation. Was it 6 kills he had coming
5,
in?
I think.
I think he started on 5 or 6 kills today, and right now he's currently sitting on 16 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a huge jump to have that alongside a couple of good games. That kill cushion just coming from one player. And again, it's what we come to expect from Uber. We talked about it before, coming up clutch in certain situations, but that's absolutely huge. To see that step shift coming in from passive play yesterday to now being more aggressive and getting the kills for it.
Very much so. Let's take a look at how things unfolded here in our penultimate game of the day. Of course, on Miramar, we have one more game to come here throughout the day. Playing flying in from our east side over to the west, and then Circle eventually focusing over towards another urban ending, Froz, which it's very rare we get one urban ending, never mind 2 in a row.
I mean, it's just amazing. We're blessed to have 2 urban endings in a row like this. And it's amazing to see how the teams actually adapting to it. Some teams do not adapt to it as well, though.
Fair. It definitely is fair as we take a look at how Japan, Great Britain and Germany were able to find their way into some of those final circles. And I imagine we'll see a little bit of just, you know, sitting around there for a while whilst the circles do shift on in. All of these teams had themselves a pretty decent spot in Pozo to be able to acknowledge a victory or get themselves that podium finish. But Froz, you were mentioning about how Finland in the previous game was a little bit too late into town, and likewise here a little bit too late into town.
I mean, we saw that in the game before this one, how they were late into the town itself. They got killed because they got gate kept by all the teams that was already inside. We saw a similar thing happening again. This time it was Argentina that was holding out Finland on the far south side. But they did manage to get out of that with a very nice play when Finland baited out Argentina with 2 vehicles and having Mexi on foot going in around the corner and killing the last guy from Argentina trying to get the car.
But actually, the backup coming in there is not what we've seen from Finland. So for Finland to say, yeah, okay, we're taking this fight, let's go. They crashed with the 2 when they've already got 1 member down and they're coming as the recovery crash to then flip that fight on its head. That's the kind of Finland we want to see.
This is the sort of microplay that we expect from Finland.
A face play.
Yes, this is a face play. This is kind of the 200 IQ plays that we would expect from them. And if they started now, I'm not sure we can say it's too late, but we still have 6 more games to go, and I hope that they're going to continue this, because 5 points in this game in a kind of a train wreck of a game. Yes, they got gate kept, so it took them a long time for Argentina, but I want to see them continue this 200 IQ plays from these guys.
All right, and about 5 or 6 points from kills and a few from placement as well, with South Korea getting themselves 4th place during that game, Froz. And obviously, when it comes to an urban ending, they had advantageous positions, but weren't able to follow through with it.
Well, they still played it really good, though, because they got a little bit unlucky with the circle towards the end, but they had the highest point in the town there, and they put Ionix on top of the rooftop there, playing from up there while having Aqua 5 on the bottom, making sure that no one could get into the building without them knowing.
And the question is here, do you think that hero play, that it cost them too much time that while they're on the top, or do you think they should have pushed forward? For me, I actually feel like they should have sacrificed, took that 2 guys and try to get further into the circle, and then maybe try to get the kind of the Germany position that they had, because they did have something to work with. They had a few smokes, so I feel like that would have been the play, to sacrifice the top guy.
Of course, here are 2 top teams, with South Korea being able to take themselves 79 points so far. And of course, Chinese Taipei actually currently in joint 2nd, unless we look at true kills and how things that stands out there when it comes to Russia. But point-wise, definitely joint 2nd with Russia is Chinese Taipei.
Well, point-wise, Chinese Taipei is tied with Russia on 66 points, but Chinese Taipei do have 3 more kills. That's hence
so true 2nd.
Yeah, exactly. Hence they're number 2 right now. And they're doing phenomenal. I don't think a lot of people at home or even us here expected this much coming in from that team.
It really feels like SR in particular for me has been one of the highlights of the day when it comes to Chinese Taipei's roster. And we have seen those kind of moments from AHQ when it comes to international tournaments in the past.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing with a team where we've got questions over it, to actually consistently pick up points, even if it's going out 0 placement points, picking up 4 or 5 kills. That's what you want to see from a team. You don't want to see them bomb out in certain games and then get first with, you know, 5 or 6 kills or anything. They're actually covering both bases here. The games where they're not, you know, in advantageous positions, they're still taking the right fights, they're picking up points.
A little bit unfortunate, I suppose, for Chinese Taipei in this previous game. Obviously, they were trying to crash into the compound where Germany were. They were having a decent fight alongside them and trying to take out them in the top roofs. But Russia came along and kind of spoiled a lot of that for them, it felt.
Yeah, but then they could also play it a little bit different. They smoked up a lot in that position where they tried to cross there, tried to wrap around, but they didn't run through the smokes. They ran in the background, and South Korea already knows, so they had the top position there, so they already put the pressure onto them, got the knocks, got the kills, naded. It was really well played by South Korea.
And then thing to take away from that last game is that PO died very, very early, which allowed the rest of them to try and shine.
But at the same time, Ionix is on 2nd place right now overall in kills with 16. PO still sitting on the top there with 19. And of course, Uba is also on 16 kills, but a little bit less damage than Ionix.
Yeah. Ionix is actually only 200 damage behind Bio right now.
Oh, wow.
So they're really starting to show that they're this power duo. I really like to see that.
Well, it's actually good to have, having such a standout performance, have another player step up to the plate and match that, and actually coming out with a huge clutch play. I think it was Aqua 5 as well. So you're talking about their star player, their MVP being down, and those two other players, Enonix and Aqua 5, coming up with clutch plays to make it through to the late game. That's all you can ask for from your team.
I think one of the biggest clutch play was actually when South Korea was crossing in towards the town. And Aqua 5, he got shot at in his vehicle. Loki was flying just behind him. And they Aqua 5 stopped, jumped out of his car. Loki slowed down so Aqua 5 could get in, and they just kept on going in one vehicle. And that kind of teamwork, they're not playing on the same team. They never play with each other. But being able to have that teamwork, it's just amazing to see.
There were seconds in it. If he hadn't have made that play, he would have blown up in the car. Had he not been able to make the switch, he would have been out in the open. So very cool stuff to see. Currently, USA at the moment in ranked 4th, and they are
well, at least they're smiling, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're having fun, and you could, when you have two rivalizing team or like kind of rivals from the NPL, that you put two of these guys together, you'd expect maybe some maybe not some positive sometimes, but them being this positive.
All right, Terminator, calm down.
I mean, there is one thing though. Last couple of games, they are stepping up.
They definitely are. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to go to our final game of Day 2 of the Nations Cup.
Thank you, James and the team. Welcome back for the last chance to dance on day number 2. I said we're in for a wild and wonderful ride, and when two players combined on South Korea have more kills than places 7 down through 16th, you can understand why they're in first place.
Oh, certainly so. They don't even need to win when they're getting all of the kills. They're finishing constantly 3rd or 4th or sometimes even 2nd. They have been the team of the tournament so far, but sort of going back to Japan in that last game a bit, if there was any time to get that win, it was certainly that game. But now they've got to back it up. Going into the final game of day number 2, for the teams probably from maybe 10 to 16, they've got to win. They've got to do well. They've got to get a lot of points. I think, as you kind of said to me off air, you probably want to be around 60 points going into day 3.
Yeah, I certainly, if you want to, I mean, it's okay. This is the double-edged sword, all right, of PUBG. It's okay saying, oh, we can have a good day, we can do really, really well, but you need everyone at the top of the table to do bad. You're relying on them having a bad day. Now, it kind of went well. We saw 3 teams that are down towards the bottom get the top 3 spots. You know, we have Japan in 1st, Germany in 3rd, and the United Kingdom in 2nd. They're down the bottom end of the table. They're getting the high points. But then you look towards South Korea and think, well, okay, maybe they're going to have, a bad time. Yeah, 4th place with 3 people. Why not?
And that's what you need. You need South Korea to do bad. You say everybody, but it's probably South Korea. They could get in a 20K or a 20 kill win or something like that. And that's like 30 points. They are capable of that. You don't want them getting away from the rest of the competition. So for the teams down the bottom, they've got 2 things. They've got to do well. They've got to hope the top, obviously, start to falter a little bit as well. Then you've got the teams in the middle. Australia have started to sort of plummet down the standings after starting off really well. You made the joke. I said, your boys are catching up to my boys. And you said, well, actually, Australia is sliding down to the United Kingdom's level.
Yeah, they're joining us down the bottom end. A little note that Martin touched on the desk. If you want to be in that top 5, if you want to stand any kind of chance of winning this event, this is really the last chance to do it. You want to springboard yourself off of this game number 10 into a very good seat. When you arrive tomorrow for Championship Sunday, you want to be in that top 7. You want to be in a stone's throwing distance of the number 1 spot. This is it. You have to do well in this game. You have to come in tomorrow with a positive mental attitude and a boatload of points to back it up with. At the moment, South Korea, the 13 points clear. They are looking deadly. They are looking absolutely cutthroat. And honestly, I fear for the rest of the server. I think they will continue this in game number 10. The bigger picture, the bigger story that has potential to unfold, and I just want to throw this into the mix. At which point does an Asian team turn around and say, you know what, we can't win this thing, but we can win another seat. We can win another seat for our respective region at Worlds. Let's go after South Korea.
Well, that is the problem. South Korea is leading that race and quite heftily in terms of what you're talking about, obviously, for that extra slot. Korea's leading everyone right now. That is the problem. So in a way, the Western countries would be almost egging them on and be like, hey, you guys want that extra spot? Please take down South Korea for us. That'd be great.
When we've got Thailand in 8th, China in 7th, Vietnam in 5th, Chinese Taipei in 2nd, South Korea has a target painted on its back. I know for every other team that's looking for placement, looking for respect from their respectable countrymen, and, you know, you're playing for your region, you're also playing for a share of $500,000, as simple as that. But there is this bigger story of this spot that's up for globals. It's as simple as that. And if one team decides to turn around and maybe throw a spanner in the works, we don't know what's going to happen. It's dog world out there. Anything can happen. We do know about the playing path, though. It could have crossed diagonally. And this gives any teams that like to loot around the southern end of the island, and more specifically towards the west, a bit more of a difficult time.
Looking at the leaderboard, though, or at least that's in front of me. Brazil, 16th position, 30 total points. Now, wow, that is an interesting zone. I'm actually going to stop talking about what I was going to talk about and mention a bit of a story here for those who aren't aware. Those two little islands were once the decider for which team went to the Face It Global Summit, which it was Atletico or Incognito. We went to those two little islands. Incognito ended up winning. They went to London because of this sort of zone. This can have massive ramifications here if it does head over there.
There's also something else of a bigger story that you've just painted a picture there. And again, if you're not up on global PUBG, if you don't watch all the regions, there's plenty of odds and plenty of ways to learn about it. It's really good to get involved in. But that specific scenario with Incognito, when they did make it to the Face It Global Summit, there was a bit more of a story. They went absolutely killer. They turned into Terminator for the very final day. Was it over... How many points was it in one day?
At one point, yeah, they had overturned something like 80 points. It was ridiculous. It was a great way to finish it off, really. For Atletico, it was a horrible way. But with a zone like this, all I'm trying to say is it is possible. There might be some viewers who think, oh, yeah, no, it'll just go back over to the mainland. The one thing I will say, if we are going there, we'll know by phase 2. It has to hard shift further out into the ocean for us to go there and have a little bit of fun to end day number 2 here at the PUBG Nations Cup. Korea leading the way on the leaderboard, the top 5 there on your screen, 13 points. Chinese Taipei, though, in 2nd. A surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly one that I didn't expect to be up there. I didn't have them in my top 5. So to see them doing well, I'm pretty happy with. This is what it's all about when we go to these global events. You put people on a main stage like this and you see what specifically they can do. Like Australia being one, you know, to back you up on this one, Australia being one is not necessarily with the OC region. You're only as good as the players that you're playing against, right? And unfortunately, I've said this in other multiple games and multiple titles that you guys compete in the esports economy.
It's all right, you can say it.
No, I'm not going to start calling you bad, but
we're bad.
You've only got a small pocket of players, right?
That's true.
And that's the more difficult factor, is that there's only going to be a certain point and a certain height that you can get to before having to look further afield. And these global events, this is where you can open up and say, okay, this is what we're made of.
Yeah. Certainly so. You might not even have that many players. For example, Germany only had 4 available players. But yeah, of course, they're playing in the European region. They've got that competition. It's a different scenario. The United States in 4th. We just saw Russia. They're doing well. They've certainly improved from day 1. I mean, like a massive improvement from day 1. Maybe they were just getting a bit jealous of Canada doing really well, representing North America. Now Canada's dropped out of the top 5. The United States has taken their position.
I mean, when you've got Uber picking up 16 kills single-handedly, that's going to bolster your team and send them flying. 16 points instantly from someone's performance when it comes to fragging capabilities is a fantastic thing. There's an interesting one where I kind of want to look at that a bit. And I don't know how deep you can go into it, but Uber's 16 kills. Inonix above him, also 16 kills. But then you look towards the damage. 2.4k from Uber, 3.2k from Inonix. Like, these Koreans, they shoot everything that moves. It's insane.
Yeah, it is.
There's no fear.
And they're getting rewarded for it as well. 35 kills between just Pio and Ionix. 35 kills for 2 players, and we've played 9 matches of PUBG. I mean, that is actually insane. And yet, what's even more insane, Sims, is they haven't won a game.
Yeah. It kind of scares me that they were 1 placement off getting a 4th, 3rd place with 3 players. Hey. Their map placement, their teamwork, their movement, everything is just absolutely fantastic. It's not quite a bridge camp, but it's certainly a coastal road camp. That is an IQ 9000 player to hang outside of a car looking down the main road. Rexco gets the warning. Will he go down? Reels hits the shot. No, away with his life he gets, unless I say that. You lucky, lucky man.
I mean, that was like almost out of a Michael Bay movie. He just needed some explosions behind him, and the grand escape has certainly been achieved from Brexco. What's interesting, though, sort of going back to this Phase 1 zone, we talked about what could happen going over to the islands. What about if it doesn't happen? What if that doesn't happen, and what we're going to have is so many teams getting gate-kept because the zone is so small?
I want to tell you what happens if it does. Mex is already on the islands.
Oh, no.
He's going for it.
Well, he's putting himself in that position. He's got the boat, so might as well, because they'll control the south side of this zone, which means they've got the exit strategy immediately set up for him. I mean, this is like 200 IQ. Finland.
He's got the laptop in the back. He's got the FaZe Clan YouTube on, just praying to the YouTube gods. Please, Circle, follow me now, and bring the Circle to the islands of death. Still waiting out, just scouting for teams. It's a nice play.
In saying that,
to the rest of the roster that's on the roadside.
The North Island is the one that's more likely if we are going to be heading over there. We're going to find out in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. So, look, final game of the day for the PUBG Nations Cup. You do not want to be switching off right now. This is going to be a blinder to finish off the day.
If it does go over there, there's 2 scenarios that unfold. You get a team. You get a team or 2. Oh, yep.
That's done. Oh, no. No, you can do it. And
Russian driving by.
No, you can just bump him. Get Uber to come and bump him over. There you go, a little bit of a fix-up.
No way.
Oh, no way. He's actually made it worse.
Oh, as if that's happened. In what dynamic? Only in Russia does this happen. Oh well, at least he gets him regardless. Yeah, there's 2 scenarios with this island, and we are talking about it because there is a potential that it happens. Once we've done with this, we will fixate on the rotations, where teams are, where they've started, where they've landed. But you either sit on the coastline and play for points. You just literally frag the hell out. Murder everyone that's coming down to the beachhead. Take out as many bodies as possible, because 9 times out of 10, there's either 1, maybe potentially 2 teams that get across to the island. China's been smart about this. They've gone to what I like to call the hook of the island, all the way up on the northern side, just where there's a little bay. Get the boat secretly. You're kind of away from cover there, and maybe approach the islands from behind. We have seen this happen before, but you get on the island or you play for kills. Everyone at the moment is moving just north, I believe, of the main head of it, just to the western side. It's basically just get set up and hope to hell it comes your way.
So, a lot of prayers, but I think for most players, they don't want to go over there. Finland do still have the boat, but they haven't actually committed over to the island, so I thought I'd touch on that as an update. 30 seconds now until phase number 2.
Do we think that was just the boat play was just for information then, to see who was over there waiting? Maybe he spotted China, what their game plan is.
I mean, Mex is still hanging around the boat from what we can see on our map screen.
Back though, hasn't he?
He has pulled back from it, and look, the thing is though, if it does head over there, he's going to be the first one still because he's got the boat.
If that was a play for information to see which team is setting up on the northern edge, that was just an IQ.
Well,
we built all up for nothing.
Well,
player unknown's actually in the arena. Can someone go and just like say, "Yo, Brendan, what's going on, man?"
I was going to say that's anticlimactic, but yet we're heading into phase 2 now, Sims, and there is literally every single team inside of this circle except for the United States and Brazil, who are all the way down south, and then you also got Russia all the way up north, Australia and China kind of on the edge. So really, it's like 3 teams not in and around the circle for phase number 2.
The bigger ramification is that everyone set up for that island play. Everyone went central, and the circle actually fixated on them. Bigger problem now is that no one really central has to move, so everyone just waits. The final teams that are scurrying in for a bit of a land grab will maybe get something. Vietnam don't actually have a place at the moment. They're
committing to this. Thailand's going to just go for the breach. Minoru's around the back. He was the first one through. Duckman with a knockdown onto Ribox as well. So now Argentina know they are getting breached. They are getting slaughtered. Pomi's going to be knocked down and eliminated by Shippy. 2's gone now for Argentina. Well played from Thailand. But Sapao of Vietnam is going to get the elimination onto Minoru, who was outside of the back of the compound building.
Cheeky steal. Easy point. Thank you very much. Tanawa will continue onwards, and going back up his teammates. Make sure they keep this compound to themselves. Now Argentina's gone from it. They can clear it out. They've got a foothold. Russia yet to make a play on this one. Two of the teams still late to the circle as per usual, Brazil and the United States of America. The US is by Puerto Parizo. Los Leones, just to the eastern side of it, will be home to Brazil. Russia all the way up in the north. They've skirted the outskirts of El Azhar. The problem is, when they come down that main road, China is waiting for them. Big fights continue onwards in the central area of the map, the open fields. It's hot territory. This is a bit of a lava field and a bit of a minefield. Wherever you go, there is a team waiting. Milk up. He's on the bloody roof. He's getting away with this one. Good God, he's landed it. If he plays this, if he gets these kills, somebody just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. He's frigging done it.
He's done the impossible. He's gotten over the top of Argentina. The problem is he's by himself. He's got to calm things down a little bit. All right, he's made play of the year just about. If he had have got the double kill there after getting off the bike, it would have been play of the century of all time with PUBG. But now he has to be smart. He has to wait for the reinforcements, the rest of Chinese Taipei to come over towards him. He knows that Argentina are here. And here arrives the rest of his team. SR is here. Shyway is here. Now he can throw the nades and now he can reveal his location. And Esther, though, was ready and waiting, and he gets the knockdown and the flush onto SR.
This is what you'll get because there's only two players. They will go instantly and confirm the kills. Taps him up as he's on his way out on Esther.
One left.
Against all odds. Damage is done on the legs. He's found the target and knows the information. Milk forced to get back, get the health up. You're not going for any reses because your teammates are dead. And Esther has the fight of his life to stay in this competition. Or at least to stay in this game, excuse me. Could be competition because they've only got 44 points. Nade, it's cooked, it's in.
Not quite, and it is a 1 versus 1. We actually just saw Leo is next to South Korea, and Leo's about to be knocked down by South Korea. Aqua Fire spots him in the bush, and they are down to just one left, Chinese Taipei, and so is Argentina. There's that 1v1.
It's quite surprising that he's disengaged from this. I thought he may rally the troops and get back together, to be honest.
South Korea, I mean, they don't need this sort of luck, but they're getting it. They get the feed from phase 3. Luke 12 finds a knockdown. In fact, Australia versus the United Kingdom happening up north.
Oh, look at Zoidmate's angle, though. He's above them. They don't know he's here. If he floods this round, he could knock them from the back lines. Then Reels is basically left in a 1 versus 3 scenario.
Zoidmate with the high ground is going to spot Michael, but Bart's actually going to get Zoidmate. The IGL of Australia's knockdown. It's one knockdown apiece, but Michael's going to push up, and they're going to try and finish him quickly. I'm not going to lie, I am going to be biased here. Come on, boys. Don't die to the United Kingdom.
That was a really good mirror image play. You could see what Zoidmate's mental idea was, get behind them on the side of that hill, but Vard's angle, if he held back purposely to watch that, it's done the job. They've only lost one, so a trade apiece now, even Stevens. 3 versus 3, one compound. This compound is inside the circle, but only just. We're all the way up in the north, just to the east of Minas Generales.
Australia do have prime position.
Oh, Russia's coming in behind. I'm really sorry to break you off. Russia isn't too far, so just be aware of that in the distance backburning.
It does seem like that fight's going to slow down between the United Kingdom and Australia for the time being. We obviously kind of want to keep an eye on it. Reels potentially cooking a nade. They don't have the full information on the rest of Australia. The good news for Australia, by the way, for those who aren't aware, Zoidmate is the IGL, but so is Vasily, an insight for their respective teams. All over the map.
That's pretty mental because Thailand actually have an island in the United Kingdom. They've been trying to make something happen up against South Korea in the hillside just past Bendita, but now the third party's coming. He's been knocked. Michael will be under fire. Keep an eye on the kill feed. The United Kingdom, they might be going down very shortly because the blue's on the back. China, they're the first ones who do fall in this mass engagement. Canada, they're battered, they're broken, they're on the floor, they're begging for mercy. Russia, they will fall. They'll be spotted in the open. They've been laying down for a while just on the side of that fight. Chris against Canada and Vietnam. The last man standing for Germany. What can he do?
Kman still trying to find a knockdown here onto Mert from Turkey. They've got 3 still alive. It's hard to imagine that Canada, Vietnam, Germany has still got 3 teams around this area of the map. Basil knocked down by Drazzle. It's close. And now Nim's going to fall as well, and there goes Vietnam. But Shippy with the knockdown.
It's okay for Canada. The smokes are there.
Well, where do they go? It's open field. This is
literally nowhere. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams are looking.
Firing range.
Everybody who's on the outside is literally about to die. It's rather unfortunate. Chris, he's the first one to fall out of this pack. Germany, they go down in 9th. Canada, they're watching, unfortunately, Drassel just bleed out in the blue. There's nothing they can do. The United Kingdom, they could be quiet about this one. They could... Wait, have they got...
They could go
Canada, how have you got a vehicle? How have you got a vehicle? Where has this come from?
Canada. Now they're going to try and cross the border because that's what they need to do. They're also going to cut across this road to get onto the other side. The side of South Korea. Unfortunately, that vehicle doesn't even get them into the zone, Sims. They can't even get into the zone, let alone crossing the road. Because we know phase 6, it's likely to go to Korea again.
Skirting on the edge. Just in a headshot in the distance. 3 teams have an angle. Japan now. Turkey's here, knocking at the door. There's the initial one.
Turkey, it's Iroh. He's by himself.
Can he 3v1 this? This is what he has to do to survive.
Well, he's already gotten one. He's got Gabba and Shinobi still remaining. Japan actually didn't have bad position inside of this valley.
They're going to take him one at a time.
Gabba's got a nade available. I mean, an underarm throw, get towards sort of the tip of this defile. They overthrow by a mile. It's not even close. It's into a different area code, and Gabba's down to just like 5 health. Shinobi's got to push, but you said they're going in one at a time, and that's what they're doing wrong. But they're also not underarm throwing. There is, well, that's better. It's closer, but it's not enough. And there goes Canada finally. It's Thailand who pick up the double kill. Duckman and Thanawa.
You have to go back. We need to see what Ira's doing. This is a 1 versus 2 scenario. He's already clipped one of them. Circle, favourable. Not really to anybody. Korea's there, but that's because the amount of numbers. There's the second. They're going in 1 by 1. Can he get the third? This will be a 3v1. He ducks down. He repicks. He gets it! 3 versus 1. Turkey stay alive. By hook or by crook, I have no idea how. But Ira, he just destroyed them.
It gets Turkey into the top 5. But now Thailand have got to be able to get into this zone. There's only 2 teams inside of this zone. It's Korea. It's Brazil. By the skin of his teeth, RDNX has found a little hut of hay bales to hide behind. Korea, though, going into phase maybe 7, then 8 will lose their advantage, so teams just need to hold on. But one team I want to bring up, it is the United Kingdom. They've still got 2 alive. Can they potentially sneak in behind South Korea and throw a spanner in the works?
How did they let him get away with that? They should have just pushed him as a 2 and took him down. And he's continuing the bloodfest.
He might get another 3K.
He's angry. He can see another one in the open. They've got the crate to work with. There's a bit of a body shield, but he picks up another point. Or does he?
He's already got 1 versus 3. Can he get a second?
Off angle does get him. Tree for now. He'll bleed out. 1 point. If he takes out 2 individuals, this will be mental. If Ira does this, that's just going to be pure insanity. United Kingdom falls. Pio, Inonix. They find the last 2 players, Michael and Vad respectively. They're gone. Shippy and Duckmans, they have to deal with Ira. They've got this roadside to themselves. He gets the tag. Not quite the frag just yet, but has to be aware. Duckmans with an SLR. That's the danger back building. That's the danger lurking.
Shippy just pulling away. They know exactly where Ira is. He doesn't have to move his inside of the zone. Same can be said for Thailand and all of Brazil inside of the zone now. It's actually South Korea that sort of need to readjust. They realize here that they can't quite get any more kills to go their way for the rest of phase number 6, 50 more seconds, and then phase 7, well, if they don't get fed, they're going to lose their advantage that they currently have.
We're in game 10. If Ira or Thailand go down, South Korea gets their 4th third placement of the event. Can this be the game? This would be a monumental way to cement themselves at the top leading into Championship Sunday. The home team picking up the win and the very last round of day number 2.
The very first win. But going back to sort of what we touched on at the very beginning of this game before it even started, we talked about teams that needed to finally have a performance. That if they wanted to have a good sleep, go into tomorrow still with a chance of placing high, they needed to perform in this very game. Turkey 14th, Brazil 16th, they're doing it. This is the game that they're finally showing us what they have got made of. And here we go, it's Central. Korea are outside of the zone. Brazil are in, Iroh's still in, Thailand is not.
Korea's in a 2-2 split. They're going to focus 2 different fights. It could be a detriment, it could be good. They have Thailand that holding 1 angle, and then down at the bottom they have Brazil. But Brazil have now just lost the safety net of the cover that they had from that previous compound, but they're out in the open. The bullets, they're real. Inonix fallen, Loki confirmed as well.
And now they're...
Excuse me, Inonix wasn't fallen, that's my bad.
All 3 of Korea currently split. PO going to hold and use that high ground advantage to try and finish off Thailand before they can potentially get inside of the zone. But it's Brazil. They're putting all of the pressure right now onto South Korea. Ionix, along with Aqua 5, I should say. are out in the open.
Let's not forget that Ira still has that mini with the 6 times. He's already tanked up Thailand once. He's already pulled off a 3 versus 1. The man is an insane fragger. He's a bloody good player individually. If he gets one knock, some kind of damage onto Brazil, this will be the chance for South Korea to kind of jump on that, take full advantage and claim the win. They're still focused on Thailand, and that's understandable. That's why they left PO back here. He's doing the damage behind the hill. He's in the vehicle. Blue's here. Time to go. He has to regroup with the rest of his friends.
Thailand can actually just push along that defilade and actually get inside of the zone. Iro pushing, though, towards Brazil. Brazil probably don't have the information of Iro in the same way that Thailand definitely do have. But Korea starting to group up a little bit. Iro spotted. Thailand are not going away just yet. It actually is ironic. As much as he would love Korea killing Thailand, he really wants it because they are the team that knows where he is. And they're starting to push towards his direction now. Iro has to get these. Oh, the headshot from Duckman, though, puts him in his place. And he's got to heal up.
The nade's been cycled. I don't know if it's been thrown. Shippy's actually taken full advantage of this. He's pushed up. Turkey's gone. There it is. Throws it Ira's way. Now Brazil have 2 players that are going to lurk. South Korea can actually sit down because of the defilade they have. They don't have to expose themselves here. I suppose that could be said for a lot of teams, but honestly, Duckmans and Shippy could essentially dictate how this game goes. That's the first knock. Okay, the road to victory, the road to the chicken dinner has begun. But we said the thorn in the side could be Thailand. They have that. It's been taken away. Oh, okay. And that's even a bigger play now. Taking out Rogi stops them getting towards that. What is the last shield, the last shelter in this open field?
Yeah, Duckman has spotted PO and Aqua 5. You mentioned Thorn in the side of South Korea. Could you imagine another 3rd place finish? It would be their 4th one of the entire tournament. For Brazil, it's a must-win from here. They have to go out and get this win if they've got any chance of a strong place finish by the end of tomorrow. Duckman finally opens up, gets a knockdown, and he finds a second one. And a chance still, though, for Korea to have 3. They're going for the revive.
Iononyx is punished. That grenade. It's a rocket. It's sent. It's close.
Not close enough, though. The revive has transpired. Korea back up to standing of 3. It kind of feels like it's Duckman versus Korea and Shippy versus Brazil.
The bigger issue is that now Aqua 5 and PO have to reposition themselves. They've both got vehicles. Where do they go on this? How do you approach this one? They'll probably try and build them. I know they're going in a single one. That's overzealous if I've ever seen anything. Is he wearing a helmet? Are they
no, he's not.
Are they going to go for the mid?
They are. They're going to go for the mid play.
They're actually... That's a very ballsy play, in my opinion. You're going to get grenaded from both angles. There's one at the door. Aqua 5 does survive, but Pio goes down. X has his number red. That grenade's a follow-up. It could be deadly. He steps out. He goes down. And all of a sudden, South Korea, they're down to 1.
Yeah, it's Iononyx, and he's not inside of the hut, so both members of Korea that were in the hut are no longer there. X gets 1, Duckman gets the other. It might just yet be another 3rd place finish. But Duckman does lose his sidekick. He loses Shippy. He's by himself, and he's on the far edge of this zone. Brazil in a 3 versus 1, surely pick up their first win of the PUBG Nations Cup.
Korea. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They just can't seem to get a hold of this win, but we have seen more wilder things happen. Iononyx is an insane player, but there are 3 players from Brazil staring down the barrel. He's 8 HP. Surely he can win this. Rusty Zera says no. This could be 0 to hero. Remember, Brazil, they came into this with a very, very mere 30 points. 16th place, bottom of the table. If there's any time to jump up into the big leagues, it would be now. This win would be fantastic for their momentum going into tomorrow.
Duckman is low. He still has a first aid kit, but he wants to get the knockdown, and he gets it off the Andy. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Duckman is literally the best player in Thailand, but RDNX,
he's pulling up.
What's he doing? He can't win the shot.
What's he doing?
What is he doing? Knocked down by Duckman. It's a 1 versus 1. Duckman versus Rusty Zera, and he's running out of room.
Imagine if Brazil have just thrown this. Imagine. What the frig did you just do?
Both are going to have to move at the same time, though, so it's a bit of an even play here. Rusty could actually even use Andy as a shield. He could crouch behind him, 200 IQ, but they're going to have to move. They've got to be aware the blue zone is right behind both of them, and boy, it's not going to tickle.
Rusty Zera He's calling in the mindset. He's calling in the help from Coldzera from another game. He needs that aim. He needs the God skill right now. Looking across. It's Duxman! Oh my God! 3 versus 1 Brazil! They ballsed it up! Are you serious? Thailand! Duckman! What have you done, Brazil? That could have been yours!
What a way to finish off the second day of the PUBG Nations Cup!
We're not looking for montage clips, we're looking for money!
We're looking for plays.
Why?
What? That win you games, and maybe, just maybe, RDNX threw away a chance for Brazil to pick up the win. But what we do know is for certain, Duckman came up big when it was required. He is the best player in Thailand, and maybe even all of Southeast Asia.
That gives Thailand their second win. And just look at the faces on Brazil. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, boys. That is just madness.
It was theirs to win. It was a 3 versus 1 versus 1. They dealt with South Korea, and even with a bit of help from Thailand in doing so.
I mean, in both scenarios, even if you drive to that player, he has a chance to just melt you out of the vehicle on arrival. The only way to kind of do that, if you are going to do it, pull up a little bit short of him, a distance, use them, get out the vehicle, out of the the door side, the driver's side, use the vehicle for cover.
Yep.
If you've got a grenade, happy days. If not, just shoot him round the side of the angle instead. He goes for the phase up 420 montage play, completely just makes a massacre of it. And Thailand, well, they've got the second win on the board. We promised you some madness for the final game of day number 2, and there it is, my friends. What a fantastic day it's been. To break everything down, though, we're going to throw it to my good friend James and the boys on the desk. Gentlemen, what just happened?
A one game almost assuredly was just thrown.
I mean, we were joking about that.
Man.
We were joking if that was going to be the second 1v3. And what on earth was that?
I don't know, honestly, if you're in a 1v3 situation, you feel extremely confident like you did here, you might want to try the style, but driving around and try to go for the drive
passenger seat,
shoot
going
swap,
for the shots.
and then you drive into the blue and die. It's sad, but this was a thrown game. I'm sad to say. I'm really sad to say. But what a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 2.5. It's from Dogman.
It's very 2. It's very important to note that respect has to be shown to some of these absolute top-tier players from around the world. Brazil did not do that in that moment for the most part, and Duckman's punished them so hard for that.
Of all the people to not show respect to, Duckman's.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, they don't know, I suppose, in that moment, in the heat of everything, unless they've been following the full kill feed.
They are 100% aware that
100% of the kill
one of
feed.
they have to be aware of the kill feed. They have to be aware that, and no matter what, when you're in a superstar, all-star setting like we are here, you cannot try to disrespect or try to do anything where you're doubting yourself, or you'll get punished instantly for it.
Unbelievable! What a game! What a finish! That was something else.
Names like Duckman, Ionix, Pio, Sapao, you want to put them in your head right now.
Yes.
These are some players you want to watch tomorrow. You want to see what they can bring to the table.
You want to see them tomorrow. The elation on Thailand's faces when they won that game, and the sheer disappointment when Brazil lost that game. That's how much this matters here to the teams and the players coming from around the world to play here in Seoul, South Korea. And just what a finish. We have seen everything already across 10 games. We've seen amazing individual plays. We've seen 2 urban endings back to back. We almost saw towards island positions. It wasn't going to happen, but overall, what a finish. And Froz, talking about that finish, it was potentially one of the most brutal finishes when it comes to those kind of field endings that we see on Miramar just west of Impala.
Yeah, I mean, there's so little cover to play with. Some of the teams have tried to make it work with some vehicles and stuff, but in the end, I mean, Brazil, 3 versus 1, you need to make that happen.
And on top of that, South Korea, they took so much space on the western side. They played 2 guys inside the crater, pushing everyone, trying to make sure that they didn't come close. Great Britain tried, but they got spotted immediately for the first rotation. The next one, they tried to sneak in, got spotted again. South Korea played this extremely well, but they held so many teams outside of that zone, and it really impacted the whole game.
I mean, PO's position up on the side of Bendita there, that's a playable spot for 2 other teams. And South Korea was split in such a way that nobody could even get close to the shack. And Great Britain actually ended up crashing the shack. But from there, they can't go anywhere because of the angles that South Korea had. That entire north side of the zone, unplayable for anybody.
For a long time, it did feel, I feel like, to me at least, maybe to you guys as well, that it was almost South Korea's game to win.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't say it fully until those last circles really kind of break down, but they had such an amazing position for a long time, Avenger.
They did, and I'm not sure if they're a bit overconfident, but I was sure that we were going to see either Thailand push on to Brazil and kind of punish them, but Brazil actually had a really good compound, which is elevated over the rest of the fields. And I feel like that kind of came to their advantages for a long time. They took a lot of good space. They took a lot of the hay bales. They took over control of some of the really viable and vital hay bales towards the end game. And I feel like that won them the game.
Let's not forget about Ira as well. Taking out Japan 1 versus 3. And then keep on going and trying to take out Thailand. But Indian, he got nated by Andy there.
If we're going to talk about solo players, can we talk about Milk?
Oh my God.
That's up there in the top 3 moments of the event so far.
Right
that was absolutely insane. In fact, the fact that he rode over, jumped off on the roof, and then I mean this long drawn-out fight then kind of came out. But again, hats off play to him. Like he sat there, killed enough time. The counter crash came in. Unfortunately, they couldn't come from that, but. I mean, what an insane game to watch. We had so many standout moments in that game.
A game of styling.
That's literally what you want to see in an all-star game.
Exactly.
You want to see stuff like that.
Pull-ups.
Take a look at the points coming in as well. Thailand get themselves 22 points. That is big, especially since Korea was almost asserting themselves a lead there towards the end of that. We'll take a look at the overall scoreboards in a moment. 21 points, 2 points even here for Thailand. Brazil, 12 points. South Korea get themselves 11 points on the board. They were already in first place, so they're going to be seeing how that shaped up. Overall, pretty damn top-heavy, to say the least, for us.
Yeah, I mean, it is super top-heavy here, and it comes down to how the teams were actually trying to play it. But we saw that some of the teams, they were actually capitalizing on it. They knew, we got to do something. We can't just stand there and watch everything play out. We got to make a move ourselves.
Definitely so. Thailand really being able to back that from the jaws of defeat there. Very impressive stuff by Duckmans. Continues to be a standout.
And this is going to be important to Brazil, obviously, because they're in last place coming into this game. So this is going to be hopefully for them, the momentum going into tomorrow, finishing on a high note, so you're able to really kind of snowball effect into tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, at this point now, we're seeing certain patterns evolve, and obviously it's the same players that are popping up, same teams that are popping up with the same kill counts. And even just looking now,
look how close it is. It's actually insane.
After day 1, Pierre had such a lead. And again, a slow day picking up, what was it, 4 kills on the day today?
Yeah.
But we've already mentioned it. Inonix coming up, picking up some slack today. Again, standout performances. Duckman's now actually 3rd for kills. And again, he was way off the top 5 today.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very impressive stuff here overall. PO still stands at the top, but we have Summer being able to enter that spot as well. It really does feel like from the very word go for today, Summer was able to step things up for China. Likewise, Duckmans for Thailand. I'm about to cop over and keel over. But we should be fine, because Ionix is going to save me with his 18 kills. And likewise, Uber making his presence very felt today. Very felt.
Four players here with 18 kills, but Uber is really, for me, really the one that jumped ahead. He didn't have that many kills yesterday, but really being able to perform a lot. Let's look at the total standings, guys. Oh my God, 16 points lead going into tomorrow.
That is big here for South Korea. 90 points right now. Thailand, though, really does save things in that previous game, because if they hadn't have got that victory, look how far South Korea would have been ahead.
And on top of that, look, there's only 7 points from 16th place and up to Turkey on 9th. It's so close, and it's a massive amount of money when you go from 16th up to 9th. There's going to be so much on the line tomorrow.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, yeah, I was always in the South Korea camp. Hypox joined me in the South Korea camp.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to change a little bit?
Well, honestly, how ecstatic the whole feeling and the atmosphere in this arena. Like I'm cheering for them no matter what. But obviously, I would like to see some of the predictions that we've seen come out as well to come through.
They still haven't got a win.
They still haven't got a win.
That's the thing that's mind-blowing to me, is this consistency of picking up points. If we see them win some games tomorrow, I mean...
It's over. It feels like it's been a long time coming as well, the win, because they keep getting themselves in these positions. It was like a 3rd place. but they can't quite close it out during these things.
I mean, the thing is, they're playing very greedy, and that's what's making them get so far into the game. They do a lot of splits, they take a lot of ground. Now, the split is also what's make them not winning the games because they're losing people because of that.
Individuals can't quite pick them up, etc. Avenger.
Very often you see, or kind of I'm making a play kind of play where you see a big rotation come out, trying to take a hay bale here in the end, but losing a player to that. It's unfortunate, but that's also why I feel like they've been so confident so far. Yes, they've gotten 19 placement points today compared to the 11 yesterday, so I'm happy to see them perform so well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you very much to everyone tuning in around the world as well. We are done here for day number 2 for the most part. However, let's head over to our current leaders for an interview.
처음부터 끝까지 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 경기들이 이어졌습니다. PUBG 네이션스컵 서울 2019 2일차 경기 일정이 모두 마무리됐는데요. 누적 포인트 합계 90점을 돌파하면서 오늘 한국팀이 1위 자리를 지켜내는 성공했습니다. 여러분의 큰 박수와 함께 한국팀 지금 바로 만나보겠습니다.
Defending their spot, let's get to talk to them right away post-match interview.
자, 오늘 둘째 날 경기를 이렇게 모두 마무리하셨습니다.
Day number 2, 5 more games. Now you're done with day number 2. Seems like you're awfully a little bit further of a gap, having a 90 points at the end. Of course, day number 2, not everything went according to plan. How did you feel about 5 games? Compared to day number 1, coming into day number 2, this my stamina is certainly I'm feeling it going down.
이렇게 일정을 소화하고 있다 보니까 선수들의 체력적인 부분도
Of course, the schedule is pretty tough for all the players.
어제 경기 피오 선수가 정말 최다키를 보여주면서
Pio, you had the most amount of kills yesterday, just explosive moments.
이노닉스의 선수의 활약도 돋보였던
But
것
today,
같습니다.
Nonix
전해주실까요?
also had those moments today.
자, 오늘 1매치에서 정말 경기 중 명장면이
Game number 1 in Erangel, right next to the hospital.
이용해서 브라질 팀을 거의
Near the rock.
장면이
You got that triple kill alone by yourself.
에게 좀 들어보고 싶어요.
Want to hear it from you. What happened?
손이 많이 떨려서
I was actually shaking at the moment. And
뽀록이 아니지. 운으로
by luck,
잡았던 것 같아요.
I think with the help of some luck here, I think I was able to get that triple kill.
어제는 좀 팀원들의 덕을 많이 봤다 이렇게 얘기를 했는데
Yesterday you were saying you got help from the teammates a lot. I think today's the day you can actually have your own shoutouts.
아니에요.
Are you still not satisfied? I have a lot of things that I need to reinforce between today and tomorrow. So I still have a lot to think about. I'm sure there will be a lot of feedbacks. What kind of feedbacks are you going to have? First of all, the communication has to be right.
뭘 해달라 이런 거를 정확히
And we have to ask and request exactly what we want between each other and recognize that, understand between all the teammates. I think that's what we needed today. We will try to upgrade our moments on the communications for tomorrow. Let's talk to Aqua 5. It's some great moments today as well. Are you sort of disappointed because you got no chicken dinner again today? Yes, no chicken dinner certainly is a thing.
이 경기에 출전을 했지만
But even though we were playing on the stage and there are lots of good players out there,
합을 못 맞춘 게 좀 많이 아쉬운 날인 것 같아요. 좀
just having lack of teamwork, I think it comes to a deep disappointment in my mind. And not just in the game, just the mental stability. I think that's one thing that we need to reinforce tonight and maybe come back stronger tomorrow.
내일 일정이 남았으니까.
It's a bit of a disappointing moment, but still I do want to say thanks to my teammates right here.
단단해진 느낌을 받았어요. 오늘 1매치 3위, 2매치는 밀배원 때문에 좀 고생을 하면서 12위였지만
You had some hard military circle, but other than that you had really great results.
선수에게도 오늘 경기 어땠는지 좀 들어보고
Having lots of top 3, top 4. Loki, what did you think about today's matches? Honestly, there were lots of disappointing moments. Compared to yesterday, we had a lot more mistakes personally. And also the strength that we had wasn't really shown in the matches today. And a lot more weakness in parts. So overall, lots of disappointing moments in day number 2.
상위권에 머물렀던 팀들의 분전이 돋보였거든요.
Yeah, today we had a lot of the middle pack teams really rising up. Which team are you really keeping your eyes on?
위까지 치고 온 타일랜드 팀이
Team Thailand is certainly really strong, who's in second place right now.
이렇게 얘기를 하셨는데 이렇게 1위를 지켜냈음에도 불구하고
Still, you're defending your first place spot. You're full of disappointments.
많은 분들에게 더 기대가 되지 않나
I think
하는
it's
생각이 듭니다.
a lot more for the fans to expect better matches coming out from you. Let's hear a few last words.
일단 많은 분들이 응원 와주시는 만큼 더 잘하는 모습.
There are a lot of fans supporting us, and we will try to do our best to become the champion and raise that trophy.
남은 일정 체력 관리 잘 하셔서 더 멋진 경기 기대하겠습니다. 오늘 다시 한번 1위 수성 축하드립니다.
Again, congratulations for defending your first place, Team South Korea.
자, 이렇게 해서 2일차 일정에서 1위 자리를 수성한 한국팀과 이야기 나눠봤습니다.
We just got to have a short interview with Team Korea. We only have 5 more games to go tomorrow. The first place from yesterday may not be the first place tomorrow. We're having some intense, fiery action coming down from PUBG Nations Cup. Day 3 coming up short tomorrow. This is it for day number 2. We will be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
자신이 있으니까 지켜봐 주시고 또 꾸준히 기대해 주시고 사랑해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
pressure. He didn't go for the flush, so he was allowed to respond up close and personal. And then it happened as Doozy is damaged, but he's not out. Grenade, they're over Australia, they're damaged. Vasily's gone, Luke 12's gone, that grenade's there, they're all gone! Australia, as you put your heads.
Onyx still alive, still snaking around. Oh, there it is. Okay, we found him.
Yeah, Andy FPS not going to fall for that one. He is well and truly aware, and he does manage to find Sixmo, but nice positioning from Sixmo considering. But now it's breach time. Canada, USA. Oh my word!
Oh no!
Goodbye, USA!
Mexico's still here. If he can see C's, he'll do the damage. One goes down. Japan, they're being split from two angles. He can't be seen. The smokes are up. He gets knocked from the opposing side. The damage is there. Right outside the window. That's still alive though, but he's on top. He gets French going. It's going to be a 1 versus 1. Death from above gets the win for Japan.
If there's any player who can do it, it's going to be him. Good tackle the front. Actually, nice response from Rusty Zera. Nate instantly comes out. I think Onyx knows he's in danger. Here comes the push. Can he hold on? Has he got anything left in his attack? Oh, he's taking down 1. 2 more making the push. He's got the flush. He wants more. This guy is insane. And now to the 1v1.
No!
Does it.
He's insane!
1 man.
Wants to get the knockdown and he gets it off the head. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Darkman is literally the best player in Thailand, but I didn't. He's pulling off. What is he doing? He's swap as well. He can't win the shot. What's he doing? What is he doing? Knockdown by Darkman. It's a 1 versus 1.
Rusty Zera, he's calling in the mindset, he's calling in the help from Cold Zera from another game. He needs that aim, he needs the God skill right now. Looking across, his Dukes! Oh my God! 3 versus 1 Brazil! They ballsed it up! Are you serious? Thailand! Duckman!
Y'all just gonna sit around here and stay broke, huh? Yeah! Okay, I got pretty. I get it. We just keep getting more and more, baby.
너무 좀 큰 대회이기도 하고 다들 너무 잘하시니까 진짜 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠고
我对这次能参加 PNC 这个比赛的话是感到非常开心的，然后同时我也会尽全力去打这个比赛。
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. We got a good team, good environment, and you know we've played together before, so we have some good synergy together. So feeling confident.
Gotta be waiting for the blue. They're already They're waiting for him. Tempo's got it. Tempo's got it.
I think it will be a different change coming to Korea for this event because we're playing as all-stars and not as a team. So it's a nice, refreshing event, and we get to see a lot of stuff, and we get to face new opponents that we would not have faced in the past.
Yo creo que no hay equipo fuerte, ya que todos estamos mezclados. Hay un jugador de cada equipo, máximo hay 2 jugadores por país.
I personally think our rival team is the Team Russia because my teammate Uba is there, playing there, so it's rival from there because I want to do better than him. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else than that.
Финляндия.
Uba, I'm coming after you.
Мекси, поздравляю со 2-м местом. Это твой предел. К каждому турнире подхожу серьезно, настраиваюсь на каждую игру, так что, думаю, покажу свой максимальный перформанс.
Okay, so I feel really confident about this tournament. I've been playing with a lot of these guys on stream before, so I'm really confident we're going to do good, and I can't wait to see what we can achieve.
ทีนี้เราอยากจะบอกกับทีมอื่นนะครับในการแข่งครั้งนี้นะฮะคือรอบนี้ตามปกติเราจะเป็นผู้แพ้ของทีมอื่นแต่คราวนี้เรามาเป็นทีมที่จะชนะทีมอื่นครับผม
海外からの日本っていうのはそんなに注目されてないっていうのがもう分かってるので今回それを覆していきたいと思います。
Also wir werden auf jeden Fall dieses Turnier gewinnen und natürlich auch viele Kills machen. Zu jedem anderen Team macht euch auf jeden Fall gefasst. Team Deutschland wird euch für euch kommen und euch vom Schlachtfeld weghauen.
We will try to play aggressive and have no respect against anyone.
你们要小心被我们包围。All the teams should know that they should be really careful about Team Finland, because we're gonna come hot.
我对这次比赛的期望就是帮助中国赛区拿下一个世界赛的名额。遇到中国赛区的时候小心一点。
더 열심히 해서 더 잘하는 모습 많이 보여드려가지고 국뽕차게 해드리겠습니다.
Nations from all over the globe have come to this spot. Day number 3 here of the Nations Cup as they dropped everywhere and the circles shrank and they found themselves in Seoul, South Korea. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day to find out who is going to become our world champion. My name is Kyle Aris, your desk host, and to my left-hand side, as always, it's esteemed gentleman, it's Roz, it's Avenger, it's Hypoc. My lads, my boys, it is time to get things done. It's time to crown our world champion here for the Nations Cup.
Crown a world champion, and so far South Korea has been the nation that has been showing up, and they are currently sitting on first place. But Thailand and Russia, they're both contesting for it right now.
They have to keep the steam in the engine here, otherwise it's gonna bomb out on the last day. That would be really sad to see because we've had such an amazing atmosphere here in the stadium. I want to see that continue today, so hopefully they'll be able to continue the steam here.
I mean, the big question comes over that they're still without a win. Can they keep up this consistency? Maybe close out a couple of games today, but they've been leading the entire weekend, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see today.
Absolutely. For South Korea, plenty of kind of top 4, top 5 placements as a whole, but overall they have not had that win, as you're previously mentioning here. And The problem, I think, for a lot of these nations, Hypoc, is if they do get a win, because they have been so close, it's going to propel them so far ahead of everybody else here on the table.
I mean, actually, we were talking about this, and placement points, the disparity between a couple of teams and where the point cluster is. There's not many teams dominating in terms of placement points, and that's why we've got such a, I guess, a close cluster of teams throughout now, obviously coming into day 3. So the teams that are going to consistently pick up, these top 3, top 5 placements, and we saw Canada build some momentum. You saw how quickly it put them up. So really interesting to see how these games are going to play out.
That's right. At the moment, Korea sits at the top, 16 points ahead of second place, and it could have been a whole lot more had we had not all that kerfuffle in the final game of yesterday. Thailand get themselves 22 points from that one, pushing them up to 74. And Russia in third place right now after having a pretty much a barn burner day yesterday, especially when it came to someone like Uber being able to represent Russia proudly.
Yeah, and Uber has, from yesterday, he's been able to get 13 kills compared to the 5 he got first. So he's really stepped the game up for the whole team of Russia.
Yeah.
I talked a bit to him yesterday, and he's ready. He's fired up. He really wants to bring this home. He really wants to put themselves ahead there. And obviously, they would have been ahead of Thailand if Brazil hadn't given Thailand 7 points for that clutch there. The 4 points difference for second place to first, and then 3 kills that Duckmans was able to take from the last game there.
Yeah, and actually just coming back to Uber quickly, this could be the step change we need to see in Russia, because we were talking about them playing very slow, very passive, not typical of what we would have expected. So to see Uber come out, have an explosive performance yesterday, hopefully that's going to shift them into a higher gear.
They didn't garner too many predictions from our experts across the board, maybe 1 or 2 here. The Sims would be very happy if they were to kind of propel themselves a little bit further, but I think what is important to note is that so far for South Korea, their average points gained has been 9 points per round for us, which means that it's going to be difficult for people to make that gap up and then beat the averages of what Korea's been doing so far.
I mean, as you can see here on the screen, 90 points over 10 games. That's a lot of points, especially when you're up against such good nations with such good players that are playing here. It's kind of insane, honestly, that they can keep that up.
Yeah, and that's it. It's the average placement, really, when you think about it. You compare this to other teams, and it's not actually a million miles away from how the other teams are performing. So it is on the back of these kill points that they're in the position they're in.
Definitely so. If you look at the table overall, you see that the kill points very much so tell the tale. The highest kill points are up at the top, lowest kill points mostly down towards the bottom. It is very weighted towards that, and that's what we're seeing be the predominant factor. For Thailand in second place, though, here, they have an opportunity to still strike for that top spot, Avenger.
They have an opportunity, and I feel like Duckmans is really giving them the momentum and kind of the morale that they need to go into the last day. So, and for me, right now, we're talking about 2 packs. We have our bottom 16th to 9th.
Yeah.
And then we have our top 8 that is within striking distance. Maybe a first, depending on how South Korea is, yes. Definitely off the podium, but also massive difference in terms of prize money as well.
I mean, Thailand have got to come in today feeling themselves. I mean, after what we saw yesterday in that Brazil scenario, I can't see how Thailand don't come out today wanting to come out of the gate swinging. That's all I can say about Thailand today, and it's very much doable for them as well.
Thailand is one of the 2 teams that actually won 1 game each day.
Yes.
Only them and Canada have done it so far. Now, South Korea, once again, without any win right now on the top, and Thailand on second place. I mean, I would expect them to have a little bit more points, actually, after having 2 wins like that. But at the same time, their bad games has been a little bit too bad.
Of course, a lot of Korea's big plays have come off big clutches. Brazil, unfortunately for them, been the victim of a few situations here in this tournament so far. Inonix getting the better of a 1v3 situation on Erangel, and then Inonix once again on the roofs, holding down positions on Miramar, really doing well for Team Korea.
This is just one of few examples of how good of team play South Korea actually have. We've seen it multiple times.
Yep.
They're doing some insane stuff that you would see from a normal team when they play together. But remember, these are mixed teams. They're playing 3 different teams normally.
But actually, and you see them, you see these solo plays when, and actually you think about it positionally as a 4, these solo plays, and I think it's in an interview somewhere they said, we're kind of just letting Inonix and Pio do whatever they want, really. And you see it time and time again. We had the split yesterday on the Bendita game, obviously the one that Thailand came in out winning, but that position is so dominant in that stage of the game, and these players are able to hold that down on their own.
And let's talk about Team Thailand, of course, as they are currently in second place with 74 points, trying to challenge for that top spot. They weren't one of the teams that everyone kind of saw as one of the big heavy hitters coming into the tournament, but throughout the days, Duckmans and the squad have certainly proved themselves.
But on top of that, they have had 2, as Frost said, they had 2 wins, 1 on each day, but they also had 3 bad performance on each day. 3 placements outside the top 10 on both days.
Yeah.
They need to be able to step it up. They can't have 3 bad games today again if they want to take the win.
Talking about Thailand, we usually talk about Duckman, but don't forget Shippy. He's been doing a lot of work. He's got 16 kills so far in 10 games.
Here you can see the point of view from Duckman's as Brazil kind of flopped towards the end of this game yesterday. And of course, Duckman's in this situation extremely potent. We heard in interviews, Brazil was saying, we're showing no one respect. We kind of saw that a little bit there, Hypoc.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great from Duckmans to keep his composure in that situation, but also at the same time, you can't really take anything away from the fact that that was a Brazilian throw. But you can't be doing that with a player like Duckmans. He's going to capitalize on that showboating, on that flashy attempt. So, I mean, hats off to him.
I feel like there was many moments when it came to it, but we can talk about that later on, of course. Let's talk about Team Russia for now. As I previously mentioned, Uber was one of the guys that really did step up for the team, but we've seen these guys time and time again in PEL. They're big, heavy fraggers. They're certainly complementing each other's style when it comes to playing in that mixed team event.
And I actually had the pleasure of talking to Uber a little bit yesterday. He was celebrating a little bit, but also he wanted to prepare and wanted to make sure that he was ready for today. And they have shifted a little bit also. Senya's been their main in-game leader, but Uber is trying to kind of co-ideal a little bit to get that more kind of aggression play style that we know the Russians so well for. So today we're most likely going to see Uber and the team of Russia push a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive in the mid to late game that we've usually seen from them so far in these 10 games. So that's what I'm extremely excited to see, if they're able to push and take some really advantageous position, set up something like this where you set up gatekeeping and traps to get more points and to potentially take out some of the teams that are above you.
Well, we actually, and I think Froz, you mentioned this as well, we're getting to the point now where, you know, there's a couple of patterns developing and teams need to be in a position now where, you know, if they can read another team effectively and pick up, even if it's, you know, 1 or 2 kill points early to mid-game, that's going to give a massive boost now in terms of confidence, momentum, all those things. This is when we want to start seeing that.
It felt for us like a lot of the plays that Russia made were capitalizing on, be it crashes or be it traps, which is kind of what we would like to see from them. We feel like they're probably able to do that very effectively, maybe compared to some other regions.
I mean, from what we've seen so far in this tournament, aggressiveness, that's the key right now. If you're aggressive, you're all greedy, that's how you win the games. That's how you, not maybe win the games, but that's how you gain a lot of points from every game.
And one team that were able to capitalize on that during yesterday was Chinese Taipei, of course. SR really did stand out, I think, for a lot of people. I think that's fair to say, Avenger. And then beyond that, though, the roster came together to be able to put out some really decent performances.
And SR has been doing it before at other tournaments, and international tournaments, so he's definitely a star player. Been able to take some clutches, be able to put some damage on South Korea at multiple times. It was before Inox did this, and this, one of these kind of Evel Knievel pushes like this and put a lot of pressure onto Brazil. Brazil actually managed to get back to this, but he knocked 2, but they managed to get all of them up. But that was an insane guys. That 200 IQ nade with a bounce of stuff like that, it's so rare that we see that.
He also wipes Argentina right before he dies here.
Yeah, who put the opening together? I feel sorry for Brazil. They seem to just have the worst of a lot of situations through this tournament. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's by the by. But obviously, Hypoc, they've done extremely well for themselves to get that 4th place.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, one of the big highlights for me was the way Taipei were able to play down the military circle that we had. And actually, we even commented on it yesterday how if you're one of the teams that early comes into the base, you know, secures a position, and you kind of just sit there and you're waiting on circles, it's very difficult to pick up the kill points. So the fact that they came up, and I think it was Turkey was the last up, we had one of the Turkish players obviously snaking into the bush, but the fact that they actually managed to get double-digit kills in that is actually really impressive, because you don't get an opportunity to push out, stop any rotations, or get any up of these free kill points.
It's not easy to hold the factory that they were holding on, because it's a big building.
Yes. Not only that, but you also don't have too many angles to actually work with. A lot of the angles are going to be blocked from obstacles, different ones. You have fences, you have cement blocks, everything that is like just all around there. It's really hard, but they did a phenomenal job doing a 4-man split there inside, holding every angle, holding every entrance to the factory.
And prior to that, a really good macro rotation to get into this into the zone from the southern side, rather that we saw all the other teams, they were coming in from the northeastern side, staying in the kind of forest area, but they came in through the whole military zone directly into the factory and held that down really, really well. So, I mean, deserved win for them. We have 11 kills.
We actually criticised them for not taking the ATC tower, but the fact that they were able to hold off Australia, keep them at bay at the C block. I think it was USA came in from the pharmacy area. They managed to block off that entire north side, which is the biggest threat for Warehouse.
Yeah. Of course, here are top killers at the moment. PO still sits at the top, and you can see Iononyx as well as Duckman's being able to grace that with those presence up towards the top as well. Uber and Summer getting some kills at the very beginning of yesterday to propel himself into this top 5. So overall, a very formidable top 5 to say the least.
Very good top 5 here, but there's one thing that sticks out a little bit for me, and it is the damage of Summer. It's a little bit lower than everybody else, but he's making sure that when he's doing damage, it translates into kills.
Well, we commented on most of this damage has to be coming from team fights that are resulting in, like you said, they're resulting in the knock goes to a kill. Whereas there are other players that have got massive damage output, but that conversion isn't there. And we said this was coming across in Korea's playstyle. They were pressuring a lot of teams, setting up these traps in rotations, and it actually does tell a story that Summer actually, when he's getting into gunfights, he's winning them.
And he also, on top of that, he has 5 steals as well, who's not from his own knocks. So it's really good to see. And obviously, the big story here for me is the duo of these two guys here. Pio and Onyx, they've been able to perform extremely well, and they've had an outstanding performance throughout the 2 last days here.
Well, actually, Pio had a quiet day yesterday. To still see him sat there ahead of his teammate, who arguably in Onyx has had some big plays and resulting in a lot of kills. So the fact that he's still sat at the top really does say something.
I mean, Iononyx is obviously from the second team from Phase 2 in Korea, PKL in DPG. Pio being from Gen G. Even if they're on different teams, they're still able to work with each other extremely, extremely well. It shows that they've put in a lot of groundwork here for the Nations Cup.
I mean, 406 ADR and 359.
Madness.
It's insane. You can't put out those numbers. Like, what are you doing?
Those are pub stats. They're pub stats.
Yeah. We talk about all-star event. You're playing against some of the best players in the world, and you're performing like this.
By the way, just so everybody knows out there, go and check out some of these guys' personal streams or anything like that. Watch their spray control. Flix Hypoc, you were talking to us about that before. It is ungodly what they can do.
I mean, after I came over to Team South Korea yesterday, I actually did. I looked in, and you know what? I was blown away. I watched one of his montages, and just one of the things we commented on is actually the demonstration of mechanical skill. Yeah. And there's a very big difference between the top Western players and players like Pio and Onyx that we've seen here at this event. I was actually completely blown away watching that. Anybody who wants to go and watch that should go and watch Pio's montage.
It's a wonder why I went with South Korea to begin with. PKL taught me a few things. It's kind of crazy watching some of these guys play. And then the crazy thing is that there are a lot of players in South Korea that are kind of there as well that did not come here.
There's so many superstar players from Korea that is not here. We have Starlord, we have Wicked. There's so many players that are not here.
The SR Master.
Yeah, but I'm happy to see these guys are able to come here and really perform, really show that they are the superstar players that deserve to be able to represent their nation with pride.
Of course, Uber representing proudly yesterday, of course, normally playing on FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan in the past 2 tournaments they've been attending won them both. They won Phase 2 in PEL, they won GLL Grand Slam. So Uber is one of those all-star players from Europe that shone yesterday.
I mean, he's been going out there, he's been lifting a lot of trophies, and he wants to lift a 3rd one here in just a month time.
That would be insane to be able to go back to back with international trophies and from your home pro league as well. That would be insane to be able to do that. And they're thirsty. I know they're going to be changing up a lot of stuff. And they have prepared for today. So they're going to not be playing the same style they have been playing the last 2 days. So I'm excited to see what these guys are going to be able to. And they're not far away. We've seen South Korea have 1 bad game of the beginning of the day. If they do that and Russia have a good first game, they're going to be on par in terms of points.
And Hypoc, we're yet to see truly that kind of the Russia style of playing edge and truly sweeping and just demolishing teams as they go. We haven't really seen that yet. Do you think we could get to see some of that today? What are your thoughts?
I mean, coming back to the thing that you say, where Senua was saying we're going to run Na'Vi strats and we're going to play the edge strat, and we're going to be very kill heavy in the mid game. The fact that we haven't seen that yet just means something isn't clicking. And if we've got the secondary calling coming in from Uber now, I think that's really going to push them up into a position where they're going to be able to do that.
And of course, Iononyx yesterday, for me, was the MVP of day number 2. Yeah. He was constantly a presence.
For me, he's the MVP over the whole tournament so far. He's the one we always see. He's doing these sick clutches, 1 versus 3 all the time. I mean, Pio really good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But those clutches, oh my God, those generate so many points for their home country.
I think we may see PO back today. I think yesterday might have angered him, like kicking the bee's nest a little bit.
But just to echo what Foz is saying, if you've got a player that can come up and still put similar numbers up to one of your core fraggers when his back's against the wall and it's in a 1v3 situation like we saw against Brazil, that's insane.
Yeah.
Insane to still be going like that where you're not getting kills from 500-600 meters away, where you're killing people in rotation. He's actually getting clutch kills and a high kill count doing it.
And he only had a rock to work with against 3 that could have taken multiple angles. Regardless, let's move on to Duckman's, of course, as well. He's another player that has stood out. I think he's the 2-time mental list currently, I think, for day 1 and day 2. Will he get the 3-time? We'll find out, but a very impressive player, Avenger.
For me, Duckman's one of the best players, if not the best player in the Southeast Asian region.
In all of Thailand.
In all of Thailand, as Sinak said, of course. And I'm happy to see him be able to perform on a stage like this versus other superstar players.
Yeah.
Be able to clutch. Obviously, Brazil, yes, it was a bit of a throw, but him being able to hold it out and just take it home was just insane to see and finish it out yesterday. So they're also, I would love to see another clutch. I would love to see him be put on the mental list yet again.
I was going to say he could go for the 3-time 1v3 champ of the event.
Oh,
yes.
one on each day. That would be fantastic.
I think one of the most important things, though, when we look at Duxman, is he is one of the linchpins to try and cause the big upset here in Korea. He and Team Thailand have the best opportunity of dethroning the position that South Korea is currently in.
Yeah, I mean, currently they're 16 points behind South Korea. And Duckman, I mean, he has some beautiful teammates. They're playing really good. But Duckman, he is the leader of that team, I'd say.
Absolutely. And on top of that, as you said, 16 points, it's one game. South Korea, one bad game or mediocre game. Thailand will have a good game and he'll pull off another one versus 3 in the first game, and then they're sitting on the throne.
I mean, the other thing is we haven't, of the wins we've seen, we haven't seen insane kill count. Other than the first game with Vietnam, I think that was 16 is the highest we've seen.
Yeah.
The second highest is an 11 kill win. And when you think about that, that's not a huge margin. If a team absolutely frags out in the mid game, we could see some 15, 16 kill games again today, which is a big swing with this leaderboard we've got.
Do you think teams are getting more used to the chaos of this kind of mixed teams, etc.?
I think particularly on Miramar, we've seen people adjust. These scrappy kills where like the kills are spread very much across the top 10 and we haven't got a big cluster at the top. And we said it a couple of times, there would be like, 3 or 4 teams with double-digit points. I think we've seen that adjustment on Miramar. Erangel is going to be the interesting one for today for me.
Definitely so. Avenger, final thoughts before we start off day number 3.
I hope to see Russia really step it up and show that Europe is not to be messed with. Hopefully they're going to be able to really show what PL can do, because the other 4 nations will not be able to do it.
From 8 to 16 place, it's currently only 17 points between all of those teams.
Yeah.
It's still anybody's game down there. They can still make it up to top 8.
And every placement gets you more prize pull. Hypoc, final thought?
I'm excited to see how Russia are going to step up today. This top 3 is going to be super exciting.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time. It's the final day of Nations Cup here, live from Seoul, South Korea. Our 16 teams look to do battle in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Raise your flag high. It's time for the final day of the Nations Cup 2019 here for PUBG, and we are getting into things. We have 5 more games left to determine who is going to become our world champion here out of the 16 nations represented from all across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, the players are gearing up to drop onto the battlefield to get things going once again. My name is Kyle Laris, your desk host here, and I have Froz, Avenger, and Hypoc with me to break down everything that is going on. Looks like at the moment we are almost ready to go. We're going to be starting things on Miramar once again. We've had 4 games of Miramar, or I can't remember how many, maybe 5, to actually get things going. So what have we taken away from those games so far that we want to apply to the final ones today?
Well, it's quite interesting with Miramar, I'd say. We have 2 teams towards the top that has been doing really good there, South Korea and Vietnam. But we also have 2 of the bottom teams that is actually playing really good on Miramar, and it's United Kingdom and Germany. Right now, currently on 15th and 16th place.
So hopefully they will be able to jump ahead of their competition, because they're only 7 points. Germany is only 7 points behind 9th place right now, and that's a massive difference in prize pool. So hopefully they're going to be able to really jump ahead and then maintain that balance when we come to Erangel.
Yeah, and I actually think it's pretty telling that you're seeing this big disparity between the 2 maps. And I think that comes down to a playstyle issue. There's been lots of questions around, you know, this is a roster, this is the G2 roster from phase 2, from PEL, sorry.
Yeah.
But obviously they're not performing the way we would have expected of a full team.
Well, if you look at the Miramar games, I'd say it's easier for teams to actually adjust to it compared to Erangel. On Miramar, you have so many more dips, you have more space to work with, easier to scout, while on Erangel, it's a little bit more compact. Everybody wants to take the same spots. So therefore, you can see a lot more kind of different play styles happening on Miramar.
There's definitely been suffering from the European region when it comes to the majority of the teams.
We've seen so many different play styles and so many kind of random things that we don't usually see, but then again, it's mixed teams, it's different regions, it's an international where the meta will shift all the time.
Yeah.
And we've seen many teams do things that we do not expect them to do, so therefore the players on the teams here, they're not going to be expecting them as well. I talked to some of the guys from Finland yesterday. They're like, wow, this is so different to a meta where you're talking from a league level or from an international level, because teams are not synergized as much. So they're running into some problems from other teams because they don't expect them to be there.
Yeah, and I think the comfort factor is something that can't be overlooked at all. There are teams and players particularly, and we can talk about Liquid, we can talk about FaZe, we can talk about G2. That comfort factor in that lobby, the same with Tempo. It's very different here.
Definitely. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Will South Korea still stand atop the mountain at the very end of the day here? We're about to find out. It's time for Miramar. It's time for our casters. Let's go.
Yes, James, 60 players now are on the hunt for South Korea. They are currently sitting in prime position, Xenox, but can they hold on to it?
Of course they can. It's South Korea. They're in first place. They haven't even won a game. Look, my Australian boys haven't been doing that well. I'm on the Korea hype train right now for the rest of the day. Look, they're a little bit too far behind for me. Me and Richard said yesterday, the final game, you want to be on about 60 points coming into today. There's only 7 teams that can say that.
Yeah, top 7 looking like the ones to be making the chase here. They're going to be trying to turn up today. Obviously, you have your standout teams who could more reasonably make the cut, maybe catch up to South Korea. You're looking at potentially Vietnam up there. You're looking at, I guess you could say Canada in there. You could put the likes of, I guess, Russia you can't overlook. Their aggression has been paying dividends. But it's Championship Sunday. Everything can and will happen today. We have just a couple more games to go. Realistically speaking, are you going to be packing Korea here, or do you want to see that first game to maybe get the, I guess, test of the waters?
No, I'm back in Korea
100%?
here. Look, it is only a 16-point gap from them and Thailand. And from what we've seen from Thailand, they've got more than what is needed here, especially through Duckmans. We've highlighted that, at least the analyst desk did.
But is that just him capitalizing on other teams' mistakes? I don't want to take it away from him, but that last game, they would have probably walked out with the win, but that many kill points, can that be replicated?
Well, no. I mean, I hope not, for Brazil's sake at least, that doesn't happen again. Brazil, for the record, day 1, day 2, they've been 1v3'd at least once on both days.
Bad.
I'm kind of hoping that doesn't happen again for them and for their sake. But you know, we're looking at, say, first place, Korea, Thailand, and then probably Russia, Chinese Taipei. You're saying first game, you want to wait first game, it's down to Thailand, Russia, Chinese Taipei. They've got to perform in this first game.
We'll find out what the state of affairs are in just a couple of seconds now. The arena is looking good here in South Korea, and you guys are home. This is when you tell us your predictions. Are you a mastermind? Did you predict this top 3, or did you back your region like I kind of did and get made to look like a fool? Germany, what have you done to me?
Where is your prediction?
Down at the very bottom. Irrelevant is what my prediction is right now. God forbid Richard Sims might be the only right one out of all of us. I'm not even going to count the ones who backed South Korea. They're just pandering. But it is time. 64 players at the start of this tournament had high hopes coming into it, but only 4 can walk away as champions. Day 3, match 1, we are into Miramar. It's southeast to northwest.
Into Miramar once again. We have got at least 2 more games of Miramar for today. Game 11 and Game 12 overall. And for Korea, they come in as the leaders. It's not a massive lead, though, only 16 points. And a large reason for that is their placement points aren't even close to their kill points because they haven't actually won a game yet.
Which is wild to think about, isn't it? Because we looked at the circles, let's say specifically on Erangel, and it was predominantly with them. They had a good couple of games, but they played it out. There's no taking it away from them that they definitely put the pressure on because it was the kill points. If it was just placement, then you could say, hey, they just banked on the circles. Not the case. But what happens if that can't be replicated? Can they get placements here, or do they even need them? That's the bigger question.
Well, it's kind of ironic, right? They haven't actually won a game, but they do have the most placement points. They've got 30. No one else can actually achieve that right now. The closest is Russia on 27 and Canada on 27, both, of course, having picked up a win. Sometimes winning doesn't really mean everything if you can't do it on a consistent basis. Really, at the end of the day, you kind of want to be aiming for top 5 finishes just about every game, and so far Korea's just about done that.
You're absolutely spot on. Now let's take a look at where people are landing. Brazil over towards Montenuevo. We do see, I want to look at towards Korea, of course. Oh, and a southeast circle.
No, not getting fooled this time. Didn't happen yesterday.
But what if? What if maybe we have a little bit of happiness, a little bit of joy? Who knows? We'll find out. We're all looking at those islands because it would be cool. And I know that Paperthin does have a couple of stories about Korea and what they call those islands. Maybe we'll get to a little bit of an information piece about that later on if it becomes relevant. However, let's look at what that top 3 are currently up to. I'm looking at Korea right now. They have Picardo as all their own. Yes, they aren't quite in the circle, but they're very close by. They could play gatekeeper. They could do whatever they really want with this.
And obviously for the zone that we had similar to this yesterday, didn't go to the islands, but the team that actually won that game was Japan. They come away with the win. And obviously when you look at the zone, they are slap bang in the middle, so you can see kind of why they were able to do well. The other team, though, was the United Kingdom, who also did very well. And obviously they're not inside of the zone, so I guess potato in the end. And for South Korea, PO, Eonix have been the starlets of the PUBG Nation Cup, followed probably in 3rd by Duckmans.
Yeah, and speaking of Duckmans and Thailand, they are looking around, but they're getting a little bit too close to, for comfort, for me at least, towards Australia. If Duckmans keeps going north, he might stumble across them. He's safe for now, but they're maybe just collecting vehicles, kind of just supplementing the... yeah, definitely looking for vehicles now, so that's a bit of an issue because they would, it looks like they might have been considering rotations, and it looks like Minoru's actually maybe hunting for a vehicle himself. He's out in the middle of nowhere, so that could be what's happening to him. And this could be a problem for their rotation. If they are caught out in a very bad predicament, in a bad spot, and they maybe wanted an early rotation, this could potentially slow them down.
Yeah, look, I don't think that anything bad is going to happen for them right here around the power grid region, but as you said, slows down their rotation, means they get into the zone a little bit later, means they don't quite get the area that they would like to see. Mert with an AK, no scope though, it's going to be difficult to land shots onto Nim from Vietnam. They're able to get away across the road safely. And for Vietnam, Turkey, these teams we're seeing, and Japan, of course, as well, all pretty much center of the zone right now for Phase 1.
Yeah, they're trying to really push the limits, and considering how busy this area already is, that's I don't want to say risky, but it could be a bit of a problem. They need to be very careful. People are definitely out for blood today. They've seen the bar has been set by the absolute killers of Korea, so everyone's trying to kind of replicate that game style. Now look at this, you have Finland, Japan, Turkey, Vietnam, Argentina's getting in there now, and Finland down towards the south. These are all the kind of more likely teams to clash, at least for those center spots. It may be just a little bit of, I guess, kind of peacocking more than anything. But beyond that, let's look on the outskirts. We do have Team UK having a little loot over towards Hacienda. Perfectly fine. Australia out towards the west of them. That could be maybe a rotation, a couple of bullets on there. But beyond that, I don't see them having too many issues. There's the first kickoff. We do see Japan claiming the knock towards Vietnam. That's to be somewhat expected. This is those close quarter fights. If you aren't scouting properly, you're going to get punished.
This is about to be a close quarter fight, though, between Argentina and Japan. Depp has spotted Homie rocking up onto their doorstep. Argentina don't have the numbers, though. Currently 2 versus 2, Says and Depp by themselves. The other 2 members of Japan just a little bit further up north. The other 2 members of Argentina a little bit south. So both teams are split up here, and both teams look like they're actually going to disengage early. A couple of smokes thrown. But one thing I wanted to touch on was 2 other teams that are inside the top 5, United States and Russia. They're the furthest away from everyone from this zone, all the way out to the northwest, La Cabrera, El Pozo as well. I think we're going to see the United States make their way down west, down to the south, and wrap in from the south side of this Phase 1 zone.
Yeah, that looks like the smart play. It looks like what they're at least opting for. But Argentina did opt to back away from Japan, but it seems like they've come across one of Turkey's players, Sixmo here. Not had the highest highlights if you want to look at the rest of Turkey, but he's certainly a damage dealer. Not this time, though. Argentina drawing blood and overwhelming the one man. You can't get away with these very split up, very sporadic looting areas that maybe Turkey were looking for. Simply put, you're going to get outdone and you're going to get punched down.
Oh, well, that's just an awful way to go, especially on the final day, the first game. Sixmo, the scout, looking for the compound early. And for Turkey, they unfortunately lose position. For Argentina, they gain it now, and they also pick up a free point.
And Korea on the move, leaving Picardo not too long ago. They're just kind of west of Los Leones, keeping you up to date on our current leaders. Swinging around towards potentially where you could see Turkey or Finland. And Russia in the north west there. They do have a long rotation, but we know how they like to play. They can be meticulous, cautious, slow, and then they really put that stranglehold on late game. That's yet to be seen, though.
I think they might actually wrap in through the middle on the western side of this Phase 1 zone, anticipating that the north side of this zone is going to be quite congested, and so opting for a different path, essentially coming in from behind Thailand, and well, that would make a doozy of a battle if it doesn't happen. Australia gets spotted.
Luke's in danger.
By December 12th. We're able to get away for 11 health, but now we'll see whether or not there is still some more shots to be fired of a distance, and I think he's safe for the time being, but boy, he needs to heal up quickly.
Yeah, he really does. Luckily for them, to some extent, there's no one really pulled up here, so he should be safe to get a heal off. He needs to be very careful pulling up like this. China are not far. They are definitely hunting them down, keeping that pressure up, but it looks like Luke 12 will get away for now, unless someone maybe catches a very opportune glimpse at him. Surprised he hasn't taken the time to heal, maybe feeling they want to move further away from that threat. But Team UK is waiting not too far off, and again, China do get vision. He's a one-shot, so again, caution has to be shown here.
Bit of a distance now, though, between China and Australia. I think those shots aren't really going to land.
Oh, I don't know. Luke's in a spot of bother.
Jeez.
Zoidmate's at least pulled up as well. You can see the 24s come out, so hopefully he's got a bit of range to that. Maybe just keep some pressure on them, suppressing fire just to force them back away from this peak on the ledge. Allow time for Luke to pull off the hill, which he's done. He's back, he's good to go. SLR could be knocked out, and it's time to fight this back. But you are seeing in that mini-map, someone's getting a little bit close. I don't know if they're going to engage on this.
Yeah,
I don't know how wild they're feeling here.
It was Michael from United Kingdom. On our map, we can see that he's pretty close to Australia, just not close enough to really engage, as you said. So we move over to Chinese Taipei. A surprise packet for me, at least for how they performed over the first 2 days. SR Milk, we've seen some highlight plays out of their players. Here comes Russia, and they're about to go through Picardo. It looks like it will be the middle section out west for Phase 1. And speaking of Phase 1, it's about to end in a minute.
Yeah, Thailand could be the ones greeting them if they keep going on this trajectory for now. They just kind of slap themselves in there following the road southeast of Picardo. They could come across the Leones, and then north of that is Thailand waiting. So this is quite an interesting setup for most of the teams. China going right past Australia at the moment. They're putting a couple of bullets right back at them. Maybe a nice bit of sweet revenge there. But it's a very north to south split here. Most of the teams trying to sit on the band between Los Leones and basically the coastline, knowing that eventually the circle will move away from the water and towards the land. It's the smart thing to do. It's you're hedging your bets, and every team seems to have that in the back of their minds. Now, we do see that the USA is just about to make it in on that southern road, as you predicted.
Well, they've already actually made it in. It's just Valiant who's still far behind inside of the blue. Bahawaka and Zampa are actually just south of South Korea, ironically, in this Phase 1 zone. Brazil actually were just behind Valiant as well, but they've diverted slightly as we go over the map. 5 seconds time. It's get your prayers out time. If we want to see these islands. Brendan Green, please! No. Didn't happen.
It's still someone in there. It should move away from it, but it does create a bit of an issue because there's still a lot of water here, and no one really wants to take those islands. With the likelihood of it moving away, it's going to limit the amount of available area.
Speaking of moving away, though, look, I hate to say it, but South Korea have been quite fortunate over the first 2 days. This zone moving drastically far away from their current position, south of Los Leones. This might actually be the worst zone that they have had throughout all of PUBG Nations Cup right now, so it will be interesting to see how they traverse this.
Yeah, no, I'm curious as well. Now, I would say with Los Leones still, I guess, on the very cusp of this circle, it's not actually in it anymore, but you could use it as a rotation path because you could almost, I guess, somewhat happily predict that no one's going to have taken that spot. Everyone will abscond away from Los Leones. It could be there as a potential, but it's risky. We do see Korea taking their time here. They'll be fine. Back in the vehicles they go. It looks like they're opting for a very similar route towards Brazil and Russia. So these guys will be working their way around on the, I guess, longer side of rotation. They do need to be careful here. If Brazil have nothing to lose at this point, if they want to try and make up for the mistakes they made, this could be an engagement they take. They might just completely go past each other.
United States going up the Eastern Highway. Just want to touch, United Kingdom have got a nice 2-2 split in this zone currently. Good start for them as Samti's going to be spotted by Basil. Throws out the nade, the shot misses as well as Samti gets behind the container. But that Murado is not going to live for much longer. And I think that means now Finland are going to have to commit to this fight potentially here.
I don't know if they fancy that. Samti nade out, it's time to go. We're going to have to see if they can hold them back. Vietnam aren't really feeling this one too much. You do have Germany as well, just towards the north of Impala. So again, this is teetering on the edge. If it does explode here, I'm sure we'll catch it. Tixu's trying to find a glimpse, but again, Vietnam relatively spread apart, so they shouldn't be trying to push this engagement. We are still seeing Korea being quite cautious here, it looks like. Touching on the blue, and they're going to be working their way around. Russia about to find their way in as well. China waiting on the other side.
Yeah, Germany's actually starting to push down Impala as well. Hearing the shots, they're pushing closer towards Finland rather than Vietnam. So Finland might find themselves, well, in the middle of two different teams here at the south side of Impala if they're not careful. Right now, though, they've got compound buildings. This is the thing with cities as well. It makes it difficult to get these knocks and engage in these fights. You don't want to be too aggressive. For example, if you're Germany, you've already got decent position inside of the zone. There's no need to be overly aggressive here.
I am a bit worried about Korea's approach to this, and the desk I'm sure will break it down more, but they look very passive for Korea. Considering they've been quite assertive prior to now, it looks like this long rotation might put them right next to Australia, China, or Russia. All very aggressive, scary teams, and again, this northern engagement could kick off at any moment.
I wonder if they want La Bendita for the high ground advantage to be able to scout this phase out and get, you know, some information. The downside is Russia's already there. They might not know that.
Yeah, they're going to find out with a horrible surprise if they do, but it looks like they've kind of adjusted going just north of Los Leones on the smaller road coming straight in, so they could find some room. Thailand is not far away from that. Again, I'm trying to keep our eyes mostly towards that top 3, top 4 position here, just because it really could shake things up. Russia, a couple of shots down towards Australia, but these are quite far away, even with a doozy on the other side of it.
Yeah, obviously for China, this is the last-ditch effort. No points from this game. I would put a line through them for their chances.
And there it goes, yep.
And for Russia, if they could, say, get a wipe on China, well, that's 4 crucial points potentially, as Korea are now just starting to make their way out of the blue, which we actually are now getting phase number 3 as well. Does it go to Impala? No, it actually shifts over to the west, over towards Korea. La Bendita's only slightly in. It's no longer
Here's
really...
the engagement. Hold on. We actually have Korea and Russia having a bit of battle. Pio's already kicked this one off well by getting a very strong tag towards Senya. He's going to find a bit of a deflate to get the heal off in, but let's see how aggressive they go, because you have Thailand setting up on the other side here.
Yeah, South Korea actually starting to disengage from that initial fight with Russia, heading towards Thailand. Canada grouping back up in the center of the zone. PO one last little shot before he gets back in his vehicle and sends it over to the rest of his squad, because they're going to need him. They are about to engage with Thailand right now.
This is... Oh no! Inonix has gone down! This is a disaster for Korea. If they don't recover right now, this could all fall apart. And there's the nade coming through. Loki's been caught off.
PO's coming in late. It was a steal from K-Mind as well onto Inonix. Thailand need these points as well. Not just the fact that they've got to wipe out Korea, but they want the points for themselves. And I think for Aqua 5, it's time to disengage. They can still have 2 players alive.
They could, and you do not want to give the points to Thailand. If you're going to be smart about this, you'd rather die to pretty much anyone else. Avoid Russia, avoid Thailand, move away. But this is what we mean about Championship Sunday. Anything can and will happen. Now let's see if they can disengage effectively. Russia's going to have hurt those shots, and they might work out who's kind of getting involved in this. And I'm seeing Kemba on the move. I'm seeing maybe Senya with him. And this is an engagement. We have Thai Chinese Taipei having a bit of a battle with Germany here. They are holding the building for now, but would they dare breach this?
There's the live rankings, and Chinese Taipei in 4th. Nade goes in, but it's unable to find a German member. In fact, it does get Chris down to 50 health. We switch over to China now, who have actually caught back up with Australia, and that's going to be a knockdown. Elimination. 3 are down. Is it 4? It is. Unfortunately, Australia out in last place. I don't like the words that are coming out of my mouth.
No, and it's a bit of a shame to see, but here's my choice of it all, and that couldn't go any worse for me, could it? Chris here, up top in the building already. The compound has been breached. You're going to see that as well. Milk there, leaving a sour taste in Kane's mouth. Looking for more, though. Do they repush this? Taking time to fall back, make the heal. There's the engage, though. Third party, is it? No.
It's empty.
Yes, it's empty for Finland. The PEL teams may be trying to help each other out, but at what cost here? They're just brutalizing each other. Breaksco might be able to find an angle, but it looks like Leo has an idea.
Yeah, Finland pretty much control all of South Impala now. Up north is the exchange with Germany and Chinese Taipei. It was Chinese Taipei who initiated the fight. They were throwing in all of their nades. They might be out of that sort of ammunition. And Shyway will be bleeding out to Jempty. Leo and Milk, do they continue their mission in trying to take on Germany here?
It's a rough engagement if they do. They're pushing against hard cover, and you can see Odir Mayfire, if he keeps a good bit of insight towards this and a good bit of vision on the remaining players, he can relay that information to the others, the likes of Breaksco potentially. Milk is still waiting by, and Kane is still bleeding out here. Chris has been kept busy in the meantime. He can't make the play on this.
Let's head into phase number 4. Is it Central? No, it's hard west. That's a hard shift over to Russia. Look at Thailand's split, though, the 2-2 split. They control the entire southwestern side of this circle. They can gatekeep the last 2 members of South Korea.
We basically have the top 3 in one specific area. SR for now for Chinese Taipei, finding an engagement towards Odir Mayfire. That could at least alleviate some of the pressure coming down to the rest of his teammates. Smart move from him to try and isolate. The nade doesn't quite reach, and SR's in danger himself. Going to fall back away and try and find some cover.
Kate was able to get picked back up. Bresto, though, knocked down. It's a 1-for-1 knock. Leo knocked by Chris, as Milk is still close. He does spot Chris, who was throwing out the nade. Did he cook it? Oh, he just didn't quite cook it long enough. It took some time, and Milk was able to get away. And he might be able to also get Leo back up. They need him. They don't want to go down to just 2 players. Oh, Chris from above.
See him. He didn't see him at all, just under the gun. Unable to get the vision. If he did, that would have been 2 kills. They're just down there, Chris.
Look down.
If only he knew. And Milk's falling off that revive every time because he sees this. And Chris has no idea. Milk getting away with murder as SR needs to move up and try and provide some support here. Chris, though, starts lingering, starts looking. This could be a big pickup here. You still see Leo looking worse for wear. There's the pickup there. It's the brutality as SR wants revenge.
It's all pride for Germany. They're in last place. The Chinese Taipei, a top 3 spot certainly on the line. Currently in 4th on the live rankings. Breaksco still knocked down. Germany want to be able to regain some pride in their performance here at the PUBG Nations Cup, and Chris gets the knockdown onto Milk. Only SR remains, and he's inside of the blue.
And you have to give credit where it's due to Chris's position. He disengaged from the building. He's holding back, knowing SR needs to come his way. This is smart play from Germany. Be it too little, too late, it doesn't matter. Chinese Taipei got at 15. We've got a crash coming in.
Septi's going to be close to Basil. Up close, Mexi and Tixku back over the wall. Jepti comes in as well, but Septi's going to be going down immediately. He was the entry fragger in this scenario for Finland. They no longer have positional control in this compound. Vietnam, they win the first battle. Will they win the war?
We're yet to find out. Still trying to find a way in here for Finland. They're being kept on the outskirts. Pow waits down below, knowing the breach could be coming anytime soon. However, where's the utility from Finland? We're about to find it. Mexi with the tick, looking to try and maybe work out where these opponents currently reside.
I mean, that note pretty much says he doesn't have full information. Throw it into the smoke instead. Basil runs by. It gives Finland the go. They know that they're all inside now. Sapao so close to them. Can he get 1, 2? Sapao indeed! He gets the double onto Mexi and Tixu. Finland down to 1. Dempsey through the door. No more. Finland are out in 14th place.
Devastating push for Finland. They could not clear those corners, and we are seeing Korea in danger. The USA moving from the south now. They're going to be moving up towards Aqua 5. PO just below Russia as well. This could be them going down well out position. PO on the engage towards Russia. A dangerous game, but he's found Senya. But Aqua 5 life falls in the meantime. They're down to 1.
Yeah, it's last one standing now for PO. Many regard him as the best player in South Korea. Just wants to finish off Senya. Try and confirm a point. Garvey with a knockdown though onto Uber. Does put pressure back over to Russia. The nades just not close enough to finish off Senya. He crawls towards Kemba and says, it's a safe res. He says, no, it's not. I'm getting out of here. PO with the shots towards the Murano. They might still go for the res. Never mind. Books it out of there. PO is gonna get this kill.
He is, but it's a question of how long can he stay alive. Kemba is on the recovery mission trying to help out Aduzi, who's being kind of engaged upon by China. Aduzi's trying to hold on to this for dear life, but December 12th is knocking at the door, and that's going to be an execution. This could open this wide up.
It's gone so horribly wrong for Russia. From one point being able to potentially knock out South Korea to a position where they might get 0 points from this game. Kemba is the last one standing, needs to somehow get Uber back up.
But then do not blink and miss this. The USA are right next to Thailand as well. We're going to see the top 3 all under pressure, all looking worse for wear here. The USA is about to find the fight. Germany's found the UK in the meantime, but that's beyond the point. Here's Thailand, here's the USA. It's a big battle about to go down.
It just doesn't stop. We've had battle after battle after battle. Bahawaka cycling through the nade, throws it out towards Thailand, but they've got the compound advantage. Defensively, they're in a better position than the United States of America. They're on the road. They've only got crashed vehicles to hide behind. They're also getting pressured by Brazil.
Exactly that, and look at the blue. That's going to be on their back anytime soon. Zampa is praying for an angle, a pick. If he can open this up, it's an avenue of approach. That's what they're banking on. That's what they need, and they're simply not getting it. Littering the floor with smokes might give them a second, but they need to make the play, and the man at the forefront is Duckmans. He would make first contact if they try and run that line, and that is a very scary player to move up against.
Duckmans, unfortunately, is on the low ground. It's going to make it difficult for him to have as big of an impact as, say, someone like Minoru Oshipi.
They're sending it. Bahawaka leading the way. They've made it to the wall, but look at the off angles coming in from Thailand. They're just about holding on to this. How are they still alive? Oh, Thailand's in danger as well. Zampa's gone down, though. He was your point man. Can they keep going? They need to keep the pressure building, but they're being held back. Only Sharky and Bahawaka are on their feet. The rest have already fallen. And there goes Germany, but now here comes the push. The USA is Duckmans, and oh my word, again Thailand hold on.
A 3K from Thanawa. They didn't even need Duckmans in that fight. They didn't use him at all, and Thailand are into the top 9 teams remaining. They're picking up kills. They're putting the pressure.
Look at this fire. Look at this fire. They're in the middle of the open. That's going to be Korea spraying down towards them. Canada, Brazil. Oh, Duckmans, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh no! Duckmans obliterated into smoke, into nothing. And the rest of Thailand are on the edge of this circle. They're not even inside of the circle. Shippy, Minoru, Thanawa. They almost need to send it right into PO. If there's any other time to send it into that heart, now is the time to do it.
They're trying a new angle, and it may go even worse. PO, he's unleashing hell, and they've gone down. It's just Thanawa alive, and Korea is banking on these points. One man stands for Thailand, as Russia is losing out as well.
PO on 2 kills. If he gets Thanawa, it'll be 3, and it'll be an extra point. It's Rusty's error, but Thailand are out 9. They get no placement points from this game. That's a positive for South Korea.
But can Russia do anything? Good nades coming out, but still China has been an absolute thorn in the side. In the meantime, the UK goes down in 8th. Somewhat irrelevant to this matchup, but still, we have to remind ourselves, with Pio still alive, he's holding on to this. Oh, good nade. Oh, goodbye, Kemba. It's an absolute nuke. And Uber, the MVP himself, fights back just as hard, but he's all alone now. December 12th. Could he make the play? Does he go for the revive? Time is going to be ticking. 4 seconds until the blue moves.
Yeah, time is of the essence. Uber, underarm nade. Is it too far? No, it's not. He's got it. He destroys China in 7th. And Russia have now got 3 kills. All 3 of them to Uber. Russia are keeping their foot on the pedal in this first game of the day. But I want to switch the attention to Vietnam. They've got 10 kills. This is a team that was only 6th place coming into this game, tied with the United States in 5th as well. This is massive for Vietnam. They might enter the top 3. The nades.
You've got to be so careful. Argentina want this fight. The nades are rolling in. Oh my God, he got it so good. Bombing Quickly obliterates Brazil, and he keeps adding the pressure. The back, it's swift and it's decisive. Brazil go completely into tatters, but as do Argentina.
PO stole a kill. That's an extra point. Not only that, they're in the top 3. All of a sudden, South Korea are in the top 3. At one point, they looked like they might have gone out in 12th with like no points. And how somehow they always find a way. PO, I did say many regard him as the best.
But can he do more? And I know it's a big question to ask, but you look at who's left. You have Canada and Vietnam. Now these two are going to be focused surely on each other. The big squad's left standing. And if that happens, PO can somehow be the snake in the grass, the dagger in the back. Canada's starting to use all their utility here. They want to try and clear this out. Those long nades, trying to get that knock, allow that pressure to build. Moody, in the meantime, going to try and pick up that level 3 gear, essential to late game play now.
PO needs to actually start moving towards Canada rather than Vietnam. It seems like he's being attracted to Vietnam. That will be his downfall if he's not careful. Canada might not have spotted him just yet. And if they haven't spotted him, he should be able to sneak into their compound while Canada are trying to deal with Vietnam. Now this has massive ramifications for the rest of the day. Canada in 7th, Vietnam in 6th coming into this game. And of course, South Korea, PO landing some tags, but that gives away his position now in the fields.
The one thing is, neither of these teams can truly cross to him without being open to the other, so he's somewhat able to get away with this until the circle moves away.
My days.
Canada has it all to play for. A big kill game from them as well. Same can be said for Vietnam. The teams who are within that 60-point cutoff can now really kick into gear. This is the performance you needed.
And this is also a nightmare for the likes of the United States, Chinese Taipei, even Russia to a degree. PO says, hello, Vietnam. Nice to meet you, Sapao. He puts him down. Basil is there though for the revive. It could be handy, it could be required. Levi's and Nim at the back have got the blue zone right on their backs. They need to somehow crawl over to the hut of their 2 teammates.
The one thing I want to say about Canada to take it down a step here is their positioning is good. I like what Maluk is doing there, trying to push up, utilize the terrain, ensure they're being kept back. The nades are coming through pretty strong. You can see them under pressure here. Vietnam tunnel visioning towards PO. He could be keeping their attention. The blues about to move.
He's got 4 nades left here, does PO. He could still yet maybe pick up 2, 3 potential kills onto Vietnam if they get closer towards him. Nim goes to the hut. That's one way to use the pickup truck. Maybe some lessons there for Brazil.
Wait, they're moving up towards Canada. That's a dangerous game. Drassel and Maluk are going to be on notice. They know what's happening, surely. Yes, it's K-Mine to find him. But all of this happening means it's still in the background. It's
He gets a knock onto Levi's. He steals the kill. This is huge. Vietnam getting ripped apart. Canada should potentially come away with the win because of this, because PO is on the edge of the blue. Surely he isn't able to pull a Duckman himself.
But he's doing the smart thing. While everything's happening, while in this mayhem, he's finding calm. He's making the move towards the circle. If he can swing south, there is an opportunity. He still needs Vietnam to keep Canada's attention. They've got to know there's still 6 players alive. They have 4 of them. There's still another standing for Vietnam.
Canada have to keep their composure right now. They cannot throw this away. They need to spread out, control the compound, grab all angles and vision that they potentially can. They know PO's roaming around the fields. They know his last rough location.
Don't do this.
They might have spotted him.
Don't do this.
Maluk,
Hold on,
please.
This is either smart or very stupid. Maluk might sacrifice himself for the greater good of information. Yes, you don't want to go 1 by 1, but you do have 4 players, so sparing 1 might be the play here. PO is a terrifying prospect. And now you're seeing Canada moving in. Please be smart about this, Canada. If you get third-partied here, if somehow the Vietnamese player comes out and maybe gets a knock, a tag, something, it's danger.
There's only 2 here for Canada, Maluk and Moody. The other 2 are back over to the compound. There goes Sapao. It's going to be a top 2 finish here, at least for Korea. Reminder, they still haven't actually won a game. Canada have actually won 2. This could be their 3rd win of the entire PUBG Nations Cup. Surely we don't see a 1 versus 4.
He's done the smart thing. Bag is gone. It's time to be the snake. Now, the only way you win this is with utility and 1v1s. You have to capitalize on mistakes. If there's a player can do it, it's going to be PO. But it's still Moody. It's still Maluki. These guys are very good, and they're going to see that nade. Suddenly, all eyes turn on that area.
Yeah, look, I mean, right now, PO, he's doing everything that he can. Unfortunately, the position is just not good enough. Moody jumping up to see if he can find him in the grass. He doesn't stick out because he took that backpack off, just like you said. He left it at that hay bale. But it needs to be knocked. There's too much pressure. PO gets a knock, but he cannot take out Canada. It's an 8-kill win, 18 points gained, and Canada pick up their 3rd win of the PUBG Nations Cup.
big play from Canada if you want to see them moving up that leaderboard, but you cannot take it away from Korea again. They had so many issues. The circle was not theirs, but they transitioned very well. But Canada are fighting tooth and nail for this. I am so happy to see this for these guys. Very talented roster, and they played that end game with poise and incredibly smart play.
And obviously what a finish. Vietnam, Canada, South Korea. We saw the United States, we saw Thailand, we saw Chinese Taipei, Russia as well. The top 8 teams, and China, you know, like they all really went for this game, and I love to see that.
This is going to be an incredible final day if this game is anything to go by. This is still very much up in the air. With Korea getting those placement points, with those kills for PO, it's gonna be incredible. Xenox will be back in just a moment.
North America, fighting! テックさん頑張って。
赤ファイブファイティング。ピオ。イノネットファイティング。
中国加油！
エイトン、チキンチキンチキン。
Stay on the move. Has he got anything left? No, to the wall.
Sammy going to go on for
Get out of there, baby. Trying to out Chinese Taipei.
here. Zampa trying to put very separated out. Again, actually going to say versus one. To win for Japan. It's on the bloody roof. He's getting away with his one gun. Tom's gone back with his
Game number 11 done, and that is the three-time winners here on the Nations Cup stage. It's Canada being able to take the chicken dinner for the PNC. Impressive stuff by them with the compounds, the right compounds, as they had the circle enclosed towards them as well. Gentlemen, Froz, Avenger, Hypoc, Canada 3 times here on the stage.
They changed up their game plan on Miramar and played it very well. They were greedy. We saw them doing a 3-1 split. They had Miluk on the north side taking that compound. The free out as well, holding down the other one. And they grouped up in the end and just destroyed everybody.
And held it down versus Vietnam, and they tried to push it. It was a 4 versus 4, and then of course PLR's playing a spoiler in the fields.
Yeah.
So then being able to hold it like that and manage to win it all with 4 guys alive talks to how well they were able to communicate. They deserve this win.
Yeah, and this is the thing we wanted to see from Canada. I mentioned this on day one, Maluk being kind of the unsung hero of Tempo Storm. When we talk about Tempo, we talk about Shark, we talk about Zampa. They're the big fragging names, but Maluk's role on this team is now coming to fruition because we're the first team to see three wins. But also the coming out of yesterday, they were the team with the highest placement, the second highest placement point.
Okay.
So that really does tell a story that they're actually consistent. And we said it's actually crazy that Canada have stayed, in this 5th, 6th kind of spot on the leaderboard. So it's really great to see them come out and get a 3rd win here.
And now, to keep on our roll of true threes, we have 3 teams tied for the kind of placement up towards the top with 79 points. As you can see here, Canada getting themselves 18 points. We'll take a look at the overall scoreboard later on. And Vietnam getting themselves 16 points with 11 kills in total. One thing that cannot be overstated, though, is how much of a saved game that was for South Korea. 10 points come in for them, and overall, it could have been a disaster game for them when it came to their campaign to start things off.
And overall, clutch play from PO and Aqua 5 there. They lost 2 players extremely early on, and I did not expect them to be able to recover from that. But being able to take the rotations, being able to scout the way and get all the way to 2nd and with some kills his way, Pio was alone at one point. He still shot at every single one he could see, taking down Thailand as well.
Overall standings at the moment here, 100 points has been breached. South Korea have pushed themselves there to the top. It could have been a disaster for them had it not been for PO being able to take out the majority of Thailand when they were on rotation. That was massive, Hypoc. We were going PO, PO, PO everywhere because it was so much hype here in the arena.
I mean, if you make the comparison, there are other teams where they have a solo up, they'll play slow and everything. Pio was running around the field, just running around the field shooting at people. Yeah. That's absolutely insane to see. And actually, he helped Canada to that victory. I know Canada got 2 opening knocks onto Vietnam, but effectively, Pio was, the thorn in the side of Vietnam trying to push onto the compound then, yeah.
Straight away, knocked Sapao to start things off. He was the sole survivor. They managed to get him up during all of that Froz, but Pio was just everywhere.
Yeah, as Hypox mentioned there, it was down to Pio to help Canada to get that win because when he got the knock, that's when Canada started going super aggressive on Vietnam, making sure they cleared that threat because that was the biggest threat, and then they focused on PO.
But just quickly as well, and I mentioned this briefly, actually Canada's awareness to say, look, this push has been shut down. I love the way they actually move out the compound there. Kind of giving a bit of respect to PO, not saying, look, we're not going to give you any ground to come in here. And that's one of the things we've said about, knowing the kill feed awareness, knowing is still who's still alive.
And that's another
pushing out and holding him.
That's another credit to Maluk again, as you said before. Yeah. It shows how important he is to Tempest. He says Unsung Hero is really kind of the brand for him right now. I'm really happy to see him be able to step into another team. Also, yes, with really good fraggers and be able to lead that team. How far they've been able to lead him so far. 21 points still behind South Korea though. It's possible, but we've only got 4 more games to go.
We're taking a look at how things unfolded here in the first game of the day, but I'm going to ignore this for a moment because I want to take a step back away from all analysts just for a moment, gentlemen, and say we're only on game number 11. There's 4 more games to go, and we've had everything. It's been so good. Can we just do Nations Cup every day?
This event just keeps on giving. It keeps on giving every single game. It's absolutely amazing to see.
So good. You can see Korea having a bit of a hard time with their rotations, and they still got themselves second place after having only 2 alive during it. Canada did not have to move much. Vietnam did not have to move much, but South Korea really was tested through fire here.
But this is one of the things, though, and if we compare a team like Canada to, their North American rivals, USA, the fact that they didn't have to move far, but they were still active. They were still looking for any stronger position they could secure. They weren't just happy settling and saying, we're going to sit in this compound, see what happens. They were actively scouting, looking at where teams were, looking to pressure other teams, and actually holding down more than one spot in the circle.
Here are a few more highlights coming out from PO towards all of that. Yeah, we're done with that. There's a lot more that was going on in this game. Actually, almost too much for us to really talk about. Let's start things off at the very beginning. Chinese Taipei actually lost out to Germany in a pretty disappointing fight for them, considering they were in 4th place coming into today, Froz, and losing out that early is a disaster for their campaign.
Not only did they lose 2 people, but that fight, they lost the fight, but they dragged that fight out too long, and that was the problem. If you can't finish up the fight like that, you got to back out straight away and go for another time. Don't continue to fight, because as you can see, they got gate-kept in the blue there, and just like no meds left. There's nothing to do.
And overall, it being a very similar finish to one of the games that we had yesterday, you could see Avenger that the teams knew what was going on, and there was good adaptations, it felt like, from some of the teams to try and get themselves in the right spot at the right time.
I was extremely surprised to see Maluk being able to take that compound on the western side.
Yes. From Russia.
And yeah, from Russia. Russia scouted it. We saw Uber kind of watching towards him. He was aware of the situation. And I was surprised them not breaching it. That was kind of the changes I would expect from yesterday coming today. That was something I was expecting Uber to say, you know what, one guy just pull up here. It's either 1 or 2 in this compound. Let's do a full 4-man pull up on this and take over the compound. Then they saw Maluk leave, and they didn't take it by full force. They took it with only 2 guys and ended up losing 2 guys to that. So they could have been a lot stronger. And from that position, they could actually have taken over where Pio was in the end and maybe contested for that top spot.
It's very unfortunate, I think, for Thailand during this game, of course, to unfortunately fall to the godly hands of PO. If they had have continued on their trajectory, they could have quite easily, significantly have closed that gap high park whilst all of that was said and done.
Yeah, and I mean, it comes down to the fact where, you know, if a team's in that position, they need to have the awareness. Circles like this, it comes down to just knowing that terrain and knowing where you've got, you know, 10 or 15 meters to position 2 players, pressure your way into the next circle, and not just sending it forwards to the hay bales. I think we saw Brazil and Argentina actually scrap it out in a fairly spectacular team wipe we saw, but again, things can change so quickly in that field scenario, you have to be on your feet.
A lot of nades.
But one of the teams you just saw, Team United Kingdom, they actually lost out to Team Vietnam, but they managed to get 6 kills there, putting themselves ahead, more than doubling the prize pool that they're going to be able to take. So it's still extremely close there in the bottom. Team Finland, though, on the other side, still struggling. And then I was extremely disappointed to see them on the same poor side, very southeast, like they did in the similar circle yesterday. Why are you doing the same mistakes back-to-back 2 days in a row? I'm surprised.
We're talking about USA and that they are slow on the rotation. They take long rotations. Finland currently doing worse when it comes to rotations.
And actually, they had a really, really favorable first circle pop. They had first dibs on many a compound down in that area.
Anything. They could have taken a big 2-2 split anywhere they wanted. Yes, second circle was a northern shift. Well, I was surprised to see them.
Sapao, though. Sapao.
Sapao just, he Sapao them out of the circle.
He definitely did. I think, though, for Finland, we've got to say that as much as their campaign here has been, for me, a catastrophe, it doesn't really speak to their individual skill. We know these guys are capable, but it feels like it's just not gluing, it's just not meshing here on this stage.
Yeah, and I think when this is one of the ones, and I said this, it was going to be a big question of if they would click. Yeah. And they clearly haven't. I mean, on paper, this is a terrifying roster. One of the scariest here, to be honest. But just on a macro level, it's been all over the place.
Yeah, definitely so. And taking a look there at T2 Turkey there for a moment. But thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time. It's our final game of Miramar. We're heading over to our commentary team once again for the Nations Cup.
What a game it has been so far today. We still have so much more to be seen, but just after the first game, I think this proves the point. It could be anyone's championship here.
I think what also it proves is how great this event has been. I mean, that game was sensational. Really, the last 3 games, obviously the last 2 from yesterday as well, we've had 3 absolute crackers in a row. We've now got a scenario where Korea could be caught up by 3 different teams. They're all on 3-way tie. It's only a 20-point gap. And something I said to you sort of off air was that from what we've seen from Canada, Thailand, Vietnam, they're more than capable of having like a 20-point game.
They certainly are. And when they're sitting on 79 points and you have Korea up on the 100, it is literally anyone's game. There's only so many times I can say this, but it's very true. This is what it comes down to, seeing those teams as well who were in that kind of verging point of maybe being able to catch the top, actually doing so. I think this kind of proves the point. We have no idea how this one ends. We do at least know that PO is still a god to be able to hold on that long, but can he keep salvaging this?
Yeah, I mean, well, I made the question sort of at the start of that game. I said they have been fed for most of this tournament. That game, they certainly didn't. They had to make the trek, and they did. In the end, they somehow finished second. Not a lot of kills,
path was...
but yeah, well, we saw it. It looked like a signature on the AR map, but look, what that highlighted was that game wasn't perfect for them. They had to work hard to get to where they got to in the end. Credit where credit is due. That's why they're still 21 points above 3 other teams. But right now, Pansy, it kind of feels like we're down to maybe 4 teams that have got a realistic shot of actually winning this tournament.
So for you guys at home, if you're just tuning in, where have you been? But let's look at that top 4 to remind you who they are in case you blinked and missed it. Korea still firmly in first place, breaking the 3 digits. They're up to 100 points. Very, very deadly team. Their kills have been absolutely paramount to their performance. Their placements have been good, but yet to get a win. Surprising factor there, but does it matter when they're playing this well? But then you look below them. You have Thailand, Vietnam, and Canada hot on their heels. This could be the game where one of them topples them, but they have to come out the gates swinging.
Look, if you had have told me by round 12, Korea doesn't have a win, I would have said, oh boy, they've had a really poor tournament, hasn't quite gone their way, and yet they're on 100 points in first place. It's bizarre. It really is bizarre. But as we go into round number 12, they are still our leaders. But as I said before, 3 teams below them, all tied, are hot on their heels.
Let's see the drops. Any early contests, any early scuffles. I think looking at this playing path, most will be able to get to where they need to be. Teams further out towards the west might have to stretch. We did see, I guess you could look at Thailand, for example, and some of the other teams having to stretch for those vehicles, having a couple of issues with them because it's quite compact here. But beyond that, you can imagine most should be okay. I don't think we'll be seeing too many people way far out towards the western side. Most of them should have somewhat necessarily, I would say, a backup drop, but have that flexibility to adjust if required.
Yeah, and look, we touched on Canada, Thailand, Vietnam, Russia, currently in 5th position, should probably make note of that. They're only 5 points behind those 3, but it means they're 26 points behind Korea. Still with 4 games to go, they're in the mix, they're a possibility, but with each passing game, we're sort of losing some teams really along the way. Of course, that's how it generally goes on the final day.
It does, but you have to look at the ones at the start of the day who are in a very good position. The likes of, I guess you could say, Russia, one of those teams who certainly really lost out, and a bit of that edge circle comes in. Very similar to what we just witnessed. Maybe not so far into the water, you could argue, so it has a little bit more play towards the west of the others.
Well, I just want to make sure, obviously I can't see chat right now, it's not going there. It's impossible. It can't happen. For any time you want to see those islands in game, you essentially need a massive hard shift out into the ocean for that first phase. There's just not enough there. And so that won't happen. Don't expect it. Don't hope for it. Don't pray for it. What we might get, though, La Bendita, maybe even Los Leones down south.
But who does this play in the hands of? Canada. They're one of the teams. You got to look at them.
Vietnam?
I guess Vietnam. Not bad either. These 2 teams probably have prime position in this, the teams that struggled. And we did put a lot of pressure on Korea and did the circle really play to their victory, or at least their victories prior to this with kills, with placements. And I think we had our answer from game one today that they certainly are very adaptable to new circles, new situations, one player alive against a million others. They can do it all. But the one thing I'm looking at here is Thailand is very close by to Korea. Now, again, not too surprising. No one wants to stretch too far away. But this is two very close teams, very close by.
And we did see, of course, those two teams fight early, actually, in the last game. Thailand coming out ahead. They got those 2 kills. Sort of looking at stats, Canada currently now first place in terms of placement points, 1 extra than Korea. They just lack the kills. In fact, they lack the kills compared to the rest of the top 5 quite significantly. So that's sort of been, not a downfall per se, but just sort of why they aren't maybe higher placed than their current tie position for the 3-way tie. Chinese Taipei, they fell away. They lost that fight against Germany. Yeah, they got third-partied as well. But for them, it was always going to be, you got to win that fight, especially against a team that was in last place. No longer now, Pansy. There's a new team in last. It's Finland, by the way.
Yeah, okay. At least it wasn't my prediction this time. But it's real, all bad. Just feels EU, man. Thailand are on the move early. They've gone for an early rotation, it looks like, maybe trying to leapfrog ahead of Korea, at least in position. Again, by this point, and you've played Miramar a couple of times, these guys will know who's nearby them. They may not know their exact rotation routes because that may not even be set in stone, but they'll definitely know, okay, wait, are they setting up on this potentially? Look at Duckman's. It looks like they might be trying to find an early fight here against Korea. I'm not 100% sure, but it could just be the case.
Obviously, we can see it on the map. It's the exact same location that they were playing at in the last game, that sort of split across the road, similar compound building. You're right, they might be setting up for Korea again because they obviously know where Korea is going to be rotating out of from their looting location. Darkman's in a bit of a different spot, though, for the time being. Korea have got to be careful that they don't lose 1 or 2 early. It happened last game, and yet somehow still made top 2 anyway.
Now, that's the thing, right? They can do it, but do they want to keep doing that? Probably not. You'd probably want your whole team into this, at least for the last couple of circles. But I do worry when we're seeing these kind of... This is first and somewhat second place, yes. Oh, Lockie, if you hit that. My word. But it does mean that they're at least hyper-aware of this, and whether it's, I guess, a theory-crafted plan or merely one that's falling into place is yet to be seen. It looks like Thailand, for now at least, have consolidated some of their team, but they are still in a bit of a split here. Shippy and Duckmans are somewhat close by, but the rest of the team is still further back, so you probably don't want that full-on engagement just yet.
I don't think you see the full-on engagement, and the reason why is because they're on the edge of the Western Zone. Ideally, you want to push a bit more center, get more compound, a bit more zone control in the center region of this sort of zone. Yes, there's a bit of water out to the east, so technically going out west, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. You'd rather be around Canada, around Vietnam's location. They're more central. They're more likely to have a better game. And Canada as well, having La Bendita could be crucial. I mentioned it in the last game, of course. You got that high ground, and especially on Miramar, it's just open field. You can see everything. You can hit everything. The only downside is you can be hit back.
Yeah, we'll see if that does play in. This is Russia making their way from the north. They still have a little way to go. They are mostly into the circle, but they're taking their time on that. Kemba joining through, and Senya the last to come out from the northern side. Germany not far off that, also taking somewhat of a second to do so. Team UK is there. We have Sixmo pulling up, and again, is this Argentina fight? That was a bit of mutually assured destruction before. It felt like Pome's grenade, though, later on was quite good. Now, Sixmo in a bit of trouble. The rest of his team's backing him up this time in beautiful death. Iroh are all piling into this. This is going to be a very bloody battle in just a moment's time.
Silzen's got that high ground, though, advantage that he might be able to spot the rest of Turkey that are coming in from behind. Sixmo on the top of this current compound building hasn't actually spotted any member of Argentina just yet. It's actually quite slow.
Big shot.
As Miluk gets the elimination onto Summer. Great start for Canada as we head back over to Turkey and Argentina.
He's burning alive. Run, Iroh, run, but can he make it away? It looks like he's just about made it out of that, so he can try and pop up the heel, but this is far from ideal. 3 players pretty much pinned in towards this building, and you have Argentina in a very nice position. Mert really needs to try and make a play out of this one, maybe try and support the team somehow, but you can see that utility being put down to try and clear these buildings.
Speaking of support, though, Rivox is not actually here. You can see him on the mini-map all the way up to the northwest. He's on the other side of the road and pretty far back. Yes, it might be able to help out a little bit, but Turkey are inside the building. He's not going to be able to spot much at all.
I don't mind him in that sort of position if he's trying to at least catch them if they tried to play out of that, maybe trying to hold off an angle to ensure they can't wrap on it. But now there's going to be an isolated player. That's going to be a beautiful death, and Sixmo combining, and now the push begins. Sixmo winding up to it, but you can see the pre-fire. They're trying to slow them down. The tick nade, the underhand, no, he's considering it, but he's going to let it go now on towards the stairs, but they're in the building.
Yeah. They know they've got the advantage here as well. It's 4 versus 2. As I said, Ribbo's back. Sigma gets an initial and immediate knockdown onto an Nesta. Pony was able to get a beautiful D. Mert somehow takes his own teammates out. There's 3 down for Turkey. Pomi can somehow get a 4K here. Mert holds the angle, and so does Pomi. He doesn't know he's exactly there. Mert runs up the stairs. I think that was a pre-fire. He would have heard him running.
Oh mate, you can see Mert on a recovery mission here. He knows he's made a terrible, terrible mistake.
Oh,
and
boy.
the rest of Argentina now turning up. Ribbo's coming in because he knows there's a real issue. If he has utility, if he has nade, that could be huge. Oh no, Ribbo, if you let that go, that'd be massive. It's push time though. They're going up to try and clear. That's such a terrifying way to play this. And now Mert holds the line.
Pomi, the last one alive for Argentina. They elected not to use the nade. Pomi doesn't have any. Mert down below. He went for the flash, but now he gets a kill. That's much better from Turkey. And yet he can actually get them all revived. They could have 4 standing by. No, never mind. Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Vietnam, though, picked up 1 or 2 in that. That's pretty big for them.
Welcome to mutually assured destruction.
1.
Yeah, 1 pickup is all you need at this point, apparently. That can just basically wipe 2 teams. What a disaster from both sides, though. That's an absolute travesty to happen at this point. Now let's look at what we've seen so far. Canada moving very close by towards Thailand. They have Korea on the other side. Team UK not far off on Australia in the north. A big cluster of teams around Minas Generales. That is going to be a very hot area to be towards.
Team Australia, who had a great day of 1 at one point, were in the top 5, have stumbled down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, just haven't been able to get going at all. Hello? That's not supposed to happen, Pansy.
No, it's really not. Okay, this now is a issue. Xenox, let's talk as to why. Look at these teams and look at these rotations. Germany is in a good position, but they're about to get crashed by everybody. I'm very surprised, and I think most of the teams are. This has gone this far towards the east.
I think it should be noted as well, Phase 3 technically could go for a southeast hard shift over to the North Island. If that does happen, it does mean Phase 4 could actually finish on that island. It becomes a possibility. A very slight one, but it's there. It's available. But what this does for this current phase, it makes it basically 50% water, 50% land. It shrinks it right down. And you mentioned the teams that are inside of the zone. That's great. That's handy. But they, of course, are going to have teams coming in.
Yeah, Vietnam about to get very close by to Finland. This could be a very, very treacherous battle, and Finland have nothing to lose, which could be the dangerous real look for them, but Samti's been quelled. He may be overextended, but Korea and Canada very close by. Pio on the rotation, got to be careful. Moody is looking like he wants to engage. He's going to not get the tag. They get away with this. A small bit of information found, but Finland trying to make the play up here. Samti was in the middle of the road and got punished for that insolence.
Canada running a 2-2 split. Dangerous, especially when Korea are looming. When Thailand is looming. They are in a very dangerous spot right now. Levi's and Nim. Oh, that's a smoke.
Oh, it's a smoke. He's trolling us. He's doing this.
Yeah,
These circles, these smokes, come on now. Revives come in. No foul, at least for now.
The map has actually started to spread out quite a bit. There's not a lot of teams that are actually contesting each other. Impala, Vietnam, and obviously Finland are still kind of close by. They're inside of that city. Down south, you've got America and Brazil. Canada still holding that 2-2 split, though. I think they're anticipating this is going to go back out to the west. Well, back to the Ashes.
I don't like to see it, honestly. It just hurts my heart because, look, this is the problem, right? Anyone who's ever been a fan of anything from the UK, you get your hopes up. You see the knock come in, you're like, oh, it's Luke. If anyone's going to go down, this gives them the chance. But wait for the fumble. It's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. Oh, Michael's going in on this. Is he just going to go for this? Is he pushing up? Wait, Godfrey's just going to nick that from him. Miraku's there as well, but this looks somewhat of a repeat. I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, third party from Godby, and China, unfortunately, will finish off 12. Australia down to 3. You did say it was a repeat last time it happened. Australia 1. Into the minivan they go. Insight and Vasily are going to vacate. Try and get closer towards Zoidmate. They're not grouped up. It's a 2-1 split for Australia. It might be a 0-1 split if they're not careful. That's Zoidmate who tags back. Michael is low. He's knocked down. 1-for-1 trade. Zoid got Michael, and it was Bard who got Insight, but China get another one onto Australia.
No matter what the UK do, it feels like China's there just grinning. Look at these shots coming out as well. Mad 98 with a blinder. And now Australia's left in tatters. Zoidmate is going to have to get the hell out of Dodge. He knows this one's a bit of a lost cause, and again, another steal for China.
United Kingdom playing with their food. China gobbling it all down. They take all the kills there. And for the United Kingdom, look, I guess for them, fortunately, they're not in the top 5. They're not going to be battling for a prime position. but they still would like to get the kills onto Australia.
Just for the banter. We love a bit of the banter. Anyway, looking at this, we do have Chinese Taipei on Overwatch here between Finland and that's Vietnam just in the background, but here comes the circle. Ooh, it's still got a bit of water in it, but it is going to move it away from those islands. Thank you for at least a little bit of fun, and then you've gone and taken it away from us. Again, feels like, you know, Team UK, you get your hopes up, and then it all goes away.
It does make this next zone, though, phase 4 predictable. Of course, the water is going to be evaporated going into phase number 4, and so is Andy. Bahawaka also gets Rogi. It's a quick double in the United States in the middle of the field. They're just driving by. Can he make it a third? Can he get RDNX? He hasn't quite had a fortunate time in vehicles over the last 24 hours, but he gets away this time.
Yeah, this time feels like the way to say it. The USA, though, lapping up those points in the south. But the teams who are actually on the outskirts right now, you can't avoid it. You have Russia, you have Thailand, Canada, and Korea all looking for the way forward. Rusty's there. I've got to be very careful here. You can see Milk wanting in on this Chinese Taipei, chomping at the bit, and again, Brazil needs to run away.
That's exactly what Rusty Zera does. Pushes back Brazil inside of the zone, but it's down to just Rusty Zera and RDNX. No kills for either of them. 3 nades still remaining for Rusty. Chinese Taipei starting to spread out just north of them. 4 of them starting to cover the rest of the area.
Oh,
and Zoidmate unfortunately has been hunted down by China. Now, he is a fragger though. He is pretty good. He could get a 1 versus 3 if China are not careful. If they don't play this safe, they've got to respect him. But Zoid's put himself in a horrible position, and Gothi doesn't respect him, annihilates him. Australia are out in 14, and Thailand might follow them.
And to Canada, of all people, if Drassel confirms that, that's a lovely pickup of points there for him. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Break ahead from the other players and other teams in that 3-way tie. Here comes the push. Got to be careful. Korea gonna strike now. They're moving away from this. They don't want that battle. Moody's nade could be big, though. Can he find the placement that he wants from this? I'm not sure if it's going to go far enough. No, and Thailand might need to disengage here.
Duckman is prone. It's going to be Thanawat who's running away. They actually run straight past that pickup truck. Duckman stays behind. Canada's still going to be careful. Drazzle, Moody. They are only 2. Of course, recalling back, they had that 2-2 split. That 2-2 split somehow is still in effect. Guys, you can group up. You can play together. What this means now is Korea's position. Look at that. They're now in front of both Thailand and Canada.
Very quick scouting from Korea as well. They're tentative on the first, and now they've actually got themselves a nice little area to go to, completely free of players. But Russia now playing in from the north, coming down eventually pretty hard towards Team UK, who are looking overwatching towards China. I think that's where maybe a third party came towards Zoidmate eventually, or it could have been Japan. Pressure from everywhere, but China trying to make those points up if they can. Russia desperate to claim them.
China are 38 points away from Korea. Every kill is important if they can find it. Otherwise, they will run out of games. They will run out of time. This might be their last chance. They might need a 10, 12K sort of win if they're going to be able to stay in the hunt. As we can see Korea's current position, I'm expecting Southwest heartbeat onto Korea. Why not? It's been happening almost all the tournament. Oh, the opposite happens. Caster curse indeed.
Oh my, okay, Russia's back in the game here. If they keep 4 alive in this sort of position and they keep getting those points up, it's game on. Team USA, though, getting engaged upon. That's the USA trying to make their way through, but it's just RDNX left alive. Can he redeem himself? He's doing everything he can. He had an absolute disaster before, but his teammates are being picked up. Zampa, oh, RDNX, was he about to go out the window? Are you kidding me? Maybe just a peek. The nade comes out. He's going to try and buy time. He's looking for another escape here. He's looking for his wave to freedom, and he might just find a Bahawaka on the other side, up close and personal. He's in Chinese Taipei. It was Bahawaka who went down. Finland in amongst it all. RDNX, he's fighting with everything he has to take down the USA.
He wants to redeem himself from yesterday. He might just be able to do that if he can find Zampa and finish him off. It would essentially be almost a 1 versus 3, the opposite of what happened yesterday. So we move back to Finland and Chinese Taipei, and if Finland win this fight, it might be the end of Chinese Taipei and their race for the first place finish as well.
It's gonna get a little tricky. Wait, Moody just got picked up. That is a big boy shot. That's a 400-meter shot coming out from Miraku, excuse me. Moody going down there for Canada is a big loss. That's them down to 3, and they had a good approach to this, but Korea now getting into the fight. They're getting a couple of shots towards China, towards Vietnam, Thailand on the move. PO's seen that, and PO is deadly. Uh-oh, Vietnam, though, fights on every front. Leo goes down.
2 kills for Vietnam, 3 players alive. Shippy moved into the zone, but he's just south of Korea. who have got eyes on both Vietnam, Thailand, and to a degree they can also gatekeep Canada. The three teams that are right below them, the three teams that were tied coming into this game. Russia, a doozy, Uber, all up north next to the United Kingdom, and Reels is not going to survive that one from Uber. Knockdown, needs to finish it off with this next one, falls short of the mark.
It does. Does that get stolen, though? I'm not sure if anyone can see it. You can see Maluk already moving up for Canada, getting in towards position. Russia still holding the north. China in between them and the southern pack here. Germany still in the east, holding on to that eastern road. Miraku hits the deck and tries to stay alive. But here comes Inonic. Oh no, Inonic's already starting to kick off here. They did get themselves into a nice position, and that could be a pickup. He tried to scout the next position, and now that's going to slow the roll from Canada.
Yep, slow them right down to just 2 players remaining. So I guess in a way, that 2-2 split that they've been playing might come to fruition here permanently if they cannot find this revive onto Maluk. They have gone in for that recovery mission. They've gone right to the scope of Enonix.
And no one's got an angle on that. That's going to be a really hard shot to hit. K-Mind has to land an absolute blinding shot. Drassel's there as well.
Michael.
It's a very thin angle, but his teammates are bleeding out in the UK. You can see Michael. Oh no! Team UK could ruin this for Canada. The nade, it's good! Oh, it doesn't get them? How is they still alive? The follow-up, is that any better? No. It goes too far!
Are you serious? The luck of the Irish might be the luck of Canada right now. They can turn around, potentially get Michael, but Miraku's got high ground and a pretty distant advantage. This time he lands it. Finally, it only took 3 times the charm. Maluk throws out the smokes. The pressure mounting onto Canada. It's 2 standing. K-Mind knocked down. But it is only his first knock, so he's not bleeding out that quickly. The smokes are up, and they kind of feel like the nades have all been used.
Michael's desperate to get in on this. He's going to be making the play. You can see him looking around the corner. He wants to find these points. A team with nothing to lose might be the most deadly at this point. Korea is chomping at the bit to get into this. They're looking for a way into getting those points for themselves as well. But for now, it looks like Michael's fallen off this, looking for a deeper angle to play with. While all this happened, RDNX did find Zampa in the end, but there we go. Michael overstepped. Russia got vision, and now he needs to fall away.
Sanya with the tag. Then what going to be finished off actually by Udu. That's more bad news for Thailand. So far this game certainly going in the hands of Korea. They're liking what they're seeing, but Canada. It's not over just yet. Still 11 teams remaining. 19 and a half minutes has gone. Drassel avoids the nade by the skin of his teeth. K-Mine and Maluk at the front line. Nade or smoke? It was a smoke, and K-Mine now knocked down by Inonix. The pressure still mounting onto Canada. They can't find a way out of here.
No, they're pinned in and they're about to be absolutely brutalized. Team UK on the corner. Miraku delivers. Bullet after bullet. Maluk's gone down. It's looking like it's all gone wrong for Canada. Drassel left, trying to desperately hold on, and he does. Somehow he stays alive, and he might even be able to find K-Mind here. But does he go for the revive? The blues on his back. He's going to have to make his mind up.
Yeah, he got the stick. He threw the smoke very quickly. It was a second knock for K-Mind, so he was bleeding out quite rapidly. Threw the smoke, got the stick onto the revive. They will get back up as South Korea now turn their attention away towards Vietnam, towards Thailand. Shippy's going to go down. It's Levi's who gets the knock inside of the smoke. And Thailand are starting to fall into pieces here in this match 2 of day 3.
Could be a huge moment here for Vietnam. If they get this cleanup on Finland, that's a boatload of points for Finland. Again, a deadly. These guys individually, you can't underestimate. Yes, they've had a poor performance, but you don't want to go into a 1v1 against Sam T or Gemty or any of these players. Sapao has been a highlight player, but Pio there finishing off Shippy is going to be another big pickup of points against a team you desperately want to be doing that against.
This is massive for Vietnam. Thailand, Canada haven't quite been performing to what we saw from them in the previous game. They've got 2 kills, still 3 players alive, but they have to win this fight against Finland. Sapao spots Gemty, but he can't take his head off. He takes a bit of damage back. It's from Pio. Oh, he's on a mission right now. Only 1 kill. Sapao hits him back with a headshot of his own and just says, calm down, Pio. We'll fight you next.
And in all of that mess, we've seen some of the teams who are within that kind of cluster in the top 5 going down. Now Vietnam trying to hold on here. Finland does fall. It's Vietnam claiming the points. 5 kills in this game is good, but Korea are lingering in the background. A huge battle towards the top here. Japan wants in on the action, and Korea finally get eyes towards them.
I did say that Vietnam would see you next, Korea. Now they have to. Now they've got to push towards South Korea. They're coming in from behind. And obviously Korea are taking shots from the likes of Germany, the likes as well as Japan. Nade from Pio knocks Levi's though. They've got to turn their attention back over to Vietnam. It's the impending pressure. Pio with a knockdown to Sapao. Canada eliminated in 7th place as well. South Korea's Pio on 1 health. Nim going for the revival to Sapao. They need him. As Levi's is going to bleed out, they're down to 2. The spray close. Pio Please, give them a chance, give them a break. Nim, oh, he gets his head ripped off! And Vietnam are at 6! South Korea are pulling away!
They are, but Russia wants a word in this. Kemba from afar does find Pio. That's your superstar under pressure now. He does find some cover to fall back to, so there's a chance of recovery. But that's a big shot from way off in the distance. China still stands. Japan holds the middle. Germany towards the northeast. But Korea need to move forward, and they have a lot of attention looking their way.
Got a lot of work to do. Not much cover. Japan's center of the zone. Although a knockdown to depth from Udia. Russia, this is their sort of final say in all of this. They weren't part of that three-way tie. They weren't part of the top 4. They were sitting in 5th, but not far behind. And now with this sort of performance, might find themselves in the top 3.
Korea trying to hold this lead, and there's so many coming for them, but they are looking so resilient. China in the middle of things, or at least they were. They are now out towards the west. Russia making the move up, going to make their way a little further forward here. Looking like they might find some engagements, potentially towards Germany, maybe just sharing that space in a symbiotic relationship for now. But it's Japan in the middle, holding center circle. Korea trying to salvage anything they can to move their way forward. The amount of fights they've been in, they've got to be broken and bruised by this point.
I think one thing that needs to be stated right now is the terrain that these players are fighting on. If you look at the map, it looks completely open. So many ridge lines and crevices that the players could hide behind. A couple of shacks as well in here. Russia moved forward, but look at that terrain. It's rocky, it's bumpy. They can hide behind defilades. It's not as open as it looks on the map, so that's why we're not really seeing these players get obliterated just yet. Internex though finds an angle. He finds Russia. If he takes them out, that's going to take them almost out of the race.
That's a 400-meter shot. He is banging out like it's easy. Now Brexco has found Uber. That's going to be a little bit of a steal, but he's not out of the game just yet. Korea wants in on these points. Yes, the knocks are good, but you want the confirmations, and that's what they're vying for.
And really for Korea, though, they want Russia out of this game. This might be the case where they're like, okay, we might not get the kill points, but if they're out of this game, that's even better for us. We're into the final 5 teams. The points, the placement points at this point are actually pretty hefty. They're pretty substantial. You don't want Russia getting 2nd and getting 6 points, or 3rd. You want them out right now. They've only got the 3 kills. And if it goes the other way, if South Korea get knocked out and somehow Russia go on and win this game, that gap shrinks further.
It does, but I'm looking at Korea's move here. They're looking like they want to move towards Japan, trying to centralize up because now they need to. Japan holds the territory, Russia towards the north, and Germany both need to work our way forward, and China can watch that cross, but they also are not in the circle. I like DMA Fire's position. He's trying to play a little bit of leverage for Germany, but Russia and Germany now in a very bad position. Korea looking for that engagement early to try and weaken the forces that greet them.
Obviously, Korea has been ignoring Japan because they can't see each other. As Korea starts to move into this next zone, I wonder if that will change, and if Korea then have to deal with Japan and start sort of lessering the pressure onto Russia. Obviously, Germany going to keep it up. Chris, though, coming to shot. Godby! Godby's been everywhere in this game.
Yeah, Godby might just bailed out Russia in this one, considering they were fighting that fight. Oriaduzi is towards a position, but we have in the meantime everyone moving closer. Inonix is getting their Aqua 5, finding Kemba. Everyone's looking at Russia right now, and they are suffering casualties. Aqua 5! Absolute precision from this man. The steal is there. Germany make the points, but still very big plays from Korea.
Russia down to 2 players standing. It's Aduzi and Senya. They're hardly even inside of the zone. And Germany continue the pressure. China continue the pressure. But South Korea at some point are going to have to push onto Japan. Japan at some point, you got to do something. The nade goes in after shooting down the door. Smart play. Uber bleeds out to Aqua 5. 5 points now for Korea. Another nade goes in towards Japan. You can hear the crowd. They're anticipating this fight with Japan.
But look at the positioning now from Germany. They've adjusted very well here. This could cause a huge problem potentially for South Korea here. That's going to limit their cross. And look at Germany's attention instantly on the Korean boys. But can they fight it back? Inonix is further ahead. He's left isolated, but he's an incredible player, a scary player. He's found position. It's stim time, is trying to keep himself alive. Zess is on the other side, but he's very quiet, he's tempered. He can't play out of this. Korea move forward. Germany are so close by to seeing this though.
Says if they don't have his information, he could be the one that stops this initial entry from Inonix. Knocked down onto Aqua 5. It's Chris. But Loki should get the revive. It should be safe. Germany starting to push towards these compounds as well. They want in on the action. And it does give a helping hand to Russia. The pressure lifting off They're down to just two, Aduzi and Senya. And they're not sure exactly where to go. Senya with a knockdown onto December 12th, and now going to be knocked down by Sez. But might that give away his position to South Korea?
But I don't know if Korea can capitalize on that with Germany knocking on the door. The Eastern Front is here, and they have great vision. Inonix trying to spot that one out, but he doesn't have much of a hope in hell as Chris has the angles watched. And these are two heavyweights. If you see Inonix and Chris going head-to-head, that's a big one. Now, Senya did get the point against China there. December 12th will go to his pocket, but Mad98 is just weighing this out. He has nowhere else to go. He's merely going to try and hinder the others. And now ODMA Fire trying to find a deeper angle. Germany getting pulled back on! And it's Pio finding Chris. Could you think of a better battle? And here we go. Japan focuses towards the remainder of China. Germany moving closer, and Korea still standing tall.
Senya picks up the elimination, sends China out in 5th position. And Korea can't capitalize on the knockdown onto Chris. Kane going for the revive. Korea still need to continue moving up. This building that they're currently in is hardly inside of the zone. Udi knocked down by Senya. They're still looking for more points here. The Russians are not going to go down easy. They're not going to go down without a fight. They pick up another point as they eliminate Udia. It slows down Germany. Pio, though, knockdown, elimination onto Aduzi. Oh, he is just a god.
He is, but let's see if he can make it further forward. Inonix is holding this all together by the skin of his teeth. Japan are being denied any vision. Senya hits the deck, and now Korea move up. They're on the play. Look at those smokes. Says up above it, though. He's going to try and position well. Do they know this position?
Says.
Have they counted for this one?
Have they counted for Says? He's the one that's behind them. You're right. One nade into that shack, and he gets all 3 members of South Korea. They don't know he's there, but he might not know their exact location either. That smoke wall was huge. I counted about 9 or 10 smokes all in. Oh, the Molotov! But it's not going to be able to get him. He's standing on top of the shelf.
Oh, he's so lucky right now, and they might actually write this off as being clear. That could be a misread. A very, very fatal one.
Oh, through the smoke, though. You're right. That might have been the information, the misinformation for South Korea. Seeing that smoke start to bloom and come out, though, they must know that there's someone in there, despite the fire. Senya's eliminated. Russia are out in 4th, and Pios comes to the forefront. He comes to the battlefield. Germany, Japan, and South Korea.
Wait.
Phase 9.
Sez is still holding this together. Pio is still getting points. Now he's seeing Shinobi trying to get some sort of tag, some sort of damage. There's Brexco finding Pio. So that's Korea now under pressure from Germany, and this is big pressure. They're working out there's 2 teams here. This is the information play, but here comes Japan. Here comes the pressure. Aqua 5 still stands, but the question is, for how long?
That was the ace up the sleeve that Japan had. It was Sez. He came around the back. He wasn't able to fully capitalize, probably as much as he should. Loki, he's keeping his attention focused towards Japan. The rest of Korea making sure that Loki's actually towards Germany. The rest of Korea looking at Japan.
Yeah, now Germany still hold the line. They can watch everyone in this leave them to try and battle each other.
Oh, boy.
Brexco's nade.
This is it.
Oh,
One nade.
Is it in? Did it go in or is it on the roof? I think they're okay for now. They just about escaped with their lives. He doesn't know how close he just got. Now Loki is challenged with the task of holding back the German front, and he's done well. He's found one. That's a big pickup there. Depp is waiting. He knows Korea are not far. Brexco still thrown down, waiting. Here comes the play. He gets the spray on 1, but he can't make any more of it. Japan still with 4, racking up the bodies. And it's all Japan.
5-kill win for Japan. It might not seem like a lot, but it is their 2nd win of the PUBG Nations Cup. They'll be feeling confident with that. They played it so calmly. The composure that they were able to display in that situation with 2 teams surrounding them in Germany and South Korea. But the real story, Pansy, from this game is once again, South Korea do not get the win, but they get the points.
They get 9 kills and 2nd place. You can't take it away from them. It seems like no matter what's thrown at them, they stand tall and they reclaim any sort of doubts. The crowd here loves them, and you can't blame them.
You would think that they just won the game. You would think that they just came first. This is still a team that after 12 out of 15 rounds has not actually picked up a chicken dinner at all. It's kind of bizarre. We're in bizarre land. But as you mentioned, 9 kills, 2nd place. That's 15 points. That's basically actually the same amount of points that Japan got for winning the game.
Pretty much. You can see how good they are to make up for that. But again, Korea push back the other teams. You saw them all there tied up in that kind of 2nd to maybe 4th position. And now it's going to be game on for the others. Can you catch up, or is this Korea's tournament?
Japan gets themselves their second chicken dinner here of the Nations Cup after victoriously defending against the top of the mountain. South Korea pushing onto them, but it was not enough for South Korea to be able to take their first victory here of the Nations Cup. Gentlemen, Froz, Avenger, Hypoc, overall Japan covered the angles brilliantly when it came to any breaches or any potential attacks on towards them in those final moments.
Well, they did let South Korea and Germany to actually infiltrate a little bit, but in the end, they prevailed this game at least.
And also the third team to take 2 chicken dinners. Being able to do that is obviously amazing here on such a stage, but only 5 kills talks to how kind of passive they were in the mid and late game because they got infiltrated. As Frost said, there's a lot of teams around them, and also Korea was kind of in there. It was in a kind of in a little ball, so it's really hard to fight out of that because you're gonna get shot from every side because there's kind of a crater in them.
Well, it's a very similar situation to the game we saw Germany have in the central compound in Game 1, and Vietnam ended up winning purely because, I mean, we saw it. Korea sending shots 600 meters away at Russia, and also China over on the west side, and actually also pressuring Germany on the east. Japan had to just sit there and kind of bide their time until they had an opportunity to do something.
One thing that I thought was really great to see was actually how South Korea got into the combat itself. They sent Inonix down by himself. Usually we see the opposite. One guy holding the back, 3 guys pushing. We saw the opposite happening this time. It was kind of pretty cool to see, actually.
Even though Japan got themselves the victory, Korea still backed themselves a ton of points. I felt like that was going to be South Korea's game to win, even early on. However, they did not round it out at the very end. Japan were able to move with the circles effectively and decisively and decision-making wise to get the right compounds at the right times, Avenger.
Yes, and on top of that, Korea being able to take their 3rd second place. They also have 4 third place. It talks to how consistent they've been able to play throughout this whole tournament, and they actually reaching into getting more than what you averagely see in terms of placement points compared to kills, so they're moving up compared to how they were from the first and the second day. I'm happy to see that consistency really shows how well versed and how well synergized this team is.
I mean, that's the thing. The question comes from where is their late game falling apart? Because this is another circumstance where we're seeing them against arguably a team that's not performing great in the forms of Japan. They might have 2 wins, but outside of that, not much else. How are they falling apart in the late game?
Guys, with only 3 games left, it's getting very, very difficult for anyone to catch up with South Korea right now. 115 points. Nobody has even breached the 100-point mark yet. Vietnam in second place at the moment with 86, and Russia with 84. Joint with Canada, however, probably on kills a little bit further.
9 points difference from 16th and all the way up to 10th. Massive prize money difference here in this. And also only 6 points from Thailand up to Vietnam from 5th to 2nd. That's $20,000 difference there. And it's just 6 points that differences them. It's actually insane. It's how close the tournament has been.
Very, very big indeed. And that now basically concludes what we have for Miramar as a whole. Hypoc, join me on the South Korea train. Are you guys there yet? Come on, come over to the dark side.
Well, I mean, I just want to say one thing. Outside of South Korea being this far ahead, we've got one team that kind of does actually stand out in terms of their Erangel performance.
Yeah.
A bit lacking on Miramar, but Canada's actually the only team with 2 wins on Erangel. Also the highest placement, also tied for the highest kills average on that map. We're coming in now with this 6 points that separates these 4 teams. That's a huge factor coming into this. I had a chance to just speak to them there.
Yeah.
They're feeling exceptionally confident going into Erangel.
Well, but that also shows that Canada, they could win on Miramar, and they were one of the teams who played worst on that one so far. Still getting that win, that's huge. That means any team more or less could do it on Erangel as well.
We'll just focus briefly on the final moments of our Miramar game here for a second as we take a look at how the playing went as well as those circles as a whole. Lots of Eastern circles. I was hoping for a little bit of a shake-up, but it seemed at this point by now teams have really gotten used to the East.
Our 2 first days was also very varied in terms of circles, and I really like to see we had a lot. So the honest ending, we had a post ending. So here with East, we do see some more Eastern ones, yes. But there's still some teams that make the same mistakes, even though it's the kind of the same circles in terms of their macro, their rotations in general. It's kind of hard to see how they're not changing that up, learning from their mistakes from game to game.
See here the positions taken. Germany is a team that we haven't really spoken too much about, and they actually got themselves in a decent position. However, of course, it really did feel like overall they had a bit of a rough position to try and fight those remaining 3 teams in overall.
I think it came down to, and we'd already discussed it, with Japan being in the compound, there was 4 or 5 teams kind of outside of this dip in the terrain, if you like, and it didn't allow for any movement. And actually, Korea being as active as they were in pressuring other teams, it stopped 3 other teams from making advances on, this high priority compound that Japan occupied. But I think it was really interesting the way it worked out. Germany ultimately ended up going into a snake game there and fall into a great peak from Pio over the ridge.
And when clutch moments needed to happen for Japan, it seems like Depp has been the guy to be able to step up for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job, and that's what kind of good to see. We always have sort of 1 star player on each team at least, but I feel like Japan, they're playing more as a team overall as well.
Yep.
So they're doing a good job, not just with a star player, but as a whole team.
They're staying alive as 4, and that's what's most important here for them. And that's what some of the other teams are not capable of doing. They go down to 2 players, and they have to go into salvage mode and play their game less defensive. Unless you're South Korean, of course, you just still keep shooting at everybody. Even though you just have 1 player left. Pio, he's been such a legend here and is really making a name for himself globally again.
Absolutely. I can't help but every single game, and he doesn't provide me any other option. I just have to tweet Pio, 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 Pio. It just keeps happening. I can't do anything about it. Anyway, gentlemen, we are going to move on to Erangel now. We slightly alluded to it earlier, Hypoc, but the floor is open, gentlemen. Erangel, it's our final 3 games worth of matches. What are your thoughts, starting with you, Avenger?
Obviously, it's the first map. These guys, they know the most about this map, so we're going to see a bit more on the rotation side and a bit more on the macro play. I think we're going to see some very well thought of rotations, and I hope we're going to see some more kind of thought out from especially Russia with Uber here, who's on 2nd right now. Maybe some more bridge camps, maybe some more gatekeeping, maybe some more kind of crowd control that we usually see from them.
Definitely so. I mean, actually with Uber in 2nd place, he got himself a significant amount of kills in the last 2 games, a lot of which were coming from grenades. Really good grenades from Uber coming out there while that was going on. Pio had a disappointing day 2, relatively speaking, and then has smashed day number 3 here so far.
I mean, what a start for him. Not so much, criticism coming in, and obviously Enonix stepping up big, putting out some good numbers, but again, we're sat here, Pio still head and shoulders effectively above the rest, and he's still pulling away.
I mean, it's also great to see that we have Sapao on top 3 right now in kills, because we see him do really great plays throughout the 2 previous days, but we haven't seen him up there yet. Now he's actually up there, he's showing off, and it's great to see every time we watch him.
Last game, the way the fight played out with Finland there, again, a great example of Sapao's kind of close quarter combat. It's staying completely calm under pressure, actually utilizing his teammate. Actually ended up baiting one of his teammates. Finland started pushing in, got an opening knock, but the way they closed that fight out there, and they were getting 3rd party from Korea as well at the same time, bear in mind. And Sapao swung round, knocked a headshot onto, I think it was Aqua 5 or Enonix, but straight away reset there and closed out the fight with Finland.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at, of course, Vietnam, one of our teams here, representing big whilst all of this is going on. As we've mentioned before, Sapao, one of the guys to absolutely look out for. I'm excited to see him even moving forward in more of these tournaments potentially coming up. Because again, it's been a great opportunity for some of these guys to make a name for themselves, and Zapao definitely has.
Yeah, and I mean, Vietnam is one of the teams actually with the best average placement on Erangel itself.
Ooh.
So it's going to be interesting to see if they can do a little bit better when it comes to kills, because that's what they're losing out on right now.
China here at the moment had a little bit of a rocky road overall. Where do they currently sit right now?
6th place with 70 points. They're 16 points behind Vietnam, so it's definitely doable. And they had some good tones. They've seen some good movement here, and I expect to see even more from them here on Erangel. We have 3 more games, and I think this is where they're going to show up. I actually expect them to finish potentially in the top 3, and I think they're still capable of doing so.
I mean, it was actually interesting to see. Obviously, we were talking about the numbers that Summer was putting out and how he was being very active in the team fights and actually closing out those kills, getting some kill steals as well.
Yeah.
Majority of that coming from Erangel, and their average placement on Erangel is not great. So if they can really, switch up, look a bit more at their macro game, get Summer into the positions where he can actually frag out, it's going to be really interesting to see in these final 3.
Chinese Taipei, one of the teams that has actually gotten themselves recent wins when it comes to Erangel. Are their prospects high, do you think, for the next couple of games?
They're actually one of the best teams on Erangel itself overall, both with placement and kills. So I'm looking forward to see them play this again. I want to see them frag out really, really hard. I want to see them gather those points and push themselves further on to the top.
And then finish things out with Thailand, one of the teams that have the opportunity to be able to strike at the top position. Still does, but I mean, at this point, it's kind of slim to none when it comes to South Korea's dominance.
Again, as I said before here, 6 points separates them from Vietnam on 2nd to 5th. It's $20,000 difference.
Yeah.
Dogmans has proven again and again to be the clutch player for this team, and I expect them to do it again today. I'll love to see another 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, or maybe even a 1 versus 4 from this guy, because he's proven on international stages again and again that he is the guy to look out for.
With only 3 games left there and all 3 on Erangel, some of the teams, they need to perform very, very good here to actually be able to catch up to South Korea. And I want to see that happen. I want to see them go super aggressive. I want to see them being very, very greedy and just going for everything they can.
I think that's quite telling as well. And in these teams that we see them stumble in a couple of the games. If any team can kind of step up and try and mimic the confidence that Korea are playing with, we have some huge fraggers here in the arena. And actually, if we see that confidence come through, it's going to be really exciting.
It's time to go to it. It's time for Erangel, the grassy pastures here at the Nations Cup. Go, go, commentators.
Three more games. That is all that separates these teams on main stage between their share of $500,000. The sun has set on Miramar. We are moving to the iconic map that made PUBG Erangel. Poro, anything can happen now. We're pretty much in the end game here, so to speak.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously Korea's coming out and making a huge name for themselves. I mean, we already knew that they were a force to be reckoned with, but now they're actually putting the exclamation point on that, and their fellow Eastern teams also doing the same.
Well, this is the point. We have 4 teams that are quite literally separated by 6 points. Yes, we have South Korea out in the lead by a ton of points. That's fair play. I mean, credit to them. They've been fantastic this week. Not a win yet. I mean, when you've got 7 top 3 finishes, consistency is kind of the name of the game here.
Yeah.
But when we look further afield, we look towards Vietnam, we look towards Thailand. They're 2nd and 5th respectively.
Yes.
Now, okay, it might be a good chunk of change, those placements where they are and how they position themselves towards the latter stages of the game. But for them, there is a spot ahead of this. There is a spot at PGC, and that's a $2 million competition. Could we potentially see maybe a loss of a few dollars here for long-term game to try and get themselves actually, because there's 7 teams. These players are split between 7 teams, right?
Yeah. I mean, you got to think it's going through their minds at least a little bit, just at least in the back, knowing that you have this opportunity right in front of you to get another extra slot for your region for this giant end-of-the-year tournament. But I just don't know if there's anything really they can do at this point. I mean, look, Thailand, Vietnam, either one of these teams could hot drop Korea, try to make a big deal for it, try to make things more difficult for Korea. But the way Korea's playing right now, I mean, the only thing that they haven't done is gotten a win.
The road to the finals starts now. 3 more games left, $500,000. The chance for Korea to be victorious and raise that trophy in front of the home crowd. For everyone else, it's a big chunk of change and a potential spot, an extra slot for their respective region at PGC later this year. Here we go then. Miramar's all said and done. James called it the green grassy pastures. Talk me through this playing path, Poro. What do we expect?
Well, for one thing, this is a more forgiving playing path than we've seen recently here on Erangel. We've been having these far west to east plains, but they've been a little bit farther south. This time going a little bit farther north. So a lot more of the northern part of the map is going to be open. We should see everybody be able to drop either directly to their loot spot or be able to find vehicles without having to compete too much.
Teetering a little bit more toward the south. It's not quite a Sosnovka plain. Anyone who likes to be looting further afield in the north, a bit more of a difficult task. You'll be looking for vehicles. Try and get your boots on the ground as quickly as possible. Get in the cars and get further up towards that pinnacle area. Home position in this one does speak volumes. We will be keeping an eye on this game. If there were going to be a potential of a hot drop, one, we would see it definitely on the map building up, and two, I think you see that towards the later stage of the game. You either go for the very final game when there's nothing else to lose, or you actually go the game before the final game, so those teams can't react. Those teams can't just as a backup plan, emergency backup plan, which we have seen teams do before, go somewhere else. And I'm going to say this now. When we sat in the back and we were talking about this game, we both said, I wonder if we'll get a millisecond.
I wonder if we'll get one. And
I wonder if we get one.
You know, and I was going to point out, you know, this is one of the times that we've seen no teams going for military, as we see Roji trying to get that vehicle. He does run into Vietnam. RDNX is going to provide him a little bit of support here from range. Basil should be fine. Everything should be squared away. But, man, that is going to make things difficult for Korea. As we see, they are still making their transition into South George just to get the loot process started here. Pio all by himself, though. Look at that. He's got a friend.
Brazilians and driving. There's going to be a meme that rings loud in many people's ears for years. He did touch on the certain players that are just in the distance from Pio. I don't think he'll realize that Turkey is lingering rather close. Ira, and if there's a man who can, we saw him yesterday with the 1 versus 3. Yes, they did stupidly position themselves in single individual formation and just approach him as single players. Germany, the second team actually to get onto Sosnovka Island. I do see a member of Thailand on the map. It's going to be Thanawat. He's there as well, just on the coastline, so certainly not in a strong position, so to speak. Germany will go Novo load up. Looks like Chinese Taipei, they have the same idea. They'll grab the boats and get the hell out of Dodge. They want to work their way onto the island as well. Potential that they come from the south side. That is a big circle. Yeah. It does cut off towards the south. There's a hell of a lot of water in play here. The Finns, this time they actually get across the bridge without as much damage yesterday, getting ram-raided by the Russians.
Yeah, this was an interesting crossing for the Finns the last time, running in, losing 2 to the Russians early, but this time going to get all 4 across. Once again, though, Germany doing a early transition, taking that Novo spot, getting over there. They might have prio on radio tower, but this was them taking the initiative and getting over there fast. Last time it didn't pay off for them in the end, unfortunately. So maybe a shot of redemption here a little bit for the Germans.
Let me see. Chinese Taipei in the distance. You can see Chris is just rotating. Maybe he goes for an angle, potentially just going for different loot. I've turned up on the...
that is a very naked milk.
Yeah, imagine turning up onto the shoreline at range with a shotgun. I know Choke can do wonderful... Is he... Chris, you've fluffed it. You've completely and utterly messed it up, son.
Oh, no. That's okay.
You could see the idea. I mean,
yeah,
he's trying to get an angle, but...
I think that they, this will, I mean, if nothing else here, Chris now knows that Chinese Taipei has not continued their rotation, their wrap around, and they should know that they're right on top of each other. Brexco's going to find Shy Wei, and that is going to be a German going down quickly.
Follow-up nades there. Should be a confirmation, but it hasn't bounced too far. The problem, it did the damage, you could see. Yeah, gone. Okay, so they lose 1. Chris is out of the game, so essentially the last 2 are standing here in Nova. Russia. They have an eye on Canada inside the little garage. This is just on the opposing side near the beachhead. I'm assuming it's around Ferry Pier, given the area of the map. Maluk will hear the vehicle go away, but he doesn't. The one thing you don't want to be done here is baited. If you think, okay, the Russians have left me, look at this. A doozy's still here, so if he thinks the vehicle's gone, there's going to be no longer anybody here. If he steps out to this, Aduzi could have his way. Moody going to be the support act. They'll send this one across. They will see Ira in the boat, but more than likely leave him. If they go on top of this to try and get a point fair play, if he's got the scope and he's got the gun, he has. SLR can do the job. Plenty of bullets in the bag as well. 7.62. You hit them in the head, it hurts. Ira could be in for a face vault. Nope, he's good, he's safe, and he's alive for now. So Turkey, they can make their way across. The rest of his teammates, they are on the opposing side of Sosnovka.
It's essentially really screwing Canada over. We're taking the last boat available there in Primor, so now Canada has to decide whether they want to keep looking for another boat at the ferry pier location or try to take their chances with that western bridge. We can see the eastern bridge right now, China on top of it. And oh, look, what do you have here? Let's share. What do we got?
It's the...
We got some treats. A little 4X, a little 3X. We got some 2X down there.
Korean loot sharing.
Yeah.
Look at this. Who wants sniper, boys? I'll take it. All right, here's a scope.
Somebody needed some. Apparently, the Loki didn't get the message that we're all bananas today.
Have a look at the players and people on the map from my side who's actually going to be late to this one. Vietnam, all 4 players split between Stalborough and Severny. They are miles away from combat. Brazil, middle of the island, just passing Mansion side. Japan, they're actually in the water. They're in the eastern side, just coming past Milta Power. They've got to be careful because there is 2 teams still down in Nova. If they make landfall in Nova, unfortunately, they could die. Korea, they'll take the west side approach. Turkey is positioned on the west side of the cliffs on Sosnovka. So for Korea, it has to be a clean entry here. It will be devastating now. It'll be interesting and fun, but it would be devastating for them to get a 16th place placement. But it would even up that scoreboard and make things just a little bit tighter. The southern side of Sosnovka, it's completely clear for now, but we do have United Kingdom and Japan who have yet to make landfall.
Yeah, and as you said, Korea's still making their long rotation around the boat. They went to the south last time. They're probably going to do the same thing again. Again, Finland finding action early here. Right on top of them is the Russians. See the kill feed Pome. That was on the western bridge. A little bit of a bridge camp going on here as Aduzi, half health, has to pull back onto this. Tiksu, a little bit forward for his squad. It looks like it's only 2 for Finland right now. The other 2 still down at the crossroads just a little further north.
I don't know if there's anything we can take too much from this because it is the Nations Cup at the end of the day, but we do have 2 PEL teams essentially here. And when we look towards FaZe Clan and Team Liquid, this is where they like to go when we get these islands. When we get these circles, they do head towards these way in these compounds. When you have players on both sides of the coin, there may be some ideology there that they want to work this way and they just happen to match each other up with the same thinking.
Right.
Mexi holds the angle. SLR 6 times. Tiksu's going for an absolutely insanity run. The smokes do the job, but there's so much crossfire there. I don't know how he gets away from the backside. They've tagged him up. Jempty, if that was actually bait to draw fire and attention away, then that's a level 900 IQ player.
That's what it seemed like it was. There is Tiksu's going to go ahead and just barely escape getting PUBG'd, essentially, as Yumpy has gone down now to Insight. We can see in the kill feed and flushed. We're checking out Chinese Taipei. This is all going on. Where are we? This is just south of Radio Tower here. We see United Kingdom has made landfall just to the south as we check back in with the Aussies who have moved in behind the Finns while they were preoccupied with the Russian squad.
We actually might have an engagement here. Vietnam and Brazil, they're the last ones inside the circle. On the opposing side, the eastern bridge. We need to stay around this POV. You can see them. Oh, Sapau's making a complete meal of it down there. They've heard the vehicle. They've got out there just standing and waiting. If Brazil know the information, though, and have heard the audible sound of the car, they could come through. Circle, hard shifts. It goes down south. The Koreans, they're safe for now, but it depends. Where does the play come from the teams? Generally speaking, you wouldn't want to play this backside. There are 2 compounds on the edge of Sosnovka, but nothing else really towards the beachhead. It then becomes a problem if you have to work your way into the central side of this circle.
The problem with these compounds that are on this southern side is they are very, very popular. Godby has already made his way down there, so this is going to be a lot of trouble here as you see Brazil now making their way across the bridge, leaving Vietnam behind. This could be an opportunity maybe for Brazil to maybe get a little bit of redemption here, try to hold out the Vietnamese, but looks like they're going to keep on going.
I suppose the reason that they're going for those compounds is because of how much water's still in play. Yeah. It has to come toward the island.
Yeah, absolutely.
Korea's just made landfall. Those 2 compounds that they would usually be gifted with, to be fair, open and free, have China and Turkey inside. Russia still on the Not on the back foot, certainly, but very aware.
I mean, these guys are in a lot of trouble right now. I mean, the two compounds that are right there have been fully occupied by Turkey and China, and there is just a lot of open ground here. They do have some they can play line of sight here, but this is not where you want to be if you're trying to make a play for late game.
Another team falls into the trap that the Aussies are trying to set, leaving these compounds up and turn up, and unfortunately might be one of the Brazilians turning out here. Udir will hold fire for now. He is a solo man. Uh-oh, needs to be... Oh, he doesn't know he's there. He's no idea. He's absolutely no way he does now.
OG trying to get the shots in with that AK spray, and not only going to land one bullet here, so it's down to just a straight 1v1. Roji out, and Udir may fire. He's going to lose it, but only just.
Pan him.
Oh, he's going to pan him.
Donk.
All right, Brazil trying to regain a little bit of their dignity with a little bit of showmanship there on the kill to Udir Fires. We check in with Vietnam trying to make their way into the airfield. We can see the rest of the German squad scattered like ants. Looks like they're trying to make a play for these bunkers.
He's very close to actually getting outplayed there. You could see what the thought process was. He was looking towards the door of the shack, and that's generally where you think, okay, maybe they play off the back of that, but he wasn't. He was playing behind it, comes around, unfortunately loses the gun battle, does go down. Germany lose one. We move across now. Chinese Taipei, they found Thailand. USA also found Thailand. This is pretty madness, chaos. Sampa, Valiate's dead. That's the confirmation. Duckman strikes again every single time. The man is a machine.
4 United States players there. They have a absolute wall of smoke built up. Pahawaka just barely surviving the explosion of that vehicle. But there's nobody there really preventing Duckmans from pushing onto that.
Pio has fallen. That may have been 2 from... We're trying to keep a track of this kill feed because it's going to get madness. Everyone on these rotations. Japan is in a head-to-head battle across the street. Brazil, they have the high ground. They rain fire from above. One of them's bleeding at the wayside. The grenades are there. Great Britain's here as well. So maybe Japan just get caught between a rock and a hard place. You'd expect them not to survive this engagement and that's only if the United Kingdom get a little bit overzealous and go a bit deeper. Once they crest this ridgeline, they'll see the fight, they'll be able to get involved. But can Brazil survive themselves? Many players are damaged. But where's the rest of Japan? They're trying to run. That car is in dire straits.
All right, we see the circle has gone north, and there goes the car, and there goes Japan from first to worst in the space of 1 game. Now Brazil in a lot of trouble here, having to make their way through the United Kingdom. We check in back with the USA. Thailand still putting the pressure on.
In the back lines, Korea has still been held at gunpoint, basically on the beach. China did steal one of them. Pio went down, so they've lost their main man, their main fragger. But let's not count them out just yet. We've seen what they can do with 2 or 3 men. USA still, unfortunately, feeling the full force. Sharky answers back. There's one. He gets 2, but the other peak's there. Shipsy now needs to seal the deal. And I'm sorry, Poro. I know you're a United States man, but a 15th placement just won't do it.
The boys have been putting forth a great effort over this weekend, but unfortunately this time, the fight for the barrels, Thailand just turning the screws, turning on the heat. They are putting forth a big effort here in this game number 3, trying to see if they can make a climb in the leaderboards. That's going to be a nice 4 kills going to that effort, though.
Chris with a long distance spray. The M4 is a weapon to be doing it with, especially if you've got the old stock and stick on it and the red dot. Hold the spray down and hope for the best.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Are we going to just feed them now?
No, they're already at the top of the board. Stop giving them points, for God's sake. They don't need any more.
I mean, in fairness to Brazil, you don't think that the full team is going to be hiding out down there. I bet Korea kind of wishes they would have been able to get those 2 kills without having to explode the vehicle, because they are actually stuck right here on this beach line. As we now check in with Canada, they have an idea. Looks like they hear the shots coming from Finland. Finland completely unaware that they have some Canucks just below the hill.
Several stalemates across the board. Over in the west, Canada on top of the hill, Finland in the compounds below them. They can't really do too much. This is the fight we're speaking about. The compounds above them. They're on the deficit side of the hill. They can't be seen for now. Both teams trying to get a read on this. Further afield, Australia and Argentina basically holding each other directly at gunpoint from across the street. Turkey and Russia, same scenario. 1 player inside a hut. Russia just bunkering down between the broken bridge line, the ridge line, and the little houses. Germany across the board. And then actually inside military base itself, we've still got Thailand, Vietnam. And then on the Broken Plains, there's Chinese Taipei in the mix just to try and finish anybody off who wants to make that